Northern City Huaqing Academy. This was a world-renowned academy for espers. Even the current illustrious president of the Global Esper Association had once graduated from this very school. It could be said that anyone who managed to enter Huaqing had already secured a boundless future. Today was Huaqing's annual freshman registration day. The scene, which should have been orderly and well-regulated, was faintly tinged with unrest. Look, what is that on his back? Such a huge lump of iron. No, wait, it looks like a coffin. I just hope he's not in my class. How can someone carry a coffin openly on his back? It's so ominous. Come on, let's stay away from him. Ignoring the chatter around him, Chen Guan tightened the strap on his shoulder. He handed his admission notice to a volunteer, swiped his ID, and was finally allowed to enter the campus without hindrance. Because of this coffin, he had endured a barrage of criticism all along the way. No taxi driver was willing to pick him up. He had walked here on foot, starting from the teleportation array. Still, these people had not actually come up to beat him. It was only a few mocking remarks. To him, such things were utterly insignificant. Fortunately, as a top-tier institution, Huaqing was highly tolerant. They did not refuse entry to someone carrying a coffin. Otherwise, Chen Guan truly would not have known what to do. Inside the coffin lay his true body, now in a comatose state, while the body he was using to move around outside was merely a shell. This shell could not stray more than 1 meter from his real body. Sigh. Chen Guan let out a tired breath. Because there was a living person inside the coffin, he could not store it in his spatial ring. He could only bear it on his back like a doomed beast of burden. Fortunately, the coffin was forged from 10th Sandir Black Iron, a gift from the system. Leaving aside its other functions, the most crucial point for Chen Guan was that it was impervious to blades and bullets. This was a dangerous world of high martial prowess where spiritual power existed. With this coffin shell as his tortoise shell, he at least did not have to worry about his true body being turned into a sieve in the middle of a battle. Moreover, he did not have to fear being stabbed in the back. This tortoise shell was absurdly sturdy. By the way, system, where is the protagonist right now? The system promptly replied, according to the timeline, the protagonist and Chongqing should currently be registering with his childhood sweetheart Su Yuehe. However, they are at the north gate while you host are at the south gate. Chen Guan fell silent. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system, oblivious to its own belatedness, merely encouraged him so run host. Saddled with such a useless system, what else could Chen Guan do? He could only accept his fate and start sprinting across the campus, unbothered by the strange looks thrown his way. The coffin's material was extremely heavy. Fortunately, the system was not entirely worthless. It had given him a small buff. Thanks to that, Chen Guan could move under its weight with the strength of an ordinary person. Now that he was running, his steps were as swift as a trained athlete's. Youth has no price. If you are going to sprint, do it now. After nearly an hour of running, Chen Guan finally reached the north gate. He leaned against a wall, panting slightly. Fortunately, the ordinary people of this world were on an entirely different level from those in his previous world. Otherwise, with the physique of the average person from his previous world, he would have dropped dead here long ago. As for why he was doing this, it was entirely to show his face in front of the audience. Chen Guan had transmigrated into an anime, and he needed to gain popularity points from the world on the other side of the screen. 1,000 popularity points could be exchanged with the system for 1 free attribute point, which he could allocate to become stronger. Besides attribute points, the system's shop contained many other fine items, all requiring popularity points in exchange. This was why, on the very first day of school, Chen Guan was exhausting himself dragging a heavy black iron coffin across the campus. The consequence of hauling a massive black iron coffin from one end of the campus to the other was that by the time Chen Guan finally reached the north gate, the welcome area was already sparsely populated. Most freshmen had completed their procedures and left. His gaze swept anxiously over the empty square and the few remaining figures, and his heart sank. System, where are they? According to the latest positioning, in Chongqing and Su Yuehe finished all procedures 3 minutes ago and have already been guided by a volunteer toward the dormitory buildings in the Eastern District, the system replied. Chen Guan's vision went dark for a moment. The Eastern District dormitory buildings. That meant crossing nearly half the campus all over again. Moreover, without the natural scenario of freshman registration, how could a complete stranger carrying a coffin on his back casually walk up to the protagonist and appear on camera in a natural way? Was he supposed to chase them all the way to the dormitory and shout, "And Chongqing, I'm your fan," beneath the building? That scene would be too much. Whether it earned him popularity points was doubtful, but the odds of being treated as a pervert or lunatic were extremely high. Hosts, don't lose heart. Opportunities always favor those who are prepared. Based on an analysis of the protagonist's route, there is an 87% chance they will pass along Lingyun Road on their way to the Eastern District dormitories. That road is the main artery connecting the academic and residential zones. The scenery is pleasant and senior students often train their abilities there. It is an excellent place for a chance encounter. Chance encounter, my foot. Chen Guan roared inwardly. Even if I set out right now, it'll take at least 10 to 20 minutes. They'll have long since passed. And Chongqing was no small fry like him. With the protagonist's strength, even his walking speed far surpassed Chen Guan's. But host, the system continued its electronic voice, tinged with a strange excitement. You can take a shortcut. If you cut through the trial forest ahead, you can save at least half the time. The trial forest is for freshmen to experience wilderness conditions. It's a bit dangerous, but with your tour, cough with the Black Iron Coffin's defensive power, the problem should be minimal. Trial forest. Chen Guan looked toward the lush woodland at the side rear of the north gate, from which faint beastly roars could be heard. The corners of his mouth twitched. This was the Academy's designated area for honing combat skills. Though students were not normally forbidden from entering, for him, it was rather dangerous. This damn system really did not care about his stamina. After sprinting with a coffin on his back for half an hour, it now wanted him to barge into a trial forest. Yet when he thought of popularity points and of all those invaluable items in the system shop that could secure his survival in this perilous world, Chen Guan gritted his teeth. Let's do this. He hesitated no longer. Adjusting the shoulder straps, he drew a deep breath, then set his heavy steps in motion, charging toward the trial forest. The Black Iron Coffin echoed with a dull thudding sound as he ran, drawing the sideways glances of the remaining volunteers and passing senior students on the plaza. Look, that coffin-carrying lunatic is running again. This time he's heading for the trial forest. Is he insane? How is he supposed to move through the woods with that thing on his back? Maybe he's from some special department and that coffin is the manifestation of his ability. What kind of normal person manifests a coffin as their ability? It's utterly inauspicious. Their chatter was left far behind by Chen Guan. He plunged into the edge of the trial forest. Dense branches and leaves instantly blotted out the sky and the light grew dim. The air was thick with the peculiar scent of grass and soil, faintly laced with a metallic tang of blood. By no means a pleasant smell. The path within the grove was clearly far less even than the one outside, strewn with vines, tree roots, and loose gravel. Chen Guan was forced to slow down, stumbling forward with uneven steps. The coffin on his back kept bumping into nearby trees, producing dull thuds and clanks that startled resting birds and several small exotic beasts hidden in the forest. 30 meters ahead to the left there is a faint spiritual energy reaction. It is recommended you avoid it. The system chimed in at just the right moment. This little thing did prove useful after all. Chen Guan prided himself on heeding good advice and immediately changed direction. He had not gone far when the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. A patch of moss that had seemed solid collapsed, revealing a shallow pit coiled with several brightly colored venomous snakes, their tongues flickering with a soft hiss. Startled, Chen Guan jerked backward in a hurry, the edge of the coffin scraping a large strip of bark from a nearby tree. Host, be careful. An iron-armored badger is approaching from your rear right. It cannot break through the Shen Iron Coffin's defense, but getting hit will still hurt quite a bit. Chen Guan frantically ducked behind a large tree. A heavy bang rang out as a creature covered in gray-black armor plates, resembling an enlarged badger, slammed into the trunk, leaving several deep claw marks. It shook its head, then glanced doubtfully at Chen Guan and the strange massive iron block before slinking away in frustration. Battered and jolted the whole way on constant edge, Chen Guan's stamina plummeted. Sweat soaked through his clothes. Although the system had emptied the weight of the Shen Iron Coffin, its sheer size alone was a massive hindrance in such complex terrain. Just as his legs felt as heavy as lead and his lungs burned more fiercely than after any fitness test he had ever taken, the space before him suddenly opened up. A broad road paved with neatly laid blue stone slabs appeared before his eyes. On both sides of the road stood tall spirit maple trees, whose leaves shimmered with a faint halo under the sunlight. Every now and then students in Huaqing Academy uniforms passed by in small groups, walking at an unhurried, relaxed pace, forming a sharp contrast to Chen Guan's present bedraggled state. Host, we have arrived. This is Lingyun Road. According to my calculations, and Chongqing and Suyuehe will reach your current location in approximately 2 minutes. The system's excited voice sounded like heavenly music in Chen Guan's ears. He almost collapsed onto the ground on the spot. Forcing himself to hold on, he staggered beneath a spirit maple by the roadside, gently leaned the coffin against its roots, then slid down limp to sit on the ground. His back rested against the cold metal of the coffin as he gulped in great mouthfuls of air. In his current state, never mind leaving a good impression on the protagonists by chance. It would be a blessing if he did not scare them away. Even he felt he looked like a lunatic. Even if the protagonists did not regard him as insane, what about the audience? He had to find a way to turn the situation around. At the very least, he needed a reasonable excuse to approach them. His gaze swept around and fell on an exquisite signboard by the roadside. It displayed a map of the surrounding area, including the dormitory district, teaching buildings, training grounds, and more. Beneath the map was a small line of text: New Student Information Desk 50 meters ahead, Lingfeng Pavilion. Got it? Chen Guan struggled to his feet, straightened his wrinkled clothes covered in grass clippings and dust, and wiped the sweat from his face. He hoisted the coffin onto his back again and walked a few steps toward Lingfeng Pavilion, then stopped. A timely hint of confusion and anxiety appeared on his face as he looked around as though searching for something. A qualified background extra, no a qualified plot inserter, had to concoct a reasonable identity and behavioral logic for himself. Before long, two figures appeared walking side by side from the other end of Lingyun Road. On the left was a tall, well-proportioned youth with handsome features. His gray hair and simple white casual clothes lent him a clean, unadorned air. Sky-blue eyes clear as the heavens held a gentle smile as he tilted his head to listen to the girl at his side. This was the child of fortune of this world, the future legend of the superpowered realm. And Chongqing. On the right was a charming, adorable girl with a ponytail. Her cheeks were flushed and her large violet eyes blinked brightly as she looked around in excitement and curiosity. She was Chongqing's childhood friend, Su Yuehe. Chongqing Huaqing is really huge. Feels even bigger than when we visited before. Look at the training grounds over there. It seems some seniors are practicing. That fireball is amazing. Su Yuehe chattered away. She was a very lively person, completely different from the more reserved and Chongqing. We'll have to cultivate diligently here from now on. Some of the Academy's resources are things even our families cannot provide. And Chongqing nodded. His father in Chongsong was the current president of the Superpowered Association, and his portrait still hung on the Academy's wall of outstanding alumni. His identity was something of an open secret, which meant Chongqing had to be cautious with every word and deed, lest he affect his father's reputation. As the two of them drew nearer, they naturally noticed the extremely conspicuous Black Iron Coffin as well as its owner, Chen Guan, who looked rather battered. Instinctively, Su Yuehe edged closer to Chongqing and whispered, "Chongqing, look at that person. And that coffin. It's so strange." And Chongqing frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping between Chen Guan and the coffin, carrying a hint of vigilance. In this world, any unusual thing might be tied to danger. Chen Guan felt their gazes and knew his audience had taken their seats. He drew in a deep breath and forced a harmless, slightly embarrassed smile onto his face. Then he hesitantly waved in the direction of Chongqing, and Su Yuehe pointed at the distant sign for Lingfeng Pavilion, and in a voice just loud enough for them to hear spoke with a trace of uncertainty. Excuse me, classmates, sorry to bother you. I'm a new student who just enrolled, and I'm not familiar with the campus yet. Could you tell me if the new student information desk is up ahead? I wanted to ask about the dormitory arrangements and where to store this." He pointed awkwardly at the coffin strapped to his back, feigning innocent ignorance. The faint unease in his tone neatly concealed his true purpose in cutting across the campus and braving the trial forest, and he portrayed the image of a new student struggling with difficulties to perfection. And Chongqing and Su Yuehe exchanged a glance, their wariness easing somewhat. So he was a new student as well, and apparently having trouble because of that strange coffin. Upright by nature and eager to help others, and Chongqing took the initiative and said, "Yes, Lingfeng Pavilion ahead is the temporary information desk. You came from the North Gate." He had noticed the dust and grass clippings on Chen Guan's clothes, as well as his obvious exhaustion. Ordinarily, one would not end up in such a sorry state on campus unless... His gaze shifted toward the dense forest not far away. "Yes." Chen Guan nodded with a bitter smile and followed the lead of the question. "There are fewer people at the North Gate. After I finished the admission procedures and heard the dorms were in the Eastern District, I thought I'd take a shortcut through the trial forest to get here. But I got lost and almost ran into some exotic beasts. It took a lot of effort to finally find the main road." The trial forest. Su Yuehe's eyes widened in surprise. "You carried this, iron block and came through the trial forest? That's amazing." The curiosity in her gaze grew while the fear lessened. She was not the type to be frightened of the dead. She just found it strange to see someone walking around with a coffin on his back, and was worried he might be some kind of campus weirdo. And Chongqing also revealed a hint of astonishment, giving Chen Guan and the seemingly unbearably heavy Black Iron Coffin another appraising look. To carry such a thing alone through the trial forest, even if only along its edges, spoke of uncommon physical endurance. "Who is this guy? He looks quite handsome." "I don't know, my uncle hasn't revealed anything about him." "Hey, this model doesn't look like a passerby." A flood of bullet comments instantly enveloped Chen Guan's vision. He glanced at Chongqing and Su Yuehe, both of whom appeared unfazed, showing no signs of being affected by the black number 2 font. The system explained promptly, "Boss, you're on TV now. These are real-time comments, just like talking to me. Only you can see them." Chen Guan understood this little system was rather administrative. However, he didn't have time to open the system panel. And Chongqing beside him was sizing up the coffin he carried. With his keen eyesight, he could tell that it was made of mysterious iron, and its age was significant, at least 1,000 years. That was no ordinary weight. Could the coffin be his ability medium? Is he a special type of superhuman? Indeed, it's quite remarkable. While pondering, and Chongqing nodded, his demeanor softening considerably. "We are heading back to the East District dormitory as well. If you don't mind, we can go to the consultation office together and keep an eye on each other." "That works." Chen Guan felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a grateful expression on his face. "Really? Thank you so much. I can't manage this alone." He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "By the way, I'm Chen Guan Chen from Old Guan, as in coffin." He introduced himself voluntarily. Although this name paired with a coffin was quite eerie, it was the name he was stuck with in this world. However, names are not that important. And Chongqing, Su Yuehe. The two also introduced themselves briefly. Chen Guan, what's inside your coffin? Su Yuehe couldn't help but ask, cautiously, unable to resist her curiosity. Chen Guan had long prepared his response. He patted the cold coffin lid, revealing a somewhat forlorn expression. It's someone very important to me. He just had a little accident. The elements of tragedy and mystery were likely to pique the audience's curiosity. According to historical records, the person in the coffin was Chen Guan's first love. They had once loved passionately, but were separated by the mundane world, truly a pair of star-crossed lovers. Go enjoy your tragic love story, will you? Indeed, the bullet comments began to discuss, though the direction was somewhat odd. But as long as there was discussion, there was a topic, and it was a good start. Upon hearing this, Chongqing and Su Yuehe's expressions subtly changed, and they chose not to press further. It's unkind to uncover someone's scars. Su Yuehe felt guilty. She shouldn't have asked that question, making Chen Guan feel sad. I really should keep my mouth shut. And Chongqing nodded and shifted the topic. Then let's go. First we'll head to the consultation office. Okay, thank you. Chen Guan readjusted the mysterious iron coffin on his back. This time his movements seemed a bit lighter. The three of them walked together toward the Lingfeng Pavilion. A coffin bearer, two handsome men and beautiful women. This peculiar combination, walking along the picturesque Lingyun Road, drew curious glances from the few students passing by. Chen Guan silently called out to the system, how's it going? Is the popularity value starting to rise? After a brief delay, the system's cheerful electronic voice rang out. Host has successfully established initial contact with key plot characters and revealed a mysterious background. The popularity value is beginning to accumulate and is currently being updated in real time. Initial fluctuations indicate that interest is rising. Please maintain the current interaction. Chen Guan felt a surge of spirit, as if his fatigue had lessened considerably. Although it was just the beginning, he had taken the first step. The three walked in sync, the dull footsteps intermingling with the light sounds of the bluestone pavement. While keeping an eye on the bullet comments drifting by, Chen Guan adeptly responded to the casual chatter of Chongqing and Su Yuehe, maintaining the image of a polite yet somewhat shy newcomer. Hey, doesn't anyone find his forlorn profile, while patting the coffin, striking? Modeler deserves a bonus. With that look, that name, and that coffin. Too many elements. I bet 5 cents there will be a big plot twist later. What are you betting on? Just follow the series to find out. I've added it to my watch list. This new character is interesting. Am I the only one feeling sorry for Su? She's about to drown in guilt, haha. Xiaowen is still so gentle and kind, so patient with weirdos. Weirdo. I see a hidden big shot. The forum has already leaked that it's a mysterious iron coffin. How could an ordinary person carry it around? The bullet comments went in many directions, but overall the interest was indeed steadily rising. Chen Guan felt somewhat reassured. It seemed the initial strategy was effective. Soon they arrived at the Lingfeng Pavilion. It was an ancient and elegant octagonal pavilion, now temporarily transformed into a new student consultation point. Inside were a few tables and chairs occupied by several senior volunteer students. Upon seeing the three approaching, or rather noticing the coffin on Chen Guan's back, the expressions of the volunteers momentarily faltered. Due to his outstanding appearance and strange behavior, the reputation of the coffin bearer had already spread on the campus forum, and the volunteers naturally knew of Chen Guan's existence. A glasses-wearing senior sister, looking quite capable, was the first to react. She stood up to greet them, her gaze lingering on the coffin for a moment before politely turning to the obvious leader and Chongqing. Hello, are you new students? Is there anything you need help with? Yes, senior sister. And Chongqing stepped forward, pointing to Chen Guan. This is Chen Guan, just arrived and not familiar with the school. He wants to inquire about dormitory arrangements and the storage of this special item. Out of politeness, and Chongqing didn't directly say it was a coffin. The glasses-wearing senior sister nodded, indicating they should sit in the pavilion to talk. Chen Guan didn't sit down. Although he couldn't feel the weight of the coffin, if he truly dared to sit, it would likely crush the chair and create a hole in the ground. The senior sister noticed his concern and reminded him, Chen Guan, you can put down your special item for now. Chen Guan also wanted to put it down, but unfortunately the coffin, or rather the entity inside it, couldn't be more than a meter away from him. He unstrapped the straps, carefully preparing to place it at his feet. A nearby enthusiastic senior wanted to help but nearly stumbled, and Chen Guan quickly said, I can manage it myself. Hua Qixing. The senior sister shot him a strange glance. Hua Qixing was the enthusiastic senior's name. He was a third-level superhuman of the enhancement type who surely he could lift that coffin. And Chongqing and Su Yuehe exchanged a glance. As the son of the president of the Superhuman Association, and Chongqing's background was formidable, Su Yuehe, having grown up alongside him since childhood, was clearly no ordinary figure either. She had previously overlooked the material, but now her attention was seized and she realized with astonishment this was at least millennium-grade dark iron. Dark iron forged into a coffin. Was such extravagance truly necessary? Who then was this Chen Guan? What extraordinary lineage did he possess? She had never heard of anyone by that name. Dormitory assignments are randomized based on student ID numbers and academic departments. In principle, room changes are not permitted unless justified by exceptional circumstances and approved by an academic advisor. The senior student cleared her throat, steering the conversation back on course. She summoned a holographic display and manipulated it deftly. Mr. Chen Guan Mei, I have your student ID and department. Chen Guan recited his information. After she entered it, the display flickered and rendered the result. East District Dormitory, Qingzhou Courtyard, Building 7, Room 304. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed her face. What is it, senior? Su Yuehe asked curiously. Building 7, Qingzhou Courtyard. The senior adjusted her glasses, her gaze shifting between Chongqing and Chen Guan. Mr. Chongqing, I believe your dormitory is also in Building 7, Qingzhou Courtyard. Room 302, isn't it? Right next door. As a freshman celebrity, Chongqing's details had long been catalogued by upperclassmen. He blinked in mild surprise, then nodded. Yes, that's correct. He glanced toward Chen Guan, equally struck by the coincidence. A subtle ripple stirred within Chen Guan's mind. Was this orchestrated by the system? Or pure chance? Yet sharing a wall with the protagonist presented an ideal, uninterrupted opportunity for interaction. Today's frantic dash had certainly been worthwhile. What? Next door? What kind of celestial fate is this? Rivalry arc or bromance arc? I'm ready for either. Rivals remain rivals. Rivals cannot become spouses. Wake up upstairs. The coffin's still there. This script runs hardcore. So where does that leave me? Heartbroken. Rai emoji. Suddenly, instant noodle anime has serious binge-worthiness. The commentary feed flared up once more, buzzing with fervor. As for this, the senior circled the dark iron coffin with cautious reverence, then tapped it gently. Its resonant, dense timbre confirming its substance. Darkaron and of exceptionally high grade. Mr. Chen Guan, is this related to your ability? She chose her words with care. In a manner of speaking. Chen Guan offered an evasive reply. It holds profound significance for me, and cannot be separated from my person for long, nor can it be stored in conventional spatial artifacts. I wonder, does the dormitory have any regulations regarding such items? Or perhaps designated space for temporary placement? He wore an expression of perfectly calibrated hesitation. The senior paused thoughtfully. College regulations permit students to bring essential personal effects and ability-related conduits into dormitories, provided they pose no hazard to others or disrupt communal safety. However, a coffin of this size would be wholly inappropriate in shared spaces. Your room is a standard double. Your roommate might. I have a single. Chen Guan interjected smoothly. My admission notice specifies this arrangement owing to my unique circumstances, hence the special single-room accommodation. Indeed, the system had factored the coffin into his identity design from the outset. The senior exhaled in relief. If it's a single, you're welcome to keep it in your room, as long as you find it unobtrusive. Still, please exercise caution when moving it through hallways and elevators. Avoid collisions and unnecessary alarm among peers. Should complaints arise, you may need to consult further with the dormitory supervisor. Understood. I'll take full responsibility, Chen Guan assured her promptly. With the matter resolved, the bespectacled senior outlined several additional orientation guidelines for freshmen. Just before parting, she produced her mobile device. Mr. Chen Guan, would you mind adding me on Lu Pao Pao? Lu Pao Pao was the world's dominant messaging platform. Chen Guan hesitated briefly, but accepted, retrieving his own phone to exchange contact details. Goodbye, Mr. Chen Guan. Her smile held quiet, knowing depth. Once they departed, Hua Qixing sidled over Li Yuqing. You've taken a liking to this young man. The bespectacled senior Li Yuqing smiled faintly, then abruptly produced a brick and struck Hua Qixing squarely across the face. Hua Qixing, how did I ever come to know someone as utterly dim-witted as you? She slipped the brick away as if nothing had happened. Hua Qixing, notoriously durable, merely shrugged off the blow. Anyone walking beside Chongqing cannot possibly be ordinary. Do you even want our club to win this year's inter-society competition? You'll rely entirely on my recruitment efforts. So stop being such a liability, you unreliable oaf. Hua Qixing scratched his head sheepishly. Heh. Team leader, you're magnificent. Leaving Lingfeng Pavilion, the three continued toward the East District Dormitory. The newfound neighborly connection lent their atmosphere an easy, natural warmth. Su Yuehe, gradually recovering from her earlier guilt, began asking Chen Guan, curious and animated, about customs and landscapes from his hometown. He responded with half-truths and artful vagueness, deepening the aura of mystery around his origins. Truth be told, even he knew little of his own background. The system had divulged scant detail. After all, this character had been conceived merely as a background extra. No elaborate lore, no dense backstory. Only vast, deliberate blankness. And Chongqing spoke sparingly yet listened with intense focus. occasionally interjecting precise, thoughtful questions. His gaze drifted more than once toward the silent dark iron coffin. Pensive searching. So much information, single room, special status, inseparable presence. This premise grows increasingly compelling. Blind guess a slumbering elder cultivator lies within. Or perhaps it is his source of power. Could it instead contain something terrifyingly sealed away? Your imaginations run wild. Maybe it's just an oversized storage cabinet. Storage cabinet? Ah, who carries a cabinet like that on their back? The comment feed spiraled into ever more outlandish speculation. And Chen Guan watched utterly absorbed. Each line was potential popularity, raw resonance waiting to be harvested. At last, they arrived at Building 7 of Qingzhou Courtyard. Su Yuehe had already parted ways earlier. Female dormitories occupied separate buildings. Building 7 stood as a sleek, modern high-rise. Its interior was fully equipped and serenely tranquil. Yet the moment Chen Guan stepped into the elevator, an alarm blared. Its weight, of course, far exceeding capacity. He flushed with embarrassment, having forgotten entirely. Several other freshmen shared the elevator, and instinctively shrank back upon seeing the coffin. Chen Guan hastily apologized and stepped out, and Chongqing accompanied him down the stairwell without hesitation. "Thank you, mister." And Chen Guan's eyes gleamed with sincerity and quiet intensity. "Whether classmate or spouse, I shall define the term. If this isn't love." Chen Guan marry Xiao, and already. Accompanied by the nonsensical barrage of comments, the two arrived at the 3rd floor. The corridor was spacious and bright, the floor shining like a mirror. Room 302 of Chongqing was located in the middle of the corridor on the right, while room 304 of Chen Guan was right next door on the left. "We've arrived." And Chongqing stopped and said, "Chen Guan, do you need any help?" He glanced at the closed door of 304 and the heavy coffin. No, I can manage myself, thank you." Chen Guan politely declined, taking out the room card he had just received and lightly swiping it on the door lock. With a soft beep, the door unlocked. Chen Guan pushed the door open, and a wave of fresh air tinged with the scent of varnish rushed out. The room was not large, but it was well laid out, equipped with a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a private bathroom along with a small balcony. For a single room, it was spacious enough. The conditions are really good. And Chongqing took a glance. Even though he was the son of the president, he treated this matter with impartiality. "Then I will head back to my room to settle in." And Chongqing nodded to Chen Guan. "If you need any help later, or if there's anything unclear, feel free to come find me." "Okay, thank you." Chen Guan sincerely expressed his gratitude once again, watching him walk towards room 302. "What are they babbling about? I'm just here to enjoy myself. By the way, who is Xiao An's roommate? Seems like someone named Long Outyen." "It's Long Ao." Chen Guan also stepped into his room 304, shutting the door behind him to block out the outside gaze. He did not immediately set down the coffin. Instead, he stood behind the door, quietly waiting for a few seconds. Before him, the barrage representing the audience's gaze did not vanish due to his solitude. Instead, it intensified their curiosity as he entered his private space finally in the room. "Let's see what it's like inside. Will he put the coffin down? Where will he put it? I'm so anxious. What's inside the coffin? Can I take a peek? Is there something that my esteemed VIP can't see? Host, say something, don't be a closed book. This isn't a live stream. It's an animated series, but I also really want to know what happens next." Chen Guan's lips curled into a barely noticeable arc. He walked to the center of the room, carefully unloaded the dark iron coffin from his back, and gently laid it flat on the floor with a dull thud. He walked to the window and pulled the semi-transparent curtains, softening the light in the room. Then he returned to the side of the coffin, crouched down, extended his hand, and his fingertips slowly brushed over the cold, smooth coffin lid. His expression was complex as he murmured softly, just loud enough for the audience to hear, "It's temporarily safe. The academy should be a place where you can rest well, right?" This statement was vague yet rich in narrative. After completing these tasks, it seemed as if he had shed all his disguises and tension, letting out a long, weary sigh, his whole being relaxed as he leaned against the floor beside the coffin, gazing up at the ceiling. After striking a pose, he began conversing with the system in his mind. "System, tally up my current popularity points." "Okay, host." The system's voice was upbeat. So far, the host has accumulated 357 popularity points. Over 300 points. Although it's still far from the good items in the exchange shop, the good start has already made Chen Guan very satisfied. It's only the first day of school, and he has merely encountered the protagonist and established a preliminary connection. He turned his gaze to the window. The architecture of Huaqing Academy was outlined in golden silhouettes under the setting sun. The sunlight spilled onto Chen Guan's face. System, open the panel. "Okay, host." Name Chen Guan, identity, first-year student at Huaqing Academy, ability none, attributes strength 1, stamina 1, agility 1, intelligence 1, not IQ, spirit 1, not. The mental illness popularity points 357 abilities are divided into 8 types: mythical knowledge, enhancement, elemental, special, mental summoning, and life. Of course, Chen Guan was just an ordinary person at the moment without any abilities. If he wanted abilities, he could only purchase them from the system. Among the 8 ability types, the strongest was undoubtedly the mythical type, and Chongqing was a superhuman of the mythical type. Converting 300 popularity points into 0.3 stamina, he felt that the increase was not very noticeable. For Chen Guan, the most important attribute point at this stage was stamina. Abilities were too expensive. Even the weakest ones started at 4 digits. It was better to exchange for some attribute points to ensure survival first. Opening the coffin, he revealed a face that was entirely different from his own. That face was now pale, eyes tightly closed, and apart from breathing it bore little resemblance to a living being. Chen Guan sighed. That was his original body. Upon arriving in this world, he was faced with a coffin inside which lay his own body, while at that time he had already entered this body named Chen Guan. The system informed him that his original self had become a vegetable. To awaken him, he needed to accumulate enough popularity points for exchange. The required popularity points were astronomically high, and Chen Guan did not even know if that day would ever come. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, this body of Chen Guan was immortal. No matter how many times he died, he would always resurrect. This coffin, or rather the body inside it, served as his resurrection point. He could not leave the coffin more than a meter away at this moment, but this distance could also be exchanged with popularity points. In the system shop, popularity points were equivalent to omnipotence. Chen Guan carefully took his original body out, placing it on the bed, tucking the blanket neatly around it, and gazing at that face which was identical to his past life, but devoid of any vitality. His expression darkened momentarily. Taking out some liquid food and water from his storage ring, he knew that his original body was only sleeping and had not yet entered a state of fasting where it still needed to eat and drink as usual. Then he gathered his emotions and skillfully prepared the nutritional liquid food, carefully feeding it through the nasal feeding tube bit by bit. The entire process was meticulous and highly focused. Wow! Is he really a vegetable? Alive? No, half alive. What's going on? Information overload. He's taking care of him so skillfully. It seems like it's not his first day. Why do I feel a bit heartbroken? Bearing the weight of a sleeping friend. Must be a male colleague. So the coffin is a mobile ICU. The setting is way too hardcore. The barrage exploded with various speculations. Although Chen Guan did not watch in real time, he could imagine the reactions on the other side of the camera at this moment. After finishing the feeding, he meticulously handled the cleaning, and after confirming that his original Bodis vital signs were stable, Chen Guan sat down at the bedside, gently exhaling. The room needed tidying up, and the coffin required a suitable place for placement. It couldn't just remain in the middle of the room. He stood up, hoisted the dark iron coffin on his back, and tidied the room a bit. After working up a light sweat, he had roughly finished setting up his new home. By the time he completed this, the sky had begun to darken. Chen Guan's stomach started to rumble. The avatar also needed sustenance, and after a day of intense running, the consumption was significant. He glanced at the supplies of dry food in his storage ring, and then looked outside at the gradually brightening campus lights. Eat out. Or, as he hesitated, there was a gentle knock on the door. Chen Guan, are you there? It was the voice of Chongqing coming through the door, warm and clear. Chen Guan quickly adjusted his attire and went to open the door, and Chongqing stood outside, already changed into a clean school uniform, holding a thermos. And classmate, what brings you here? Chen Guan displayed an appropriate look of confusion. He and I just went to the cafeteria and happened to grab an extra portion. And Chongqing handed over the thermos, speaking naturally. I thought you might have just settled in and not had time to eat, so I brought you a serving. It's the signature spirit grain set from the East District cafeteria. Oh, it's quite tasty. Chen Guan was taken aback for a moment, then accepted the still warm thermos, feeling a flicker of genuine warmth in his heart. Whether Chongqing acted out of the inherent kindness of the protagonist, or some other intention, this gesture felt especially precious in an unfamiliar environment. You've gone to a lot of trouble, thank you. His gratitude this time was tinged with more sincerity than before. You're welcome, it's just a small matter. And Chongqing smiled, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the room. The curtains were drawn and the light was dim. However, it was unexpected for Chen Guan to still be carrying a coffin at this late hour. His eyes shifted slightly, yet he didn't ask further, simply saying, since you just arrived, you might not be familiar with the cafeteria's location and hours. If you need, we could go together tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow morning is the new student assembly and class division ceremony. Don't forget, the notification should have been sent to your personal terminal. Okay, I'll remember. Thank you for the reminder, Chen Guan nodded. The personal terminal was a wristwatch-like device, received upon enrollment, integrating functions, such as identification, communication, and information reception. All school-related matters would be handled through the terminal, and he hadn't yet had the chance to study it in detail. Then you should eat and get some rest early. And Chongqing didn't linger any longer, politely nodding before turning back to room 302. Chen Guan closed the door, holding the warm thermos, feeling somewhat complicated. Living next door to such a upright, kind-hearted, and gifted protagonist. The pressure was immense. He sat at the desk, opened the thermos, and a delicious aroma wafted out. The spirit grain rice was glistening and plump, accompanied by several exquisite side dishes, and a piece of beast meat infused with a faint spiritual energy both nutritious and flavorful. The dining experience at Huaqing Academy certainly lived up to its reputation. As he ate, he pulled up his personal terminal to browse the detailed information for tomorrow's new student assembly. The location was the Grand Auditorium in the main campus at 9 a.m., and it came with a simple campus map and important notes. Host. The system's voice sounded, "A new fluctuation in popularity has been detected." The interaction scene of Chongqing delivering food along with the host caring for the body alone in the room has sparked further goodwill and curiosity from the audience. An additional popularity value of approximately 85 points has been added. The popularity value had reached 142 points again. Chen Guan silently calculated at the boost of 0.3 stamina felt insignificant, but what if it accumulated to 1.2 points or even more? After converting the new popularity value into 0.1 stamina, Chen Guan glanced at the body beside him. The points didn't only apply to the avatar but to the body as well. The avatar wouldn't die, but the body would. Looking at the shop, Chen Guan had his eyes on a talent. Enhancement System Guardian Price 200,000 popularity points. The effect of Guardian is akin to being impervious to blades and fire, yet the price of 200,000 popularity points left him in. After finishing his meal, Chen Guan quickly washed up and helped the body tidy itself. Instead of sleeping in a bed, he took out a portable folding mat from his storage ring, laid it beside the coffin, and lay down fully dressed. The bed was reserved for the body while he lay beside it. The room was completely dark, with only the occasional flicker of light from the personal terminal. Outside the window, the campus gradually quieted down with distant shouts from the training ground faintly heard. Chen Guan closed his eyes, yet he did not immediately fall asleep. His mind replayed the experiences of today along with the colorful bullet comments from another world that occasionally drifted by. That was a world he could never return to, yet it was the source of his current power. Absurd yet so real. Tomorrow, class division. He murmured softly. According to the original plot, Chongqing would enter the strongest Tianshu class, gathering the top talents of this cohort. And what about himself? A new student with no abilities carrying a coffin, how could he possibly be placed anywhere? Where he ended up, it all depended on strength. Only those with strong fists would be assigned to good classes. No matter where he ended up, he had to find his place on that stage and make his voice heard, for the sake of popularity points. And also for the day of awakening that he didn't know when it would come. The night grew deeper. In room 304, one person slept in the bed, while another pretended to sleep beside the coffin, the heavy dark iron coffin, standing like a silent guardian in the shadows. In the corner of his vision, the last few delayed bullet comments drifted by slowly. He's sleeping on the floor, giving the bed to that person in the coffin. Such details hit home. I'm getting more and more curious. See you in class division tomorrow. Good night, coffin guy. Hurry up and update the next episode. The next morning. The morning light was faint, penetrating through the translucent curtains, casting a hazy glow on the floor of room 304. Chen Guan opened his eyes almost as soon as the first ray of light came in. It was not a natural awakening. Rather, this avatar seemed to inherit a high level of alertness, or perhaps it was the subconscious sense of insecurity in this world that prevented him from truly sleeping deeply. He sat up, rubbing his somewhat stiff neck. The folding mat was indeed not as comfortable as a bed. Immediately, Chen Guan's gaze turned to the bed. The body was still quietly sleeping, its chest rising and falling gently with steady breaths. Chen Guan approached, checked the vital signs, and after confirming everything was normal, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Every day ensuring the body was safe and sound was the prerequisite for him to start a new day. After a simple wash, Chen Guan performed a basic cleaning for his body as usual and began to change into the standardized school uniform issued along with the dormitory key yesterday. The dark blue fitted jacket, white shirt, and dark pants bore the emblem of Huaqing Academy on the left chest, featuring an ancient tree entwined with lightning and stars, looking far better than the uniform he wore in high school. It felt comfortable as well, with a special fabric that incorporated flexible fibers. It was said to possess certain protective capabilities, far superior to the net-like school uniform. He looked at his reflection in the mirror. The youth in the mirror was somewhat slender but stood with a straight back, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue yet mostly exuding tranquility. With short black hair and striking features complemented by his green eyes, and the silent black iron coffin behind him, he possessed an inexplicably unique aura. Host, a new day has begun. Today's main storyline nodes freshman assembly and class placement test. The expected attention will significantly increase. Please be prepared, host. The system cheerfully announced. After all, this little thing called the system did not know fatigue. Only Chen Guan would feel tired. He was an immortal body, not a tireless one. If one had to say something, it could only assist him in enjoying a swing indoors when he felt weary. Understood. Chen Guan adjusted his collar, fastening the personal terminal around his wrist. The terminal screen lit up, displaying the time date and a pinned assembly notification. Securing his body inside the coffin, he took a deep breath and opened the door. Almost simultaneously, the door of room 302 next door also opened, and Chongqing stepped out, also dressed in brand new school uniform, looking even more upright and exceptionally handsome. He saw Chen Guan and smiled, nodding in greeting. "Good morning, classmate Chen Guan, how was your rest?" "Good morning, and classmate, it was fine," Chen Guan replied, noticing that behind in Chongqing followed a tall youth with flamboyant red hair and sharp orange eyes resembling an eagle. The youth's muscular build stretched the uniform tightly, exuding an indomitable aura. He must be the one mentioned in the comments, Long Ao Tian, or rather Long Ao. "This is Long Ao, my roommate," and Chongqing introduced briefly. "Long Ao, this is Chen Guan, who lives in room 304. Long Ao's gaze swept over Chen Guan like a tangible force, pausing for a moment on his somewhat frail figure, then glancing at the eye-catching black coffin behind him, raising an eyebrow and letting out a vague snort which could be taken as a greeting. His attitude was not particularly friendly, yet there was no obvious malice evidently. He found nothing interesting about Chen Guan and deemed the small fry unworthy of his attention, merely offering a nod for enchanking's sake. Regardless of how others viewed him, Chen Guan maintained his smile. "Hello, Long Ao. Let's go have breakfast in the cafeteria first, then head to the auditorium." And Chongqing seemed accustomed to Long Ao's demeanor, suggesting calmly, "All right." Chen Guan had no objections. He was still unfamiliar with the academy layout, so following in Chongqing would at least prevent him from getting lost. The three of them descended the stairs together. Long Ao walked ahead with large strides and Chongqing in the middle, and Chen Guan slightly trailing behind. Along the way, Long Ao hardly spoke, occasionally whispering within Chongqing about rumors regarding the class placement test, to which Chongqing responded gently. Chen Guan enjoyed the quiet, silently observing the campus in the morning and the students passing by, while also noting the sporadic comments appearing before him. "Good morning, everyone. A new day starts with watching little Lin. The muscular guy next to him must be Long Ao, indeed looking tough, but the red-haired one is definitely Tsundra. Historically, red and blue make a couple. Red hair and blue eyes count as red and blue, right? Living together is still too ambiguous. Three people walking together? Feels a bit strange, uncertain. Let's observe a bit more. Today is the class placement test. I wonder how the coffin guy will perform. It's been a day. Can anyone spill the beans on who is in the coffin?" The comments were scattered and mostly lacked substantial content, and Chen Guan glanced at them absent-mindedly. Many students were already in the cafeteria, and Chongqing expertly led them to the counter, quickly preparing breakfast. It was still the Spirit Valley porridge, accompanied by side dishes and spirit beast eggs. Simple yet nutritious. Chen Guan noticed that many students' gazes lingered on their table, especially on him and Long Ao. Surprisingly, the most distinguished in Chongqing received less attention, as not many people knew his identity. The family's values do not allow for bullying others, so both father and son remained low-key. Long Ao attracted attention due to his conspicuous figure and aura, while he himself was likely noticed because the reputation of the coffin bearer had spread in a small circle. Long Ao was indifferent to this, finishing his portion with a whirlwind-like appetite. And Chongqing ate elegantly, while Chen Guan took his time listening to the excited yet nervous discussions among the new students, mostly about the upcoming class placements. "I heard there are only 20 spots in the Tianshu class. What will the test entail? Practical? Theoretical? Who cares, just get it done. I'm in the enhancement department. I'm not weak in the elemental department either." The air was thick with determination. Chen Guan quietly finished the last spoonful of porridge. He had no special abilities. His only reliance was this immortal disguise and the sturdy coffin, along with the system and himself. Without a doubt, he wanted to join the Tianshu class. Only then could he attract more attention, and with visuals comes popularity, leading to opportunities for performance. But could he really make it? After finishing his meal with a heavy heart, he joined the flow of people heading towards the auditorium situated in the center of the academy. It was a magnificent domed structure entirely built from pristine white stone, with a faint sheen on its surface exuding a solemn and mysterious aura. At the entrance, upperclassmen maintained order, guiding the freshmen to enter in sequence. Li Yuqing, whom he had encountered yesterday, was among them. Upon seeing Chen Guan, she winked, signaling a greeting. The interior of the auditorium was extremely spacious, capable of accommodating thousands. The freshmen took their seats in designated areas as instructed. Chen Guan and Chongqing and Long Ao did not sit together, but were scattered across different sections, clearly arranged randomly. Chen Guan found his seat and sat down, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. He maintained an upright posture, calmly gazing at the enormous stage in front. The stage was empty, with only the projection of the academy emblem slowly rotating. Soon the new students gathered, a sea of black uniforms, and the murmurs coalesced into a buzzing background sound, each person displaying a different demeanor. Chen Guan noticed that among these students were not only people from Huaxia, but also many foreign faces, truly a top-tier institution. Suddenly the light in the auditorium dimmed, and all whispers vanished in an instant. A beam of light shone in the center of the stage, and a figure silently appeared there. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a deep purple robe with an ordinary face but eyes as deep as the starry sky. He simply stood there without any extra movements or uttering a word, yet he rendered the entire auditorium silent, an invisible pressure enveloping every new student. Welcome to Hucking Academy, new students. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated in everyone's ears, carrying an air of authority. I am Situ Ming, the Vice President of Hucking Academy. You may call me Vice President Situ or Teacher Situ. Vice President. Many new students gasped in surprise. They never expected to meet such a prominent figure on the first day of school. Last year's welcoming ceremony featured no one of this caliber, just a grade director. Situ Ming's gaze slowly swept across the audience, and after a complete scan he spoke calmly. Hucking is a place for nurturing strong individuals, but being strong does not merely mean having great power. Situ Ming continued, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable strength, wisdom, character, perseverance, responsibility. These qualities are all indispensable. Today's class placement test will serve as your preliminary assessment. The test will occur in a special simulated illusion where you will encounter various scenes and challenges. There is no fixed scoring standard. The Academy will evaluate and place you based on your comprehensive performance in the illusion. A simulated illusion. Chen Guan's mind stirred. This indeed avoided the awkwardness of directly exposing his lack of abilities, but how should he leverage his strengths in the illusion? Remember, everything in the illusion may not be real, but your feelings, decisions, and actions are all true reflections of your character. Situ Ming said meaningfully, now relax your mind and prepare to connect. As his voice fell, he raised his right hand and lightly pointed into the void. Buzz! An invisible wave spread from him, instantly enveloping the entire auditorium. Chen Guan felt a flash before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery rippled like water. The chair's classmates' auditorium. The outlines of various objects rapidly blurred. The next second, a sensation of weightlessness hit him and the light changed abruptly. When Chen Guan's vision cleared again, he found himself standing in a desolate wasteland of charred black. The sky was a suffocating lead gray, the ground cracked and barren, the air thick with a bloody scent. In the distance, the twisted outlines of ruined buildings could be faintly seen, billowing smoke. What the heck? Hellish difficulty right from the start. This environment. Is it a post-apocalyptic wasteland backdrop? Where is everyone? Why is it just me, Coffin Guy? It seems to be an independent illusion test, with each person facing potentially different scenes. The barrage of comments appeared in time, confirming Chen Guan's suspicion. He quickly calmed down and surveyed his surroundings. He did not see An Chongqing Long Ao or any other new students. In this wasteland, it seemed he was the only one, and, with a thought, the heavy dark iron coffin appeared on the ground beside him. Indeed, the coffin most closely linked to his essence was recognized and projected into the illusion. What is the test content? Survival, exploration, or defeating something? Chen Guan squatted down and touched the charred ground, feeling its rough warmth. The environment was simulated extremely realistically. He tried to mobilize the power within him. The attributes of his disguise seemed to remain but abilities. He never had any, so it didn't matter. Just as he pondered, the earth suddenly trembled slightly. Rumbling. A muffled sound came from the horizon, growing closer and louder. Chen Guan looked up and saw dust swirling in the distance, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. No, it was not just an illusion. Within the dust, numerous, distorted creatures surged forth. They ran on all fours, moving swiftly. Fangs bared their eyes, shining with a scarlet light, emitting bloodthirsty howls. Like a tide, they surged towards Chen Guan. Beast tide. Starting off with a kill. How to fight this? Coffin. Quickly use the coffin to block. He seems to have no weapons. How is this a test? Run. The barrage instantly tensed. Chen Guan's heart also tightened. This illusion was truly not simple, starting with a dire test. Run. Where to run? This wasteland was boundless. How could his legs outrun these four-legged beasts? Moreover, his agility was only one. Furthermore, the purpose of the test was likely not merely to escape. His gaze fell upon the silent dark iron coffin beside him. It had no offensive capability, but he possessed the world's strongest shield. Of course, it could also serve as the sharpest spear. As the leading edge of the beast tide approached within 100 meters, a rancid wind blew towards him, and the savage forms became clear. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Guan's eyes. The main body should not be in the coffin, but even if it were, sorry old self, this is an urgent matter. He did not retreat, but took a step forward, standing in front of the dark iron coffin. Then he took a deep breath, braced his hands against one side of the coffin, his muscles tensed to the extreme, and he shouted, "Rise." The heavy dark iron coffin surprisingly lifted as he raised it. The system's enhancement still existed. He spun in place, the coffin creating a dull, whooshing sound. This was not some exquisite battle tactic. It purely relied on the coffin's weight to smash the monsters. Just as he began to spin, the black beast tide crashed into him. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of impact was incessant as the leading beasts crashed into the tilted dark iron coffin wall, the enormous force causing Chen Guan's arms to shake violently. His hands went numb and shallow grooves were carved into the scorched earth beneath his feet. Yet he gritted his teeth and held onto the shoulder straps made of iron chains. The dark iron coffin remained unscathed without even a white mark left, while those beasts that crashed against it were like watermelons, hitting an iron plate, instantly breaking their bones and bleeding, trampled into the mud by the pack behind. In an instant, a vacuum zone formed around him. Chen Guan was jolted back, blood surging, but he held tightly to the chains. The beast tide was endless, with monsters continually crashing and then bouncing off, being killed or crushed. Black blood and severed limbs quickly piled up in front of the coffin, forming a bloody barrier. He stood like a rock amid the raging waves, defiantly facing the onslaught of destruction, with his coffin as a shield. What the hell? He's really using the coffin. This is so cool. How heavy is this coffin that it can smash them to bits? Can Chen Guan actually wield it? What kind of ability does he have? Is it a strengthening type? While simple and crude, this is indeed effective. Chen Guan had no idea how long he had held on. Each second stretched like an eternity. His arms burned with agony, then numbed into oblivion until they felt alien to his very being. Sweat drenched his school uniform, and his breath rasped like a broken bellows. His stamina, rated at 1-4, proved woefully inadequate against such relentless expenditure. Yet somehow, impossibly, that number now felt real. He could not retreat. To do so would be to vanish beneath the tide of beasts. His gaze locked unblinking upon the ceaseless black surge surging forward. A single thought hammering through his skull: endure. He must endure. This was not true death, but it was a trial. He had to prove his mettle. Without any awakened ability, he still had this iron coffin, and above all an indomitable will that refused surrender. Just as consciousness began to fray and his strength teetered on the edge of total collapse, boom! It was as if he had crossed some invisible threshold, or triggered a hidden mechanism within the illusion. The endless beast tide dissolved instantaneously like smoke dispelled by wind. Only Chen Guan remained on the barren plain, still frozen mid-swing with his coffin raised high. Before him, phantom silhouettes of the vanishing horde and fading bloodstains shimmered in the air. The scorched earth, the desolate wasteland, even the leaden-gray sky began to blur and fade as though the world itself were losing its color. A calm, emotionless voice resonated directly within Chen Guan's mind. Assessment complete. Willpower alpha superior. Adaptability beta mid. Endurance alpha inferior. Special item utilization alpha superior. Overall potential undetermined. Next test commencing. No respite was granted. The scene shifted once more. Chen Guan and his black iron coffin vanished from the lifeless expanse. In the grand auditorium, a colossal circular holoscreen flickered, rapidly cycling through countless miniature frames, each displaying a different freshman's performance within their personalized illusion. One frame froze briefly on a striking image, a youth wielding his coffin like a spear, standing defiant against the roaring beast tide. Though fleeting, the moment drew subtle shifts in the expressions of several senior instructors seated in the observation gallery. Vice Dean Situ Ming gazed at the screen, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest of his seat, his eyes deep and inscrutable. This boy didn't use any awakened ability. His gaze drifted downward, to Chen Guan seated below with eyes closed. Then he descended the dais and ran his hand across the coffin's surface, a flash of genuine astonishment crossing his features. This is 10th Sandier black iron. Merely acquiring a slab of such rare material is extraordinary. Yet this youth carried it on his back. News of the coffin bearer had already reached Situ Ming's ears via the campus forum. To treat 10th Sandier black iron as if it were mere styrofoam. Just how immense was this youth's strength? Situ Ming never misjudged. In that prior illusion, Chen Guan relied solely on raw physical power and unyielding will. Nothing more, nothing less. Truly exceptional. Before the disorientation of the scene shift had fully subsided, a new environment coalesced around him. No longer scorched wasteland, but a profound hushed stillness, underwater. Chen Guan found himself suspended in deep azure waters, cradled by gentle currents. Sunlight pierced down from above, casting undulating columns of luminous gold. Vivid coral reefs bloomed in every shape and hue, while schools of iridescent fish drifted lazily through their labyrinthine branches. Serene, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet beneath that tranquil beauty lurked an invisible weight. The crushing pressure of water pressing in from all sides, constricting his chest and slowing his movements with palpable resistance. And breathing, that was the gravest complication of all. Instinctively, he held his breath, but quickly realized this was no brief breath-hold test. The illusion simulated a true aquatic environment. Oxygen was essential. Fortunately, the illusion showed mercy, granting him clear underwater vision, sparing him from blind floundering. The black iron coffin floated silently beside him, its lid sealed tight. It seemed the illusion had imbued the casket with a subtle homing trait, always hovering just within reach. Underwater scenario. What exactly is being tested here? Survival? Puzzle solving? Can a coffin even function underwater? Is it meant to serve as a submarine? Does this young man even know how to swim? His movements seem stiff and unpracticed. Surely the challenge isn't swimming. It's sustaining breath and mobility beneath the waves. Just staying afloat while hugging a coffin is impressive enough. His seems unusually heavy. Comments scrolled past in rapid succession. Chen Guan forced himself to still his thoughts, analyzing swiftly underwater trials typically tested environmental adaptation, combat efficacy, or pathfinding. Breath came first. He attempted to stir the faint energy within his body seeking internal circulation. But clearly his current vessel lacked the capacity for such refinement. A slow, creeping suffocation began to coil around his senses. His eyes returned to the Black Iron Coffin. How airtight was it? Could it offer even a temporary pocket of breathable air? The notion flickered and died. Opening the coffin was uncertain at best, and perilous at worst. Its interior remained unknown. Worse yet, breaching it might flood the chamber, or unleash unforeseen consequences. The risk was simply too great. Then, what of the coffin itself? He recalled rudimentary principles from his past life. Solid 10th sandier black iron, dense beyond measure, should sink not float. But what if trapped air clung to its surface? Or if hollow cavities existed within? No, the crux wasn't buoyancy. His gaze traced the coffin's smooth, unyielding surface, then drifted toward the fish gliding past, unperturbed by the two intruders in their domain. Perhaps another approach was needed. Chen Guan ceased resisting the water's drag and the ache of breathlessness. Instead he relaxed, letting the current carry him gently forward. He reached out and grasped the coffin side, using it as an anchor to adjust his orientation. He did not ascend, though light beckoned above the exit need not lie there. Instead he began observing his surroundings with meticulous care. The coral formed a complex underwater maze. The shafts of light fell with deliberate rhythm. Some glowing algae and bioluminescent jellyfish dotted the landscape like markers or snares. Larger predators, jaws sharp, forms shadowed, lurked at the periphery, silent and watchful, radiating the cold intent of hunters. So this was the test. Not brute endurance, but perception, judgment, and composure under constraint, limited mobility, scarce resources, and mounting pressure. Guided by the coffin's steady presence, Chen Guan drifted slowly along the widest, brightest coral channel. He moved with deliberate economy, conserving oxygen, eyes scanning every angle. Soon he noticed anomalies at certain coral junctions. The water churned violently, tiny vortices swirling with unnatural intensity. When small fish strayed too close, they were snatched inward without trace. Traps. He steered clear with quiet precision. After a short distance, three diverging paths appeared ahead, one ascending into brighter waters, one stretching straight into gloom, and one descending steeply into thick, impenetrable shadow. Which path to choose? Chen Guan paused, attuning himself. The upward route brought easing pressure, but also stronger currents and a distant thunderous roar like submerged rapids or cascading falls. The forward path was calmest, but darkest visibility near zero. The downward path bore the greatest pressure, the deepest obscurity. Yet from below he sensed it. A faint rhythmic pulse utterly distinct from the water's flow. Is this the exit? There was no time for hesitation. The suffocation intensified, and his lungs began to burn painfully. He decided to trust that faint sense of direction, pushing the mysterious iron coffin with all his might as he dove into the downward passage. The pressure suddenly increased, causing pain in his eardrums, and light almost completely vanished save for the occasional glow from some bioluminescent creatures. The unusual fluctuation became clearer, carrying a peculiar pull. The passage grew narrower until it could barely accommodate both the coffin and him. The jagged rocks on either side seemed ready to close in at any moment. In the unknown darkness, a greater threat seemed to lurk. Just as Chen Guan felt his lungs were about to burst, and his consciousness started to blur from oxygen deprivation, the path ahead suddenly opened up. It was not a water surface, but a vast underwater void filled with air. He burst out of the water, crashing heavily onto the dry, cold, rocky ground, coughing violently, gasping for air infused with a damp mineral scent. The mysterious iron coffin clanked down beside him. He collapsed to the ground, taking a while to recover, scanning his surroundings. This was a naturally formed cave illuminated by faintly glowing moss on the ceiling. In the center of the cave stood an ancient stone tablet. The tablet was engraved with intricate patterns, and in the center was a palm-shaped indentation. A maze underwater with puzzles to solve. Good choice, young man. That was quite risky with those whirlpools and forks. A wrong choice could have led to disaster. The stone tablet was clearly the next step. It was time for a test of intelligence and intuition. Chen Guan propped himself up, walking to the stone tablet, the patterns resembling some ancient runes he couldn't comprehend. The meaning of the palm-shaped indentation was obvious. It required his hand to be placed upon it. What would it be? Identity verification, spiritual power test, or triggering a new challenge? Chen Guan glanced back at the mysterious iron coffin, then looked at his own hand wrinkled from struggling underwater. He possessed no special abilities, and there were no unique energy fluctuations within him. Would this test expose him as an ordinary person right before the audience? But at this point there was no retreat. If he had to be exposed, then so be it. He took a deep breath, dried his wet hand, and firmly placed his right hand on the indentation. A chilling sensation coursed through him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The The stone tablet showed no response. The patterns did not glow, and there was no feedback, as if he had merely pressed on an ordinary stone. No response. This test seems unfair. Others seem to have it easy, while we the ones carrying the coffin are suffering. Don't worry, there might be another method of judgment. Chen Guan's heart sank slightly. Sure enough. However, just as he was about to retract his hand, an unexpected change occurred. It was not the stone tablet, but the mysterious iron coffin behind him. The previously silent, mysterious iron coffin suddenly emitted a faint, almost ethereal gray mist from the seam between the coffin lid and body. This mist was as thin as a thread and would have been nearly imperceptible in the dim cave. It drifted out as if drawn by some force, slowly flowing towards the stone tablet and merging into the ancient patterns. Buzz! The patterns on the stone tablet illuminated one by one from the bottom up, glowing with a dark golden sheen, eventually converging at the indentation where Chen Guan's palm rested. A cold, heavy, and desolate intention surged through his palm and into his mind. It was not a language, but rather a vague feeling, a fragmented image, endless darkness, cold metal, prolonged slumber, and a faint yet tenacious obsession with life. This feeling came swiftly and left just as quickly. In the next moment, the radiance of the stone tablet faded, returning to its original state. The gray mist that had escaped from the coffin also vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chen Guan retracted his hand, feeling the chill in his palm, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. That feeling just now, was it from the coffin or from the entity within it? Could the illusion even simulate this? Or was it the controller's doing? The calm voice echoed in his mind once again: assessment complete, environmental adaptation and judgment grade A, crisis intuition grade A, special association resonance special A, comprehensive potential reevaluating. Final test, prepare. The scene shifted for the third time. The cave, the stone tablet, the sound of flowing water instantly faded away. This time Chen Guan found himself in an infinitely vast space of pure white. Above, below, left and right were all soft white light without boundaries or points of reference. Only he and his mysterious iron coffin floated in this void. A pure white space. What is this testing? Mental state? Willpower? Or just straightforward combat? Did the coffin emit smoke? Special A rating impressive. Besides, Xiao and he was the first to achieve Special A. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Chen Guan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. After experiencing the beast tide in the wasteland and the underwater maze, he understood that this illusion test was certainly not simple. Each level targeted different aspects. This pure white space, seemingly tranquil, was likely the most perilous level yet. Indeed, that voice resonated directly, no longer assessing but asking a question that echoed in the space and his mind: why do you bear the coffin? Chen Guan's heart jolted at this question. He could be vague within Chongqing or Su Yuehe, and could weave tales for the comments, but in this ultimate test of the illusion seemingly aimed at his true heart, he could not evade. If he were to hide anything, he might not be able to enter the Tianshu class. Why? For popularity, for awakening, to survive in this world. These were purposes, motivations, but not the deepest reasons behind his burden. The coffin, what was it to him? He fell silent, gently placing his hand on the cold coffin lid. Inside the coffin was his irreversible past, the dormant self, the very reason for Chen Guan's existence. What he carried was not merely a coffin. It was the past of his previous life. It was Chen Guan's present. It was the unknown future. It was a soul's watch over another soul. It was an existence's intense attachment to its own roots. He lifted his head, gazing at the endless pure white, and slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet filled with penetrating power. Because he is inside. Because I cannot let go. Because this is me. No flowery language, no tragic embellishments, just the simplest, most direct statement. In the moment his words fell, the pure white space seemed to tremble slightly. Then, like a faded oil painting the white, rapidly dissipated. Chen Guan found himself seated back in the auditorium, surrounded by newly awakened students, each with different expressions. He has returned. His personal terminal vibrated slightly, and a message popped up automatically. Classmate Chen Guan, the class placement test has been completed. Overall assessment level special assigned class Tianshu class special admission. Please report to the exclusive classroom 101 in Tianshu building at 2 p.m. today. Instructor C2 Ming. Tianshu class special admission instructor C2 Ming. Personally led by the vice dean. Chen Guan quickly extracted the key terms, his pupils narrowing. This result far exceeded his expectations. Was it due to the coffin's special resonance? Or was it because of his last answer? He instinctively glanced towards the front row wherein Chongqing was sitting, and Chongqing seemed to have just awakened, looking down at his terminal, his profile serene. He wondered wherein Chongqing was assigned, but it was likely also Tianshu class. Special admission. The system's voice excitedly chimed in. The entire class placement test was highly energetic, popularity skyrocketed, and the current popularity value has surpassed 1,500 points, and it continues to rise. Chen Guan felt certain in his heart. The popularity value was the tangible gain. He looked again at the terminal information on his wrist. It seemed that as a coffin bearer it would be difficult for him to keep a low profile. Life at Huaqing Academy truly began at this moment. In the corner of his vision, the bullet comments had completely erupted. Tianshu class. Special admission. Vice Dean as instructor. A full display. That last answer was incredible. This is me, so cool. Coffin guy is awesome. Broken voice. So who is in the coffin? Who is inside, and what are you unable to let go of, coffin brother? Next episode, I want to see the daily life of Tianshu class. Fast forward to Chen Guan marrying the person in the coffin. Ignoring the nonsensical chatter of the bullet comments, the massive light screen at the front of the hall lit up, beginning to roll out the preliminary class placement list. Tianshu class, Tianxian class, Tianji class. Following one resounding class name after another were countless names. Exclamation, sighs, and excited shouts echoed back and forth. Chen Guan saw Changqing's name undoubtedly at the top of the Tianshu class, with Long Ao's name also listed ranked second, followed closely by Su Yu's name. However, Chen Guan's own name was not on the public light screen's Tianshu class list. In the special admission remark section beside it, his name was written. As expected, special admission comes with different treatment. After the announcement, Vice Dean Si Tuming reappeared on stage, briefly summarizing a few sentences encouraging the new students to work hard and not waste their youth before announcing the dismissal. The crowd began to stir and moved towards the exit of the hall. Chen Guan stood up, leisurely moving with the flow of people. He could feel curious and probing looks directed at him, some even tinged with subtle discontent. Entering the school as a coffin bearer and obtaining special admission during the test made it hard not to attract attention, but with the school rules in place, no one dared to do anything. Classmate Chen Guan. A gentle voice sounded beside him. Chen Guan turned to Si and Changqing. He had finished speaking with several classmates from Tianshu class, and had specifically walked over accompanied by Su Yuehe and Long Ao. Classmate and classmate Su. Chen Guan nodded in greeting. Congratulations. And Changqing smiled, his gaze clear. Tianshu class special admission, very impressive. Thank you, just lucky, Chen Guan replied politely, meeting Changqing's gaze calmly, also glancing at Su Yuehe and Long Ao beside him. Su Yuehe curiously examined Chen Guan, and the coffin behind him, her big eyes blinking, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Long Ao, however, still wore his usual standoffish demeanor, arms crossed, his gaze lingering on Chen Guan for a moment before indifferently moving away, as if merely confirming the existence of this special admission student. Just special admission, it still doesn't change his weak strength. Classmate Chen Guan, what was your test scene like? Su Yuehe couldn't hold back asking with a hint of anxiety and curiosity. Mine was on a glacier. I had to find the ice crystal guarded by a snow monster. It nearly froze me to death. Changqing said he encountered a mechanism formation in an ancient ruin, and Long Ao fought phantoms directly on the arena. Me, Chen Guan replied in a flat tone. It was a wasteland, encountered some wild beasts, and managed to deal with it. He did not intend to elaborate on the details. His coffin seemed to have some special characteristics, and he hadn't had the chance to ask the administrator yet, so he could only discuss it back at the dorm. Oh, Su Yuehe looked a bit disappointed but did not press further, instead enthusiastically said, but special admission is so impressive. I heard there are very few special admission slots. Why are you a special admission? Yuehe. And Changqing gently stopped Su Yuehe from potentially probing further, saying to Chen Guan, the class placement is set. We will all be in Tianshu class from now on, and there will be many opportunities to meet. If you have any questions about Tianshu building or the course schedule, feel free to ask us at any time. Thank you, Chen Guan nodded. He could sense the goodwill emanating from Changqing, although this goodwill might stem more from his own cultivation and basic care for classmates. It was only then that Long Ao coldly spoke up, his voice muffled. Tianshu class relies on strength to speak special admission. I hope it's not just for show. After saying this, he did not wait for a response, and turned to leave, his tall figure quickly disappearing into the dispersing crowd. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, and Su Yuehe stuck out her tongue, quietly saying, Long Ao is like that classmate Chen Guan, don't take it personally. Long Ao's background was also not simple, so Su Yuehe had previously known him, understanding that he was indeed as proud as his name suggested. Not only Long Ao, but those who could enter Tianshu class were not simple individuals. It's fine, Chen Guan truly did not mind. Long Ao's attitude was very direct. Strength was paramount, which was quite normal in a high martial world. He himself was also more adapted to such a straightforward style, having grown up in an environment like that in his past life. Shall we go grab something to eat first? After a busy morning, you must be hungry. And Changqing naturally suggested, alleviating the slight awkwardness. We can also discuss this afternoon's gathering. All right. Chen Guan did not refuse. He indeed needed to understand the academy's cafeteria and the arrangements for the afternoon. The three of them walked out of the hall together with the flow of people. The midday sun was just right, casting its light on the magnificent academy buildings and lush greenery, as students in various academy uniforms moved energetically among them. On the way to the cafeteria, and Changqing briefly introduced the main facilities in the Tianshu area and the key points for the afternoon gathering. Su Yuehe occasionally chimed in beside him, chattering about various rumors she had heard from older students. Most of the time Chen Guan just listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word or two. He could feel that despite Changqing and Su Yu's friendly demeanor, there still existed an invisible barrier between them. He was the suddenly inserted special admission student, the oddity carrying a coffin, and he was ultimately not a kindred spirit with these two protagonists, who came from distinguished backgrounds, possessed extraordinary talents, and already had their own connections. The current harmony is largely built upon the personal cultivation of the two individuals. However, Chen Guan remains unconcerned. His goal has never been to integrate into a small group, but rather to gain popularity and enhance his strength. Maintaining appropriate and positive interactions with the protagonist serves as a trigger for the camera. After a simple meal in the cafeteria, the three parted ways. And Chongqing and Su Yuehe seemed to have other matters to attend to while Chen Guan returned to his dormitory alone. Upon reaching room 304, he routinely checked his physical condition, fed himself liquid food, and performed a simple cleaning. Only after completing these tasks did he relax slightly and bring up the system panel. Popularity 1892. During this period after the test, his popularity continued to increase steadily. Chen Guan pondered for a moment and decided to allocate an additional 8 points to his stamina. The stamina attribute gradually increased. Stamina 3. 2 greater stamina means that the coffin can support longer periods of high-intensity activity. His coffin serves as both a sharp spear and an unyielding shield, making it top-notch as both a weapon and armor in the short term. He just needed to inconvenience himself a little. He changed into a clean school uniform. Although it was an illusion, he still worked up a bit of sweat, so he changed again. Noticing that it was nearing 2 o'clock, he once again shouldered the Shentai coffin and headed towards the Tianshu building. The Tianshu building complex is grand and majestic, enveloped in spiritual energy. Following the guidance of the terminal map, Chen Guan arrived at classroom 101 on the first floor of the main building. The classroom was spacious and bright, simply decorated yet stylish, with nearly 20 people already seated. When he entered the classroom with the iconic black coffin on his back, the previously murmuring classroom fell silent. Gazes were cast upon him like invisible searchlights. Chen Guan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly scanned the classroom, and Chongqing was seated in the front row by the window, giving him a slight nod of acknowledgement. In the back row corner, Long Ao was resting with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Su Yuehe sat slightly behind in Chongqing and brightened upon seeing Chen Guan giving a small wave. Aside from them, there were several unfamiliar faces, some handsome and others beautiful, each with distinct temperaments, most radiating the unique pride of the gifted. He found a seat towards the back by the window and carefully placed the Shentai coffin beside him. This position was unobtrusive and allowed for easy entry and exit. Just as he settled in, a slightly frivolous voice came from the right side of the front row. "Oh, our Tianshu class really is full of talent. Even a coffin has a spot. Is this black box intended to be a desk or a bed?" The owner of this voice was a boy dressed in a flashy pink shirt with several strands of his hair dyed golden. He had a playful expression, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Guan, a blatant sneer on his lips. A few similarly dressed boys next to him chimed in with low laughter. Lu Feiyu, say a little less. And Chongqing frowned slightly, speaking up to stop him. Although his tone was gentle, it carried a persuasive authority. The boy in the pink shirt, identified as Lu Feiyu, pouted, seemingly wary of Chongqing, and ceased the loud mockery, but continued to mutter, "Is this what the special admission brings? What does Dean Situ think?" Chen Guan didn't even lift his eyelids, completely ignoring the noise. Such provocation was trivial compared to the cold glares he had endured before. There was no need for him to engage with such people. He currently lacked the strength to turn the tables. What he was more focused on was the upcoming mentor and the environment of the Tianshu class. Moreover, what was more important, popularity. Who is this boy in a pink shirt, and why does he say such things about our coffin guy? Lu Feiyu, a forum expert, has compiled information on him. His father seems to be a billionaire. While being a billionaire is impressive, but can he compare to Xiao N's dad? Xiao N is always so amiable. As the barrage of comments continued, the classroom door was silently pushed open. Situ Ming, dressed in a deep purple robe, walked in slowly. In an instant, all noise disappeared, the air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure spread out, causing even these proud children of heaven to instinctively straighten their spines and temper their expressions. Situ Ming ascended the podium, his gaze like a tranquil deep pool, slowly sweeping over every young face below. His gaze lingered for a moment on Chen Guan and the coffin beside him before shifting away. "I am Situ Ming." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a peculiar force that instilled calmness yet demanded respect. "I will be your responsible mentor for the next year in Tianshu class." After a brief self-introduction, he did not engage in unnecessary pleasantries, but directly got to the point. Tianshu class, the pinnacle of Hua Qing. Those who enter this door must be the best in talent, disposition, and potential. However, simply sitting here today represents merely the starting point. Situ Ming's tone was calm, yet each word carried weight. Hua Qing does not cultivate mediocrity, and Tianshu cannot tolerate waste. There will be internal assessments every month, and those at the bottom of the rankings will be demoted to Tianxian. The outstanding of Tianxian can advance to Tianshu. Survival of the fittest is an eternal truth. What is this old man rambling about? Is he suffering from literary sickness? Chen Guan silently nodded, agreeing with the most accurate comment from the barrage. Many students felt a weighty pressure, particularly those who had entered through family connections. Their expressions slightly changed. Such rules were not present in previous years. Is this a targeted approach? In addition to internal class competition, as members of Tianshu class, you automatically gain eligibility as candidates for the potential dragon list. Situ Ming continued. Being on the list not only pertains to honor, but means tangible resource allocation. The list is updated quarterly, and all students in the academy can challenge those on it. The potential dragon list. Many students' eyes ignited with fervent flames. It symbolizes strength, a passport to a stronger path. The potential dragon list does not consider family background. Only strength matters. It is a unique ranking in Huaqing evaluating students. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges. Could be said that the top student could even ride on the teacher to attend classes. Long Ao finally opened his eyes, seemingly envisioning himself at the top of the list. Today's first lesson will not discuss theoretical cultivation. Situ Ming's tone shifted, his gaze becoming profound. I will only ask you one question. He paused, seemingly giving everyone ample time to prepare. Why do you pursue power? For what reason do you wish to become stronger? This question was even grander than the one posed to Chen Guan in the illusion. The classroom fell into a thoughtful silence. Some frowned in contemplation, others' eyes flickered, and some instinctively glanced at those beside them. Situ Ming did not rush, simply waiting quietly, as if observing the echoes within each person's soul. Chen Guan also lowered his gaze. Why? For popularity, to awaken his original body. These are goals and driving forces, but they do not seem to represent the essence of power. He recalled the final moments in the illusion, the dialogue in that pure white space. He remembered the self sleeping within the coffin, the hardships of 2 lifetimes, and the faint yet unyielding hope for the future. After a moment, a clear and firm voice shattered the silence. And Chongqing stood up, his posture like a pine tree, his gaze as clear as a washed sky, facing Situ Ming's scrutiny, and declared loudly, I believe that the pursuit of power is to possess the ability to protect. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an innate righteousness. Situ Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of faint admiration, neither affirming nor denying, as he gestured for Chongqing to take a seat. Many years ago, a person who bore a striking resemblance to the current Chongqing stood here, passionately articulating his thoughts. Time has passed, and now even his son stands here. Then one by one students rose to express their thoughts, each presenting a myriad of reasons. When it was Long Ao's turn, he remained succinct: to grow stronger, and then to defeat all who stand in my way. His words were filled with pure, unadulterated ambition. Situ Ming nodded, allowing him to sit down. It was hardly surprising, the Long family seemed to share a single mind, and he was not taken aback by Long Ao's answer. Soon Situ Ming's gaze fell upon the silent youth in the back row, leaning against a large black coffin. Chen Guan. He called out directly, his voice flat and unassuming, and you. All eyes in the classroom converged on him like a spotlight. Various emotions intertwined, though disdain was the most prevalent. Most present were young masters and ladies, such as my club president father, my speaker mother, my general grandfather. It was entirely normal for them to look down upon someone like Chen Guan, who was specially recruited. Chen Guan slowly stood up. He could feel the weight of those gazes, as well as the cold touch of the coffin beside him. He met Situ Ming's gaze, yet it seemed he looked beyond him, toward the coffin, toward another version of himself that lay asleep within. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice low but exceptionally clear, echoing in the quiet classroom. 2. Always stand carrying him, no matter how high I climb or how hard I fall, to have the strength to lift him up again. And also, perhaps one day, to hear what he wants to say. It was not even for a specific goal. It was simply to stand. For Chen Guan, the purpose of this persona existed solely to support the old self within the coffin. This answer once again caught everyone off guard. Strange, obscure, and even somewhat difficult to comprehend. Situ Ming's gaze, however, shifted slightly. He stared deeply at Chen Guan, as if trying to pierce through the calm surface to glimpse the undercurrents hidden beneath. The classroom fell into silence. Some furrowed their brows in confusion, some contemplated, while others found it absurd and laughable. Lu Feiyu did not hide his disdain, as he scoffed, whispering, pretentious. And Chongqing looked at Chen Guan, a complex wave flashing in his eyes, while Su Yuehe blinked her big eyes, seemingly touched by the determination expressed in his answer. Long Ao's gaze was fixed on him, lingering a bit longer this time. He could sense the will embedded in Chen Guan's simple words. Resolute, stubborn. He closed his eyes again, though devoid of any fluctuation of spiritual energy. He could not be deemed useless. Situ Ming still refrained from commenting, merely nodding. Sit down. He did not pursue the topic any further, but began to elaborate on the specific rules, course system, resource allocation, and task systems of the Tianshu class. Chen Guan sat down, his expression still calm. He knew that his answer was perhaps not particularly ambitious, yet it was indeed his most genuine thought at that moment. He did not need everyone to understand him. All he needed was to tighten the straps on his shoulders and continue moving forward. Who exactly is the person in the coffin? Did they save Chen Guan's life? Not just saving a life, but perhaps the whole family too. Who understands that line to always stand carrying him? Is it a close friend or a wife? I have my own judgment. And no matter how high I climb or how hard I fall to have the strength to lift him up again. This line is also profound. It feels like the driving force for Chen Guan's existence is the person in the coffin. Agreed. I'm increasingly curious about their past. In the backstage panel watching the rising popularity, a hint of a smile crossed Chen Guan's lips. The afternoon's class concluded amidst Si Tu-ming's narration. After dismissing the class, Si Tu-ming left a remark. Chen Guan, please stay for a moment. The other students stood up and left, glancing at Chen Guan as they departed. Being kept behind for something seemed to evoke many thoughts. As Chongqing passed by, he nodded at him and made a gesture of encouragement. Long Ao shot him a glance without expression but did not linger, following Chongqing out. Lu Feiyu deliberately walked past him, saying to his companion, in a voice that was neither too loud nor too quiet, special recruitment. I think he has connections, putting on some mysterious act. His companions laughed in agreement. Su Yuehe approached to say something to Chen Guan, but was gently pulled away by Chongqing. Soon only Chen Guan and Si Tu-ming remained in the classroom. Si Tu-ming descended from the podium and approached Chen Guan. He did not look at the coffin, his gaze landing directly on Chen Guan's face, his deep-set eyes seeming to pierce into the soul. I have reviewed your testing records. Si Tu-ming got straight to the point, his tone flat yet carrying an invisible pressure. In the beast tide, you stood firm, using the coffin as a shield. Your will is commendable. In the underwater maze, you maintained your composure and sought a path. Your character is acceptable. Before the ancient steel. He paused. The coffin exhibited unusual movements, resonating with lingering thoughts. I should not pry further, but forgive me, I must ask, what exactly is this coffin? What is its connection to you? What was meant to come would eventually arrive, and more directly than anticipated. Chen Guan's heart tightened slightly, yet he maintained his composure, raising his head to meet Si Tu-ming's gaze, his eyes betraying no evasion. The student does not know much. I only know that this coffin is made from 10,000-year-old mysterious iron. As for the person in the coffin, that is my close friend who lies unconscious. I cannot bear to let him dwell in endless darkness, to sleep in coldness, hence I take care of him closely. Si Tu-ming quietly observed him for several moments, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the skin and reach deep into the soul. The pressure from his long-standing position and unfathomable power made this silent scrutiny feel particularly prolonged. After a long while, Si Tu-ming finally spoke slowly, his voice still flat but seemingly lacking some scrutiny, infused with an indescribable meaning. Deep affection and loyalty, a will of iron. Though lacking overt abilities, you can carve a different path, using tools to convey your way, mastering objects with your heart, carving out a path in dire straits. Your special recruitment into Tianshu is not a breach of protocol. You indeed possess the qualifications deserving of this position. However, he shifted his tone, his expression slightly stern. Huaqing is ultimately a school for superpowered individuals. You may be special and can take an unconventional path, but your foundation must not be neglected, or otherwise you will face obstacles ahead, making it hard to proceed. The student understands, Chen Guan respectfully replied. He indeed needed a systematic education in the knowledge system of this world, even if his persona could not cultivate, merely adding some strength would suffice. Yes, thank you, master, for your guidance. Chen Guan expressed his sincere gratitude. These words were both affirmation and gentle admonition, a rare kindness extended to him, a special admissions student with shallow foundational roots. Director Situ appeared flawless, barring the occasional obscurity of his speech. Truly a dedicated and conscientious instructor. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. 10th Sandir Shen iron was indeed priceless. If word spread even within the academy walls, some might turn hostile toward him. The current tranquility persisted only because everyone assumed it was merely millennium-grade Shen iron. A rarity, yes, but still within reason. True 10th Sandir Shen iron, however, had never been seen on the market. Director Situ Ming gave a slight nod. Your curriculum will differ slightly. Early-stage studies will emphasize theoretical inquiry, physical cultivation, and spiritual energy refinement. Detailed arrangements will be delivered shortly to your personal terminal. You may go now. This was the hallmark of a premier academy. Teachers tailoring instruction to individual aptitude, crafting bespoke learning pathways. Chen Guan hoisted the coffin onto his back and turned away from classroom 101. The corridor stretched silent and vast. Slanting sunlight poured through towering stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the floor. His shadow stretched long and slender, while beside it loomed the coffin's far larger, deeper, and more solemn silhouette. Two shadows entwined as if one being. Upstairs, his dearest friend walked ever at his side. He was never alone. Yet no one found it strange. Even now, no one had uncovered Chen Guan's family background. Not even the forums had unearthed the ancestral name of Long Ao. A sharp intake of breath. This youth was truly terrifying. Though the commentary continued its idle chatter, they spoke truth. He was never solitary. He knew precisely what he sought. Everything, in service of ever-rising popularity points. His personal terminal pulsed softly. The newly customized syllabus had arrived. Chen Guan did not open the syllabus immediately. Instead, he walked steadily toward Qingzhou courtyard, the coffin resting firmly upon his shoulders. The setting sun elongated both his figure and the coffin's shadow into slender mirrored streaks across the gleaming academy pathway, drawing frequent glances and hushed murmurs from passing students. He had long grown accustomed to such stares. Initially uneasy, he now met them with serene indifference. Back in room 304, he first checked his dormant body. The face remained tranquil, breath steady and unhurried. After completing his routine care, Chen Guan seated himself at the desk and activated his personal terminal. The new syllabus unfolded in meticulous detail. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Morning, Foundations of Paranormal Theory, General Course, Tianshu Building Lecture Hall. Afternoon, Fundamentals of Martial Technique, Human Potential Development, Private Training Room. Instructor Li Yan. Tuesdays, Thursdays. Morning, Spiritual Energy Guidance, Introductory Meditation, Jingxin Hall. Instructor Yun Ji. Afternoon, Unstructured Time. Weekends. Morning, Specialized Artifact Research Application, Introductory Level, Qian Building. Instructor Director Situ Ming, irregularly scheduled. Afternoon, Optional Field Training or Free Activity. Additionally, completion of at least one academy assignment per week and a comprehensive evaluation once monthly. The former imposed no difficulty ceiling, the latter functioned much like a monthly examination. The curriculum balanced theory, physical conditioning, and mental discipline, and even acknowledged his moniker coffin bearer by including artifact-oriented training. It was remarkably thoughtful. Especially noteworthy was the weekend course on specialized artifacts personally taught by Director Situ Ming, an unmistakable sign of high regard. Chen Guan memorized class times and venues, then began mapping out his priorities. Foremost was rapidly acquiring foundational knowledge of this world's paranormal theory, to avoid exposing gaps in his understanding. Though he had hastily studied online, his grasp remained fragile. Any probing question would betray him. The library was indispensable. Host. The system's voice resonated. Based on your syllabus and persona, we recommend prioritizing either Mastery of Foundational Martial Technique White or Introduction to Basic Meditation White. Both accelerate early adaptation and offer exceptional value. Just 500 popularity points each. Chen Guan glanced at his current balance, 1892 points. Acquiring one would leave him with ample reserve. After brief contemplation, he declared, acquire Mastery of Foundational Martial Technique White. Physical strength formed the bedrock, but harnessing it effectively, unlocking the body's latent potential, demanded refined technique. This martial course was led by instructor Li Yan, whose very name evoked sternness and rigor. Gaining even rudimentary proficiency beforehand was prudent. Acquisition successful. 500 popularity points deducted. Remaining balance 1392 points. A warm current surged through Chen Guan's mind, flooding it with concise yet practical knowledge. Striking power generation, evasion, endurance drills, and etching itself into his host body as ingrained muscle memory. Though merely white-higher, the most basic quality, it markedly elevated his bodily command. Limbs felt swifter, hands more precise, movements more fluid. Not bad. Chen Guan flexed his wrist, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Quality matched price. The system proved fair and dependable. He then opened the system's marketplace, scanning dazzling, yet exorbitantly priced abilities, arts, and innate talents. Even the cheapest ability cost several thousand points. His path ahead remained long. For now, he could only gaze longingly. Host, we recommend spending 1000 popularity points to unlock the forum function, granting direct interaction with the audience. Chen Guan's eyes brightened. Dialogue with the audience. An excellent proposition, yet the steep cost gave him pause. In the end, he declined, choosing instead to conserve his points. Closing the interface, he retrieved several books borrowed from the library, a concise history of the paranormal, an overview of the 8 paradigms of ability and fundamentals of Qi and Qi sensitivity. He devoured them voraciously, feverishly, filling the voids in his knowledge. Time slipped quietly between turning pages. Outside, dusk deepened, campus lights flickered awake one by one. When Chen Guan finally rubbed his tired eyes and set aside the last volume, he possessed a clear structural understanding of this world's power system. Qi, the fundamental energy permeating all things, flowed throughout heaven and earth. Humans who cultivated, guided, and wielded this force became paranormals. Even those without innate abilities belonged to this order. Chen Guan himself stood among them. The 8 paradigms each emphasized distinct domains. Mythic arts governing laws and cosmic principles ranked highest in prestige and possessed the greatest ceiling. Knowledge arts centered on creation and calculation. Enhancement arts amplified the self. Elemental arts commanded natural forces. Special arts manifested in countless eccentric forms. Mental arts engaged consciousness and intent. Summoning arts bridged realms or conjured entities. Life arts governed healing and growth. In essence, Qi was the mana bar, abilities were the spells. And Chongqing's mythic arts and Long Ao's enhancement arts exemplified elite combat disciplines. Yet comprehension remained theoretical. The texts offered vague, elusive guidance on sensing or channeling Qi. Such practice would await formal instruction. A low growl rose from his stomach. Chen Guan realized he'd missed dinner. Gathering his books, he rose to head for the cafeteria, when his personal terminal chimed again. A message from Chongqing. Good evening, Chen Guan. You, He Long Ao, and several other classmates are gathering at Tingyu Pavilion for informal exchange and mutual acquaintance. Should your schedule permit, you're warmly welcome to join us. Listening Rain Pavilion. It seems to be a well-known tea house within the academy which Chen Guan had seen on the map. After a brief contemplation, Chen Guan replied, Thank you, I will go there shortly. This was an opportunity to observe other students while also increasing interaction in front of the camera. Although he might encounter unfriendly individuals like Lu Feiyu again, with Chongqing present, it shouldn't be too awkward. He once again lifted the coffin and left the room. Following the guidance of the terminal map, Chen Guan arrived at Listening Rain Pavilion located near the Academy's scenic lake area. This was an elegantly constructed pavilion by the water with wind chimes hanging from the eaves producing crisp sounds in the evening breeze. The interior was brightly lit and faint laughter could be heard. As Chen Guan stepped up the stairs and entered the spacious first-floor hall, was divided into several elegant small rooms by folding screens. The private room reserved by Chongqing was situated on the second floor by the window. When he appeared in the second-floor corridor carrying the coffin, he happened to run into Lu Feiyu and his two lackeys coming out of another private room. Lu Feiyu paused upon seeing Chen Guan, then immediately displayed an exaggerated expression of disgust, waving his hand in front of his nose and loudly proclaiming to his companions, What bad luck! It's truly unfortunate to encounter filthy things wherever one goes. Let's go! With that, he strutted down the stairs. Chen Guan couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance and walked straight towards the private room where Chongqing was. He knocked on the door and a gentle voice from inside responded, Please come in. As he pushed open the door, he found the private room to be more spacious than he had imagined, elegantly decorated with a subtle calming incense burning. The window was open, offering a view of the shimmering lake below and the distant twinkling lights. Inside the room sat 7 or 8 people with Chongqing in the main seat, Su Yuehe sitting beside him, and Long Ao alone in the corner by the window, a cup of tea in front of him, eyes closed in meditation. In addition, there were 3 boys and 2 girls, all familiar faces from the Tianshu class, each with distinct temperaments. Upon seeing Chen Guan enter, everyone except Long Ao turned to look at him, their gazes varied. Laughing, Long Gu never opens his eyes. Long Gu is quite aloof. Do you know why Long Ao only drinks tea and not milk? Because if he drinks milk, he becomes a milk dragon. From upstairs a voice cheerfully said, Classmate Chen Guan, welcome. And Chongqing stood up to greet him, smiling as he gestured for him to take a seat. Let me introduce you to these classmates of ours, Zhao Qingyin Wang, Hanyu Li Mushue Zhoutong, and Sun Miao. The mentioned individuals nodded at Chen Guan in acknowledgement, their attitudes not overly warm but maintaining basic politeness. Zhao Qingyin was a girl with a cool demeanor. Wang Hanyu was sturdy and had a simple face. Li Mushue appeared petite and cute, but her gaze was distant. Zhoutong wore glasses and had a scholarly air, while Sun Miao looked like a somewhat shy boy. This is classmate Chen Guan, you all should have some impression of him. And Chongqing introduced to the others. Hello, classmate Chen Guan. Zhao Qingjian's voice was as cool and pleasant as her appearance, and the others also greeted him briefly. Chen Guan sat down in an empty seat, carefully leaning the coffin against the wall, which drew a few subtle glances of scrutiny. Everyone feel free to chat, there's no need to be formal, and Chongqing said with a smile. From now on we are classmates, and we will study, cultivate, and undertake tasks together, so it's good to get acquainted in advance. The conversation quickly opened up, with everyone sharing their experiences from the day's tests, expectations for the courses, and their respective cultivation directions. And Chongqing played the role of facilitator well, ensuring everyone had the opportunity to speak, and the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. Those present were his friends, or at least individuals selected for their decent character, so there was no presence of troublemakers like Lu Feiyu. For the most part, Chen Guan simply listened quietly, responding briefly only when Chongqing or Su Yuehe directed the conversation towards him. He spoke cautiously, revealing little personal information, and not trying to show off, merely maintaining a somewhat introverted but polite image of a new student. He could feel that aside from Chongqing and Su Yuehe, who genuinely wanted to accept him, the others regarded him more with curiosity. Long Ao remained silent throughout, seemingly detached from the conversation, while Zhao Qingyin occasionally glanced at the coffin, deep in thought. Wang Hanyu seemed somewhat interested in how Chen Guan could carry such a heavy coffin, and he innocently asked, Classmate Chen, you have great strength, huh? Which earned him a gentle pull from Zhoutong. A mini arena, not really. And Chongqing is truly the social ceiling, managing to attend to everyone. The coffin guy is so quiet. That Zhao Qingyin's sister has such grace. Is she a main character? Long Ao, don't mess with me. Why didn't that idiot Lu Feiyu come? It would definitely be entertaining if he did. The comments continued to flood in actively. After chatting for a while, the topic unconsciously shifted to the upcoming courses and the mentors. The fundamentals of superpower theory will be taught by Dean Situ. Personally, it must be quite challenging. Su Yuehe expressed some concern. It's just foundational. As long as you listen carefully, it should be fine. As for the physical training fundamentals, I've inquired about mentor Li Yan, and Chongqing reassured. Zhou Tong nudged his glasses and whispered, I heard he used to be a combat instructor for the military known for his strictness and high practical demands nicknamed Iron Face. We should be psychologically prepared. Several students inclined towards magic or support classes frowned slightly at this, as this was a common course that everyone had to take. Mentor Yunji for mental power guidance is quite gentle, a master in the mental system skilled at soothing and guiding. Li Muxue quietly remarked, seemingly quite fond of this mentor. By the way, classmate Chen Guan. Sun Miao timidly spoke up, glancing at Chen Guan and his coffin beside him. I heard that only classmate Chen Guan has special items for research. What will Dean Situ cover? At this, everyone's gaze once again focused on Chen Guan. He set down the teacup in his hand and calmly replied, I'm not sure either, just studying according to the course schedule. He deftly deflected the question. And Chongqing timely took over the conversation. Dean Situ possesses extensive knowledge, especially regarding ancient artifacts and special carriers, so this class should cover related knowledge. Everyone nodded, and this topic was quickly set aside. The gathering continued for about half an hour, and the atmosphere remained lukewarm. Seeing that it was getting late and Chongqing suggested wrapping up, and everyone began to stand and say their goodbyes. Chen Guan also lifted the coffin and bid farewell to Chongqing and Su Yuehe. Classmate Chen Guan, see you in tomorrow's Theory Fundamentals class. And Chongqing said with a smile. Yes, see you tomorrow. Stepping out of Listening Rain Pavilion, the night breeze carried the moist scent of the lake, and Chen Guan took a deep breath, walking alone on the way back to the dormitory. This small gathering yielded limited rewards, but at least he became somewhat familiar, and his popularity slightly increased, once again reaching 1,500 points. The campus under the night sky was tranquil and serene, with streetlights casting a warm glow on the stone path. Chen Guan, carrying a coffin, walked at a leisurely pace, replaying the events of the gathering in his mind. And Changqing's charisma and organizational skills were unquestionable as he quickly gathered some core members of the Tian Shu class. Although it was merely surface-level interaction, it was enough to showcase his prestige among this group. Su Yuehe was lively and cheerful, serving as a great atmosphere regulator. Long Ao, on the other hand, was a lone wolf, his strength unknown, but clearly not to be underestimated. Zhao Qingyin was cold, Wang Hanyue was honestly, Muxue was aloof, Zhou Tong was cautious, and Sun Miao was timid. These individuals had distinct personalities, but being invited by Chongqing meant they were not mere troublemakers like Lu Feiyu. In other words, they could get along. Hua Qing required students to regularly complete certain tasks which could be exchanged for relevant rewards. In due time, it might be necessary to team up with others, and these students from the Tianshu class were naturally his potential teammates. The system began to announce, current popularity value, 1537 points. It is recommended that the host consider exchanging for basic meditation introduction white to prepare for tomorrow's class, or continue to accumulate for more practical skills or attribute points. Let's save it for now. Chen Guan shook his head. The mental strength course would only begin tomorrow, so there was no rush. Moreover, the white quality meditation introduction would likely have limited effects. He needed more popularity points to exchange for more essential items or to deal with unexpected situations. Powers attribute points. These were what he desperately needed. Returning to room 304, with the main body safe, Chen Guan completed his routine care and did not rest immediately. Instead, he picked up the book Basic Spiritual Power and Energy Perception Introduction and began to read under the dim light. He had to quickly fill the theoretical gaps. It wasn't until deep into the night that he closed the book, rubbed his temples, and realized the theories were complex and obscure, with many concepts differing greatly from what he knew in his past life, making them difficult to grasp. Fortunately, his understanding from 2 lifetimes barely allowed him to keep up. Lying on the makeshift bed, Chen Guan stared at the ceiling, knowing that tomorrow would mark the true beginning of his first class. What would Si Tu Ming, who personally taught the foundation of superpower theory, discuss? And what about the physical training class taught by that iron-faced instructor Li Yan? And that coffin? It seems Si Tu Ming had sensed something but did not pursue it further, instead providing some protection and offering his special courses. Amidst his tangled thoughts, Chen Guan gradually slipped into a light sleep. The next morning, Chen Guan woke up early, feeling refreshed. With a stamina of 3, 2 plus the boost from basic physical training mastery, he felt better than ever. After carefully tending to his main body, he changed into his school uniform, slung the coffin over his back, and headed for the Tianshu building's staircase classroom. When he entered the classroom, many students were already seated. The Tianshu class was nearly full, with more than 20 people scattered throughout the room. And Chongqing and a few familiar classmates were seated in the front row. Long Ao was still sitting at the back, while Lu Feiyu and his lackeys were on the opposite side. Upon seeing Chen Guan enter, they did not hide their disdain and rolled their eyes. Chen Guan found a seat in the middle towards the back and stood the coffin beside him. This position provided a good view without being too conspicuous. Chen Guan certainly did not wish for his life to be filled with provocations from someone like Lu Feiyu. Soon the class bell rang. A figure in deep purple appeared on the podium like a ghost, silent and unseen. It was Si Tu Ming. The classroom instantly fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Si Tu-ming calmly scanned the classroom and without any small talk began. Today, we will discuss the first lesson of Foundation of Superpower Theory, What is Energy? His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a peculiar rhythm that easily captured everyone's attention. All things in the world possess energy. The growth of plants represents the energy of life, flames burning signify the energy of light and heat, and flowing water embodies the energy of motion. The spiritual energy we as superpower practitioners sense, guide, and utilize is the most primal, universal, and mysterious form of energy in the universe. Spiritual energy is formless and intangible, permeating the universe and flowing endlessly. It is not created out of thin air but follows deeper rules and cycles. As Si Tu-ming spoke, he raised his right hand. In his palm there was no light or special effects, but everyone could feel that the surrounding air seemed to slightly distort, and a gentle yet vast presence spread around. Perceiving spiritual energy is the first step for superpower practitioners, not with the eyes or ears, but with the heart, the spirit, and the innate spiritual sense that lies dormant within you. The strength and nature of your spiritual sense determine the range and precision of your perception of spiritual energy. Strengthening type spiritual senses are often more solid and reserved. Elemental type spiritual senses are usually more active and expressive, while mental type spiritual senses tend to be more ethereal and formless. This is the general rule, yet there are exceptions. Si Tu-ming's explanation was clear and insightful, combining abstract concepts with practical perceptions and examples. He even called upon a few students of different types to describe their feelings during their initial perception of spiritual energy, providing commentary and elaboration. And Chongqing was called upon, and he described the sensation as like warm light flowing through my limbs, accompanied by a hint of murmurs. Si Tu-ming nodded slightly. This is a typical characteristic of mythological systems communicating with the laws of heaven and earth. When it was Chen Guan's turn, Si Tu-ming's gaze fell upon him. Chen Guan, do you have any perception? All eyes turned towards him, a special admission student, the coffin-carrying oddity, who had shown no signs of spiritual energy. How would he respond? Chen Guan stood up, his expression calm. He had indeed tried to sense according to the methods in the book, but yielded no results. This guy seemed truly insulated from spiritual energy. Replying to the teacher, the student has not clearly perceived anything. He answered honestly. Low murmurs arose in the classroom, and Lu Feiyu snickered openly. Si Tu-ming showed no surprise on his face, merely asking, then carrying this coffin, walking and sitting, do you have any special feelings? Chen Guan's heart stirred. He thought for a moment and replied, I have not felt anything special. Not felt anything. Si Tu-ming pondered this word, his gaze falling on the mysterious iron coffin, seemingly deep in thought. Perhaps your perception does not point towards spiritual energy. To be honest, he was quite curious about Chen Guan's supernatural abilities. A person with no spiritual energy could still carry a 10,000-year-old iron coffin with ease. He had never heard of such abilities. However, supernatural abilities were considered private matters. If Chen Guan did not voluntarily disclose them, Si Tu-ming could not inquire further. Please sit down. Si Tu-ming did not continue to explain. The path of perception is unique for each individual. Finding your own way is the true path. The teacher is actually quite nice. I used to think he was difficult to get along with. It must be a strengthening type like Aogu, otherwise how could he carry a chunk of iron? As the comments flowed, they became bolder after the speculation about the mythological type. By the end, they dared to say things that even Chen Guan couldn't bear to hear, almost treating him as a creator god. You think too highly of me. I don't have any supernatural abilities. 2 hours of class passed quickly, and when the bell rang, Si Tu-ming left with a reminder, reflect on your own after class, and I will check next week. The students collectively sighed in relief, starting to pack their things. Even for good students, attending Si Tu-ming's class was a tremendous pressure. Chen Guan and Chongqing walked over concerned and asked, were you able to follow along in class? Si Tu-dean's lectures can be quite profound. I managed to keep up, Chen Guan replied. There were indeed many points he did not understand, but he grasped the basic framework. His previous late-night studying had some effect. That's good. This afternoon there's instructor Li Yan's physical training class at Training Hall No. 3. Don't forget. And Chongqing reminded him. After bidding farewell to Chongqing, Chen Guan shouldered the coffin and headed to the library. He needed to research more literature. It was unnecessary to waste his precious popularity points on learning this. Tongzi, what exactly is this Xian Tai coffin about? After buying lunch, Chen Guan walked and ate while chatting with the system. Host, the Xian Tai coffin is a reward from the novice gift package, but I don't know the specifics. This was issued directly by the main system and our lower-level systems have no right to know. The system was unreliable as usual, and Chen Guan decided not to press him further. After all, he couldn't harm himself. He could only take it one step at a time. He buried himself in the vast sea of information in the library for over an hour, yielding little. This time Chen Guan changed his mind and reviewed a lot of material that might be related to the Xian Tai coffin. There were indeed records about top materials like Shentai emphasizing its sturdiness, poor energy conduction, and slight repulsion to spiritual energy, but a case like his using a whole piece of millennia-old Shentai to make a coffin was unheard of. As noon approached, Chen Guan left the library quickly, resolved his lunch in the cafeteria, and headed directly to Training Hall No. 3. The training hall was located on the eastern side of the Tianshu district, a tall building of silver-gray color, exuding a sense of power. Inside the hall, multiple areas were divided, including a ring strength testing area, reaction training zone, and simulated combat chamber. When Chen Guan entered the designated training room carrying the coffin, about 20 people were already standing inside, many of whom were unfamiliar faces, likely students from the Tianshen class. Everyone had changed into convenient training uniforms, standing in small groups and whispering. Chen Guan overheard that most of the conversation was about Li Yan, who was considered a legendary teacher, privately referred to as the Demon King. In the center of the training room stood a man like an iron tower, around 40 years old, with a buzz cut and a face as sharp as if chiseled by a knife, wearing a tight black training outfit, his exposed arms bulging with explosive strength. Just standing there, he exuded a heavy sense of oppression, resembling a silent beast of prey. He was the physical training instructor Li Yan. His gaze, like that of a hawk, slowly swept over every student present. There was no emotional fluctuation, yet it instinctively straightened everyone's posture and quelled their casualness. When his gaze passed over Chen Guan and the coffin behind him, it paused slightly, his brow furrowing imperceptibly, but he said nothing. Gather. Li Yan's voice was low and hoarse, combined with his fierce face, making him seem frightening, just as his name suggested. Everyone quickly lined up in 2 rows before him. I am Li Yan, responsible for your foundational physical training and developing your physical potential. He got straight to the point, his tone devoid of warmth. In my class, there are no geniuses, no useless students, only those who are qualified and those who are not. Those who are not qualified will undertake extra training, and those who repeatedly fail, regardless of whether you are from Tianshu or Tianshen, will be kicked out. His cold words sent a shiver down many students' spines. Now warm up, run 50 laps around the room at varying speeds, begin. With the command given, no one dared to slack off, and promptly began running around the spacious training room. Chen Guan also ran among the group carrying the coffin. Thanks to the system's small enhancement, he felt no strain, but his stamina of 3-2, combined with his proficiency in basic physical techniques, allowed him to adjust his breathing and pace fairly well, barely keeping up with the main group. Li Yan stood like a statue in the center of the field, his gaze like lightning scrutinizing the running posture, breathing, and rhythm of each student. After 50 laps of varying speeds, even the physically fittest like Long Ao and Chongqing were slightly sweating, their breaths becoming somewhat hurried. Several students who focused on auxiliary roles turned pale and were gasping for breath. Chen Guan also broke a sweat, but felt all right as his stamina consumption was within controllable limits. Stop! Li Yan raised his hand. Now we will conduct a basic strength test. Each of you will go over there, lift a barbell that is 1.5 times your weight and perform 20 squats. If you can't do it, do 100 push-ups. Everyone looked towards the row of barbells set up on one side of the field, silently calculating their weight. Most students from both the Tianshu and Tianshen classes were exceptionally gifted, and their physical foundations were decent. For many, lifting 1.5 times their body weight wasn't too difficult, but completing 20 standard squats consecutively was still a test of core and lower body strength. As the test began, and Chongqing completed it with ease, his movements standard and fluid, while Long Ao lifted it as if it were weightless. Zhao Qingyin and Li Muxue struggled slightly, but still managed to meet the standard. Zhou Tong and Sun Miao, those who clearly did not focus on physical strength, were grimacing, but they completed the task nonetheless. When it was Chen Guan's turn, problems arose. Li Yan's gaze fell on Chen Guan, then glanced at the coffin and coldly said, "You, including the total weight of that coffin, must lift 1.5 times that weight, or you can put down the coffin and only count your own weight." Naturally, Chen Guan could not choose the former. The true weight of that coffin was beyond imagination. Not to mention 1.5 times, even 0.5 times would be life-threatening. He placed the coffin on the ground and began adjusting the barbell plates. He weighed about 70 kilograms, so 1.5 times that would be 105 kilograms. It was daunting. Looking at his remaining popularity points, just breaking through 2,000, Chen Guan painfully exchanged 2 points for free attributes and directly added them to strength. He walked to the barbell, steadied his stance, gripped the bar with both hands, kept his back straight, and tightened his core. Lift! With a low shout, all his strength erupted. He firmly hoisted the barbell onto his shoulders. The heavy pressure made his legs tremble slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. Chen Guan disregarded everything else, adjusted his breathing, and began to squat. Each movement was extraordinarily slow, the veins on his forehead, slightly bulging, sweat dripping down his chin, yet his gaze remained resolute, his form unwavering. 1, 2, 3. The heavy barbell rose and fell repeatedly. This was not merely a test of strength, but also a challenge to core stability and willpower. 10, 15, 18. Chen Guan's breathing grew increasingly labored, his legs began to tremble violently, his face flushed, but he gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on a point ahead. 19, 20, clang. After completing the final squat, Chen Guan nearly exhausted his last ounce of strength to slam the barbell back onto the rack, producing a loud sound. He stumbled a step back, steadying himself against the rack, gasping heavily, his entire body soaked in sweat. For the first time, a subtle fluctuation appeared on Li Yan's eternally cold and hard face. He walked in front of Chen Guan, scrutinizing him up and down, then glanced at the coffin and said in a deep voice, "Strength is acceptable, willpower is passable." Li Yan's gaze couldn't help but sweep over the coffin once more. It was certainly much heavier than the barbell. He already knew Chen Guan's situation. There was still a person lying inside the coffin. How could this kid carry the coffin with ease yet struggle with a barbell just over 100 kilograms? Could it be that this kid is playing the fool to catch the tiger? Rest for 5 minutes, then pair up for basic sparring practice. Li Yan did not elaborate but announced the next activity directly. Huaqing is inclusive, welcoming all kinds of students and accommodating various little secrets. Chen Guan walked to the wall, leaned against the coffin, and slowly sat down, feeling every muscle in his body aching and trembling. Damn, squatting over 100 kilograms 20 times, none of these people is simple. Our ceiling is merely their ordinary level. Humph, I could do it at 18 and now I'm 15. Augua scoffed, red-haired and adorable. Li Yan has been watching his coffin. Lu Feiyu's face was flushed, his legs trembling. The rest period passed quickly and group sparring began. Based on their earlier performances, Li Yan roughly divided them into groups with similar strength. Chen Guan's opponent was Wang Hanyue, a sturdy boy who should be an elemental ability user. Wang Hanyue looked at Chen Guan, scratched his head, and said with a simple smile, "Classmate Chen, you have great strength, but my defense is also decent, so let's go easy on each other." "All right." Chen Guan nodded. The two of them stood in the designated area, and at Li Yan's command the sparring began. Wang Hanyue let out a low shout, a faint earthy yellow glow emanating from him, as if his skin was covered with a layer of rock-like texture. With steady steps, he threw a heavy punch at Chen Guan, packed with tremendous force. Chen Guan did not meet it head-on. Instead, he sidestepped using evasive techniques from basic combat, simultaneously delivering a swift hand chop toward Wang Hanyu's ribs. Bang! The hand chop struck Wang Hanyu's rock-like skin, producing a muffled sound. Wang Hanyue staggered, slightly grinning. "That kinda hurts." Chen Guan also felt a tingling in his palm. This tough shell truly lived up to its reputation. The two exchanged blows in an intricate dance of combat. Chen Guan's techniques were skilled, yet breaking through Wang Hanyu's rocky defense proved difficult. Wang Hanyu's defense was formidable, but his attack speed was relatively slow, his moves clumsy. For a time, the two fought fiercely, with Chen Guan primarily on the offense and Wang Hanyue on the defense. Occasionally, Wang Hanyu's attacks would be directly blocked by the coffin behind Chen Guan. In the end, as time ran out, neither could effectively take down the other, resulting in a draw. After all this was merely practice, Chen Guan didn't need to swing the coffin, and Wang Hanyue didn't unleash his full power. "Not bad," Li Yan commented. "Chen Guan, your technique usage is qualifying. Your attack connections are decent, but you lack effective breach methods. Wang Hanyue, your defense is solid, but your mobility is too poor and your counterattacks are sluggish. Both of you should work on your weaknesses." "Yes," the two replied in unison. In the following sparring matches, Chongqing easily defeated his opponent, showcasing comprehensive combat skills, while Long Ao crushed his opponent within 3 moves, remaining cold as always. Lu Feiyu faced an elemental girl and won through speed and a little trickery, feeling quite pleased. Chen Guan observed, getting a rough gauge of his classmates' strengths, and Chongqing was undoubtedly the top, followed closely by Long Ao, while Su Yuehe, Zhao Qingyin, and others could rank in the mid-tier. Although Lu Feiyu was a bit overbearing, his strength was not bad and could also be considered mid-tier. It was just that his strength seemed somewhat erratic, fluctuating between strong and weak. Wang Hanyue and Zhou Dun too, who were not adept at fighting, could sit at the same table, considering them kindred spirits. After the sparring practice, Li Yan arranged for reaction training and endurance stretching. Throughout the entire afternoon, the training hall was filled with heavy gasps, sounds of strikes, and Li Yan's cold commands. When the school bell finally rang, everyone felt as if they had been pulled from water, utterly exhausted. "Class dismissed, don't be late for the next lesson." Li Yan tossed down his final words and turned to leave. The students dispersed in small groups, helping one another and quietly complaining about the grueling training. Li Yan's classes were truly strict, with running laps and extra drills being commonplace. Moreover, he separated the training. The greater the ability, the higher the intensity, with Chongqing and Long Ao receiving the toughest extra training. Especially Long Ao, but he himself enjoyed it. Chen Guan felt as if his body was falling apart, yet his spirit was exceptionally high. This afternoon's training was tough, yet it elevated his control over the vest and his understanding of combat techniques to a new level. Due to past experiences, Chen Guan was not an ordinary person to begin with. With Li Yan's classes, it helped awaken his previous memories. He felt quite fortunate for the hardships he had endured in his past life, ensuring that he wouldn't be too far behind others. Carrying the coffin, he slowly walked back to the dormitory. The sunset's afterglow draped a soft golden edge over Qingzhou Courtyard. Dragging his weary body back to room 304, it was clearly unrealistic to cook in the dormitory, so he decided to head to the cafeteria. Yet feeling too lazy to move, he simply boiled a bag of instant noodles to make do for a meal. Although the progress is slow, it is stable and accumulative. Most importantly, it is free. Coupled with the attribute points exchanged for popularity, his potential for growth may not be as bleak as it seems on the surface. He should be able to catch up with his classmates quickly. After resting for about a quarter of an hour and recovering some strength, Chen Guan struggled to get up and checked his physical condition as usual. Everything was normal. His sleeping face appeared particularly tranquil under the evening light filtering through the window. He meticulously completed the feeding and cleaning, his movements gentle. After all, this was his old self and he cared for no one else. After watching his sleeping self for a while, he let out a deep sigh. Old self, please wake up quickly. I'm really tired and it's time for me to lie down. However, seeing that he wouldn't wake up, he looked for a while longer before taking off his soaked clothes and stepping into the bathroom for a hot shower. The warm water flowed over his sore muscles, bringing waves of relief. Taking a shower was actually quite inconvenient after all. He couldn't stray too far from his old self and had to carry him along. Fortunately, this segment was paid content, so he didn't have to worry about being seen by the audience. After enjoying a hot shower and changing into clean pajamas, Chen Guan felt rejuvenated. He sat down at his desk, opened his personal terminal, and organized the recent information. Based on Chen Guan's current understanding of the power levels in this world, a third-tier superhuman is considered to be among the elite, absolutely top tier among the freshmen. For instance, Chongqing and Long Ao are both third tier. Although he could resurrect by watching ads, it wouldn't refresh his status. It would only heal his fatal injuries. Rather than calling it a resurrection, it would be more accurate to say he was welding a famous blade to his body. Even if he were shattered into pieces, they could piece him back together. Though it seemed like the original body would disappear directly, only for a reconstructed person to appear out of thin air, which was somewhat frightening. It seemed he was still in school, but the school required task completion, and there would always be moments facing the outside world. Rubbing the storage ring on his hand, Chen Guan pondered his future. The storage ring on his hand was also part of the beginner's gift package. Otherwise, given Chen Guan's current penniless state upon arriving in this world, it would be strange if he could afford anything. He actually didn't have much money now. It was just that benefiting from being in school, everything was basically free, and there weren't many paid items which allowed him to continue living comfortably. At first, Chen Guan wanted to store the coffin in the storage ring, but unfortunately a living person couldn't fit inside. He had to carry his old self. Pausing his thoughts, Chen Guan began to preview the course materials for tomorrow's mental power guidance. The instructor Yunji was known for her gentleness, and her name suggested she was a gentle person completely different from the imposing Li Yan. The course content primarily aimed to help freshmen initially perceive and stabilize their mental power, laying a foundation for subsequent meditation ability control and even more advanced applications. This was crucial for Chen Guan, who currently lacked spiritual perception. He hoped to find a glimmer of understanding regarding spiritual energy. Knowledge from books was not always objective. Tomorrow, will there be surprises? As night deepened, the campus returned to tranquility. Chen Guan closed his terminal, lay down on the ground, and his mind was filled with thoughts. He turned to the corner of the room, looking at the dark glimmering Shen-Tai coffin under the moonlight. The source of his slumber lay within, while the struggle for survival was outside. A barely audible sigh echoed in the room. Not hard work, but a hard life. The next morning, Chen Guan arrived on time at the Jingxin Hall, located in the southern part of the Tianshu district. It was an ancient-looking hall surrounded by emerald bamboo with a serene environment and a faint aroma of sandalwood in the air that involuntarily calmed the mind. The class was still for the Tianshu and Tianshen groups, with over 50 people arriving one after another, sitting cross-legged in the hall laid with mats. Compared to the tense atmosphere of yesterday's physical exercise class, the mood here was much more relaxed. Even Long Ao's tense expression had eased somewhat. Indeed, it wasn't just Chen Guan, and many people were quite intimidated by Li Yan, while they were much more at ease with Yunji. Instructor Yunji soon appeared before everyone. She seemed to be in her 30s, dressed in a light moon-white gown, exuding a gentle and graceful aura. Her features were soft, and her gaze radiated tranquility. She did not intentionally project any imposing aura, yet everyone could sense a profound inner peace. Hello students, I am Yunji. From today on, I will guide you in the initial perception of mental power and basic meditation. She first briefly explained the concept of mental power, which differs from spiritual power as an external energy. Or mental power leans more towards the inner awareness, thoughts, and perception. A crucial foundation for superhumans to control their abilities and communicate with the world. Those with strong mental power may not possess overwhelming spiritual power, but those with powerful spiritual energy usually do not lack mental strength. To perceive mental power, one must first be still. Yunji began guiding everyone to adjust their breathing, relax their bodies, and close their eyes in concentration. Eliminate distractions, feel your own breathing, heartbeat, and the flow of blood. Then explore inwardly, seeking that spark of self-awareness that shines brightly and clearly. Silence reigned in the grand hall, broken only by faint, shallow breaths. Chen Guan followed instructions, relaxing his body and clearing his mind of distractions. Yet, when he turned his awareness inward, the sensation remained unervingly vague. Though this vessel's physical perception was strikingly vivid, its heartbeat, respiration, even the subtlest tremors of muscle, its deeper core, the seat of consciousness, felt shrouded behind a dense, impenetrable mist. He focused his will, straining to peer into that haze. Faintly, distantly, he sensed a glimmer, dim, wavering like a guttering candle flame trembling in the wind. Do not force it. Only feel. Yunji's voice drifted like a warm breeze across each cultivator's spiritual sea. Every soul's spiritual energy bears its own unique essence. Some blaze like roaring torches, some flow like gentle streams, some dwell like boundless starlit skies. Find yours. Accept it. That is the first step. Time slipped by. Some students' brows softened as if touched by quiet revelation. Others beaded with sweat, their impatience surfacing. Still others breathed evenly, already immersed in deep contemplation. Chen Guan lingered perpetually at the mist's edge, aware of the faint glimmer yet unable to truly grasp it. A flicker of discouragement rose within him. Was it because this was merely a borrowed vessel? Not his true self? Just as he neared surrender, a sudden chill emanated from his black iron coffin. A fleeting icy whisper that sent a subtle jolt through his spirit. Instantly the faint light trembling deep within the mist resonated, however minutely, with the ancient coffin. No. It was less resonance than illumination, a slender beam guiding his awareness toward that elusive spark of spirit. Guided by that fragile light, Chen Guan's consciousness at last brushed against his own spiritual spark. In that instant, an indescribable sensation flooded him. Not raw power, but absolute seamless command, as though body and will had finally merged into one. His control over this vessel sharpened, becoming instinctive. His perception of the external world grew subtly keener. He observed that the spark, though feeble, possessed extraordinary resilience. Like a seed buried deep in earth, silently drawing nourishment, biding its time until the day it would break through the soil. Faint, nearly imperceptible wisps of ashen mist coiled around the spark, identical in hue and texture to the gray vapor that had once seeped from the cracks of his coffin before the illusory steel. Could it be? This ashen mist was his spiritual energy. Time is up, Yunji murmured gently, her voice lifting everyone from their meditative trance. For first-time practitioners, even a hazy awareness of one's spiritual core is commendable. Remember this sensation. With diligent practice, your spiritual energy will steadily strengthen. Chen Guan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and centered. Though his spiritual energy had not surged, the heightened clarity of self-perception and sovereign control was a tangible, profound gain. More importantly, he had discovered the key to his own spiritual energy, the unique resonance linking him to his coffin and his true self. Chen Guan. Yunji's gaze settled upon him, kind yet perceptive. Your spiritual awareness appears unusually distinct. Do not rush. Let it unfold naturally. Unexpected revelations may await. Yes, thank you, Instructor Yunji. Chen Guan replied with quiet reverence. Indeed, as a seasoned mentor, she had keenly discerned the anomaly in his spiritual energy. The morning session concluded in serene harmony. Students departed the Hall of Calm Mind, most wearing relaxed, contented expressions, clearly finding this guided cultivation far more agreeable than Master Li Yan's stern instruction. Chen Guan strolled back toward his dormitory, his mood buoyant. The spiritual cultivation class had offered fresh insight. With no afternoon commitments, he resolved to delve deeper into theoretical texts at the library. As he passed a secluded tree-shaded path, three figures blocked his way at a fork in the road. At their forefront stood Lu Feiyu. Today clad in a flamboyant, form-fitting ceremonial robe, his hair rigidly sculpted with pomade, his face twisted into a smirk brimming with unmasked malice. Flanking him were two henchmen, one tall and gaunt with sharp predatory eyes, the other short and powerfully built, his face thick with coarse, heavy features. Well, if it isn't Chen Guan, our prodigy, from the Pole Star class, the coffin carrier himself. Lu Feiyu drawled, his tone dripping with mockery. Did cloud-walking lessons with Instructor Yunji make you forget how to walk on solid ground? What now? Chen Guan halted, his expression calm and untroubled. What was inevitable had arrived. A man like Lu Feiyu could never rest without stirring trouble. He simply hadn't expected such haste, or such deliberate choice of isolation. Is there something you need? Chen Guan asked, his voice level and detached. Need? Of course I need something. Lu Feiyu stepped forward, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over Chen Guan, and the coffin slung across his back. I simply find you insufferable. A rustic bumpkin from some forgotten corner of the realm waltzing into the Pole Star class on the strength of a rotten coffin, and daring to stand before me with such pretense. Today I'll teach you what discipline truly means. Before the final word left his lips, the stocky henchman let out a guttural snarl, lunged forward, and swung a massive palm-sized hand, howling with wind, straight for Chen Guan's shoulder. A faint ochre glow shimmered about his fist, an unmistakable sign of awakened ability, likely either earth elemental or physical enhancement, both fiercely combat-oriented. The strike was swift and vicious. A direct hit would have shattered the clavicle instantly. A torrent of commentary erupted, furious, urgent, alive with collective outrage. Chen Guan's eyes hardened. He had anticipated this. The moment the henchman moved, Chen Guan shifted his footing, sliding sideways with the fluid grace of a fish evading a net. Simultaneously, he dropped his shoulder, narrowly evading the grasping hand. The henchman's lunge missed, and for a split-second surprise flickered across his face. Clearly unprepared for such reflexes. Yet his recovery was swift. He twisted his wrist midair, converting the failed grab into a brutal horizontal punch aimed at Chen Guan's chest. With no time to fully evade, Chen Guan raised his left forearm to block. Thud. A muffled impact reverberated. Agony flared up Chen Guan's arm, numbing, searing, while the sheer force hurled him backward, stumbling 3 paces before slamming hard against the trunk of a roadside tree, shaking loose a shower of trembling leaves. Remarkable strength. This burly enforcer had likely brushed the threshold of first-rank awakening. His raw power vastly surpassing Chen Guan's current capacity. Ha ha ha. This is all the skill you've got? Lu Feiyu burst into triumphant laughter upon seeing this attack him. Teach this arrogant fool a lesson. And seize that coffin. I'll see for myself what lies inside. At his command, his underlings instantly surged forward, agitated and eager. Another lanky henchman stepped forward with a sinister grin. His 10 fingers elongated, unnaturally sharpening into metallic daggers that gleamed with cold, lethal light. Silent, swift, and angled with ruthless precision toward Chen Guan's vital waist and abdomen. Trapped between front and rear assault, the stocky henchman lunged once more, cutting off Chen Guan's retreat. In that dire moment, Chen Guan grew utterly calm. Back pressed against the trunk of a massive tree with no room to evade. His eyes flashing with icy resolve. If evasion was impossible, then meet force with force. Let us see which proves harder. Instead of retreating, he surged forward half a step, straight into the lanky henchman's dagger-like fingers, while twisting his torso, slightly swinging the heavy black iron coffin behind him like an impregnable shield to intercept both the stocky henchman's crushing fist from the side and the lanky one's piercing digits hidden. Using his own body as bait, and the coffin as armor. Suicidal. The stocky henchman sneered, wider golden-brown chi blazing across his fist as he unleashed his full strength upon the coffin. Confident this blow could shatter stone tablets or crack marble slabs, he believed even metal would buckle, leaving at least a deep dent. Clearly his judgment was flawed. He mistook Chen Guan's move for sheer madness. The lanky henchman shared that same dismissive arrogance. Without hesitation, he drove his needle-sharp fingers straight into the coffin's side, aiming to pierce clean through, to impress his master with dazzling efficiency. Clang! Shryak! 2 thunderous, discordant sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The stocky henchman's fist struck the black iron coffin with bone-jarring force. Not the expected groan of deforming metal, but a deep, resonant boom like a temple bell struck at midnight. A colossal counterforce surged back. Shattering pain exploded through his knuckles, his entire arm went numb in an instant, and with a shriek he staggered backward, his fist torn open, blood gushing freely. The lanky henchman's fingers scraped against the coffin's surface with a grating, teeth-rattling screech. Sparks flying wildly. His fingertips, capable of punching through ordinary steel plates, snapped like dry twigs against the ancient black iron. All 10 fingers twisted grotesquely, and he collapsed to his knees, howling in agony while clutching his ruined hands. Their cries of anguish rose and fell in rapid succession, while the black iron coffin remained unmoved, unscarred, not even a single scratch marring its flawless obsidian sheen. Lu Feiyu's smirk froze, then shattered into stunned disbelief. No. This truly is black iron, carrying a black iron coffin and running. Is he even human? Chen Guan seized the recoil from the stocky henchman's blow, sliding fluidly from behind the coffin like a phantom, and closed the distance to Lu Feiyu in an instant, who stood frozen in shock. Watch me. Close quarters combat. Elbow strike to the ribs. Knee thrust to the lower abdomen. Palm edge slash to the neck. A rapid staccato of heavy impacts echoed like bursting firecrackers, while the recently accrued popularity points, exactly 500, vanished, reduced to 0. His strength attribute, now at 5, amplified every motion like a tiger unleashed. Chen Guan executed each technique with surgical precision, growing fiercer with every exchange, swift, brutal, targeting only the body's most vulnerable points, yet deliberately restraining his power to avoid fatal injury. Fighting on campus could still be excused as sparring, but cross the line into excessive brutality and expulsion would follow swiftly. Lu Feiyu had never imagined his 2 henchmen would fall so instantly, or that Chen Guan's counterattack would be this swift and devastating. His own cultivation was mediocre at best, built less on talent than on family privilege and resource hoarding. Moreover, he had neglected close combat training entirely. Caught completely off guard, he managed only a choked gasp before Chen Guan's relentless barrage left him utterly defenseless. He crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack, curled up sobbing and whimpering, his face smeared with snot and tears, stripped of every trace of his earlier arrogance. The entire confrontation lasted barely a dozen seconds. Beneath the shade of the avenue, only ragged breaths and pained moans lingered. The lanky henchman clutched his shattered hands, the stocky one cradled his mangled arm, and Lu Feiyu lay sprawled, weeping helplessly, utterly humiliated. Chen Guan stood motionless amid them, breathing steadily. His left arm still tingled faintly, but his gaze was sharp, glacial, unyielding. Slowly he approached Lu Feiyu and crouched down. Lu Feiyu flinched violently, his voice shrill with terror and false bravado. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? The Lu family will never let you go. Chen Guan stared at him expressionless, then reached out and lightly tapped Lu Feiyu's tear-streaked, dust-smeared cheek. The touch was gentle, but carried the full weight of contempt. The Lu family? Chen Guan's voice was quiet level, yet it sent a chill racing from Lu Feiyu's soles straight up his spine. Here you are merely a student, and I your classmate. Your father holds no authority within these walls, nor over me. He rose, turned away without another glance at the three broken figures lying like fallen dogs, and hoisted the black iron coffin onto his shoulders. It gleamed pristine, untouched by even a single white mark. Then he walked steadily toward the library, his back straight, his silence radiating detached indifference. This minor incident had not derailed his original plan. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling his figure with shifting gold. Long shadows stretching, then fading into the vanishing point of the path. Watching Chen Guan recede into the distance, Lu Feiyu wiped away his humiliation, and a faint, unsettling smile flickered across his lips. Absolutely epic. Brother Coffin rules. That felt so satisfying. I've loathed that brat for ages. Lu Feiyu got exactly what he deserved. Let's see him swagger now. The Coffin's defense is absurd. Their attacks were utterly useless. That smile from Lu Feiyu feels off. Like he wanted this. Comments flooded the screen, popularity numbers surging wildly. Only a few scattered defenses of Lu Feiyu were instantly drowned beneath the tide. Chen Guan glanced back at the unblemished black iron coffin, feeling the lingering numbness in his left arm. Not triumph, but heightened vigilance. Lu Feiyu himself posed no real threat, but the Lu family behind him and the complications that might follow demanded caution. Today was merely a test run. The true storm perhaps had yet to break. Yet, what of it? He tightened his grip on the shoulder strap, his stride unwavering. Let the generals come. We meet them with spears. Let the flood rise. We dam it with earth. So long as he commanded enough lenses, he would grow stronger. Faster than anyone. Stronger than anyone. Behind him, Lu Feiyu's smile vanished, replaced by a venomous glare fixed upon Chen Guan's departing back. Just as he opened his mouth to snarl at his henchman, a flash of white robes filled his vision. Lu Feiyu, you've gone too far. The voice was soft, but struck his ears like thunder. He jerked his head up, into the cool, unblinking blue gaze of Chongqing. And Chongqing, don't interfere. Ah! A piercing scream cut off his trembling words. He whirled around, only to find his two henchmen already seized by Long Ao, each dangling limply from one of his hands. Long Ao's grip was anything but gentle, and with deliberate cruelty he pressed directly on their fresh wounds. Lu Feiyu's threats died in his throat, confronted by Chongqing's normally serene, now imperiously commanding blue eyes, and the violent spectacle of Long Ao hoisting his men like helpless chicks. The last embers of his arrogance were extinguished. What? There's footage of Xiao and Tu. He's truly protective of his partner. Brother Long has the makings of a schoolyard tyrant, handling him like a chick in his grip. And Chongqing was at least reasonable, a civilized man, but Long Ao, born into a martial family, was not. With his volatile temper, he really could tear someone limb from limb. Long Ao and he had attended the same school since childhood. He'd witnessed firsthand how Long Ao dealt with those who defied him. The man's aura of brutality had always been thick. Only in Chongqing, whose strength surpassed his, could rein him in. A sparring match. And Chongqing's tone remained calm. 3 against 1 strikes aimed to cripple limbs, the manner of seizing personal belongings. Do you call that sparring? His gaze swept across the bloodstains on the ground, and the 2 lackeys, pale with pain and trembling in Long Ao's grasp, then settled on Lu Feiyu. Article 7 of the school code prohibits private brawls and bullying the weak. Lu Feiyu, did you not memorize the code upon enrollment? Lu Feiyu broke into cold sweat, his lips quivering as he struggled to utter a coherent sentence. Of course he knew the code. Yet he'd assumed, backed by his family's influence, that so long as no life was lost or grievous injury inflicted, the academy would turn a blind eye to tormenting a few powerless outsiders. He hadn't anticipated in Chongqing and Long Ao appearing so abruptly, or standing so unyieldingly firm. I. Lu Feiyu's eyes darted wildly, scrambling for an excuse. Long Ao snorted impatiently, released his grip, and the 2 lackeys collapsed like sacks of mud, stifling another groan of agony. Worthless. Long Ao glanced contemptuously at Lu Feiyu, then turned to Chongqing. You handle this. With that, he dismissed the matter entirely, turning leisurely toward the direction Chen Guan had departed, following him without haste. He held no interest in dealing with vermin like Lu Feiyu. What intrigued him far more was Chen Guan, someone who'd ended the fight with such decisive, unflinching efficiency. His cultivation level, mediocre, beneath notice, but that ruthless edge, he admired it. And Chongqing showed no surprise at Long Ao's departure. Turning back to Lu Feiyu, his voice remained gentle, yet carried the weight of irrevocable authority. I will report this incident in full to Dean Situ and the disciplinary committee. As it is your first offense and no irreversible harm occurred, I shall recommend leniency. But should it happen again? He paused, his gaze sharpening like lightning. I will not stand idly by. Those few words struck Lu Feiyu like a hammer blow. He knew when Chongqing spoke not in idle threat. As the heir to the student council president, and a leading candidate for future leadership in the metahuman world. And Chongqing possessed not only extraordinary talent and formidable strength, but also political influence far beyond the reach of any mere scion of the Lu clan. If Chongqing truly moved against him, even the Lu family might not shield him. After all, En was an only child, whereas his own father had other sons and might well discard him outright to sever ties. No, I dare not. Brother, and I've erred. Never again. Utterly cowed, Lu Feiyu wailed his pledges. I'll write a formal self-critique, immediately confine myself for reflection, and offer sincere apologies. I'll personally seek Chen Guan's forgiveness. Go. Take your men to the infirmary, and until disciplinary action is finalized, I expect not to see you cause further trouble. And Chongqing waved dismissively. Letting Lu Feiyu retreat in peace was enough. He couldn't stoop to brute force or abuse of power. That would make him no better than the man he'd just rebuked. Lu Feiyu bolted upright, as if granted imperial pardon, abandoning all pretense of dignity. Urging his 2 dazed lackeys, who could barely stand. They staggered off, clinging to each other, fleeing the scene in abject humiliation. 10 times more wretched than Chen Guan had appeared moments earlier. And Chongqing stood motionless, watching them vanish down the tree-lined avenue, a faint furrow deepening between his brows. Lu Feiyu was merely a minor nuisance. But behind him loomed the Lu clan, wielding influence both within the academy and across the broader metahuman world. Today's public disgrace would not go unanswered. Even if Lu Feiyu himself did nothing, others aligned with him surely would. He turned toward the path where Chen Guan and Long Ao had disappeared. Chen Guan's performance today had surprised him. He'd already prepared to intervene, only to find Chen Guan resolving the conflict entirely on his own. That coffin displayed extraordinary defensive resilience, and Chen Guan's close combat skill and battlefield awareness far exceeded those of an ordinary freshman. More significantly, the ruthless decisiveness he'd shown in battle stood in stark contrast to his usual quiet, unassuming demeanor. And Chongqing shook his head, letting the thought go. Everyone harbored secrets, if they violated no principle and harmed no one, he chose to respect them. Moreover, Chen Guan's conduct today undeniably affirmed his right to remain in the Tianshu class, and perhaps even earned him the distinction of becoming a true comrade in arms. He set off toward the library. The afternoon's incident required formal documentation, and besides, he wished to see what materials Chen Guan had been researching there. Chen Guan remained unaware of the drama unfolding behind him. Shouldering his coffin, he walked directly to the academy's library. It was a monumental structure, mountainous in scale, its interior vast and its collection boundless. Meticulously organized by discipline, metahuman specialization, historical period, and geographic region. First, he visited the advanced metaphysical theory section, borrowing several treatises on spiritual energy. Then, hesitating briefly, he made his way to the ancient artifacts and exotic materials wing. That section was comparatively deserted, the shelves lined with pristine, unread volumes. Chen Guan searched carefully, finally locating several weighty tomes tucked away in a corner, records of unusual metals, investigations into antiquities, and preliminary studies on non-spiritual energy carriers. He withdrew the books and settled into a secluded nook to begin reading. Records of unusual metals indeed contained an entry on Xian iron describing it as supremely dense and impervious to spiritual energy, commonly forged into supreme defensive artifacts or containment vessels. It noted that 10,000-year-old Xian iron was the rarest variant, its properties matching those of his coffin almost exactly. Yet the text explicitly cautioned that forging such massive quantities of 10,000-year-old Xian iron was extraordinarily difficult, and due to its innate resistance to spiritual energy, it was seldom employed for primary weapons or common artifacts. Instead, it served mainly as foundation stones for formation arrays, sarcophagi, or specialized seals. He ran a hand over the coffin slung across his back. Yes, it had indeed been fashioned into a sarcophagus. So that much at least was accurate. His coffin was forged from Xian iron, and its material was precisely as described. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice the sky outside had turned to dusk. Are you interested in these? A deep and cold voice suddenly came from beside him. Chen Guan looked up and found Long Ao standing beside the bookshelf at an angle, arms crossed, gazing at him, his eyes falling on the several books laid open before him. Long classmate Chen Guan nodded in greeting, closing the book in his hands. I was just browsing casually. Long Ao walked over, glanced at the titles of the books on the desk, then looked at the coffin beside Chen Guan, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Your coffin is made of 10th Sandier dark iron. It was not a question but a statement. Long Ao had seen through it. Chen Guan felt a slight chill in his heart, but maintained a calm facade. Long classmate has a good eye. Isn't it exhausting to carry it around? Long Ao's question was quite direct. I'm used to it, Chen Guan replied simply. Long Ao stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly said, You did quite well in the afternoon. He was referring to the battle on the tree-lined path, and Long Ao added, Although the opponent was trash, you weren't bad either. This was probably Long Ao's way of acknowledging him. Thank you, Chen Guan said. He was already aware through the bullet comments that Long Ao and Chongqing had observed the incident. Lu Feiyu is useless, but his family has some troubles. Long Ao rarely spoke so much. If you need help, you can find me. Chen Guan was somewhat surprised. Long Ao seemed like the type who preferred solitude and looked down on others, yet he would take the initiative to offer help. Seemingly sensing Chen Guan's doubts, Long Ao smirked, slightly revealing a hint of a smile. I've disliked that kid for a long time, and... His gaze fell on the coffin again. Anyone who can carry this around can't be a waste. I like strong people. This reason was very much in line with Long Ao's character. No need for now, thank you, Chen Guan declined politely. He didn't want to owe a favor, especially to someone like Long Ao who clearly had strong motives. Moreover, he had his own trump card. Long Ao didn't mind and nodded. Suit yourself. After saying that, he turned to leave without any hesitation. Chen Guan watched Long Ao's tall figure disappear between the bookshelves, deep in thought. Long Ao's strength was unquestionable. Although his personality was strange, he was clear about friendships and grudges, straightforward in his dealings. The author revealed that Ao Gu would be a villain, so what about Chen Guan? It seems like he might also be a villain. That's wrong. Did you forget the person in the coffin? The one in the coffin is little Guan, guess White Moonlight. That's one thing. I see the two of them having a story together. As the bullet comments flashed by, they mentioned that Long Ao would be the future villain. For now, however, Chen Guan couldn't distinguish if he was friend or foe. Regardless, Long Ao could never be a petty person like Lu Feiyu. After this interlude with Long Ao, Chen Guan noticed it was getting late, so he tidied up the books and prepared to leave the library. Just as he reached the borrowing desk to handle the procedures, and Chongqing also approached holding several books. Upon seeing Chen Guan, he smiled warmly. Chen Guan, what a coincidence. And classmate Chen Guan nodded. I've already dealt with the matter from this afternoon. As Chongqing processed the borrowing, he spoke softly. Lu Feiyu will receive appropriate punishment. He shouldn't dare to trouble you again in the short term, but you still have to be careful of the Lu family. Thank you. Chen Guan sincerely expressed his gratitude, and Chongqing had indeed helped him a lot, saving him from potential future entanglements. No need to be polite. As class monitor, maintaining class order is my duty, and Chongqing said calmly. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong. He paused, glancing at the books Chen Guan was borrowing. Studying special materials. Yes, I want to learn more about it, Chen Guan replied. Director Situ is an authority in this area. You can ask him more during the weekend class, and Chongqing suggested, then added, if you need assistance finding any materials, feel free to tell me. I might be able to provide some leads. All right, thank you. The two walked out of the library side by side, and Chongqing suddenly remembered something. By the way, starting next week, the Academy will gradually release some low-difficulty team tasks to encourage freshmen to form teams and gain practical experience and points. If you're interested, we can team up. Teaming up with the protagonist. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to gain popularity points. Chen Guan's heart stirred, but his expression remained calm. Sure, if an classmate doesn't mind. Of course not, and Chongqing smiled. Your strength is evident to all. Let's contact each other when the time comes. Okay. The two parted ways at a fork in the road, and Chongqing had some other matters to attend to and did not return to the dormitory. Chen Guan, carrying the coffin, walked alone on the way back to the dormitory, his mind swirling with thoughts. The troubles with Lu Feiyu were temporarily set aside, but the hidden dangers remained. Long Ao had released a certain goodwill, and Chongqing had actively invited him to team up. In the library, it seemed he had grasped a bit about the coffin and his own powers. Today had been quite fruitful. He opened the system panel. Popularity points 3897A clean and decisive counterattack, combined with the subsequent involvement and interaction of Chongqing and Long Ao, had caused his popularity points to surge again. A glint flashed in Chen Guan's eyes as he saw his popularity points nearing 4,000. There were more things he could do now. He didn't rush to exchange, but decided to return to his dormitory first to digest today's gains and carefully plan his next steps. As night deepened, the lights began to shine. Chen Guan opened the door to room 304, gently placing the heavy dark iron coffin down against the wall. He walked to the bedside, looking at the sleeping body. His fingers brushed over a face that was just like his own but devoid of life. Soon, he whispered to himself, as if speaking to the person in the coffin and also to himself. We will become stronger and stronger, strong enough to face everything. The bullet comments exploded. Daily question, who is the person in the coffin? This is quite sentimental. There's a hint of villainy. I bet 5 dimes that Chen Guan and Long Ao are definitely on the same side. With a cheeky comment, I'm an ancient person waiting to be kicked. The popularity points stabilized again, ultimately reaching 5,769. Chen Guan was taken aback. He had never thought that his seemingly profound statement could provoke such a huge reaction. Now that he had money, shopping was in order. Chen Guan turned his gaze to the system mall. Should he directly increase his attribute points? Currently his stamina was 3. 2 and strength was 3. 5. If he allocated almost 6 points entirely to one attribute, it would undoubtedly lead to significant improvements. For instance, allocating all to strength might let him approach the physical capabilities of a Tier 1 superhuman. However, enhancing a single attribute would make his shortcomings more pronounced, and as attributes improved, the cost-effectiveness of future allocations would decrease. Should he exchange skills or items? Basic meditation intro white 500 points average cost-effectiveness. More advanced skills and equipment easily cost thousands or tens of thousands. His gaze quickly scanned the dazzling array of options in the mall, finally settling on a few choices. Ability type life system ability resilience. Quality green. Effect increases the body's tolerance to pain, fatigue, and harsh environments, accelerating the recovery speed from non-lethal injuries. Price 5,000 popularity points. Special skill breath control technique beginner. Quality green. Effect significantly reduces one's presence body temperature and fluctuations of spiritual energy through special breathing methods and bodily control, making it harder to detect by high-level probing techniques and less noticeable by conventional means. Price 4,500 popularity points. Item beginner's mental stimulation potion. Quality blue. Effect after consumption greatly enhances mental activity and perception sharpness for the next hour, with a low probability of stimulating a beneficial change or temporary breakthrough in mental attributes, but with some side effects such as mental fatigue and headaches. Price 5,500 popularity points. 3 options, each with its own use. Resilience is an ability that, even as a basic green ability, can comprehensively enhance survival and sustained combat capabilities. It is very practical and provides a permanent boost. The system indicated that as long as he has popularity points, he can hold up to 800 abilities. The breath control technique is an active skill that proves effective in stealth, reconnaissance, danger avoidance, and even surprise attacks. Combined with his current combat style leaning towards close combat and the defensive use of a coffin, it increases tactical flexibility. While the coffin is indeed conspicuous, it serves to conceal his aura and evade detection skills. After all, this is the breath control technique, not an invisibility technique. It cannot deceive the naked eye but can mislead perception, albeit with limited effectiveness. The beginner's mental stimulation potion is a gamble. His mental attributes are unique, and this potion might help him grasp his mental energy faster, or even unlock the potential of that gray mist, but it is the most expensive option and a one-time consumable with side effects. Chen Guan fell into deep thought. After a moment, he made his decision. Exchange for resilience. Defense and survival are always the top priorities. With greater endurance and recovery ability, he can endure longer in Lian's rigorous training and possible battles, better equipped to handle unexpected situations. Moreover, this is permanent and offers relatively good value for points. Exchange successful. Deducted 5,000 popularity points. Remaining popularity points 769. A warm current instantly surged throughout his body, a sensation distinct from the attribute point boosts. This felt more like a subtle change that penetrated to the marrow and infused his cells. The soreness in his muscles seemed to lessen slightly, and the mental fatigue was also somewhat dispelled, as if his entire body had been infused with resilience. Chen Guan clenched his fist, feeling that his tolerance had indeed improved, and there was no legendary issue of pores causing discomfort, sparing him the trouble of changing clothes, which was great. He thought for a moment and exchanged 700 popularity points for 0.7 intelligence. Intelligence is linked to spiritual power, and if he raises his intelligence attribute, he might quickly awaken his own spiritual power. Closing the system panel, Chen Guan did not rest immediately. He closed his eyes and began to attempt the meditation method taught by mentor Yunji in the afternoon, while also combining it with the methods he had explored himself. He attached a strand of thought to his mind, attempting to use it as a beacon to more clearly sense his spiritual power, which resembled gray mist. Though he still did not know what that gray mist was, it was certainly not something harmful to him. Perhaps he was the second master of the Yushi room. The process remained arduous, but with the mental endurance boost from resilience, though the panel values did not change, he felt he could endure longer, and his perception seemed a bit more stable. Resilience has the advantage over those expensive abilities. It acts as a passive skill functioning independently, without the need for spiritual energy, though having spiritual energy would enhance its effectiveness. The gray mist under the gaze of his consciousness remained thin and ethereal, yet it seemed to have condensed slightly more than in the afternoon. A night passed without incident. In the following days, Chen Guan's life fell into a regular rhythm. Mornings were dedicated to superpower theory fundamentals, with Situ Ming's clear explanations deepening his understanding of the energy system in this world. Although he still could not sense spiritual energy, the theoretical framework was gradually taking shape. Afternoons were for Lian's physical training classes, with the intensity increasing day by day. Chen Guan, relying on the talent of resilience and his progressively improving physical strength, gradually adapted to this high-load training, and even began to handle it with ease. His sparring practice with Wang Hanyue also became increasingly proficient. Although he still found it difficult to break through the opponent's rock-solid defense, his timing for evasion and counterattacks improved significantly. Li Yan's evaluation of him changed from passable to good, occasionally offering him tips on power techniques. Long Ao remained the most intense trainer in physical classes, often volunteering for extra practice, his eyes filled with unabashed combat intent and desire for conquest. He sometimes glanced at Chen Guan, his gaze eager, yet not truly challenging him, for he knew Chen Guan was not his opponent. Bullying the weak was not Long Ao's style. However, Long Ao was certain that Chen Guan would become an extraordinary person in the future, as Chen Guan's rapid progress made even him feel a tinge of envy. And Chongqing consistently maintained excellence, completing all training, impeccably subtly trending towards becoming the spiritual leader of the Tian Shu class. He occasionally inquired about Chen Guan's adaptability, his demeanor sincere. Su Yuehe, Zhao Qingyin, and others were also striving hard, and the competitive atmosphere within the Tian Shu class grew increasingly intense, though overall it remained healthy. Lu Feiyu indeed became much more restrained, either avoiding Chen Guan or pretending not to see him. His two lackeys, after recovering, also toned down their arrogance. Regarding the conflict that day, the academy quickly issued penalties. Lu Feiyu received a demerit and had his monthly points deducted, and was required to compensate Chen Guan for his mental distress. A sum not too large in academy points, which Chen Guan accepted, while the two lackeys received warning penalties. This matter was considered resolved, but the undercurrents remained known only to those involved. Wednesday afternoons were dedicated to mental guidance classes, where Chen Guan continued his previous training, making slow but steady progress. Mentor Yunji seemed to sense the uniqueness of his mental energy, and kept him behind for a moment after class, gently reminding him to proceed gradually. She also gave him a thin, ancient manuscript on calming the mind and nourishing the spirit, which Chen Guan gratefully accepted. All the teachers in this school are good people, he mused inwardly. On Friday afternoons during free activities, Chen Guan mostly immersed himself in the library, continuing to study special materials and theories of spiritual energy. Occasionally he would visit the task hall to familiarize himself with the task release process and point exchange matters. Saturday morning finally brought the class taught directly by Situ Ming on research and application of special items. The class was held in a laboratory filled with various strange instruments and material specimens in the equipment research building, and Chen Guan was the only student attending, making this truly a dedicated course. Situ Ming was dressed in practical dark gray work clothes, less imposing than the vice president but more scholarly. He did not engage in much small talk and directly entered the topic in his ancient-style speech. Special items refer to those objects, materials, or even natural creations that possess physical properties beyond the norm or have special interactions with super abilities. Situ Ming's voice was steady. Studying them is not only for utilizing their properties, but also for understanding everything they may contain. He walked to the central control station of the laboratory, where several items were placed. An irregular golden or a dried vine that faintly glowed with green light, a rusty bronze compass covered in runes, and a projection model of a mysterious iron coffin. Today we will start with the basics of affinity and repulsion. Situ Ming pointed to the golden ore. This is the radiant gold stone, which has a strong affinity for light and fire elemental energy, making it one of the primary materials for crafting corresponding magical tools. He then pointed to the dried vine. This is the active ancient vine. Although it is dead, its fibrous structure still retains spiritual energy, which can be used to study the decay and revival of life energy. Next he pointed to the bronze compass. This is a fragment of the spirit-seeking disc used by ancient superpowered individuals to explore the earth veins and search for spiritual objects. Its rune structure resonates with the specific frequency of spiritual energy waves. He explained the uses of the three items one by one, and finally his gaze fell on the projection of the mysterious iron coffin. And this coffin you carry is made of 10,000-year-old mysterious iron. Situ Ming's tone was calm. Its greatest characteristic is spiritual energy repulsion, or rather it has a very high level of obstruction against most conventional spiritual energy, making it nearly impossible to be driven, enhanced, or eroded by spiritual energy, and it is also very difficult to resonate with the external spiritual environment. Chen Guan listened carefully. However, everything exists in mutual generation and restriction. Extremes must reverse. Situ Ming changed the subject. Extreme repulsion is in itself a form of extreme stability. It is like an absolutely solid shell that completely isolates the interior from the exterior. This characteristic makes it the top-tier sealing vessel and defense barrier. Situ Ming continued. By carrying this coffin you naturally become distanced from the surrounding spiritual energy environment, and your path of cultivation is destined to be different from others. He walked in front of Chen Guan, his gaze deep. You cannot easily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen yourself like others do. Your growth and power will depend more on the tempering of your own physical body and the potential non-spiritual connection between you and this coffin. Non-spiritual connection. This coincided with Chen Guan's own speculation. I have observed that your spiritual power traits seem to be related to this coffin presenting a rare gray mist state. Situ Ming said slowly, this kind of spiritual power does not seem to completely follow the traditional growth pattern. It resembles a symbiotic state. Chen Guan held his breath, waiting for what was next. My advice to you is, Situ Ming said solemnly, First, continue to solidify your physical body and spiritual power nurturing, as this is fundamental. Second, try to understand your coffin not merely as a tool, but to feel its weight, its coldness, its silence. Perhaps you can comprehend your own spiritual energy from it. Third, regarding the gray mist of your spiritual power, try using the most basic nurturing method, go with the flow and record its changes. If there are any anomalies or progress, feel free to consult me at any time. Thank you, teacher. Chen Guan replied respectfully. Situ Ming's words were akin to pointing him towards a clear path of cultivation. Today's lesson ends here. Situ Ming nodded. Next week, I will explain some basic methods for array mapping and material property testing. The student understands. Leaving the equipment research building, Chen Guan was filled with new thoughts. Situ Ming's guidance had given him some new ideas. Physical tempering, spiritual power, nurturing, understanding the coffin, observing the gray mist. Although he still had no clue about understanding the coffin, he could comprehend the rest. On Monday afternoon, after the physical arts class, Chen Guan received a team invitation from Chongqing along with a shared team task information. Team task level clear. The anomalous rock beetle swarm in the abandoned mine in the eastern suburbs. Description: recently, a large number of mutated rock beetles have appeared in the old mine in the eastern suburbs, posing a threat to the surrounding environment and the occasional scavengers entering. The task requires to clear the insect swarm in the main passage of the mine, assess the threat level, and collect a small number of insect shell samples. Suggested number of people 35. Task reward 50 basic points per person. Additional rewards based on performance and quality of collected samples. Team members and Chongqing team leader Su Yueha Chen can to be confirmed. Aid level task to clear the insect swarm seems not too difficult, suitable for newcomers to practice. And Chongqing's choice of him and Su Yueha was clearly made after consideration. Su Yu's abilities leaned towards support, while he was a reliable melee and defense unit. Chen Guan did not hesitate and clicked to confirm his participation. Soon in Chongqing sent the meeting time and place 8 a.m. tomorrow at the east gate of the academy. The next morning the dawn light was faint. Chen Guan got up early, completed his daily care for his body, and changed into a set of dark gray field combat clothes that allowed for ease of movement. This was the standard uniform exchanged, using the initial points received upon enrollment, which had certain abrasion resistance, anti-scratch properties, and faint spiritual energy cushioning functions. After communicating with the system, the weight of the coffin was no longer as light as air but adjusted to a weight that Chen Guan could accept. Feeling the heavy weight, Chen Guan felt much more at ease. After putting the necessary items into his storage ring, Chen Guan pushed open the door of room 304 and walked down the stairs. The morning air on campus was crisp, and there were few pedestrians on the road. When he arrived at the east gate with the coffin on his back, and Chongqing and Su Yueha were already waiting there. And Chongqing was also wearing a fitted field combat outfit with an unsheathed longsword at his waist, the sword sheath ancient and seemingly containing flowing light. He stood tall and composed, giving a reliable impression even just by standing there. Su Yueha wore a light green form-fitting outfit with a bright green short flute hanging at her waist. She was nervously looking around, but when she saw Chen Guan approaching, her eyes lit up and she waved. Chen Guan. Here. And classmate Su, classmate, sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Guan walked closer and nodded in greeting. We just arrived. And Chongqing smiled, his gaze lingering for a moment on the coffin behind Chen Guan. The objective of this task is to clear the mutated rock beetles which usually dwell deep in dark and damp mines. Their shells are hard and they excel at burrowing and spitting acid, but they are not very fast and have low intelligence. Our strategy is to advance steadily. Yueha will assist while I and Chen Guan will be the main attackers. He concisely assigned the tasks, clearly having done his homework beforehand. All right, Chen Guan replied simply. Su Yueha also nodded vigorously, tightening her grip on the short flute. Let's go. The three of them left the eastern gate of the academy and stepped onto the rapid teleportation array within the academy. This array allows travel to any unblocked location, as long as there are coordinates distinctly different from ordinary teleportation arrays, primarily designed for the convenience of students. With a flash of light, the surrounding scenery transformed, and they arrived in a somewhat desolate hilly area. In the distance, the dark entrance of an abandoned mine loomed like a giant mouth waiting to consume its prey, while the air was filled with faint hints of sulfur and the scent of rusted metal. Stay close and remain vigilant. And Chongqing took the lead, walking toward the mine entrance with steady steps, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Su Yueha followed closely behind. Her short flute had somehow found its way to her lips, producing a few barely audible notes. Chen Guan sensed a gentle wave of spiritual fluctuation radiating from her like invisible tentacles, probing the movements ahead and around them. This was Su's auxiliary skill, seemingly a form of sound wave detection. The scene felt a bit bizarre, with the coffin being carried through the wilderness. As the mission commenced, the bullet comments became lively again. Soon the three reached the mine entrance, where part of the opening had collapsed with debris piled up, allowing only two people to pass through side by side. Inside was pitch black, with only the faint sounds of rustling and rock scraping echoing from deeper within. And Chongqing took out a fist-sized illuminating crystal from his backpack's side pocket, infusing it with a touch of spiritual power, and a soft yet bright light immediately illuminated a range of over 10 meters ahead. The cave walls were slick with moss and moisture, and the ground was scattered with decayed minecart tracks and rusted tools. The light may disturb them, but darkness is even more dangerous. And Chongqing murmured, "Stay close?" And Chongqing said quietly. The three entered the mine in a triangular formation with Chongqing in front, Chen Guan slightly ahead on the left, and Su Yuehe covering the rear on the right. After delving about 50 meters into the mine, the passage became intricate, presenting several forks, and the strange odor in the air grew stronger. The rustling sounds intensified. 30 meters ahead on the left, multiple life signals are approaching. Su Yuehe suddenly warned in a low voice, the tone of her flute slightly changing, and Chongqing immediately halted, raising the illuminating crystal. In the light's reach, they saw several bug-like creatures, each the size of a millstone, covered in thick gray-brown shells with 6 pairs of sharp appendages and mandibles that opened and closed, dripping corrosive slime emerging from around the corner. Their compound eyes reflected a chilling glare in the light, locking onto the 3 of them, emitting sharp hisses. They were the mutated rock beetles, fortunately not many in number, only about 7 or 8. "Prepare for battle," and Chongqing commanded in a low voice as his long sword was unsheathed with a metallic ring, its blade shimmering with a faint golden glow, a scorching aura emanating. Chen Guan also immediately got into position, his body slightly sinking as he gripped one side of the coffin, ready to swing it as a shield or weapon. Fortunately, the old coffin inside was securely fixed, otherwise swinging it around would have resulted in quite a few bumps. He did not rush forward recklessly, but instead moved in sync with Chongqing and Su Yuehe, maintaining a triangle formation for mutual support. The swarm of rock beetles hissed like a gray tide, appearing cumbersome, yet they moved swiftly in the narrow mine, their sharp appendages clattering against the ground, creating a cacophony of sounds. Yuehe, restrict their movements. As Chongqing issued the command, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his sword carving a golden arc as it accurately sliced toward the connection between the head and shell of the foremost rock beetle. With a soft thud, the sword light flashed, and the head of the rock beetle fell with a thud, its viscous green bodily fluid splattering out as its massive form twitched and collapsed. Su Yu's short flute produced a rapid and sharp sound wave, and invisible ripples spread out, impacting the senses of the remaining rock beetles. Several rock beetles visibly slowed their movements, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Guan stepped forward, not attacking the disturbed rock beetles, but instead swung the heavy dark iron coffin like a door, crashing it down on a beetle attempting to bypass and Chongqing and pounce on Su Yuehe. Bang! The dull, thunderous sound echoed through the mine as the beetle was caught off guard, struck head-on by the coffin. Its thick shell made a painful cracking sound, and its entire body rolled and flew backward, crashing into the cave wall, collapsing limply with a caved-in shell and twisted limbs, clearly unable to survive. Wow, using a coffin to smash bugs, simple and brutal. The person inside the coffin must be suffering. Thanks for everyone praising my husband. We are very loving, thank you all. And Chongqing's sword light flashed again, slaying 2 more disturbed rock beetles. Chen Guan, like a human fortress, maneuvered the coffin with vigor, slamming and crashing down, toppling the remaining beetles that tried to get close. His attacks lacked finesse, relying purely on the weight of the coffin and his brute strength. However, in this narrow environment, facing a swarm of creatures with low intelligence that charged instinctively, it was exceptionally effective. Occasionally, the acidic liquid spat by the rock beetles splashed onto the dark iron coffin, producing a sizzling sound and rising faint white smoke, but it left no marks on the coffin's surface. Chen Guan himself, relying on his resilience and agile steps, dodged most of the attacks, with only a small amount of acidic liquid splashing onto his combat suit, blocked by its inherent defenses, leaving him unharmed. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the 7 or 8 rock beetles were eliminated, and the passage was filled with the acrid stench of insect corpses and the smell of decay. All clear, collect samples. And Chongqing sheathed his sword, his expression unchanged at this level of mission, posed no difficulty for him. He walked over to a relatively intact insect corpse, using a specialized tool to cut off a few pieces of hard shell to place in a sealed bag. Su Yuehe stopped, playing her face slightly pale, clearly affected by the continued use of sound wave interference, especially since she had only utilized spiritual power and not her abilities. The stronger the ability, the greater the consumption. Thus, for Su Yuehe, someone like Chongqing with top-tier abilities rarely needed to use theirs at this stage. She swallowed a pill to replenish her energy, or her issue of lacking spiritual power was becoming increasingly severe. Chen Guan also panted slightly, his physical strength diminished after that round of exertion. He adjusted the coffin on his back and approached another insect corpse, imitating Chongqing's actions to collect samples. The dark iron coffin had endured multiple impacts and acidic corrosion, yet remained as clean as new, not a single stain on it. Indeed, products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Continue forward, be cautious of possible insect leaders or nests. And Chongqing signaled to proceed deeper. Along the way, they encountered several small swarms of rock-scale beetles, each swiftly subdued through seamless coordination among the 3. Chen Guan gradually adapted to this rhythm of combat, mastering the use of his black coffin with increasing fluency. He even attempted rudimentary counterattack combos. Clumsy still, yet markedly more effective. Old Ji bore the brunt once again, but Chen Guan was certain the elder would bear no grudge. As they pressed deeper, the mine tunnel grew ever more labyrinthine and shadowed, its branching paths multiplying. The air thickened, stale, humid, and suffocating, while bioluminescent fungi began to speckle the cavern walls, casting faint, eerie glows that offered scant illumination, yet deepened the uncanny stillness. Spiritual energy density is rising here, and it feels chaotic, Su Yueha murmured, frowning, as she lifted her short flute once more to probe the depths. Life signatures ahead are densely clustered, and one immense, anomalous presence. Likely the hive and its sovereign. And Chongqing's expression hardened. Prepare for a grueling battle. Chen Guan, your coffin offers exceptional defense. You'll likely bear the brunt of frontal assault. Yueha prioritized disrupting the sovereign and thinning the swarm. Understood. Chen Guan nodded, gripping the coffin's handles tightly. Su Yueha drew a slow, steady breath and tightened her hold on the flute. The trio advanced cautiously toward the direction she indicated, then rounded a sharp bend and the chamber opened before them in breathtaking expanse. It was a vast, naturally formed cavern. Stalactites hung like frozen chandeliers from the vaulted ceiling, while the floor sprawled unevenly, pitted with sinkholes and littered with slag heaps and jagged or fragments. At the cavern's heart loomed a colossal hive, 4 to 5 meters tall, woven haphazardly from rock shards, packed earth, chitinous beetle carapaces, and refuse. Hundreds of rock-scale beetles swarmed its perimeter, motionless yet reverent, as if worshipping some unseen deity within. Perched atop the hive lay a monstrous specimen, vastly larger than its kin, its carapace a sinister dark crimson studded with jagged bone spines, its compound eyes burned with predatory crimson light. It slowly chewed something unseen, radiating an aura far more potent and deeply alien than any common rock-scale beetle. The sovereign of the swarm. As if sensing intruders, the sovereign abruptly raised its head and unleashed a shrill, piercing shriek. In that instant, every rock-scale beetle in the cavern snapped its gaze toward the entrance. Hundreds of compound eyes locking onto the three figures, their shrieks converging into a deafening, skin-crawling cacophony. The torrent of oncoming beetles dwarfed even the densest barrage of scrolling commentary. And Chongqing barked, "We're exposed, battle formation." His long sword flashed free, blazing with golden radiance. The swarm surged forward like a black tide, while the sovereign rose slowly from its perch, its dark crimson carapace gleaming ominously under the fungal glow. Its massive mandibles gaped wide, dripping viscous viridian acid far more corrosive than that of its underlings. The tide of beetles crashed onward, their shrieks thundering through stone. Hundreds of rock-scale beetles flooded the cavern from all sides, converging upon the narrow tunnel mouth where the trio stood, transforming the cramped entrance into both the most perilous choke point and an accidental defensive stronghold. Chen Guan, seal the entrance. Yueha, disrupt the swarm and buy me an opening. And Chongqing's voice was rapid yet utterly calm and precise. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, sword tipped lowered to the ground, chanting low, and swift a golden light coalesced around him, dense and luminous, momentarily quelling the fetid wind rushing toward them. Without hesitation, Chen Guan lunged 2 paces ahead, bracing his shoulder against the side of the Black Iron Coffin, then roared, a surge of raw power erupting through his frame, as he drove the heavy casket sideways like a battering ram, slamming it hard between the tunnel's flanking walls. Boom! Shards of stone rained down as the massive iron coffin wedged itself perfectly into the narrow passage, leaving only a gap less than half a meter high at the top and a palm-width slit between coffin base and floor. Its sheer dimensions blocked nearly 70 to 80% of the entrance. The leading wave of beetles slammed headlong into the sudden iron barrier. Crunching impacts echoed dully, carapaces splintering, ichor spraying across the cold metal. Those behind halted midrush now surged frantically toward the upper and lower gaps, desperate to squeeze through. Well blocked. And Chongqing commended his blade, blazing brighter still. Yueha, it's your turn. Though pale, Su Yueha showed no sign of faltering. She inhaled deeply, brought the flute to her lips, and this time, instead of sharp sonic bursts, she wove a long, soothing melody, resonant and tranquil. Invisible sound waves rippled outward, precisely enveloping the beetles scrambling toward the coffin's narrow openings. Their movements instantly slowed, disoriented, chaotic. They collided, tore at one another, spun aimlessly in place. Their assault faltered, devolving into frenzied self-destruction. Meanwhile, and Chongqing's incantation reached its zenith, his sword raised high above his head blazed with condensed golden light, like a miniature sun cradled in his grasp. Celestial wrath, sword of purgation, break. His clear, commanding shout echoed through the cavern. One step forward, and man and blade fused into a single radiant comet, streaking unerringly into the breach where the swarm had been momentarily pinned by coffin and melody. Crockum. Blinding gold light consumed the space ahead. Razor-edged sword chi slashed through the air, cleaving rock-scale carapaces as effortlessly as parchment. Limbs chitin and viscous fluids exploded outward in a grisly spray. In a single stroke, dozens of beetles crowding the breach were obliterated, and the lingering shockwave forced the following tide backward by several meters. The sovereign, enraged by the blow, let loose a deafening roar that shook dust from the cavern ceiling. Abandoning its perch, the colossal beast launched itself downward from the hive's summit, its 6 thick, segmented limbs crashing into the ground with such force that the entire cavern trembled. Its dark crimson carapace bristled, Spine's erect compound eyes locked unblinkingly upon Chongqing, who had just landed, his breath slightly ragged. With a guttural snap of its mandibles, it fired a thick, near-black acidic jet, thrice the diameter and potency of lesser beetle's venom, hurling it like a pressurized lance straight at him. "Beware the acid!" Su Yuehe cried out, and Chongqing had just unleashed a devastating strike. His prior momentum spent his next breath not yet gathered. Facing the surging column of corrosive fluid evasion was no longer possible. At that very instant, a black silhouette shot laterally across the battlefield with astonishing speed, interposing itself before Chongqing. It was Chen Guan. Even as Chongqing launched his attack, Chen Guan had already anticipated the swarm leader's counterstrike, and had kept his gaze fixed upon it ever since. Seeing the acidic torrent bear down upon them, he hesitated not. Not even for thought. Instinct alone guided his response. Once again, he became shield. Once again, the coffin became wall. A sickening hiss. The viridian acid struck the ironwood coffin's lid with brutal finality. The shriek of corrosion, now tenfold louder than before. Thick plumes of acrid, foul-smelling white vapor erupted upward, instantly obliterating all sight. "Chen Guan!" And Chongqing and Su Yuehe cried in unison. Yet when the vapor thinned, the black ironwood coffin still stood firm. Its lid unmarred, untouched by even the faintest trace of corrosion. Only droplets of residual acid slid slowly down the smooth obsidian surface of the coffin, sizzling as they fell, burning tiny smoking craters into the earth below. Chen Guan stood behind the coffin, his face slightly pallid. That impact had delivered more than lethal acid. It carried concussive force enough to numb his arms and tighten his chest. Yet he remained unbroken. His innate tenacity talent steadied him at once. Exhaling a slow, deliberate breath, he lifted his gaze, cold, unwavering, toward the swarm leader. The swarm leader was no mindless beast. Clearly stunned that its most potent acid had failed utterly, it froze. For just a heartbeat. "Now, Yuehe. Distract it. Chen Guan, follow me." And Chongqing seized the opening without hesitation. His form blurred forward, once more, sword light blazing like a celestial rainbow, aimed precisely where the compound eye met the chitinous maw, its most vulnerable joint. Su Yuehe's flute song sharpened anew, piercing, urgent, concentrated solely on fracturing the leader's awareness, inducing a split second of rigidity and disarray in its movements. Chen Guan roared, a low guttural sound, and abandoned defense. Gripping the coffin's heavy iron handles, his muscles coiled and surged as he heaved the massive black ironwood casket aloft once more. This time he did not slam. He did not thrust. Instead, he wielded the coffin as a colossal edgeless bludgeon, howling through the air, sweeping sideways with crushing force toward one of the swarm leader's supporting limbs. He aimed low, brutally, deliberately low. The swarm leader, still reeling from sonic disruption, saw the monstrous black arc cut across its waist. Instinct screamed evade, but Chongqing's blade was already at its face, forcing divided attention. Crunch! The ironwood coffin struck true, crushing two of the left middle segmented limbs with bone-shattering finality. A grating, teeth-rattling snap echoed across the battlefield. The swarm leader shrieked, a raw, agonized cry, as its hulking frame lurched violently sideways. Its left support limb twisted grotesquely, though its chitin and exoskeletal bones held the joint had been catastrophically compromised. Simultaneously, Chongqing's blade carved a deep flesh-rending gash beside its compound eye, spurting thick viridian ichor. Maddened by grievous injury, the swarm leader abandoned restraint. With its intact right limbs and razor-sharp bone spurs, it lashed wildly at the two warriors now within arm's reach, while its maw began churning once more with seething acid. "Fall back!" And Chongqing retreated, decisively parrying a sweeping bone spur with a shower of golden sparks. Chen Guan instantly retracted the coffin, pivoting it forward to shield both himself and the retreating Chongqing. Thud, thud, thud. Bone spurs and armored limbs hammered against the coffin's surface, each blow landing with thunderous hollow force. Yet the coffin held immovable. Still, the sheer kinetic shock drove Chen Guan backward 2 paces, his chi churning violently within. Frustrated by its ineffectual assault, the swarm leader grew only more frenzied. Yet its wounded leg hampered mobility. Around it, the lesser rock-armored beetles faltered, their cohesion shattered by their leader's trauma. "Now, finish it in one decisive stroke." And Chongqing's eyes blazed with incisive clarity. He recognized the moment. Drawing a deep breath, golden light shimmered once more about his form, though dimmer this time, betraying the immense toll of repeated supreme exertion. Chen Guan suppressed the tightness in his chest, hands tightening once more upon the coffin's cold iron handles. He knew this was the final chance. He must create the opening. With sudden force, he lunged the coffin forward, not to strike but to feint, drawing the swarm leader's full attention. And the beast took the bait, swinging its bone spur straight toward the coffin. At the precise instant the spur neared impact, Chen Guan shifted his footing, sliding sideways like an eel along the coffin's flank. Then, with explosive torque from his waist, he seized the leader's own momentum and wrenched the coffin sideways, appending it with a sharp, fluid heave. This was no clash of brute strength, but mastery of leverage and timing. Already unbalanced by its injured limb, the swarm leader was hurled off kilter, its colossal body listing violently to the side, exposing its soft, unprotected underbelly. And Chongqing, poised waiting, exploded forward. His eyes flared with incandescent light. His body fused with his blade. He became a golden lightning bolt, piercing storm clouds, driving straight for the exposed vital core beneath the swarm leader's thorax. Schlick, the golden blade pierced deep, unimpeded, through chitin muscle and organ alike, emerging bloodlessly from the creature's back. Its shriek died midair. The massive form convulsed, twice thrice, then crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, raising a choking cloud of dust. Viridian blood gushed forth, rapidly staining the earth a sickly luminous green. With the leader slain, the remaining rock-armored beetles descended into chaos, deprived of unified command. Some scattered blindly, others turned fangs upon each other in blind, instinctual fury. "Clean up the rest," and Chongqing said, sheathing his sword. His face was pale, but his eyes burned with quiet intensity. He turned to Chen Guan and nodded, grave and sincere. "Thank you." A flicker of quiet remorse lingered in his gaze. Had Chen Guan not thrown himself before that acid, had he not risked everything to forge that opening, the battle would have turned far darker, and Chongqing might well have fallen wounded, or worse. At its root lay his own hesitation, his reluctance to reveal the full scope of his unique ability, heaven-flipping dominion. One manifestation of this power allowed him to redirect any attack, so long as its force remained within his physical threshold. That acid, for instance, could have been reflected back with perfect, devastating fidelity. Only Su Yuehe, his childhood friend, knew of this secret, truly formidable. Yet measured against Chen Guan's selfless courage, it felt narrow, petty even. Chen Guan waved a dismissive hand. No thanks required. Leaning lightly against the coffin, he drew slow, measured breaths. This battle had taxed him deeply, especially that final, exquisitely timed maneuver, the precise redirection of force, the flawless balance of control and explosive power. Su Yuehe too released a quiet sigh of relief, lowering her flute. Her complexion had grown even paler. Sustaining such high-intensity support had exacted a heavy toll. Though her role was auxiliary, she stood only at the second realm, her spiritual energy vastly inferior to Chongqing's. The three did not delay rallying their spirits and providing mutual cover, as they systematically eliminated the remaining rock-armored insects that were either resisting or attempting to flee within the cave. With the loss of their leader, these pests posed a significantly reduced threat. About half an hour later, the rock-armored insects in the cave had been completely eradicated, leaving only the scattered insect corpses and a pungent odor. Mission accomplished. And Chongqing looked at the ravaged insect nest and the corpses, letting out a long breath. He approached the body of the insect leader, carefully cutting off the most valuable pieces of shell bone spikes and gland samples, sealing them with caution. Chen Guan and Su Yuehe also collected some ordinary insect shell samples. "This place is not suitable to linger. The stench of blood and energy fluctuations might attract other creatures. I've already contacted the Superpower Association to handle the aftermath." And Chongqing put away the samples and turned to Chen Guan and Su Yuehe. "How are you two? Can you still leave?" "No problem." Chen Guan moved his slightly sore arm, feeling the effects of resilience kicking in, recovering faster than an average person. I'm fine, just a bit tired." Su Yuehe rubbed her temples, her voice sounding somewhat weak. "Then let's head back immediately. You should rest well once we return." And Chongqing spoke gently. The three tidied up, with Chongqing leading the way, Chen Guan bringing up the rear, and Su Yuehe in the center, swiftly evacuating the mine along the path they came. The return journey faced no further obstacles. As the three stepped out of the mine and were bathed once again in the slightly harsh afternoon sunlight, they felt an almost surreal sense of disconnection from the world. "Submit the mission." And Chongqing activated his personal terminal and began uploading the proof of mission completion. Soon the mission status updated to completed pending review. The basic reward of 50 points has been credited to each of your accounts. Additional rewards will be settled separately after the Academy reviews the samples and assesses the performance. And Chongqing glanced at the information and said to Chen Guan and Su Yuehe. Chen Guan nodded, opening his terminal, and indeed saw an increase of 50 points in his account. Although it wasn't much, this was the first time he had earned points through a mission which felt different in significance. More importantly, popularity 5421, a fierce team battle, spectacular counterattacks, and cooperation had led to a significant leap in popularity, surpassing the 5,000 mark. Chen Guan felt invigorated. This income was far richer than that 50 points from the Academy. "Thank you all for your hard work today." And Chongqing displayed a gentle smile. "You coordinated very well, especially you, Chen Guan. Your defense and timely responses were crucial." He paused for a moment and said, "Next time, you need not worry too much about my safety. My ability allows me to face opponents below the 5th tier without fear." "You're too kind, and classmate. I just did what I had to do." Chen Guan replied politely. As for Chongqing's abilities, he was not particularly curious. He figured the barrage would eventually reveal the truth. Su Yuehe also smiled. Yes, Chen Guan is amazing. With you in front I feel much safer. As someone without any powers, Su Yuehe, like in Chongqing, had held back. Su Yu's ability word spirit allowed her to bring her words into reality, but only within the limits of her own understanding. The three exchanged smiles, and the fatigue from their first team mission seemed to dissipate, replaced by a subtle trust born from fighting alongside one another. Rest well. There may be new missions next week. And Chongqing continued. Additionally, Chen Guan, regarding your combat style, perhaps you could consult Mentor Li Yan on how to better leverage your strengths and also, well, techniques for protecting the person in the coffin. He glanced at the coffin behind Chen Guan. Given Chen Guan's combat style, the occupant inside had likely suffered a lot. If it were not for the sturdy Shen Tai coffin, the person might have been in danger. After learning that there was a person in the coffin, and Chongqing even took the time to investigate Chen Guan's background, the results appeared to be as ordinary as could be. There was no Shen Tai coffin, no person inside, just an average student who had passed the college entrance examination and entered Hucking. Everything seemed far too ordinary, making it difficult for Chongqing to be convinced. Chen Guan stirred, slightly nodding. Thank you for the reminder. I will. The three said no more, taking a vehicle from their spatial rings and driving to the nearest teleportation array, then, stepping onto the return teleportation array. In a flash of light, they returned to Hucking. Upon returning to the academy, it was already evening. The three parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. Chen Guan opened the door to room 304, a sense of peace washing over him. He removed his combat uniform, which was stained with dust and a bit of insect blood, and carefully leaned the Shen Tai coffin against the wall. As usual, he called out to his other self, then walked to the bedside, gazing at the still sleeping form. Chen Guan exhaled softly. Today, we won. He said quietly, as if sharing his joy, although you might not know it and cannot witness it for now. He reached out his fingertips, brushing against the cool cheek of his other self, the motion gentle. But that's all right. I will continue to grow stronger, strong enough to wake you and let you see this world with your own eyes. Habitually, after acting, he turned towards the bathroom, ready to wash away the fatigue. The warm water flowed over his body, washing away the dirt, insect blood, and fatigue from the cave. Chen Guan closed his eyes, allowing the water to glide over his skin, but his mind involuntarily replayed the scenes of the battle from the afternoon. The surge of the insectide, the corrosive acid, the heavy impacts, and Changqing's stunning sword strike, Su Yu's precise support. Every detail was vividly clear. This was his first genuine combat experience since arriving in this world, and it was a team effort. The feeling was not bad. Those once formidable monsters seemed less terrifying through his current perspective. Though the process was perilous and exhausting, the sensation of standing shoulder to shoulder with comrades and trusting their backs to one another, and ultimately working together to overcome the enemy, was an unfamiliar, yet not unpleasant experience for him, a stranger in this world. More importantly, the rewards were substantial. 5,421 points of popularity. It was enough to elevate his strength to a new level. After showering and changing into clean clothes, Chen Guan felt his spirits had recovered significantly. Resilience continued to take effect, and the soreness in his muscles was rapidly fading. He sat down at his desk, not immediately addressing the popularity points, but first opened his personal terminal to check the details of the mission rewards. In addition to the 50 points that had already been credited, the mission evaluation had also been released, earning an A grade. The additional reward was 100 points for each person and a grade resource exchange privilege, allowing them to exchange for a grade item or equivalent materials at the academy. In a grade evaluation, an extra 100 points and an exchange privilege. These rewards far exceeded expectations, indicating the Academy's strong recognition of the quality of this mission's completion. Chen Guan's mood improved further. These points could be exchanged for cultivation resources, equipment, and more, granting considerable purchasing power. Though he currently had little immediate need for spiritual energy resources, such necessities would inevitably arise. The Class D exchange privilege was especially valuable, warranting careful planning. He closed the terminal and redirected his attention to the system interface. 5421 popularity points shimmered with irresistible allure. How should he spend them? Attribute points, skills, items, or save them, awaiting a far more pivotal opportunity. He pulled up the marketplace list and scrutinized it once more. The system marketplace was never static, and new items refreshed regularly. Thus Chen Guan routinely checked it lest he miss a true treasure. The previously coveted breath-concealing art and basic psychostimulant serum were temporarily set aside. First he would survey other options. Ordinary items were likewise deferred. Among the rest, several newly refreshed entries, or previously overlooked ones, caught his eye. Special skill proficiency in basic heavy weapons, rarity green effect grants foundational mastery of heavy blunt weapons, such as hammer, staves, or even reinforced planks, including core striking mechanics, attack trajectories, and defensive postures. Slightly enhances both damage output and precision when wielding such arms. Cost 1800 popularity points. Note this skill partially overlaps with and augments the blunt weapon applications within mastery of foundational martial arts. Special item, substandard physical recovery serum, small 3 rarity white. Effect restores physical stamina gradually over 10 minutes upon ingestion. No adverse side effects. Cost 800 popularity points per vial. Bundle price 2000 points for 3 vials. Note effects do not stack. Consecutive doses yield diminishing returns. Talent fragment surging strength, incomplete rarity blue fragment effect. Collecting 3 fragments synthesizes the complete blue tier ability, surging strength. Upon synthesis, it modestly accelerates strength attribute growth and grants a temporary base strength scale boost to raw power during maximal exertion. Cost 1500 popularity points per fragment. Note this is a randomly refreshed item. Its next appearance remains unpredictable. Chen Guan's gaze lingered over these options. The classic tripartite choice presented itself once again. Proficiency in basic heavy weapons was highly practical. It directly amplified his combat effectiveness with the coffin, the cornerstone of his fighting style. Crucially, its price was economical and its value-at-cost ratio exceptional. His clear favorite. Substandard physical recovery serum ensured endurance, vital in prolonged engagements, and remained reasonably priced, meriting provisional consideration. Surging strength. A blue-tier talent fragment. Represented a long-term investment. Its rarity and potency clearly surpassed the green-tier resilience, and at this price point it was remarkably affordable. Yet acquiring all 3 fragments remained a gamble. Gambling options were naturally eliminated first. Gamblers invariably ended with nothing. Chen Guan possessed unwavering confidence in his own luck, or rather his profound lack thereof. As a child, skipping homework invariably coincided with surprise teacher inspections. As an adult, every tardy arrival aligned perfectly with managerial spot checks, resulting in relentless salary deductions until sheer exhaustion set in. He had always been catastrophically unlucky, and being thrust directly into a high martial world only confirmed that truth beyond doubt. Setting aside past grievances, breath-concealing art and psychostimulant serum each held distinct merit. One excelled in tactical support, the other in mental breakthroughs. His fingers tapped unconsciously upon the tabletop as his mind raced through rapid calculations and trade-offs. Finally, he reached his decision exchange for proficiency in basic heavy weapons. Exchange successful. Deducted 1800 popularity points. Remaining balance 3621 points. Instantly knowledge flooded his consciousness. Optimized techniques for wielding, parrying, and manipulating heavy blunt weapons, with seamless integration into his existing mastery of foundational martial arts. Chen Guan sensed his tactile intuition with the coffin sharpen instantly, as if that massive, unwieldy object had grown subtly more responsive in his grip. His instincts burned bright. With the remaining popularity points, he allocated a portion toward attribute enhancements. Name: Chen Guan. Affiliation: first-year student, Huaqing Academy. Talent: life. Attributability: resilience. Special skills: mastery of foundational martial arts. White proficiency in basic heavy weapons. Green attribute: strength 5, stamina 5, agility 1, 4, intelligence 2, spirit 1. 3 popularity points. 1021. Recent training had elevated certain attributes, sparing him additional allocation costs. Having settled his popularity points, he recalled in Chongqing's advice to consult instructor Li Yan on combat techniques, particularly those safeguarding the occupant within the coffin. Indeed, his current style was broad and unrestrained, relying entirely on the coffin as a blunt shield, offering virtually zero protection to his own body inside. He depended solely on the coffin's inherent durability. Should an adversary breach that defense or demand agility and mobility, his unprotected form would suffer direct impact. One must never abuse oneself. Self-preservation demanded utmost vigilance. Truth be told, Chen Guan himself remained uncertain of the Black Iron Coffin's defensive limits. Caution therefore remained paramount. Tomorrow afternoon featured instructor Li Yan's martial arts class. Perhaps an opportunity to seek guidance would present itself. Having resolved his course, Chen Guan felt assured and at ease. A deep weariness now rose unbidden. Today's exertions had indeed been substantial. He approached his floor mat and lay down, sinking swiftly into slumber. The night passed dreamlessly. The next day dawned once again at 8 o'clock sharp. Morning brought the Advanced Energy Theory Fundamentals lecture, taught as ever by Professor Situ Ming. Today's topic was interference and superposition principles within energy fields, denser and more abstruse than before. Compounding the difficulty, the elderly professor's lectures often blurred temporal awareness, rendering comprehension arduous. Though Chen Guan struggled to follow, he persisted, attentively absorbing and memorizing. He realized these theories, while presently inapplicable to his personal cultivation, subtly deepened his understanding of talent effects, energy item mechanisms, and battlefield analysis alike. During the break, Chongqing approached and handed him a compact metallic box. Chen Guan, this is your bonus Class D resource exchange voucher from yesterday's mission. Already activated. Connect via terminal to the Academy's resource repository to browse available items, select your choices, and place orders directly. Deliveries will arrive at your dormitory. And Chongqing added, lowering his voice, I recommend prioritizing materials that enhance physical constitution or complement your coffin's unique properties. Thank you. Chen Guan accepted the box, Its slight weight conveyed thoughtful consideration. "You're welcome. And one more thing." And Chongqing paused, voice dropping further regarding yesterday. "I sincerely apologize. I should have trusted my teammate more and borne greater responsibility." He referred to concealing his talent, which had forced Chen Guan to intercept the corrosive fluid, an incident evidently weighing heavily upon him. Though trained since childhood by his father to always hold something in reserve, he had never intended to endanger another. Chen Guan shook his head. "And there's no need for apology. Everyone makes their own calculations, and the outcome was favorable. That suffices." And Chongqing met Chen Guan's calm gaze and recognized genuine sincerity, only deepening his remorse. "On our next mission I will perform better." He pledged the vow with solemn resolve. In the afternoon during the physical training class, Li Yan maintained his cold and stern expression with the training intensity increasing. Today the focus was on core strength, explosion, and impact resistance. During a break in practice, Chen Guan took the opportunity to approach Li Yan while he was inspecting the class. "Instructor Li Yan, regarding my combat style, I mainly rely on this coffin for defense and attack, but sometimes I feel that my power delivery is not smooth enough and I worry that intense collisions might cause unnecessary impacts inside the coffin. Can you suggest any techniques to improve this?" Chen Guan organized his words, trying to clearly express his concerns. Li Yan stopped in his tracks, his eagle-like eyes glanced at Chen Guan, and then swept over the coffin beside him. He was cold but never stingy with guidance. "Your issue has two parts." Li Yan's voice remained icy. "First, power delivery. You treat it like a lifeless object and swing it forcefully, wasting energy and lacking efficiency. You need to see it as an extension of your arm. The power transfer needs to be smooth. From your feet to your waist to your back, then to your arms, and finally to the coffin. Use finesse, not brute strength." Second, shock absorption. Li Yan walked to the coffin, extended his finger, and tapped twice on the coffin wall. The material is top-notch with extreme rigidity, but it lacks cushioning. The force inside is directly transmitted. You need to learn to make micro-adjustments through your body at the moment of contact to dissipate some of the impact. Also consider adding some flexible, energy-absorbing padding or structures inside the coffin if you don't want the person inside to be turned into mush. Inside the coffin is a person which has already become an open secret. His words were as direct as ever, even somewhat harsh, but they hit the nail on the head. "I can teach you a few basic techniques for heavy weapon power exertion and energy manipulation. You can practice them yourself. As for shock absorption, that's a material and structural issue. Go ask Dean Situ or the people from the equipment research building. They are more professional." After saying that, Li Yan stopped wasting words and directly began to demonstrate several simple power exertion postures and energy flow routes suitable for heavy blunt weapons for Chen Guan. The movements were not complicated, but they required extremely precise control of the bodus muscles and strength. Chen Guan focused intently, taking notes and trying to imitate. With a foundation in heavy weapon mastery, he understood the concepts much faster. Although his movements were stiff and awkward at first, he quickly grasped the key points. "Practice on your own until it becomes instinctive." Li Yan tossed out this remark and turned to practice with other students. Chen Guan felt grateful. Although Li Yan was strict, he was generous with his guidance. He immediately walked to a corner of the training room and practiced those power exertion movements over and over again, feeling the power rise from his heels, travel along his spine, and flow into the weapon through his shoulders and arms. At the same time, he was also pondering Li Yan's suggestion about shock absorption. Adding padding inside the coffin. That was indeed a thought, but ordinary materials might not suffice. He needed special materials that could absorb tremendous impact. Perhaps he could use this level exchange authority to trade for some. It was quite a coincidence. The training class ended amidst sweat and repetition, and Chen Guan felt he had gained immensely. Not only a preliminary grasp of power exertion techniques, but more importantly a clear direction for improvement. He really enjoyed this feeling of gradually becoming stronger. Suddenly an absurd thought crossed his mind. He and Long Ao seemed to be on the same path. Back in his dormitory, he immediately opened his personal terminal connected to the Academy's resource library and entered the code for the level exchange voucher. Instantly a dazzling virtual screen appeared before him, categorically listing a vast array of level resources: herbs, ores, exotic beast materials, spirit crystal, low-level magical tools, technical blueprints, knowledge scrolls. The variety was overwhelming. Chen Guan directly filtered the material category and entered keywords, causing the list to refresh, rapidly displaying dozens of materials that met the criteria. Chen Guan carefully browsed the detailed descriptions of each material. He first eliminated options that required spiritual energy activation or maintenance. After careful consideration, he chose a material called spider silk woven lining. The reason was simple: the spider silk lining was lightweight and highly durable, capable of withstanding significant impacts. Furthermore, spider silk itself has a certain degree of elasticity, allowing for better force dispersion. After making his selection, Chen Guan submitted the exchange request. Once submitted successfully, the screen indicated that the item would be delivered to his designated dormitory within 24 hours. After finishing these tasks and closing the terminal, Chen Guan let out a sigh of relief. Next he just had to wait for the lining to arrive and then figure out how to properly place it inside the coffin. This might require some handiwork. Perhaps he could consult some senior students from the equipment research building. The school had an internal forum where he could post a help request. Alternatively, he could ask Dean Situ when he visited on the weekend. In the late-night room 304 was left with only the sound of even breathing. Chen Guan did not fall asleep, but sat cross-legged on the floor, contemplating the remaining popularity points. As time passed, his popularity points reached 1621. He needed a weapon. The coffin was an irreplaceable shield and barrier, but in previous battles he clearly felt its limitations. Heavy, not agile enough, and a single mode of attack. When facing quick, agile enemies or those with special abilities, it seemed clumsy. Especially when precise attacks on weaknesses or mid-range control were needed, a gigantic coffin was far less effective than a suitable weapon. Moreover, Li Yan's words also inspired him. No matter how defensive he was, there was still harm to the person inside the coffin. The avatar could respawn, but if the person inside died, it was truly over. Although the Shentai coffin was formidable, it was not made of indestructible material. Thus a weapon was essential. Even a supportive figure like in Chongqing had a longsword, and Su Yuehe had a short flute as a weapon. In the system mall, under the weapon category, there were various kinds: swords, axes, hammers, bows, crossbows, arrows. A wide variety from cold weapons to hot weapons, with prices ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Chen Guan's gaze quickly swept over. Those that were too cheap probably had inferior materials and power compared to a sturdy iron rod he might pick up. Those that were too expensive were unaffordable, plus better weapons tended to be heavier. This time the system couldn't give him an unfair advantage. He might not be able to carry it. Now he needed a weapon that was cost-effective and suited to his current combat style and physical characteristics. What was his combat style? Strength-based, decent endurance, average speed, and improving techniques. He was accustomed to bold and decisive moves, but limited by the coffin's weight and the need to protect his own body. He required some control and precision. A weapon that combined a sense of power with a certain range of control yet was not overly flashy or difficult to master. His gaze finally settled on an icon. It was a black sickle, its design ancient and its lines smooth. The blade was long and curved, shimmering with a dark metallic sheen. The handle was elongated with a chain at the end, giving an overall impression of harvesting death. It was indeed true to its name. Weapon: Black Iron, Reaper. Quality: green material, refined black iron, mixed with a trace of dark steel. Trait: sturdy green, sharp green, armor piercing green. Description: A standardized battlefield Reaper designed for balance, suitable for slashing, hooking, and blocking with a long handle providing a certain attack range. Includes basic sickle usage skills. Beginner price 1200 popularity points. Note: this is a one-time bound weapon, which can consume popularity points for subsequent upgrades. The sickle. A long-handled weapon with a considerable attack range, possessing the chopping power of an axe, while also allowing for clever variations in hooking, slicing, and locking. It complemented his strength while compensating for some deficiencies in technique and speed. Moreover, the sickle inherently carried a certain intimidation and unique beauty, subtly aligning with his nickname, the Coffin Bearer. More importantly, the price was reasonable, 1200 points, well within an acceptable range. After having seen the exorbitant prices of other abilities, this was practically a bargain for Chen Guan. Exchange for Black Iron Reaper. The system quickly responded: exchange successful. Deducted 1200 popularity points, remaining popularity points 421. The weapon has been granted to the system storage space, and the basic sickle usage skills have been integrated into the host's consciousness. Chen Guan focused his mind, and a heavy black sickle exuding a cold chill appeared in his hand. The handle was about 1.5 meters long, icy to the touch, solid in texture with fine patterns for a non-slip grip. The blade of the sickle was approximately 40 centimeters long, elegantly curved yet dangerous, with the edge glimmering under the light, subtly featuring a blood groove design that looked much more imposing than in the picture. The connection between the blade and the handle was sturdy, the overall weight estimated to be around 40 kilograms. To an ordinary person it would be incredibly heavy, but for Chen Guan it felt just right, suggesting considerable power when swung. At the same time, knowledge concerning the basic grip, swinging angles, hooking and slicing techniques, and blocking methods flooded into his mind. This complex knowledge blended with the insights from basic body technique proficiency and heavy weapon mastery, and he felt an instant familiarity with this type of long-handled weapon. Chen Guan grasped the sickle and lightly swung it a few times in the empty space of the room. The sound of slicing through the air was deep, and the trajectory of the blade was stable and powerful. Although it was merely the simplest of actions, the ease of handling felt far more comfortable than swinging a coffin. Not bad. Chen Guan nodded in satisfaction. With this sickle, his arsenal of attack methods would be greatly enriched. At range, he could use the sickle to control, and in close combat he could defend with the coffin, attacking weaknesses with the sickle or vice versa, becoming much more flexible than before. He stored the sickle back into his storage ring and sat down on the floor again. The next day, Chen Guan attended classes and training as usual. He did not immediately use the sickle but planned to wait for a suitable opportunity, such as the next practical training or mission, to reveal it as a new trump card. In his routine body technique classes, he continued mainly practicing the use of the coffin and the power techniques taught by Li Yan. After the afternoon class, he received a notification that the exchanged spider silk inner lining had arrived at the dormitory storage point. He quickly went to retrieve it. The inner lining was packed in a lightweight sealed bag, and upon unfolding it, he found a large expanse of material that was thin as gauze yet exceptionally tough with a slight elasticity sufficient to cover most of the interior of the coffin. It was icy and smooth to the touch, and when pulled it exhibited significant resilience. Figuring out how to place it inside the coffin without affecting the body would be a technical task. Chen Guan studied it for a while and decided not to act immediately. He planned to consult Dean Situ-Ming during the weekend classes or check if there were related services at the equipment research building. Time flowed through the fulfilling and orderly life at the academy. Chen Guan was like a sponge greedily absorbing knowledge, honing his body, and adapting to the rhythm of this extraordinary world. On Friday afternoon during free time, Chen Guan once again immersed himself in the library. This time he focused on researching literature regarding mental power traits, attempting to find more clues about his unique mental power. The findings were meager as this type of research was already obscure and public data was limited, but he still noted down some possible hypotheses. If he were to say what troubled him the most, it would be his special mental power. The unknown always left one feeling a bit restless. On Saturday morning, Chen Guan returned to the equipment research building with the spider silk inner lining and a belly full of questions, ready to attend Situ-Ming's exclusive class. In the laboratory, Situ-Ming was already waiting. Upon seeing the spider silk inner lining, Chen Guan he nodded slightly, saying, "Good choice. The spider silk combines flexibility and strength with low spiritualization, causing minimal conflict with the repulsion characteristics of your coffin. It is a relatively suitable damping material at this stage." He had already guessed Chen Guan's intent, and like Li Yan, he was generous with his guidance. However, he changed the subject. The method of laying it out is a problem. Directly laying it flat will yield limited effectiveness and is prone to shifting. It needs to be cut and fixed according to the internal structure and stress points of the coffin, ideally forming a certain three-dimensional buffering structure. He signaled Chen Guan to lay the coffin flat. Situ-Ming personally took charge, using scanning equipment to meticulously probe the interior of the coffin, recording the internal dimensions, as well as the contours of the body lying within. Seeing Chen Guan's tense expression and his unwavering stance, Situ-Ming huffed and glared, saying, "Why are you so nervous? Am I going to steal your coffin or something?" Feeling a hint of distrust, the old man even changed his usual archaic way of speaking. Chen Guan felt distressed. It wasn't that he wanted to stick so close, but he felt like a bound spirit, unable to move an inch. Regrettably, he couldn't voice any of this, so he could only force a smile, saying, "Not at all, teacher. I just wish to learn up close. Protecting food in this regard. Protecting food. Send it over." Although little Guan often made the occupants of the coffin jolt around during battles, he truly protects them during normal times. He hasn't left within a meter. Speaking of which, what happens when he showers? Does he carry the coffin on his back? I don't know. The old thief hasn't drawn it, nor has he given me the distinguished membership to see. As the barrage of comments diverged, Situ-Ming turned his head, not engaging in a debate with Chen Guan, focusing instead on solving the problem. The space is still quite ample. It can be placed at the bottom, on the side walls, or even on the inner side of the coffin lid. Situ-Ming explained while manipulating the light screen to simulate the layout. The bottom needs to be reinforced, as it bears the main impact. The side walls can be thinner to prevent lateral impacts. As for the inner side of the coffin lid, if you don't often open it, you can lay some there to prevent falling objects from above. As for the fixing method, a special biological adhesive can be used. It is non-toxic and harmless with moderate stickiness, and will not react adversely with the mysterious iron and spider silk. The equipment research building has some in stock, and I can allocate some for you. "Thank you, Professor," Chen Guan said gratefully. Having expert guidance spared him immense trouble. "A trivial matter," Simu-Ming waved dismissively, then continued, "regarding your coffin, mentioned previously. I've consulted several ancient texts these past days and formed a hypothesis." Chen Guan perked up, instantly listening with rapt attention. 10th, the sandier black iron possesses supreme isolating properties. And this is no ordinary artifact, but a coffin. To most people carrying it, it would only exude an eerie bone-deep chill. But you are different. Simu-Ming gazed steadily at Chen Guan. Your spiritual energy coalesces symbiotically with it. If this isn't attributable to your unique ability, then it bears profound implications. Perhaps only you can uncover its truth. The Academy fully respects every student's privacy and will not pry. Yet should you wish to share, I'd be honored to assist in unraveling its mysteries. I understand. Chen Guan knew his own nature well. His sole ability was tenacity, utterly unrelated to the Black Iron Coffin. Even if he wished to explain, he had nothing to say. Yes, proceed gradually, do not rush. Simu-Ming nodded, then guided Chen Guan step-by-step in securing the spider silk lining, handing him a small vial of biological adhesive. The lesson concluded in this quiet, focused atmosphere. After class, Chen Guan spent the entire afternoon in his dormitory, meticulously cutting and affixing the spider silk lining. Following Simu-Ming's instructions, He laid down a thick multi-layered cushioning structure along the coffin's base while applying a single layer to the inner walls and lid, ensuring every section adhered firmly without shifting. Upon completing this, he carefully placed his primary body back inside the coffin, reclining upon the soft, resilient spider silk lining, his posture now appearing markedly more natural and comfortable. Chen Guan gently rocked the coffin to simulate impact, and felt the transmitted vibration diminish significantly. The lining had effectively absorbed most of the shock energy. "Now you should feel far more at ease," he murmured softly to his slumbering primary body. What had begun as performance now carried a subtle, unsettling ambiguity, almost as if he were drifting toward duality. A new week began. On Monday afternoon before physical arts class, and Chongqing sought out Chen Guan. "Comrade Chen Guan, this time I've accepted a new team assignment, Class C." And Chongqing's expression was slightly more solemn than before. "Our objective is to eradicate a pack of shadow wolves on the periphery of Ashen Gorge. Shadow wolves are second-tier gregarious anomalies, exceptionally swift masters of shadow stealth and coordinated predation. They're vastly more formidable than rock-armored beetles. The mission demands at minimum the slaying of the alpha wolf and the dispersal of the entire pack. Rewards are correspondingly richer. Class C assignment: second-tier gregarious anomaly shadow wolf. Second-tier beasts remain easier to subdue than second-tier humans. Their benchmarks differ fundamentally. Though labeled second-tier, an individual shadow wolf possesses combat prowess roughly equivalent to that of a first-tier awakened human. Still, the difficulty had risen markedly. Will our team remain the same three? Chen Guan asked. For now, yes. But if the pressure feels overwhelming, we may recruit a fourth member, or withdraw entirely. And Chongqing spoke candidly. We depart the day after tomorrow. You have time to decide. He had originally intended to invite Long Ao, but Long Ao's solitary nature rendered such an invitation futile. With his own strength and Su Yueha's completing the task posed little challenge. As for Chen Guan's capabilities, and Chongqing remained uncertain. He himself could not move freely while bearing a black iron coffin. Judging by this alone, Chen Guan's physical fortitude, though perhaps not surpassing Long Ao's, must be nearly comparable. Moreover, Chen Guan had yet to display any trace of spiritual energy, and claimed outright to possess none. This unfamiliar classmate was no ordinary student, an assessment shared by both Chongqing and Su Yueha. He too longed to discern the true depth of his peer's power. If Chen Guan's abilities truly matched his suspicions, he might consider inviting him into that plan. Chen Guan hesitated scarcely at all. I'll join. Danger meant opportunity, and greater renown. Besides, his avatar bore no fear of death, and he yearned to test his newly acquired scythe. A spark of anticipation flickered in Chongqing's eyes. Excellent. Meet at our usual spot tomorrow morning at 8. This time we'll venture deep into the wilderness. Possibly overnight. Prepare accordingly. Understood. After seeing in Chongqing off, a gleam of eager anticipation lit Chen Guan's gaze. With over a day until departure, he wasted no time, devoting every spare moment to mastering his new weapon. After physical arts class, he no longer hurried from the training hall but headed instead to the practice chamber, equipped with basic weapon rack sandbags and reaction targets sufficient for rigorous drills. In Chen Guan's hands now rested an ancient-looking black scythe, its curved blade shimmering with a somber obsidian luster. He began with fundamental swings, gripping the long haft with both hands, centering himself, recalling the techniques that had flooded his mind. Feet-rooted waist, coiling force surging upward from the soles, spiraling through the spine, channeled across shoulders and arms into the haft, finally propelling the crescent blade through the air. Whoosh! A low, resonant, cleaving sound reverberated through the chamber. His first swing was stiff, his power delivery uneven, but the trajectory held firm, heavy, and deliberate. Chen Guan paused not a moment. Again and again, he repeated the foundational motions: downward chops, horizontal slashes, upward sweeps, lateral cuts, each time attuning himself to the scythe's rhythm and weight. Sweat soon soaked his training uniform, his muscles burned with fatigue, but he paid it no heed. His tenacity ability granted endurance and recovery far beyond mortal limits, while foundational mastery of heavy weaponry rapidly fused into his muscle memory. Gradually his swings grew fluid, seamless. The scythe ceased to feel like alien metal. It became an extension of his arm. He advanced to complex combinations: downward chop into sweeping slash, rising cut into diagonal cleave, even experimenting with the blade's curvature for hooking, trapping, and locking maneuvers. These demanded exquisite coordination, and split-second timing of failure was frequent. Yet he pursued them with unwavering zeal. Your movements are rigid. Your waist rotation lacks continuity. Your wrists are locked. A cold, sharp voice cut through the air from the doorway. Chen Guan halted mid-swing and turned. There stood Li Yan, arms crossed, observing him silently from the entrance. Instructor Li Yan. Chen Guan lowered the scythe and stood upright, breathing lightly. Li Yan strode in his gaze, briefly scanning the scythe in Chen Guan's hand, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his eyes. Yet he asked no questions about the weapon change. He was a mentor, not a detective. Why pry unnecessarily? Scythe, long haft, curved blade, designed for crushing blows and grappling. Your strength suffices, but your technique is crude. Watch closely. He walked to the weapon rack, casually plucked a training battle axe, took a single unhurried step forward, and the axe erupted into motion, howling like a living storm as it cleaved the air. His motion flowed as effortlessly as breath power detonating from the saw's twisting through hips and waist, channeling flawlessly into the axe head. Its path cunning, economical, leaving behind a faint afterimage in the air. Slice, pivot, lift, guide, lock. These simple movements flowed seamlessly from Li Yan's hands, embodying a brutal, almost poetic elegance. Power must be unified. Engage the waist, not the arms. Keep the wrists supple. The blade follows the body, not the body chasing the blade. The hook and chain technique is not brute force dragging. It flows with the opponent's momentum, subduing strength through suppleness. As Li Yan demonstrated, his voice remained cold and precise. Chen Guan watched intently, etching every nuance into his memory. Li Yan's physical demonstration was far more vivid and instructive than any written description. When the demonstration concluded, Li Yan tossed the battle axe back onto the weapon rack and fixed his gaze on Chen Guan. Continue practicing. Repeat those motions until they manifest instinctively without thought. Also consider how your coffin can coordinate with this weapon, one for offense, one for defense. Don't trip over yourself. Yes, thank you, instructor. Chen Guan replied sincerely. Li Yan's guidance was always incisive, worth a fortune in insight. Li Yan gave a slight nod, said nothing more, and strode out of the training hall. With Li Yan's instruction, Chen Guan's practice became sharply focused. He abandoned blind pursuit of raw power and speed, instead refining the fluidity of his force generation, the harmony of his body's motion, and the synchronization between his sickle and footwork. Sweat soaked his clothes repeatedly, only to be evaporated by his own body heat. His arms ached, then numbed, then surged with a new potent vitality. Chen Guan could feel himself progressing. His mastery over the sickle, his comprehension of combat sharpening at an astonishing pace. Watching the numbers on his interface rise steadily, he allowed himself a quiet smile. He cherished the steady, tangible ascent toward strength. On Wednesday morning, as dawn faintly gilded the sky, Chen Guan arrived, punctually at the academy's eastern gate, his ironwood coffin slung across his back. His sickle rested inside his ring. After all, the coffin already occupied too much space. And Chongqing and Su Yuehe were already waiting. Both maintained rigorous morning training habits, so they invariably arrived early. And Chongqing stood as ever, calm, composed, his long sword resting at his hip like a gentle, unwavering sun. Good morning, classmate Chen. Morning, classmate Su, he replied as Su Yuehe offered a casual greeting, her chin propped lightly on one hand. Though their address remained formal, Chen Guan and Su Yuehe shared an easy rapport. She was cheerful and bookish, so much so that he often encountered her by chance in the library. Truly a knowledge-affiliated adept, never parting from a book was merely her baseline discipline. And Chongqing simply nodded. Everyone's here. Let's go. Once again, they activated the teleportation array. After the light faded, the trio stood upon a desolate, barren hillside strewn with jagged, ashen-black boulders. In the distance, a colossal fissure split the earth. A canyon cleaved as if by a celestial axe, its sheer cliffs rising on either side, the air thick with faint, acrid dust. This was the Ashen Canyon, a dormant volcanic wasteland. According to the map, the Shadow Wolf Pack primarily patrols the Shadowstone Forest along the canyon's outer rim. And Chongqing summoned the terminal map, highlighting a dense thicket of black monoliths flanking the canyon's entrance. The terrain there is labyrinthine, the light dim, their ideal hunting ground. We proceed there directly. Shadow Wolf traits. You've all reviewed the dossier. As Chongqing led the way toward the stone forest, he recited key points in a low voice: second-tier pack dwelling. But individually only first tier. Their fur possesses faint shadow affinity, granting exceptional stealth in low-light conditions. Their claws and fangs inflict corrosive damage. Wounds drain stamina continuously. They excel at coordinated tactics, employing rudimentary strategy. The alpha wolf is suspected to wield enhanced shadow manipulation. Possibly third tier. I'll handle it. Chen Guan listened silently, his grip tightening unconsciously. A third-tier alpha, accompanied by a pack of first-tier shadow wolves. In their home terrain, this mission was unquestionably a tier above eradicating rock-armored beetles. Before arriving, he had invested 9 points into strength. Yet even then, he suspected he'd still be the weakest link. All he could hope was not to embarrass himself utterly. And Chongqing continued, classmate Chen Guan and I will draw the pack's attention. Hedon. Yuehe use terrain and sonic disruption to locate the alpha, then concentrate our assault for a swift kill. Remember, no prolonged engagement, no allowing the pack to isolate us. If things deteriorate, retreat immediately to the canyon's edge. I'll cover our withdrawal. Understood. Chen Guan and Su Yuehe responded in unison. Without further words, they quickened their pace, closing in on the stone forest, its spires jutting like the fangs of some ancient slumbering beast. The deeper they advanced, the more palpable the chill grew. Sunlight seemed devoured by the grotesque black stones. Within the forest, gloom reigned, an unsettling dimness to human eyes. It appeared even the spectators beyond the screen felt the unease. Yet to preserve clarity in battle, Chen Guan temporarily disabled the commentary feed. Instantly his vision cleared, uncluttered and sharp. The moment they entered the stone forest, Su Yuehe raised her short flute and released a low, resonant probing sonar wave. Chen Guan and Chongqing heightened their vigilance instantly. And Chongqing's sword slid half from its scabbard. Chen Guan tightened his grip on the sickle. And Chongqing glanced briefly at the sudden appearance of the obsidian sickle. His expression flickered with quiet intrigue. Had Chen Guan finally unveiled his hidden power? Inside the stone forest, silence reigned absolute. Only the wind's mournful sigh through crevices and their own soft footfalls and measured breaths disturbed the hush. After roughly 100 paces, Su Yuehe halted abruptly, her face paling. Caution! Surrounding us on all sides. Many. They move within the shadows. Swiftly. Almost before her words settled, the surrounding darkness itself seemed to stir. From the recesses of the monoliths, liquid black figures erupted. Silent, swift, leaving only afterimages in their wake. Slightly larger than ordinary wolves, they bore matte black fur, lithe limbs, claws gleaming with eerie cobalt luster in the gloom, and piercing crimson eyes that burned like embers. These were the shadow wolves. 10 or more converging from every direction in a tightening encirclement. Back to back. And Chongqing commanded sharply, and stepped forward, meeting 3 wolves charging heat. His sword flashed free. Golden light blazed forth. A single sweep of razor-sharp chi forced 2 wolves backward. The third fell with a deep gash across its throat, collapsing with a guttural cry. Chen Guan reacted just as swiftly. He spun, positioning his Black Iron Coffin as a shield behind himself and Su Yuehe. Simultaneously, his sickle carved a luminous arc, slashing horizontally toward a wolf lunging from the flank. The wolf twisted midair with uncanny agility, narrowly evading the blade's edge. Only the haft's tip grazed its hind leg. With a pained yelp, it landed and vanished instantly into the adjacent gloom. More shadow wolves emerged from the darkness, not rushing into a full-on assault, but rather utilizing the complex terrain of the stone forest and the cover of shadows to carry out probing attacks. The sound of their claws slicing through the air and their low growls echoed from all directions, unsettling the mind. They are wearing us down. And Chongqing repelled another wave of attacks with his sword, his voice deep as he spoke. His swordplay remained sharp, yet the speed and stealth of the shadow wolves posed considerable trouble, preventing him from dispatching them as swiftly as he could with the rock beetles. After all, it wouldn't do to unleash a powerful move on minor foes. The Wolf King had yet to reveal itself. Suyu's flute music became urgent and sharp, the sound waves, rippling like invisible ripples, disrupting the stealth of the shadow wolves, and revealing their blurred outlines from the darkness. However, the sheer number of shadow wolves, coupled with their apparent resistance to the sound wave interference, made the effect less pronounced than when facing the rock beetles. The pressure on Chen Guan was even greater. He had to defend against attacks from multiple directions. Although the scythe's attack range was more flexible than that of the coffin, confronting these lightning-fast shadows made it difficult to inflict effective damage. More often than not, he was using the scythe for blocking and driving them away, while the real threat was neutralized by the impeccable defense of the mysterious iron coffin. A shadow wolf suddenly pounced down from the shadow of a bizarre rock, above its claws aimed straight for the top of Chen Guan's head. Chen Guan had no time to swing the scythe, abruptly sidestepping and thrusting the coffin upward. Clang! The claws struck the coffin lid with a piercing screech, sparks flying as the shadow wolf was rebounded by the force, while Chen Guan felt a weight settle on his shoulder. Another shadow wolf seized the opportunity to lunge at his calf from behind. Chen Guan couldn't turn around in time and could only lift a leg to kick fiercely, simultaneously sweeping the scythe backward. Bang! The shadow wolf was struck in the abdomen and flew backward, but Chen Guan's calf was also slashed open by the wolf's claws, his combat suit torn, blood seeping out, a chilling aura spread from the wound, causing his calf to go numb. His resilience played a role, and the numbness quickly faded, but the icy sensation at the wound still persisted, continuously draining his stamina. This cannot go on. Chen Guan felt a chill in his heart. The tactics of the wolf pack were clear, using their speed and numerical advantage to continuously wear them down, harass and create wounds, waiting for them to exhaust their strength and reveal vulnerabilities before launching a fatal strike. He had to break this deadlock. His gaze swept over the constantly flickering black figures around him before landing on Chongqing and Su Yuehe. And Chongqing still appeared steady, yet his breathing seemed slightly hurried, while Su Yu's complexion had paled. The continuous sound wave interference placed a heavy burden on her. He needed to find a way to draw them out or create an opportunity for a decisive strike. A cold light flashed in Chen Guan's eyes as a daring plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Now's the time. Chen Guan suddenly halted, feigning fatigue, with an almost imperceptible delay in his movements. He let out a muffled grunt, staggering a half-step, his center of gravity appearing unstable, revealing a fleeting gap behind him near the coffin and at his left side. This gap was instantly magnified in the keen hunting instincts and compound eyes of the shadow wolves. Hiss! 2 shadows that almost completely blended into the darkness shot out like sharks sensing blood, exceeding their previous speed, springing from the shadows in the stone crevices on either side. their claws aimed directly at the exposed flank of Chen Guan at a tricky angle and a ruthless timing precisely when Chen Guan was at his weakest with his center of gravity off balance. These were the fastest and most cunning of the shadow wolves waiting for such an opportunity. "Chen Guan, be careful!" Su Yuehe exclaimed, her flute music abruptly rising in pitch, attempting to interfere, but the hurried effort had limited effect. And Chongqing noticed as well. His wrist tightened, suppressing the fluctuation of his spiritual energy, yet his energy did not dissipate but rather locked onto the two shadow wolves. Just as the claws of the two shadow wolves were about to tear into Chen Guan's flank, a cold glint erupted in his eyes. The earlier gap was a deliberate feint. Though he seemed unsteady, he had secretly adjusted his legs, rooted like they were in the earth, his core tightening like iron, and the scythe that had been passively blocking moved at that moment. Using the momentum from his body righting itself, Chen Guan released his grip on the scythe's long handle with his left hand, darting out like lightning, his fingers splayed wide, perfectly gripping the wrist of the shadow wolf attacking from the left. Simultaneously, his right arm's muscles bulged, using his waist as an axis, driving the heavy end of the scythe's handle backward like a battering ram, meeting the shadow wolf attacking from the right. With his left hand gripping the wolf's wrist, its touch was icy and slick, but he forcefully halted the shadow wolf's advance, the power at 9 o'clock demonstrating its value at this moment. At the same time, the handle of the scythe solidly struck the other shadow wolf between its chest and abdomen, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. The shadow wolf on the right let out a short, painful howl, flying backward and crashing heavily against a black stone, collapsing down. The shadow wolf on the left, caught by Chen Guan, erupted with ferocity, baring its fang-filled mouth, turning its head to bite at Chen Guan's arm. Chen Guan would not allow it to succeed. He exerted force with his left hand that held the wolf's wrist, pulling it toward himself while simultaneously thrusting the mysterious iron coffin, which had been resting on his back, sharply to the left with his shoulder and back muscles. The heavy edge of the coffin struck the side of the Puladan shadow wolf like a gigantic iron ruler carrying unmatched weight and inertia. Bang! The deafening sound was so intense it was heart-stopping, or the shadow wolf couldn't even emit a scream, its body deforming and twisting, as if it were struck by an unstoppable force, the sound of shattering bones accompanying it as it was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a pile of stones, falling silent. In a flash, the two most cunning and fastest shadow wolves were countered by Chen Guan, with a nearly life-risking baiting strategy and astonishing strength, seizing the moment to turn the tables. All of this happened so quickly that the surrounding pack of shadow wolves fell into a brief stupor. "Well done!" And Changqing's eyes sparkled brightly. Chen Guan indeed had a backup plan. He shouted loudly, seizing the momentary chaos among the wolves, his sword glowing with golden light, sweeping through the crowd of shadow wolves and forcing back several in front of him, the sword's momentum shifting to target a slightly larger lead wolf not far away. Chen Guan took a deep breath. That previous burst of power, though seemingly simple, was actually incredibly taxing, requiring utmost precision in strength and timing. The wound on his left arm, slashed by the wolf's claws, was still bleeding, the cold sensation continuing to erode him, yet his gaze became sharper. He absolutely could not show fear before these beasts. Otherwise, they would swarm him, devouring him whole. After killing 2 elite shadow wolves, he had directly disrupted the rhythm of the wolf pack's attrition. He could feel a hint of caution mixed with their cruelty in the crimson eyes lurking in the shadows. Though their intelligence was low, they were not entirely without wits. "Well done," Chen Guan praised, and Chongqing his long sword, continuously pushing the leading wolf back as it tried to command the pack. "The wolf pack tactics are in disarray. Let's strike while the iron is hot, find the wolf king, and capture the leader first." "Understood," Chen Guan replied, no longer passively defending but actively stepping forward, wielding his scythe. With the heavy coffin as his shield, he began to push back against the wolf pack like a moving fortress. Although his skills were still not exquisite, combined with Changqing's sharp and precise swordplay and Su Yu's perfectly timed sonic assistance, the three gradually turned the tide against their attackers and began to push back. Amidst the howls of the wolf pack, more and more cries of pain and lamentation intermingled. Shadows of wolves were slashed by Changqing's sword light or struck by Chen Guan's scythe. The coffin was knocked aside, and on the ground of the shadow stone forest an increasing number of wolf corpses and bloodstains began to appear. However, the Wolf King still had not appeared. "It is waiting for us to show signs of fatigue," and Chongqing said solemnly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was no act. The sustained high-intensity battle was draining even him. Chen Guan also felt his stamina rapidly depleting. His tenacity allowed him to endure more than the average person, but the chilling wounds and continuous bursts of energy still took a considerable toll. Glancing at the panel, he noticed that his popularity had increased significantly after a series of actions. Gritting his teeth, he directly boosted his strength to 10 and stamina to 7. Though it felt like he was back to square one, the power surging within him was no illusion. At that moment, Su Yuehe suddenly stopped playing, her expression changing as she pointed deep into the stone forest. "Their powerful spiritual energy is gathering. It is calling us." Before her words could finish, a presence far stronger than an ordinary shadow wolf suddenly erupted from that direction. Accompanied by a long wolf howl, a massive black figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. It was nearly twice the size of an ordinary shadow wolf, its fur as black as ink except for a tuft of silver fur right in the center of its forehead. Its eyes were not the usual scarlet but a unique dark gold, clearly not resembling a common lesser creature. That was a third-tier shadow wolf king, and it didn't appear to be an ordinary one. Its aura was already faintly touching the threshold of the fourth tier. Behind it, out of the seething shadows, for slightly smaller, yet far superior elite wolves emerged, flanking the Wolf King on either side. The Wolf King's dark golden eyes coldly swept over Chen Guan and the others. Their gazes met for an instant. Humans shall die. The Wolf King surprisingly spoke human language, possessing the ability to communicate. Be careful, it is very strong. And Changqing's expression was extremely grave as he crossed his sword over his chest. The golden light flared up again, more intense than ever before. This was no longer a clever task. It was more fitting for a level task for second-year students. The short flute in Su Yu's hand had vanished, replaced by a staff that Chen Guan had never seen before. The staff was pure white with a hint of gold at the tip, exuding an air of nobility. With just one glance, Chen Guan could tell that the two were no longer pretending. They were ready to unleash their true power. And Chongqing had held back. He always knew that Changqing's scores were just a little higher than Long Ao's, a clear indication of his abilities. However, Su Yuehe even changed her weapon, which he hadn't expected. He thought she was just support, but it turned out she was a noble mage. Or perhaps a mage lady. Chen Guan took a deep breath, no longer overthinking, gripping the scythe tightly and steadying the coffin in front of him. The Wolf King let out a low growl, no longer wasting words, and suddenly vanished from its original spot. Like a bolt of black lightning, it darted toward Chongqing, clearly perceiving him as the greatest threat among the three. The four elite guards also moved simultaneously. Two lunged at Chen Guan, while the other two maneuvered around the battlefield, targeting Su Yuehe. At the back, their roles clearly defined and their tactics ruthless. Yuehe! And Chongqing shouted sharply, wanting to rush to her aid, but the Wolf King had already pounced in front of him, its bloody claws and teeth forcing him to respond with all his strength. The golden sword light and black energy collided violently, unleashing astonishing waves of energy. Chen Guan was also entangled by two elite shadow wolves. These two guards had speed, strength, and coordination far superior to ordinary shadow wolves. One attacked from the left, the other from the right, with an unending barrage, and the corrosive effects of their claws were even more severe. Chen Guan found himself in a precarious situation. Although the coordination between his scythe and the coffin had improved, facing such a synchronized assault was still fraught with danger, and he soon bore several new wounds. On the other hand, Su Yu's situation had improved considerably. She raised her staff, her crimson lips forming words, split apart ground. As soon as her words were spoken, the ground suddenly split open, without warning, causing the two shadow wolves to fall in unexpectedly. Then the ground returned to normal, as if the split had never happened. This was her ability, word spirit. After unleashing the strike, Su Yu's aura sharply diminished, and the golden light on her staff dimmed. She barely held herself up, but it was evident she had no strength left to fight. Being a second-tier, wielding such a top-tier ability as word spirit was still too taxing. The already dwindling spiritual energy was nearly depleted after this attack. However, the strike brought a turning point to the battlefield. The two elite shadow wolves surrounding Chen Guan were stunned by the sight of their companions being instantly eradicated, causing their assault to falter. Chen Guan seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his eyes flashing with fierce light. He no longer defended but boldly launched a counterattack. His left hand suddenly reached out, precisely grasping the right shadow wolf's attacking claw, rendering the opponent unable to escape. At the same time, his right hand scythe, with a piercing sound of slicing air, no longer pursued finesse but aimed for the simplest, most brutal strike, channeling all his strength upward toward the left shadow wolf's relatively weak chest and abdomen. The left shadow wolf was taken by surprise and hurriedly tried to dodge, but Chen Guan's strike was too fast and powerful. The sharp blade of the scythe still grazed its ribcage, drawing a line of blood and snapping bones. Ow! The left shadow wolf howled in agony as it retreated. Meanwhile, the shadow wolf caught by his claw was yanked forward by Chen Guan, and simultaneously the heavy coffin he had been carrying was forcefully shoved with his shoulder and back muscles to the right, followed by a rapid spin. The coffin's incredibly heavy edge collided squarely against the midsection of the shadow wolf. Bang! It produced a far more thunderous sound than any previous impact. The body of that elite shadow wolf struck by the coffin collapsed like a doll hit hidden by a heavy siege hammer, instantly deforming with the sounds of shattering organs and bones echoing like exploding beans. It didn't even let out a cry of agony. Its entire body flew backward like a broken sack, crashing through several black stones behind it, deeply embedding itself in the pile, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, Chen Guan exchanged injuries for injuries, seizing the opportunity created by Su Yuehe to fiercely slay two elite shadow wolves. However, his crisis was far from over. On the front line, and Chongqing was locked in a heated battle with the Shadow Wolf King. And Chongqing was enveloped in golden light, his swordplay grand and expansive, each strike carrying an overwhelming heavenly might that forced the Wolf King to momentarily retreat from the onslaught. Yet the Wolf King had already touched the threshold of the fourth rank, surpassing Chongqing in speed. The swirling black mist around it moved like a living creature, continuously eroding the golden sword light. Its claws bore a terrifying corrosive power, forcing in Chongqing to expend a considerable amount of energy on defense. His left shoulder had already been clawed, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, blood seeping out, yet he remained calm and unperturbed. The Wolf King seemed to have unleashed its true fire. A glimmer of cunning flashed in its dark golden eyes. It stopped confronting and Chongqing Heiden, and suddenly leapt backward, howling towards the sky. Amidst the howling, the black mist around it began to gather, and the remaining ordinary shadow wolves in the stone forest surged towards the Wolf King like rivers returning to the sea. "Stop them!" And Chongqing urged his spiritual power, and the long sword erupted with an unprecedented radiant golden light, transforming into a golden torrent that cleaved the ground, dividing the battlefield to prevent those shadow wolves from interfering with his battle against the Wolf King. Su Yuehe struggled to use her words again, but as she began to speak, her body swayed, clearly exhausted from battle. She grabbed a pill and popped it into her mouth, but refining the pill also required time, so she could only rely on Chen Guan for now. "Leave it to me." Chen Guan stood in front of Su Yuehe, putting down the coffin for the first time. He looked back at her and softly said, "If wolves come, use the coffin as a shield." Su Yuehe was unable to lift it, but given the coffin's size, it could easily encircle around. Moreover, he couldn't move the coffin too far, or the time it took to circle would be enough for him to return to defense. "Then you. No need to worry." In the next moment, the shadow wolves had already pounced. A cold glint surged in Chen Guan's eyes as the black sickle sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp wind noise, meeting the first shadow wolf that lunged at him. There was no flourish, no hesitation, only the most vicious of cleaves. Long Ao did not misjudge. Chen Guan possessed a ferocity that set him apart from others of his age. PFF. The blade tore through fur and flesh, warm wolf blood, splattering across his face, carrying a pungent stench as the shadow wolf let out a wretched howl and rolled away. But more shadow wolves followed closely behind, their crimson eyes filled with savagery. The death of their companion only ignited their more brutal instincts. Chen Guan found himself in a grueling battle. Dozens of shadow wolves lunged from all directions, their claws ripping through the air, their fangs glinting with a chilling light. The sickle in his hand transformed into a black whirlwind of death, chopping, slashing, lifting, and sweeping, showcasing the peak of his lifelong training. With every swing, there was bound to be a shadow wolf injured where the sickle passed. Yet he was also suffering. The shadow wolves moved with incredible speed and attacked from tricky angles, new wounds continuously adding to his body. The corrosive power of their claws gnawed away at his stamina like a maggot burrowing into bone. His combat attire had long been torn to shreds, smeared with both human and wolf blood, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Pain, numbness, fatigue, various negative sensations surged against his nerves like a tide. Yet he did not retreat a single step. Behind him were weakened companions, in front were bloodthirsty wolves. One step back meant death. If he died, he could resurrect, but what of Su Yuehe if she perished? Chen Guan couldn't be certain if the world would collapse if a member of the protagonist group died, but he wouldn't take that gamble. The sickle swings grew heavier, his breath resembling a worn-out bellows, his vision began to blur, and his ears filled with wolf howls, roars, the sound of blades sinking into flesh, and the heavy thumping of his own heartbeat. One shadow wolf took advantage of Chen Guan blocking a side attack, and silently leapt out from the shadow beneath his feet, its claws aiming directly for his ankle. Chen Guan couldn't react in time, barely managing to shift his foot, but his calf was still harshly clawed, skin torn and flesh exposed down to the bone, the excruciating pain causing him to grunt, his movements instantly distorted. Another shadow wolf seized the opportunity, leaping high from the front, opening its blood-soaked maw to bite at his throat. In this critical moment, Chen Guan almost instinctively crossed the sickle before him to block. Clang! The fangs bit into the sickle's handle, producing a sound that sent shivers down his spine. The immense impact caused Chen Guan to stagger backward, crashing against the coffin behind him, causing his blood and qi to surge. More shadow wolves surrounded him, their crimson eyes glimmering with a cruel light, as if they could already envision the outcome of this tenacious human being torn apart. Is this the end? His stamina was nearly exhausted, the wounds burned with a fiery pain, the cold invasive feeling slithered into his marrow like a venomous snake, his vision blurred further, and even his arm wielding the sickle began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, under immense pressure, at the brink of collapse, and stimulated by life and death stakes, Chen Guan's mental energy, which had always been elusive like thick fog along with the gray mist accompanying the mysterious iron coffin, suddenly began to fluctuate violently. It was as if something had been pried open by this desperate situation, creating a small crack. He felt as if he was seeing something different. It was the spiritual energy in the surrounding air, omnipresent, the very force that had previously kept its doors tightly shut against him. No longer was it the abstract description from books, but something real existing before his eyes, like invisible light points, like flowing streams filling the world and swirling around him. However, as these spiritual energies approached the coffin, they swiftly dissipated, as if encountering a natural enemy, forming a peculiar vacuum zone. Yet at this moment, Chen Guan's violently fluctuating gray mental energy seemed like a tentacle probing the water surface, cautiously reaching out to capture a faint glimmer of spiritual energy. There was no rejection. That wisp of spiritual energy, as if encountering a familiar breath, did not repel this faint psychic touch like it did with the mysterious iron coffin, but instead gave rise to an extremely weak resonance. This slight resonance was like the first spark in the darkness, instantly igniting something that had long been dormant within Chen Guan. Chen Guan felt as if something shackled deep within his mind had shattered something that had always existed within him, but had never been activated. The most primitive sense of spiritual perception belonging to the human body in this world forcibly awakened at that moment. Though weak and tender like a candle flickering in the wind, it undeniably existed. He could sense the spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the faint point of spiritual energy that resonated with his gray mental power began to flow slowly into his body, guided by his mental energy. In an instant, Chen Guan felt as if his mental energy had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. His spirit, originally on the verge of exhaustion and dissolution, surged suddenly, and even the pain in his body seemed to lessen slightly. More importantly, the weak spiritual energy that merged into the gray mist seemed like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, triggering a transformation in his body. His body was infused with new vitality, the coldness at his wounds being dispelled by a warm current. All these changes occurred in the blink of an eye. To the outside world, it seemed that Chen Guan was being attacked by the shadow wolves on the verge of exhaustion. Suddenly his body stiffened for a moment, and then an indescribable aura erupted violently from him. The few shadow wolves at the forefront were the first to be suppressed by this sudden aura. An opportunity. The dim light in Chen Guan's eyes flared up like a flame, reignited, bursting forth with explosive energy. He let out a low growl, his trembling arm steadied, and with a blade infused with this newfound power, he struck out fiercely. This strike was no longer a mere physical slash. A faint grayish glow seemed to envelop the blade. Sizzle. Wherever the blade light passed, 3 sluggish shadow wolves were effortlessly cut apart as if sliced through butter. Instead of gushing blood from their wounds, they displayed an eerie grayish hue as if their life force had been instantly drained. 1 strike, 3 kills. The remaining shadow wolves were completely shaken by the bizarre deaths of their companions, and for the first time clear fear appeared in their crimson eyes. They emitted terrified whimpers, abandoning their attacks, and retreating like a tide, disappearing into the shadows of the stone forest in an instant. Chen Guan stood motionless, watching the retreating figures of the wolf pack. After a while, noticing he remained still, Su Yuehe tentatively asked, "Are you okay, Chen Guan?" No response. A sense of unease washed over her as she reached out to touch him, only to find Chen Guan topple backward, crashing to the ground. Chen Guan? Su Yuehe shook his body vigorously. Only upon a close look did she realize that his breathing had already ceased. Her nose tinged with bitterness, she stared in disbelief at Chen Guan's peaceful yet lifeless face. She never imagined that a seemingly simple clever mission could lead to the death of a classmate. Tears streamed down Su Yu's face, uncontrollably splattering onto Chen Guan's face and spreading the patches of blood. She trembled as she shoved a handful of colorful pills into his mouth, hoping to revive him. She needed to go back. Her father must have a way to save him. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Chen Guan opened his eyes, meeting her sorrowful purple gaze. "Don't be sad." He wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, but his hand was still covered in blood. While the tear marks were erased, they left behind a streak of blood. Feeling a bit guilty, he released his hand and leaned back against his coffin, while Su Yuehe was so shocked by this resurrection scene that her mind felt like it was malfunctioning. Chen. She stammered, unable to even pronounce his name. "I'm still alive, don't worry." Chen Guan knew he had frightened the girl, but all he could do was wipe the blood from his face. He couldn't explain this situation. However, this was a high martial world, so let her imagine whatever she wanted. Her thoughts were bound to be more reasonable than his explanations. Was that spiritual energy he felt within himself? It didn't seem like it. There was no lively and friendly energy, but rather a grayish mist akin to that of a coffin. "Chen Guan, are you okay?" Su Yuehe regretted asking the question as soon as it left her lips. Did he look like he was okay? What was she even saying? "I am fine." Chen Guan's voice was slightly hoarse. Resurrection had not brought any significant side effects, but the weakness from the recent battle was unavoidable. He would not die, but his revival would not eliminate the negative state he originally had. It simply meant he wouldn't die of fatal injuries, would revert to non-fatal ones, and that was all. In the distance, the battle between Chongqing and the Wolf King was also nearing its climax. Without the support of his kin, the Wolf King, entangled by Chongqing, began to lose its stability. Although Chongqing was injured, he seized the moment of the Wolf King's unstable breath and erupted once more. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes as he suddenly withdrew his long sword, positioning it before his chest. His left hand, fingers together like a sword, slowly brushed over the blade. As his fingers moved, the golden light on the blade rapidly retracted and condensed, ultimately vanishing completely, leaving the sword looking like ordinary iron, even somewhat dull. The Wolf King seemed to sense this unusual, dangerous aura, its momentum faltering slightly, its dark golden eyes fixated on the now ordinary long sword in Chongqing's hand, instinctively feeling a wave of trepidation. This sword should not be drawn at this moment. And Chongqing murmured, his voice calm, yet imbued with an indescribable authority. The moment his words fell and Chongqing moved, there was no earth-shattering brilliance, no whistling momentum. He simply thrust the sword forward, seemingly slow and ordinary, as if it couldn't even cut through the air. Yet the Wolf King let out a terrified roar, desperately trying to retreat, dodge, and defend. But to its horror, it found that its body, the surrounding space, and even the passage of time seemed to be locked by this sword. There was no escape, no way to block. This was a locking mechanism that transcended the levels of power and spiritual energy. A locking of rules. One sword determined heaven and earth. The tip of the sword gently touched the silver fur on the Wolf King's forehead. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the next instant, silently the tuft of silver fur on the Wolf King's forehead, along with the skull beneath it, the brain, and even the entire back half of its head, vanished, as if erased by an eraser on a pencil drawing. There was no blood, no shattered bones, no flesh. It was simply gone. The Wolf King's massive body froze in place, its dark golden eyes rapidly losing their luster, leaving behind nothing but endless emptiness. Thud. The Wolf King, now missing part of its head, collapsed to the ground with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its breath ceased. The Shadow Wolf King was dead. With the Wolf King's demise, the remaining Shadow Wolves in the Shadowstone Forest completely lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. The battle was finally over, and Chongqing leaned on his sword, breathing heavily as he looked towards Chen Guan and Su Yuehe. When he saw Chen Guan covered in blood, he was also taken aback. He had been too busy preparing to stabilize the situation to pay attention to Su Yuehe. Now it seemed that Chen Guan had stepped in to save her, otherwise, given his understanding of her, if she had forced herself to act, she would have already fainted. The three of them looked at each other in their disheveled states, momentarily speechless. Chen Guan felt the faint yet tangible power within him and decided to temporarily refer to this power as gray energy. The wind in Ashen Canyon still carried the acrid tang of gunpowder and blood, yet all traces of murderous intent had vanished. Sunlight strained through the thin haze hovering above the stone forest, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. And Chongqing approached his body weary and exhaled in quiet relief upon seeing Chen Guan. Though drenched in blood and breathing faintly, his gaze remained sharp and clear, bearing no immediate threat to life. Su Yuehe, though pale-faced with unshed tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, was likewise unharmed. "I'm glad you're both safe." And Chongqing's voice was crisp-edged with the hollow exhaustion of one who had just endured a titanic clash. "Chen Guan, thank you for shielding Yuehe. That power just now." He glanced at Chen Guan, his eyes probing yet deliberately restrained from pressing further. It was extraordinary. Though Chongqing had been too preoccupied to dwell on it earlier, even now the lingering presence of that unique energy hung palpably in the air, and he could distinctly sense his own spiritual energy recoiling from it as if repelled by an alien essence. Leaning against his black iron coffin, Chen Guan shook his head slightly. "Mere luck. Your sword strike and classmate. That was truly..." He paused, searching for words adequate to describe a technique transcending all known precedent. "Divine beyond measure. No wonder it belongs to the mythos affinity. Truly awe-inspiring." And Chongqing offered a wry smile. "The cost is immense. I dare not wield it lightly. Only when life hangs in the balance." Yet despite his words, he stood tall and alert, radiating readiness for another battle. His gaze fell upon the Wolf King's corpse. "We must leave this place at once. Secure the spoils swiftly." The three roused themselves to scour the battlefield. Though weakened, Chen Guan's innate resilience, bolstered by the vial of pills Su Yuehe had pressed into his hands moments earlier, began slowly restoring his strength. And Chongqing handled the Wolf King's remains with meticulous care. He severed the cluster of dull silver fur, the obsidian-sharp claws and fangs, and a dark excised core. Its surface matte, its interior churning with shifting shadows. This was the demonic core of a third-rank Shadow Wolf King, exceedingly rare and valuable. And he also harvested strips of the beast's hide marked with distinctive veins of dusky gold. He was not destitute, yet waste was unforgivable. Besides, Academy merit points held considerable utility. Chen Guan and Su Yuehe gathered claws from elite Shadow Wolf sections of relatively intact pelts and modest samples from common specimens. Sufficient evidence for mission verification. Su Yuehe tenderly treated Chen Guan's most grievous wounds, applying a soothing hemostatic herbal powder. Once complete, and Chongqing activated his personal terminal and uploaded irrefutable proof of mission completion, alongside representative material samples. Almost instantly, the mission status updated. Completed. Under review. Preliminary assessment S-rank over fulfillment. An S-rank evaluation. Could the grading system have erred? Likely so. And Chongqing nodded, scanning the projected rewards. Base reward for a Class C mission is 200 merit points. S-rank over fulfillment grants an additional 8001000 points, plus substantial contribution credits, and one-time access to a Class B resource exchange. Moreover, the Wolf King's demonic core and harvested materials remain our personal property, redeemable either at the Academy's exchange bureau or on the open market. Chen Guan's pulse quickened. Over 1,000 merit points contribution credits, and a Class B exchange privilege. A truly bountiful haul. Yet the richest prize of all. He flicked his gaze toward the corner of his vision. Popularity value 11257. crossing the 10,000 threshold. He reopened the live commentary feed, eager to discern what had driven viewers to shower him with such fervent acclaim. Chen Guan, sniffling. Guan, wake up. Don't die on us. Okay. I swear I'll never write fanfiction pairing you with Dean Situ again. Just wake up. Unyielding to the end, he fell standing before Su Yueha, pure moonlight incarnate. Whoa. Guan faked his death? Guan, kids, I lied. I resurrected during the commercial break. No way. You actually inserted an ad? Get lost. And don't come back. What on earth? Who is Guan the prisoner? Chen Guan's brow twitched. The commentary stream remained gloriously unhinged, as ever, but apparently feigning death catalyzed popularity surges. He'd repeat the tactic, judiciously. Too many tear-jerking stunts and audiences would grow immune. Over 11,000 popularity points, enough to procure formidable enhancements. His heart raced. He longed to sprint back to his dormitory and meticulously allocate this fortune. Let's go, we depart now. And Chongqing secured his gear and gestured toward withdrawal. Chen Guan hoisted the Black Iron Coffin onto his back once more. Su Yueha attempted to assist, only to find the artifact immovable even with her full strength. So she yielded, letting him bear it alone. And Chongqing led the way forward. The three leaned on one another, hastening along the path they'd taken inward. The return journey proved more grueling than the approach. Each bore serious injuries. Yet without shadow wolves stalking their steps, their spirits lifted markedly. Occasional low-tier aberrant beasts drawn by the scent of blood were effortlessly dispersed by Chongqing. When at last they emerged beyond Ashen Canyon's boundaries and glimpsed the shimmering light of the town's teleportation array in the distance, they collectively breathed easier. Stepping onto the array, light flared, and familiar academy vistas reappeared. Crisp, fragrant air, orderly architecture, students passing to and fro, all felt like a world reborn. First the medical center, and Chongqing declared decisively, "Our injuries require professional attention, especially Chen Guan's." Chen Guan raised no objection. Though blessed with an immortal constitution, pain remained visceral, and healing demanded time. This visit was indispensable. Huaqing Academy's medical center boasted cutting-edge facilities and remarkable efficiency. Their external wounds were promptly treated, potent restorative pills were administered internally, and they were each assigned to a recovery chamber imbued with subtle spirit energy convergence for short-term observation. Funding posed no concern as enrolled students. Most services were complimentary. The few premium treatments were fully covered by Su Yueha, the undisputed heiress, who insisted on the highest-tier protocols without hesitation. Chen Guan rested alone in his private ward, reclining on a plush bed as medicinal warmth spread through his body, knitting torn tissues and mending fractures. Only then did he allow himself true relaxation, and turn inward to examine his transformed self. First, the interface. Name Chen Guan. Status: first-year student, Huaqing Academy. Affinity: tenacity. Special skills: proficient in basic martial arts, white mastery of heavy weapons, green competence in basic scythe techniques, green. Attributes: strength 10, 2. Stamina 7, 1. Agility 1, 5. Intellect 2. Spirit 15, 3. Popularity value 11257. His spirit attribute had surged to 15, 3, surpassing even his strength, a direct consequence of the gray energy perceived during his moment of extremis. This leap in spiritual capacity sharpened his bodily awareness, refined his command over gray energy, and heightened the lucidity of his thoughts. Gray energy. Closing his eyes, Chen Guan focused inward, seeking that faint singular essence. It coiled within the deepest recesses of his consciousness. A translucent nebulous mist, neither holy substance nor void. He willed a sliver of it forth. The effort was arduous. The energy resisted motion, lethargic and unresponsive, as though its resonance with him remained incomplete. Only after immense concentration did a wisp of ashen mist finally drift to his fingertip. No light flared, no energy bled outward. Yet he sensed it. The air around his fingertip rippled faintly, temperature dipping almost imperceptibly, ambient light dimming as if swallowed by a subtle localized void. Indeed, it is not ordinary spiritual power. Chen Guan pondered, is it more like a manifestation of rules? He recalled the words of Dean Situ Ming. Perhaps this gray energy was a power unique to him, a completely different path filled with unknown thorns, unlike traditional spiritual power. After exploring for a moment, Chen Guan felt a bit mentally fatigued. Controlling the gray energy seemed to consume more mental strength than he had anticipated. He ceased his attempts and turned his attention to the 11257 popularity points. Over 10,000 points could accomplish many things. First, he looked at the surge of power talent fragment he had previously noted, but unfortunately the shop had not refreshed and it seemed he needed to wait. He browsed through other options. Attribute points. His strength was temporarily sufficient, stamina was manageable, but agility was a clear shortcoming, and his mental strength was at 15. While 3 was high, controlling the gray energy seemed to be quite mentally taxing. More was better, but the cost of attribute points increased significantly the further he went, with prices rising after exceeding 10 points, so there was no rush to enhance them for now. Skills. Breath control technique costs 2,500 points, still worth considering. Basic meditation could be exchanged now. It might help stabilize mental strength and gray energy. There were also some higher-level physical techniques or weapon skills, but they were all quite pricey, and he could easily end up back where he started. Items. He still had 2 uses of defensive shields, which he did not need for the time being. As for attacks, the scythe was still sufficient, and there was no need to consider anything beyond the second tier for now. After pondering for a long time, Chen Guan made his decision. Exchange for breath control technique. Exchange for basic meditation white. The system quickly replied, exchange successful. Remaining popularity points 8,257. Skills have integrated into the host's consciousness. Techniques on how to conceal one's breath, and even vital signs along with a more systematic and effective basic meditation method, flooded into his mind. Breath control technique combined with the natural isolation effect of his gray energy might yield unexpected results, while basic meditation could help him stabilize and restore his mental strength, laying a foundation for exploring gray energy. Chen Guan had clearly begun to treat gray energy as a focus for cultivation. Next he looked at the attribute points. Increased agility to 3. Exchange successful. Remaining popularity points 6,757. For the rest, Chen Guan decided to hold onto them for now. Having dealt with these matters, a deep sense of fatigue finally overwhelmed him. The injuries and the recent attribute increase along with the merging of skills all required his body to adapt. He closed his eyes and quickly fell into a dreamless sleep. This sleep lasted a full day and night. When he awoke again, he felt that his physical condition had improved significantly. The healing effects of the medical center were remarkable, and combined with his own abilities, external injuries had scabbed over and internal injuries had healed substantially. Just after washing up and changing into clean clothes, and Chongqing and Su Yuehe knocked and entered. The two looked much better, and Chongqing wore a clean academy uniform exuding a gentle demeanor showing no signs of the bloody battle from yesterday, while Su Yuehe donned an elegant dress, her eyes slightly red, but her spirit was still acceptable. Chen Guan, how do you feel? And Chongqing asked with concern. Much better, thank you, Chen Guan nodded. This mission I owe you a lot. And Chongqing's expression turned serious. Not only did you save Yuehe, but at the last moment. In any case, this favor will be remembered by both Yuehe and me. And Chongqing had already learned from Su Yuehe about Chen Guan's resurrection, coupled with his strange power. He was now firmly convinced that Chen Guan was a hidden expert. In his view, Chen Guan was likely also a wielder of mythological powers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to simultaneously exhibit characteristics of enhancement and life. Su Yuehe also nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Chen Guan. Regardless, she would remember this life-saving kindness. It's just part of the job, there's no need to worry about it. Chen Guan waved his hand, shifting the topic. Have the mission rewards arrived? We just received the notification. And Chongqing pulled up the terminal. Final assessment. S-rank rewards are as follows: basic points 200, excess reward points 900, a total of 1,100 points have been issued. Contribution points 500 each. 1 level resource exchange privilege, and the Wolf King Demon Pill and materials will be evenly split among the 3 of us, and I will handle the sale. 1,100 points, 500 contribution points, and level privileges. Chen Guan felt satisfied. Contribution points are harder to obtain than points and have broader uses. They can be exchanged for special resources or privileges that points cannot buy, likely due to the unexpected circumstances this time which prompted compensation from the academy. Chen Guan nodded. Then I will trouble you. This meant that he would receive a total of 1,100 points from this mission plus 500 contribution points and 1 level exchange privilege, which was a windfall for him. Additionally, and Chongqing paused, his expression slightly serious. Chen Guan, after this mission, both Yuehe and I believe you are fully qualified to become a trusted companion. We have a long-term team aimed at exploring relics and secret realms beyond academy courses to gather rare resources and training opportunities. Would you be interested in joining a long-term team exploring relics and secret realms? Chen Guan's heart stirred. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to gain more screen time, popularity points, practical experience, and rare resources. Moreover, teaming up with Chongqing and Su Yuehe ensured safety and a higher success rate. Not to mention both of them had solid character and strength, giving him little reason to refuse. I am very interested, Chen Guan responded without hesitation, and Chongqing smiled. Then welcome to the 49 squad. He extended his hand. Chen Guan shook hands with him and curiously asked, why is it called the 49 squad? And Chongqing explained, the great way is 50, the heavens evolve to 49 and humanity evades 1, hence the name 49 squad. I see. Chen Guan nodded, then asked, may I ask who else is there? Currently the team members besides me and Yuehe are only Long Ao and you. And Chongqing candidly said, although Long Ao has a proud personality, his strength is indisputable, and he is a reliable companion with clear grudges and gratitude. We originally wanted to invite Zhao Qingyin, who is both capable and virtuous, but she seems to have other plans and has not responded to me for now. Long Ao. Chen Guan felt a bit surprised, yet it seemed reasonable. With Long Ao's pursuit of ultimate power, it was likely that only someone like Chongqing would catch his eye and be willing to collaborate. However, since the comments mentioned that Long Ao would become a villain later, did this mean There would be a falling out. The team 49, including myself, makes exactly 4. Chen Guan nodded, indicating his understanding. I am honored to join. Su Yueha smiled beside him, her eyes crescent-shaped. We will be fighting side by side from now on. Please take care of me, classmate Chen Guan. Likewise, Chen Guan smiled back. After a few more casual exchanges in Chongqing, and Su Yueha bid farewell, leaving Chen Guan to continue his recovery. After sending them off, Chen Guan returned to the bed, pulled up his personal terminal, and checked the rewards that had just arrived. Balance of points account 1150 points. Balance of contribution points account 500 points. Special permissions 1 exchange opportunity for level resources. His school account suddenly became abundant. Chen Guan pondered over the uses of this substantial amount. Ore points could be exchanged for daily cultivation resources, while contribution points were even more valuable, allowing the exchange for rare materials. The level exchange permission was particularly precious, enabling the acquisition of a level item or equivalent resources requiring careful planning. He did not rush to use it, but first opened the Academy's internal resource database to browse the list of exchangeable items. A dazzling array of products came into view, ranging from basic elixirs and materials, low-level techniques, to advanced supernatural cultivation methods, rare metals, ancient relic fragments, and even unknown guidance. Everything one could wish for. After seeing the prices later on, Chen Guan understood just how fortunate he was to attend Tutor Ming's class. No wonder countless individuals were eager to break their heads trying to get into the Tianshu class. From the moment he entered the class, the privileges had already taken effect. Chen Guan focused on filtering entries related to spiritual power. Soon he locked on to something. Level Tranquil Mind Meditation Cushion woven from tranquil wood and calm grass, embedded with a micro-gathering spirit array pattern. It can slightly enhance meditation efficiency, stabilize the mind, and resist low-level mental interference. Once confirmed, he submitted the exchange request. Soon the system notified him of a successful exchange, and the item would be delivered to his dormitory. After completing all this, Chen Guan closed the terminal. He felt his body was mostly healed and planned to apply for discharge the next day. He then began to attempt basic meditation again. The new meditation method was far more systematic than what he had explored on his own. He adjusted his breathing according to the method, relaxed his body and mind, and his consciousness slowly sank into the gray spiritual mist. This time the meditation process was much smoother. The gray spiritual mist flowed gently under the guidance of his consciousness like a hidden current in the deep sea, calm yet harboring dangers. He could sense more clearly that the gray energy was now in a state of fusion with his spiritual power. It was hard to say whether it was a type of spiritual power or a form of qi. Nevertheless, it was undeniably his power, of that he was certain. Only when the medical staff brought dinner did Chen Guan exit his meditative state feeling refreshed. Even the pain in his body seemed to have eased somewhat. The next morning, after the final examination at the medical center confirmed that his injuries were stable and that he just needed to rest for a few days, Chen Guan completed the discharge procedures, shouldered his coffin, and returned to dormitory 300, for which he had missed for several days. Everything in the dormitory was as it was, still maintaining the state it had when he left. Lying on the long-lost bed, a sense of peace rose in his heart. Once his injuries healed, classes naturally had to be prioritized. Looking at the homework, he had fallen behind on Chen Guan's side. Softly, despite having graduated from university for quite some time, he still had to endure the pains of assignments. A truly cursed fate. However, these courses were much more interesting than the watered-down classes in university, making it a bittersweet experience. In the afternoon, the tranquil mind meditation cushion he had exchanged arrived. The cushion was a light blue color, warm to the touch, exuding a calming herbal fragrance that soothed the mind. Chen Guan placed it in the center of the room, sitting cross-legged upon it. Instantly, he felt that the distracting thoughts around him were significantly shielded, making it easier to concentrate, and his spiritual power seemed to be wrapped in a gentle force. A good item. Chen Guan nodded in satisfaction, feeling he had made a worthwhile exchange. In the following days, his life returned to a routine, attending classes in the morning, practicing in the afternoon, and studying books borrowed from the library in the evening to catch up on knowledge. In the physical training class, Li Yan observed that he had recovered well, but coldly tossed out, "Now that you're healed, let's intensify your training," and assigned him a heavier training load. Chen Guan accepted it gladly, taking the opportunity to familiarize himself with his enhanced agility and consolidate his strength application. He tried to incorporate a trace of gray energy into his training, but found it extremely difficult, as this energy seemed to resist proactive control intensely. He temporarily abandoned the idea of using gray energy in physical training, focusing instead on honing pure physical techniques and the coordination of the coffin and scythe. In the spiritual power class, instructor Yunji keenly noticed the significant changes in Chen Guan's spiritual power. She privately met with him for a discussion, not probing into details, but gently reminded him of some precautions before saying nothing more. As for Dean Situ Ming's research on special items class, it continued as usual. Upon seeing Chen Guan return safely, Situ Ming merely nodded slightly, without inquiring further about the mission, instead continuing to delve into the scheduled coursework. Chen Guan raised some vague feelings and questions regarding gray energy from the battle, and after a long contemplation, Situ Ming proposed several possible theoretical directions, but also admitted that this power was unheard of, requiring Chen Guan to explore and verify it himself. However, he promised to help Chen Guan keep an eye out for potentially relevant ancient texts or cases. Situ Ming seemed to have high hopes for Chen Guan, though it could also be attributed to a simple desire to teach. Regardless, having such support made Chen Guan feel considerably at ease. On the weekend, and Chongqing sent a message stating that the Wolf King materials had been processed. After deducting the handling fee, a total of 4,200 points were earned, of which Chen Guan's share came to 1,400 points. Adding the 1,100 points from the mission reward and his original balance, his points reached 2,600. Furthermore, the 400 points of gratitude that An Chongqing and Su Yuehe insisted on transferring to him were also deposited into his account, bringing the total to 3,000 points. Contribution points had not been used yet, and the Blevel permission had already been utilized. With some surplus in hand, Chen Guan began to consider the next strengthening step. The Academy's treasure trove still had plenty of good items, making his choices quite overwhelming. Just as Chen Guan was planning his future cultivation direction, his personal terminal suddenly received a message from An Chongqing. Chen Guan knew intel. There have been unusual fluctuations in the Black Wind ruins, recently suspected signs of ancient treasures surfacing. The Supernatural Association has classified it as an observation-level secret realm, and the Academy allows student teams to apply for exploration at their own risk. Team 49 is preparing to go departing in 3 days. Do you want to join? Black Wind ruins, ancient treasure. Chen Guan's eyes lit up instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly replied, "I'm in. Let's go together." And as the message sent, Chen Guan's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. The Black Wind ruins sounded like a promising narrative locus, meaning more scenes, more exposure. Moreover, traveling alongside Squad Cjo guaranteed enhanced safety. Recalling his last expedition, though he had died once, he had nonetheless vaulted into the ranks of the 10th Sandpoint elite. Greater risk, greater reward. Chen Guan had long since grown addicted to this calculus, feeling no trace of fear toward death, only an insatiable hunger for popularity points burning in his gaze. If a single death yielded 10,000 popularity points, he would immediately hurl his head against concrete. 10 times, 8 times without hesitation. The reverie ended abruptly. Soon An Chongqing replied, "After class tomorrow, meet at classroom 101 at Tianshu building for squad briefing and operational planning." Chen Guan typed a simple "understood," then powered down his terminal and began preparations for the upcoming 3-day expedition. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, he maintained disciplined cultivation. By day 3, his injuries had nearly healed, and both his physical stamina and mental acuity had returned to peak condition. His control over gray energy remained arduous, but not entirely futile. Compared to his earliest attempts, he now possessed a faint nascent mastery. He could barely condense it upon his fingertips or along the scythe's blade for fleeting moments. Though the exertion was immense and its practical utility still unclear, it marked a promising beginning. He also exchanged available Academy credits for several practical supplies from the Institute Resource Vault. Crank, Spirit Spider Silk soft armor properties, lightweight and form-fitting with exceptional defensive capability, effectively resists bladed weapons and partial energy impacts. Designed to be worn beneath combat fatigues as a secondary layer of protection. Crank, Gale Step Butson properties embedded with a miniature wind affinity formation. When activated, grants modest boosts to movement speed and vertical leap, enhancing agility. Ideal for evasive maneuvers or pursuit in critical moments. He further procured 3 vials of substandard stamina recovery serum, high-efficiency hemostatic powder, and universal antidote from the system marketplace. Embracing technology as the architect of life. After all, he bore no concern for grim news from the bodybuilding community. As for contribution points, he chose to reserve them for a more pivotal moment. Regarding weaponry, Chen Guan visited the Institute's weaponry research tower. Using his remaining credits, he commissioned a senior student skilled in material refinement to melt down previously acquired 100-fold forged pure gold and reinforce both the scythe's blade and its half joint, rendering it sturdier, more durable, a modest yet meaningful upgrade. The Black Iron Coffin remained his core equipment. Its spider silk lining performed admirably and required no modification. On Wednesday afternoon, shortly after class, Chen Guan arrived punctually at classroom 101, Tianshu building. Coffin strapped firmly to his back. He pushed open the door to find An Chongqing, Su Yuehe, and Long Ao already present. Though Chen Guan had arrived precisely on time, he somehow found himself the last to enter. An Chongqing stood before the lectern, projecting a slightly blurred map onto the wall, marking the approximate location and surrounding topography of the Black Wind ruins. Su Yuehe waved cheerfully upon seeing him. "Good afternoon, Chen Guan." And "Good afternoon." And since their prior encounter the formal honorifics had quietly faded, they now addressed each other by given name alone. Long Ao sat alone by the window, clad in sleek black combat attire, arms crossed, eyes closed in quiet repose. At the sound of the door opening, he didn't so much as lift his eyelids. Only emitted a faint dismissive hum through his nose, his sole acknowledgement. Indeed, he conformed perfectly to the streamer stereotype. Long Ao never opened his eyes. "And Chen Guan has arrived." And Chongqing nodded. Please take a seat. We'll outline the situation briefly. Chen Guan settled beside Su Yuehe, carefully leaning his coffin against the adjacent wall. The Black Wind ruins lie deep, within the Forgotten Mountains, approximately 800 kilometers northwest of the Institute. And Chongqing advanced the projection, zooming in on the Serpentine mountain range shrouded in mist. Its origins are lost to antiquity. Historically, it has witnessed repeated surges of spiritual energy, occasionally flushing forth ancient artifacts or fragments of lost cultivation legacies. Yet its interior remains labyrinthine, laced with archaic wards and perilous creatures, and perpetually veiled by a singular bone-eroding black wind, capable of corroding both spiritual energy and vital essence. Its danger rating fluctuates between Class C and Class B. Recently, the Paranormal Association detected abnormally intense fluctuations in spiritual energy emanating from the ruin's central vortex, suggesting the imminent emergence of a high-value relic or even a complete cultivation legacy. The association has designated the site as Observation Tier and authorized registered squads to apply for exploration. Though all risks remain solely the squad's responsibility, and entry within 100 meters of the vortex's core is strictly prohibited. And Chongqing switched projections to a far grainier interference-distorted image, revealing only the crumbling silhouette of an ancient pagoda wreathed in thick churning black currents. Our objective lies in the outer pagoda zone, and Chongqing indicated the structure on screen. Based on historical precedent and current intelligence, this sector presents relatively lower hazard. Our mission: survey the outer pagoda zone, gather intelligence, and retrieve any valuable artifacts or information. If confronted with overwhelming danger, immediate withdrawal is mandatory. Safety takes absolute precedence. As always, and Chongqing emphasized safety first. Regarding team composition, I will assume primary offense and tactical command. Yuehe handles reconnaissance. Long Ao oversees heavy assault and rearguard defense. Chen Guan and Chongqing turned to him. Your formidable defense and prodigious strength make you ideal for frontline containment. Protecting Yuehe? And Chen Guan nodded inwardly. The assignment was eminently logical, leveraging his innate turtle-like resilience to maximum effect. With two powerhouses like Chongqing and Long Ao on the team, he likely wouldn't get many opportunities to act. And if they couldn't resolve a threat, he doubted he could either. I have no objections, Chen Guan affirmed. And neither do I, Su Yuehe added, raising her hand. And Long Ao remained motionless, eyes still shut, uttering only two frost-laced words: acceptable. Chen Guan glanced at him. Perhaps Long Ao and Lian shared a silent kinship. Both men spoke sparingly, embodying stoic, unyielding masculinity. And very well. And Chongqing dismissed the projection. Tomorrow at 0600 hours, assemble at the Institute's west gate. We'll depart aboard a specially authorized cloud-piercing skiff bound for the ruins' outer staging camp. Tonight, inspect your gear and rest deeply. Dismissed. Leaving the classroom, Chen Guan returned to his dormitory for final preparations, spending time in profound meditation to calibrate his state to optimal readiness. As night deepened, he stood by the window, gazing out at the campus bathed in golden light, anticipation stirring quietly within his chest. He walked to his bed and looked down at his dormant original body resting peacefully within the coffin. In a low, tender voice, he murmured, "Tomorrow we set out again. Wait for me. I'll return with good news, and I will awaken you." The live commentary feed remained delightfully chaotic, shipping pairings with unflagging zeal. Na affection, a debt of gratitude owed by the one who slumbers within the coffin. And daily question, who is the one sleeping within the coffin? I refuse to believe there's nothing special between them. And skip ahead to the coffin dwellers' awakening. Chen Guan's confession, their wedding ceremony, and their child named Chen Kai. And leopard and cat were born. Chen Guan rubbed his temples. The commentary's tendency to perceive romantic subtext in every interaction was legendary. Watching his popularity points climb steadily, he swallowed his retort silently. Sponsorship is part of the craft. Nothing to be ashamed of. The following morning before dawn, Chen Guan carried a coffin on his back, dressed in soft armor, made of spiritual spider silk, and combat attire, his feet clad in wind-speed boots, arriving promptly at the academy's west gate. And Chongqing, Su Yuehe, and Long Ao had already arrived, while Chen Guan was still the last to show up. In addition to them, a silver-gray shuttle-shaped flying vehicle approximately 10 meters long and etched with intricate patterns was docked in the west square, serving as the academy's dedicated transport, the Chuan Yun Shua. Beside it stood a middle-aged instructor in academy uniform, his expression stern, seemingly the supervisor for this journey. Although it was said to be a free exploration, the presence of an instructor was still necessary to handle any emergencies. In the wild, humans could be far more dangerous than beasts. Upon seeing Chen Guan arrive, and Chongqing nodded to him, signaling him to come over. "Everyone is here." And Chongqing said to the middle-aged instructor, "Instructor, we can set off now." The middle-aged instructor's sharp gaze swept over the four of them, lingering momentarily on the coffin behind Chen Guan. Anyone meeting Chen Guan for the first time would inevitably glance at his back, as the coffin was indeed striking. The instructor did not say much more, only stating in a deep voice, "I am Zhao Tai, the accompanying supervisory instructor for this mission. I will not participate in your exploration, only responsible for transportation and providing minimal academy support in emergencies. Board the shuttle. Remember safety first, act within your capabilities. Yes, Instructor Zhao, the four replied in unison. Even Long Ao was respectful this time, after saying that they boarded the Chuan Yun Shua in turn. Inside the shuttle, the space was more spacious than expected, with comfortable seats, a simple resting area, and a supply storage box. Within the Chuan Yun Shua, besides the 4 members of Team Sijou, there were several other student teams applying to visit the Black Wind ruins, totaling around 20 people. Some teams were whispering to each other, while others were resting with their eyes closed. The atmosphere was relaxed as this ruin was considered relatively easy, akin to a baby bus level. Although there had been a sudden outbreak of illness this time, it likely wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Looking around, he spotted some acquaintances, namely the upperclassmen he had met at the beginning of the semester, Li Yuqing and Hua Qixing. Li Yuqing even winked at him, clearly recognizing him, as his features were quite distinct. Chen Guan smiled back while Instructor Zhao Tai sat in the driver's seat, starting up the flying vehicle. With a gentle hum, the Chuan Yun Shua slowly ascended, transforming into a silver streak of light as it sped northwest. Outside the porthole, the view of the academy rapidly shrank, replaced by rolling mountains and increasingly dense morning fog. The Chuan Yun Shua was exceptionally fast, quickly delving into the remote and forgotten mountain range. Below lay an unending expanse of dark green forest and jagged stones, with occasional glimpses of mist-shrouded valleys or areas shimmering with strange glimmers. After flying for about an hour, the scenery ahead began to change. The mountains took on a dull gray hue, vegetation became sparse, and a faint scent of rust began to permeate the air. In the distance, a region was faintly visible, shrouded in a hazy gray-black mist which seemed to be unnatural, like a curtain. "We're almost at the outskirts of the Black Wind ruins," Instructor Zhao Tai said in a low voice. "Everyone stay alert." The Chuan Yun Shua began to decelerate and gradually lower its altitude, revealing a relatively flat clearing below, temporarily cleared and set up with several makeshift tents. A barrier had already been established and vague figures could be seen moving around. This was the temporary camp set up by the academy at the ruins' outskirts. The Chuan Yun Shua landed smoothly at the edge of the camp. The cabin door opened and the earthy aroma of the air rushed in. The humidity here seemed quite high, making Chen Guan feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Remember, the exploration lasts for 3 days. At this time 3 days from now, the Chuan Yun Shua will wait here. If you are late, the consequences are yours to bear." Instructor Zhao Tai's voice was devoid of emotion. "Now let's set off." The students all stood up, grabbed their gear, and streamed out. Chen Guan shouldered the coffin and followed Chongqing down the Chuan Yun Shua. Stepping onto the slightly slippery gray-black soil, he immediately felt a faint chilly aura rising from the ground, but it was quickly neutralized by his spiritual spider silk armor and his own gray energy. He expressed a slight astonishment. Although he had seen it in books, the difference between text and lived experience was quite significant. The camp was small, with only a few tents and a communication tower emanating faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. There were hardly any facilities, as it was merely a temporary camp. Several teams had already arrived earlier, making final preparations or exchanging information, and Chongqing looked around and said in a low voice, "Let's go to the camp registration office first to report in and see if there's any new information to share." The registration office was located inside the largest tent, manned by a staff member with an expressionless face, clearly somewhat disenchanted with his job. And Chongqing stepped forward, presenting the identity information and exploration application of Team Sijou. Though the staff looked fatigued, he quickly verified their information. After finishing, he handed them 4 specially made location and distress badges along with a simplified map of the ruins' outskirts. This map was more detailed than the one provided by the academy, marking several newly discovered relatively safe areas and danger points, results of previous explorations. During the exploration, you must carry the badges at all times. If you encounter insurmountable danger, you can activate the distress signal, but there is no guarantee of timely rescue. Assess it yourself. The staff routinely instructed them. "Thank you," and Chongqing said as he took the items and distributed them to his teammates. As the son of the president, he was well-versed in these matters. Because of the previous incident, he had prepared various supplies this time, ensuring that he would not encounter safety issues again. However, he was reluctant to use those methods unless absolutely necessary, as his primary goal was to gain experience. Relying on financial means would not enhance his abilities. Chen Guan pinned the badge inside his collar, his gaze falling on the map, where the center was covered in large blank spaces and question marks, representing the unexplored core area, the Eye of the Storm. Their target, the ancient tower district, was located at the northwest edge of the ruins, marked as a medium danger zone, where the Black Wind's erosion was severe, with occasional triggers of ancient mechanisms and the presence of low-tier relic creatures. According to the information, the ancient tower district has 3 relatively well-preserved stone towers arranged in a triangle. The fluctuations of spiritual energy mainly originate from the tallest tower in the middle. And Chongqing pointed at the map. "We will head directly to the central ancient tower, keeping an eye out for the Black Wind and any potential mechanisms as well as the relic creatures." As for where his information came from, that was naturally internal news from the association. He was here on his father's instructions, as this was a carefully selected training ground by his father. Understood, Chen Guan nodded. Let's go. And Chongqing tucked the map away and led the way toward the camp's exit, heading for the ruins shrouded in gray-black mist. Along the way, there were still quite a few people hawking their wares. Chen Guan glanced around. Those who could set up stalls to sell here mostly had nothing of value, indicating that he was not destined for any lucky finds. Thus, the four of them walked into the true realm of the ruins. The ground beneath my feet became increasingly soft and damp, covered by a layer of ash-like substance, yielding to each step with a soft, sponge-like texture offering little grip. The surroundings rapidly turned desolate and dilapidated, with collapsed stone pillars, crumbling walls, and twisted, deformed metallic wreckage visible everywhere. Most striking was the omnipresent, bone-eroding black wind, which was not merely an ordinary breeze, but a slow, swirling flow of spiritual energy. Some strands were as thin as hair, while others were as thick as pythons, silently weaving through the ruins. Wherever they passed, even stubborn stones seemed to be eroded by time, their surfaces riddled with fine holes and signs of weathering. Generally speaking, the black wind is not fatal, it merely induces a slight weakness. However, there have been rare instances of a massive black wind, though such occurrences are exceedingly infrequent in history. And Chongqing raised a pale golden spiritual energy shield enveloping the four of them and temporarily blocking the direct erosion of the black wind. Yet it was evident that the golden light on the surface of the shield was continuously being weakened upon contact with the black wind. The black wind consumes a lot of spiritual energy. We cannot maintain it for long. And Chongqing said solemnly, let's increase our speed and avoid prolonged exposure in areas dense with black wind. The four hastened their pace, traversing the ruins. Chen Guan, carrying the coffin, moved steadily, his physical prowess allowing him to keep pace with the group without lagging behind. He also noticed that the black wind seemed to be slightly repelled when near the Shentai coffin, as if an invisible force was at work, rendering its corrosive effect ineffective. This reassured him. It seemed the coffin's property of isolation was also useful here. Along the way, they saw traces of other exploration teams and encountered some low-tier relic creatures which in Chongqing and Long Ao easily dealt with, posing no hindrance to the group's progress. As they delved deeper, the black wind around them grew denser and visibility gradually diminished. The scale of the ruins also became more grandiose. Faint outlines of what were once magnificent structures could be discerned, yet alas, no matter how grand, even the mightiest edifices could not withstand the ravages of time, now reduced to mere fragments and rubble. Ahead lies the ancient tower district, and Chongqing halted and gestured for everyone to look ahead. Through the hazy black wind mist, the silhouettes of three towering ancient towers, constructed entirely from gray-white giant stones, gradually came into view. They stood in a triangular formation on a relatively spacious ruin square, their surfaces covered in mottled marks and strange runes, some of which faintly glimmered with a light resisting the erosion of the black wind. The central tower was the most imposing, nearly 100 meters tall, though regrettably its apex appeared to have been damaged. At this moment, the midsection of the central tower flickered with a dark purple light, contrasting starkly with the surrounding gray-black environment. That was the source of the unusual fluctuations. The spiritual energy fluctuations are very active, but they seem somewhat unstable. Suyueha took out a small rune compass and infused it with a hint of spiritual energy, causing the needle on the compass to begin trembling irregularly, pointing towards the central tower. There must be something inside, but it feels chaotic. Nothing can be detected. Be careful as we approach. And Chongqing retracted the spiritual energy shield and instead covered his body with a thin layer of golden light. Long Ao was also enveloped in a layer of crimson light akin to burning flames, while Su Yueha activated the protective runes on her staff, surrounding herself with a pale white halo. Chen Guan, wait, how come you all have Susanu? Chen Guan took a deep breath, gripping the scythe in his hand, his mind sharply focused. He attempted to channel a hint of gray energy to cover his body's surface. The process was still difficult, but he succeeded in a small measure. A nearly invisible pale gray membrane enveloped him, and the scythe and the surrounding black wind seemed to instinctively veer away from him. He let out a sigh of relief. The gray energy was indeed dependable, capable of achieving what spiritual energy could. The four formed a battle formation and cautiously crossed the square, heading towards the entrance of the central ancient tower, which was a 5-meter-tall stone archway riddled with cracks. Inside the archway was pitch black, resembling the throat of a giant beast, with only the dark purple unstable light filtering down from higher within the tower, providing a faint source of illumination. As they stepped into the ancient tower, a wave of oppressive coldness and dampness far more intense than outside struck them. Simultaneously, the concentration of black wind within the tower far exceeded that outside, almost forming a visible gray-black airflow. The black wind here is peculiar, and Chongqing frowned, noting how the consumption rate of his golden light shield had noticeably accelerated, starkly different from outside. Chen Guan felt somewhat differently. Although the black wind inside was denser, the faint gray energy membrane on his body seemed to resonate with the environment here. It seemed the black wind regarded him as one of its own, hardly attacking him at all. He had no time to ponder this, for from the darkness ahead came the distinct sound of footsteps and a low rumbling growl. Something is coming, Su Yueha exclaimed quietly as the compass needle spun wildly. In the next moment, several tall figures moving with heavy and stiff steps slowly emerged from the shadows deep within the tower. They stood over 3 meters tall, constructed entirely from gray-white giant stones, with dim metallic components embedded at their joints, wielding a massive stone axe and an equally enormous stone hammer. In their hollow eye sockets burned 2 wicks of ghostly green flames, surrounded by a more substantial gray-black airflow than that outside. The guardians of the ancient tower stone giants, and judging by their presence and energy fluctuations, they were definitely not comparable to the low-tier stone puppets outside. They were likely at the second-tier level. What was even more troublesome was their number. There were as many as 6 blocking the paths of both advance and retreat from different directions. It seems we must first get past them to obtain what lies within the tower. And Chongqing drew his long sword, the golden light igniting once more his gaze sharp, for a moment the presence of the stone giants further indicating that this place had indeed seen no visitors. Long Ao's lips curled into a fierce smile, his fists colliding with a dull thud, crimson flames rising. He came here for 3 reasons. To fight, and to fight. The moment and Chongqing finished speaking, battle erupted. The 6 stone giants simultaneously moved with heavy steps, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Although they were clumsy, their massive size and strength created a terrifying sense of oppression in the narrow space of the ancient tower. Their ghostly green eyes locked onto the 4, and the stone axes and hammers in their hands fell with a dull whoosh. Spread out. Take them down one by one. And Chongqing barked, his form like golden lightning, actively meeting the first 2 stone giants, Hedon, his long sword sweeping golden light weaving, accurately striking at the joints where the stone giants held their weapons. He chose not to confront them, Hedon, but rather to utilize speed and skill to seek out the weaknesses of these behemoths. Long Ao charged, directly letting out a low roar as his body was engulfed in a surge of crimson flames, rushing towards the 2 stone giants on the left without flinching. His fists were infused with scorching, violent crimson energy, resembling 2 heavy hammers that struck fiercely against the chest of the stone giant, aiming to crush it with absolute power. Su Yuehe played a slow melody on her short flute, accurately targeting the 2 stone giants, attempting to encircle Chen Guan and herself. Their movements instantly froze as if caught in a quagmire, and the speed at which they wielded their weapons significantly decreased. The pressure shifted towards Chen Guan, who needed to cooperate with Su Yu's support to quickly deal with the 2 slowed stone giants before aiding in Chongqing or Long Ao. Chen Guan stepped forward, not using the scythe for a ranged attack, but charging directly at one of the stone giants. Although the stone giant was slowed, its reactions were still swift. The massive stone hammer swept towards him with a dull whoosh. Chen Guan's gaze sharpened, and with a flicker of light from his winged boots, his speed suddenly increased, narrowly avoiding the sweeping strike. At the same time, he tightly gripped the long handle of the scythe, using the heavy black iron coffin as a pivot. His body spun violently, leveraging the motion to swing the scythe in a wide arc, channeling all his strength, and a hint of the gray energy covering it, delivering a powerful strike to the knee joint of the stone giant. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. Although the stone giant appeared to be a solid rock, its insides were as strong as iron. After the strike, sparks erupted from the knee joint of the stone giant, leaving a deep gash, revealing a dim metal structure inside, yet it did not shatter. The stone giant's defenses were even stronger than anticipated. The tremendous recoil caused Chen Guan's arm to go numb, and the scythe nearly slipped from his grip. The stone giant, enraged by the attack, let out a low growl, and swung its other hand into a stone fist, crashing down towards Chen Guan. Chen Guan had no time to dodge, and could only thrust the black iron coffin forcefully in front of him. Bang! The heavy impact sounded like a drum, sending Chen Guan and the coffin sliding back several meters, his feet carving shallow grooves into the ground, his chest surging with blood and energy. Luckily, the coffin absorbed some of the force, preventing him from being smashed into the wall. Su Yuehe drew the aggro, and several pale white chains formed from spiritual power appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the stone giant, attacking Chen Guan, attempting to further restrict its movement. The other slowed stone giant seized the opportunity to swing its stone axe at Su Yuehe. Your opponent is me. Chen Guan suppressed his surging energy, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He held nothing back, channeling nearly all the gray energy within him, along with a burst of power into his next attack. He no longer targeted the hard joints, but aimed for the 2 eerie green flames in the stone giant's eye sockets, which he deemed a more apparent weakness than the iron lumps. With a surge of power beneath his feet, the winged boots shimmered once more, and Chen Guan approached like a specter. The stone giant's axe swung empty, crashing down onto the ground and sending fragments flying. Now was the moment. Chen Guan crouched low, almost sliding along the ground to the feet of the stone giant, his scythe slicing upward in a cold gray arc, directly stabbing at the eye sockets of the stone giant's drooping head. This time, even the pale gray energy covering the blade of the scythe solidified slightly, carrying with it a deadly threat. Swoosh! This time it was no longer the hard clash of iron. The tip of the scythe, covered in gray energy, pierced into the eerie green flames of the stone giant's eye sockets as smoothly as a red-hot iron rod piercing through ice and snow. The stone giant let out an unprecedented roar, the eerie green flames in its eye sockets flickering violently, as if being rapidly tainted by the gray energy. Its massive body trembled violently, its movements completely frozen, and the gray-black energy swirling around its surface became chaotic. The tremendous commotion startled Chongqing and Long Ao, who had each dealt with a stone giant, and they both turned to look. Having struck a decisive blow, Chen Guan did not linger in battle, immediately withdrawing his scythe. Almost the moment he retreated, the eerie green flames in the stone giant's eye sockets extinguished completely. Its massive body, as if losing all support, collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of rubble and rusted metal parts no longer moving. With one strike, he had slain a stone giant. This sudden victory left Su Yuehe dumbfounded, and even Chongqing and Long Ao, who were in the thick of battle, cast astonished glances. Although they could also defeat stone giants, they had never done so with such efficiency. Even Chen Guan himself was greatly shocked, realizing the remarkable restraining effect the gray energy had on these strange creatures. With no time to think further, the other stone giant, bound by Su Yuehe, had already broken free from part of its chains, raising its stone hammer once more. Chen Guan took a deep breath, suppressing the mental fatigue brought on by the full-force release of gray energy. He swung the scythe again, charging forward with renewed confidence from his earlier experience, quickly finding an opportunity alongside Su Yu's support to inject a hint of gray energy into the scythe, stabbing into the eyes of this stone giant. The same roar, the same disintegration. The second stone giant fell. Having dealt with the threat on his side, Chen Guan immediately turned his gaze towards the other two battle groups. On Chongqing's side, one stone giant had already fallen, and he had successfully severed the stone arm of the second stone giant, appearing to be quite at ease. On Long Ao's side, the battle was even more ferocious. He fought barehanded against two stone giants, his fists colliding with their stone bodies, producing thunderous booms. He had already caved in the chest of one stone giant, causing fragments to fly, rendering it completely useless. The other stone giant was being pushed back steadily, the crimson flames scorching the gray-black energy on its surface, making it hiss and reducing its defenses significantly. They didn't seem to need any help. "Go help Long Ao," and Chongqing shouted. With Chongqing's command, Chen Guan did not hesitate and immediately rushed towards Long Ao's battle group. He did not directly attack the stone giant, but instead waited for the moment when Long Ao's punch had sent one stone giant staggering back, swiftly executing a precise trajectory with his scythe wrapped in an almost imperceptible gray glow, accurately stabbing into an inconspicuous gap in the back of that stone giant's neck. Gray energy surged into the stone giant. Its body stiffened and its movements instantly halted, as if it had been unplugged. Seizing the opportunity, Long Ao let out a furious roar, the crimson flames coalescing around his right fist like a small meteorite, smashing down hard onto the already caved-in chest of the stone giant. Boom! The stone shattered and the chest of the stone giant was completely pierced through the eerie green flames in its eyes, extinguishing as it crashed to the ground. The last two stone giants, entangled within Chongqing, let out a reluctant roar upon seeing their companions defeated, turning to retreat deeper into the ancient tower, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Thus the battle came to an end. The lower level of the ancient tower was in disarray, strewn with shattered stones and metallic debris. And Chongqing glanced at Chen Guan, his eyes reflecting not just surprise but deeper contemplation. "Chen Guan, your spiritual power just now is quite unique." Long Ao also retracted his crimson aura, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Guan, and snorted coldly. "Just a clever trick, but there's something there." Though Long Ao spoke dismissively, he was still somewhat astonished inside, for in his view, the aura emanating from Chen Guan was completely of an inconsequential level, yet now his speed in defeating enemies outpaced even his own. How could he not be amazed? However, even these two well-informed individuals had never encountered such peculiar spiritual power. Could it be an effect of a supernatural ability? And Chongqing pondered inwardly. Chen Guan knew he couldn't hide it, but there was no need for excessive explanation, simply stating, "I seem to have some restraint against this kind of thing by coincidence." Su Yuehe, lacking much hesitation, and having become somewhat familiar with them over the days, directly asked out of curiosity, "Chen Guan, you are amazing. What is that gray light? Is it a supernatural ability?" "It's my spiritual power, still exploring," Chen Guan replied vaguely, actually unsure whether it was spiritual power or mental energy. And Chongqing did not press further. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as it did not harm his companions, he was willing to respect it. After all, did he himself have no secrets? Therefore secrets were not surprising. Geniuses often have their own secrets. He looked toward the direction deep within the ancient tower where a dark purple light flickered. "The guards have been dealt with. We shall continue forward, but we must be more cautious." The direction the stone giant retreated towards may lead to the location of the treasures within the tower. The four of them took a brief rest, taking pills to restore their spiritual energy, and then set off once more, following the path the stone giant had taken, exploring the upper levels of the ancient tower. The higher they ascended, the more spacious the tower became, but the black wind grew denser, almost forming a viscous mist. The dark purple light became increasingly bright, and a chilling aura began to permeate the air, unsettling the mind. Eventually they arrived at the middle level of the ancient tower. This was a vast circular hall with a towering dome covered in damaged murals and reliefs depicting some incomprehensible scenes of fallen stars, torn earth, and countless figures obliterated in such calamities. In the center of the hall stood a broken altar made of dark purple crystal. Above the altar floated a fist-sized flickering unstable dark purple crystal. That chilling aura and dark purple light emanated from here. This is it, Su Yuehe confidently stated, observing the compass with its needle spinning wildly. However, before they could approach the altar, an unexpected change occurred. The dark purple crystals surrounding the altar suddenly lit up simultaneously, and twisted dark purple patterns resembling blood vessels spread out from the altar, instantly covering the entire floor walls and even the dome of the hall. A pressure far greater than that of the stone giant surged forth like a tide, instantly sweeping away the black wind in the hall, replaced by an oppressive heaviness that was suffocating. Not good. It's a trap. That crystal is a lure. And Chanking's complexion changed drastically as he shouted sternly, "Retreat!" But it was already too late. The dark purple crystal above the altar suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and the dark purple patterns across the hall seemed to come alive, frantically absorbing the residual spiritual energy within the ancient tower, as well as the spiritual energy and life force from the four of them. An invisible force locked onto them, firmly anchoring them in place as their internal power uncontrollably drained away. Meanwhile, from the shadows surrounding the hall, four even larger crystal giants slowly rose, made entirely of dark purple crystal, their eyes ablaze with deep purple flames. Their auras had evidently reached the third tier, and being near the crystal enhanced their might. The true guardians had only now revealed themselves. And that bait-like crystal was clearly a trap designed to absorb the intruder's spiritual energy and activate the final guardians. Damn it! Long Ao cursed angrily, struggling against the suction force, his crimson aura flickering. Su Yuehe tried to use her words to escape the predicament, but found her spiritual energy depleting even faster, making it impossible to unleash sufficiently powerful words. If she forced it, and Chongqing fully activated his golden light, attempting to sever the invisible connection, but to little effect. He exchanged glances with Su Yuehe, both aware of what the other was thinking. Unless absolutely necessary, they must not force themselves. Chen Guan also felt the power within him, including the gray energy, rapidly diminishing, being absorbed by the altar. However, he quickly discovered that the absorption of his gray energy by that force seemed to be less smooth, as if there were a natural repulsion, and the presence of the Shantai coffin also helped him offset some of the suction. We must destroy that crystal or cut off its supply. Chen Guan gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping across the dark purple patterns extending around and the four crystal giants slowly closing in. To resist the suction and forcibly attack the crystal or the giants was evidently unwise. It would only accelerate the loss of their own power. They needed to destroy this device at its source. Yuehe, I need you to help me locate the connection points of the device. And Chongqing asked in a deep voice, simultaneously forming seals with his hands. The golden light around him shone once more, this time not as a shield but condensing into fine golden threads that danced at his fingertips as if weaving something. Su Yuehe nodded, enduring the pain of her spiritual energy, being drawn away, taking a deep breath and once again raising the rune compass. Under her faint spiritual energy's influence, the compass struggled to turn, the needle trembling as it pointed to the ground, to the points on the walls where the dark purple patterns intersected most densely and glowed the brightest. The southeast corner of the ground, the northwest dome, and the third crystal on the left side of the altar's base. Su Yuehe spoke rapidly, her voice trembling slightly but clearly. Even disregarding her supernatural ability, her intellect was top-notch, and if she calmed down she could quickly make judgments. Good. And Chanking's eyes gleamed. Chen Guan, Long Ao, help me hold off those crystal giants. He'll take care of the rest. Leave it to me. Long Ao shouted, no longer resisting the suction force. Instead, he detonated the remaining crimson aura within him along with the portion of spiritual energy being absorbed. Boom! His aura surged violently like a burning blood-red meteor, temporarily breaking free from the grip of the suction, and he charged fiercely towards the nearest crystal giant. Chen Guan also did not waste words. He no longer hesitated to use his mental energy, forcibly activating the remaining gray energy within him, covering it over his body as much as possible. The natural repulsion felt towards the dark purple crystals made his movements slightly smoother than the others. He locked onto the crystal golem surging in from the opposite side, not retreating but charging forward instead, and thrust the black iron coffin ahead as a makeshift shield. In the same fluid motion, he lunged behind it and slashed fiercely with his scythe. Victory was never his aim, mere delay would suffice. The crystal golem roared, a guttural, unintelligible bellow, as its deep purple flame eyes fixed upon the two who dared defy it. Its massive crystalline arm descended with terrifying force. Bang! Crash! Long Ao's fist collided head-on with the golem's arm, unleashing shockwaves that rippled through the air. A muffled grunt escaped him, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. But he did not yield an inch. Instead, he pressed forward with even fiercer abandon, his crimson aura flaring around him, making his scarlet hair blaze with untamable wildness. His ability was the endless combat enhancement. Each strike amplified his power, rendering him stronger with every blow, fiercer against greater foes and utterly tireless. Chen Guan, by contrast, relied not on brute courage, but on the absolute defense of his black iron coffin, and the disruptive effect of gray energy upon crystal matter. He evaded several lethal strikes by the narrowest margin, his scythe scoring faint superficial gashes across the golem's body, insufficient to wound yet enough to draw its attention and divert part of its fury. Of the 4 crystal golems, 2 were temporarily pinned down by Long Ao and Chen Guan's reckless life-risking entanglement. The remaining 2 continued advancing toward Chongqing and Su Yuehe. Yet something held them back from unleashing their full might. With her artifacts, Su Yuehe still held firm. In that fleeting interval, Chongqing moved. Golden filaments danced at his fingertips, then shot forth, coalescing before him into the shimmering translucent outline of a golden sigil, within which a tiny sword's silhouette flickered faintly. Heaven and earth sword art. Sever. Each word he intoned carried the weight of 1,000 jin. At the final syllable, the golden sigil solidified instantly, transforming into a slender, incandescent golden ray pure beyond measure, as if capable of cleaving all existence asunder. The golden ray flashed, then vanished. In the next instant, hiss, 3 faint, almost imperceptible slicing sounds rang out simultaneously. The dark purple energy veins spreading from the 3 locations Su Yuehe had indicated were severed cleanly, as though sliced by an invisible blade. The frenzied dark purple spiritual energy field enveloping the hall stuttered violently. Its horrifying suction force weakened dramatically. Above the altar, the dark purple crystal pulsed erratically, its light flickering wildly, destabilized beyond recovery. Even the 4 crystal golems faltered, movements slowing, deep purple flames in their eyes wavering unsteadily. Now, attack with everything you have. And Chongqing braced himself upright and shouted, voice sharp as steel while raising his sword once more, the tip blazing with concentrated golden light aimed unerringly at the unstable dark purple crystal. Long Ao and Chen Guan seized the opening without hesitation. Long Ao ignored his wounds, entirely channeling every last ounce of strength into his right fist. His crimson aura compressed to a searing incandescent beam, hurled like a comet toward the crystal. Chen Guan likewise acted without pause. He poured the final vestige of gray energy into his scythe, causing its blade to flare with an unprecedented clarity of ashen light, striking the crystal an instant after the crimson beam. Su Yuehe summoned her last reserves of spiritual energy, leveling her staff at the crystal, and uttering a low, precise command, disintegrate. Though her word magic was faint, it struck with surgical precision at the crystal's most volatile internal node, and Chongqing's golden blade light arrived first. Then the crimson wave, followed by the gray-edged windslash, and finally the white resonance of the spoken spell. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, the dark purple radiance bursting forth like a breached dam, flooding the entire hall in blinding chaotic luminescence, its violent spiritual energy scouring all in its path. At the heart of the detonation, the dark purple prismatic crystal, the trap's core, shattered completely. With the crystal's destruction, the hall's dark purple engravings rapidly unraveled. The dreadful suction ceased entirely. The 4 crystal golems let out furious thwarted roars. Their deep purple flames extinguished. Their colossal crystalline forms cracked, then crumbled into mundane rubble, scattering across the floor. The storm subsided. The hall lay in ruins, strewn with crystal shards and scarred by battle. And Chongqing leaned heavily on his sword, bent over to catch his breath, barely able to remain upright. Long Ao bore grievous wounds. Lacerations from flying crystal fragments covered his body, his clothes soaked in blood. His crimson aura had long since faded. He slumped against a shattered wall, gasping for air. Yet his eyes still burned with undimmed battle lust. Su Yuehe collapsed outright, utterly drained, sinking limply to the ground, her staff slipping from nerveless fingers, her brow slick with cold sweat. Chen Guan fared best among them. Though exhausted, the Black Iron Coffin had absorbed the worst of the impact, leaving him relatively unscathed. Only the complete depletion of his gray energy left him slightly diminished in strength. He moved among his comrades, checking their conditions and distributing restorative pills. We did it, Su Yuehe murmured after swallowing one, catching her breath as she gazed at the ruined altar and the shattered crystal, her heart still pounding with residual dread. Long Ao grunted, saying nothing, but his gaze upon Chongqing now held a rare, unmistakable glimmer of defeat. Before he'd only sensed it vaguely. Now it was undeniable, and Chongqing had been holding back entirely. That technique, he'd never seen its like. And that special recruit Chen Guan, still moving about as if untouched by the ordeal, was equally unexpected. If Chongqing himself had invited him to join Team Sijio, could he too be concealing his true strength? Thanks to Chongqing, Long Ao now suffered from acute PTSD, seeing every person he met as a master of the weak-appearing strong reality art. Long Ao glanced between the 2 young men, then at Su Yuehe, and suddenly recalled she always seemed perpetually mana-depleted. Yet logically, as a second-rank cultivator who hadn't cast any area effect spells, she shouldn't be so chronically drained. Damn it! She's hiding her strength too. Long Ao's worldview wavered. Silently he retreated inward, into profound self-imposed solitude. After a brief period of recovery, Chongqing rose shakily to his feet. His gaze swept across the altar's wreckage. Though the crystal was destroyed and the trap, broken remnants of significance should linger within the altar itself, He approached the rubble and began searching carefully, soon uncovering several objects beneath shattered crystals and dust. A palm-sized dark purple token, neither metal nor jade, engraved with indecipherable runes, its corner chipped away. A weathered scroll crafted from unknown beastide, its edges charred, yet its core intact. For grape-sized gems, crystalline and translucent, each containing slow-flowing dark purple liquid. It seems the true relics lie hidden beneath the trap. And Chongqing lifted the 3 artifacts and examined them closely. The token felt unervingly cold to the touch, its purpose unknown. The scroll's material was strange, its script wholly unfamiliar. Yet it hummed with latent extraordinary resonance. The 4 gems pulsed with refined dark attributes, spiritual energy, clearly of immense value. Spiritual energy possesses intrinsic attributes. Common ones include the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as rarer affinities such as light and darkness. As agreed, all discoveries shall be distributed according to individual contribution. And Chongqing turned to his teammates. This breakthrough was achieved through collective effort. The token and scroll are of incalculable value. Temporarily, I shall safeguard them until we return for appraisal by the Academy, after which we shall deliberate their rightful allocation. These 4 essence stones, however, we shall each take 1. Does this sound fair? His proposal was equitable and met with no objection. Chen Guan accepted the dark purple gemstone, its surface cool and smooth, humming with pure spiritual energy. A truly exceptional artifact, useful either for his own research into gray energy or for exchanging resources. We must not linger here, and Chongqing said, securing the token and scroll. The commotion may attract unknown entities, and worse, those with ill intent. The 4 swiftly departed the perilous ancient tower. As Chen Guan stepped beyond its threshold and glanced back, the dark purple luminescence from the tower's midsection had vanished entirely, leaving only its crumbling, desolate silhouette. While they rested at a makeshift supply outpost in camp, debating their next course, 3 familiar figures approached. Senior students they had previously encountered aboard the cloud-piercing skiff, Li Yuqing, Hua Qixing, and another young man clad in deep blue arcane robes, whose refined yet subtly effeminate bearing marked him as distinct. Well, well. Junior siblings, you're quick off the mark. Li Yuqing greeted them with her usual breezy charm, her ponytail swaying lightly as she stepped forward. Her gaze swept across the quartet. Seems your expedition to the ancient tower zone bore rich fruit. And Chongqing rose politely. Senior sister Li, senior brother Hua. We've secured modest gains. And might I ask, your companion? He nodded respectfully toward the robed youth. Lu Xiao, second-year student. The robed youth replied calmly, twirling a crystalline short staff between his fingers. An unmistakable sign of ice affinity magic. And Chongqing, first year. These are my teammates Su Yuehe, Long Ao, and Chen Guan. After the brief introduction, and Chongqing recalled Lu Xiao's name. Not widely known on its own, but inseparable from that of Lu Feiyu. He was Lu Feiyu's elder brother, having returned from overseas specifically to enroll at Huaqin University. This was in Chongqing's first meeting with him. Rumors described him as fiercely independent, rarely engaging with peers, even within campus. Hua Qixing adjusted his spectacles, his gaze gliding over in Chongqing and Long Ao before settling thoughtfully upon Chen Guan, the junior carrying the coffin. I remember you. That casket certainly looks heavy. Chen Guan offered a slight silent nod in acknowledgement. Li Yuqing discreetly kicked Hua Qixing's ankle, then smiled warmly. Since fate brought us together, why not make the most of it? We're headed for Mistvale Manor. Rumor has it ancient alchemical laboratories remain intact there. Care to join us? There's safety and insight in numbers. Mistvale Manor. And Chongqing paused briefly. He knew the site. Located southeast of the Blackwind ruins, a labyrinthine cluster of ancient architecture rated similarly hazardous to the ancient tower zone, though far more disorienting due to its ever-shifting mist. Its lack of material wealth rendered it largely unvisited. He glanced at his teammates. Long Ao shrugged indifferently. He was here solely for field training. Su Yuehe's eyes gleamed with quiet eagerness. Her fascination with ancient alchemy made the excursion appealing. Chen Guan gave a faint assenting nod. After all, nothing mattered more to him than aura value, so he raised no objection. Since senior sister extends the invitation, we accept with gratitude. And Chongqing finalized the decision. Collaborating with elite seniors would mitigate risk, broaden experience. And both Li Yuqing and Hua Qixing struck him as approachable, reliable allies. Moreover, he felt genuine curiosity about Lu Xiao. No member of the Lu family was ever ordinary. Even Lu Feiyu bore that distinction. And this was a rare chance to observe one closely. Splendid. Li Yuqing clapped once. Then let's depart. Details can wait until we're underway. The 2 teams merged into a single party of 7, stepping once more into the gray-black shroud of the ruins. En route, Li Yuqing outlined key intelligence. Mistvale Manor was the ruined remnant of an ancient research enclave. Its architecture deliberately intricate, its interior riddled with dormant alchemical traps and mechanisms. The mist did more than obscure sight and dull spiritual perception. It carried hallucinogenic properties. Recently long-silent alchemical apparatuses had inexplicably reawakened within. Our primary objective is gathering alchemical materials or archival data. but should we encounter valuable antiquities, we won't hesitate to claim them. Li Yuqing added, Lu Xiao handles hallucination suppression, Hua Qixing specializes in trap disarmament, and I'll handle combat and path clearing. She patted the hilt of an antique long sword at her waist, the sole woman among the trio yet indisputably its most formidable warrior. In truth, Li Yuqing and Hua Qixing had come at Lu Xiao's request. He'd paid them handsomely in academic credits. His sole demand a specific alchemical schematic rumored to reside within the manor. And Chongqing likewise introduced his team's core competencies. Though newly allied, both groups were composed of elites, and mutual understanding blossomed swiftly. As they advanced deeper, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. Yet architectural density and structural integrity noticeably surpassed those of the ancient tower zone. Shattered stone dwellings, collapsed colonnades, and corroded metal conduits littered the ground, faint echoes of a once grand sprawling complex. Gradually the gray-black haze gave way to a pale cerulean fog, the signature veil of Mistvale Manor, the illusionary azure mist. It blurred vision and induced mild vertigo upon inhalation. Those with weak spiritual fortitude risked full-blown hallucinations. Naturally, Chen Guan's formidable spiritual resilience rendered him immune to such illusions. Caution! We've entered the mist zone. Hua Qixing cautioned, his palm-sized disc emitting soft rhythmic beeps, multiple moving signatures detected. Likely either mist-dwelling creatures or reactivated defense mechanisms. Stay close, no stragglers. Li Yuqing drew her blade, its edge shimmered with a gentle azure radiance, gently parting the surrounding fog. The seven maintained tight formation as they entered the cerulean-hazed ruins. Visibility plummeted to under 10 meters. Fractured walls and skeletal pillars loomed like phantoms in the swirling gloom. A foul, putrid stench permeated the air, overpoweringly acrid. Lu Xiao, the sheltered scion, unaccustomed to such conditions, gagged twice before steadying himself. After roughly 100 paces, a faint, precise click-click echoed from the mist ahead. Halt! Hua Qixing commanded sharply, the needle of his disc jerking violently toward the left front quadrant. Almost simultaneously, several indistinct shadows erupted from the shadows of the ruins to the left. A mechanical abomination resembling a spider, its body forged from corroded metal with 8 razor-sharp legs like scythes. They moved in utter silence, blurring through the air with terrifying speed. Their blade legs carved deep grooves into the ground as they advanced. Steel spiders. Beware their cutting limbs and corrosive acid spray. Li Yuqing clearly recognized the creatures. Before her warning had even faded, she shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Her azure swordlight erupting like a tempest, instantly engulfing the 2 steel spiders leading the charge. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid barrage of metallic clangs echoed across the ruins. Li Yuqing's swordsmanship was swift and incisive. Within moments, the 2 spiders were dismembered, collapsing into scattered heaps of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Chongqing engaged the remaining steel spiders. Golden swordlight danced in perfect harmony with his refined footwork, dismantling them one by one. Yet their numbers appeared inexhaustible. More shadowy forms emerged from the mist, some veering past the front line to lunge toward Hua Qixing, Lu Xiao, and Su Yuehe in the formation center. Hua Qixing remained unruffled. He retracted his disc-shaped artifact and swiftly traced intricate patterns in the air. With both hands, pale blue threads of spiritual energy coalesced midair, weaving into a simple defensive formation that momentarily halted the spider's assault. Lu Xiao brandished his crystalline ice staff, unleashing a surge of frigid qi. Frost rapidly spread across the ground, forming a slick glacial expanse that drastically impeded the spider's movement, freezing 2 solidly into icy statues. Su Yuehe raised her short flute and played. A resonant wave of sonic energy rippling outward, disrupting the spider's coordination and creating vital openings for her allies. Chen Guan and Long Ao, positioned at the rear, remained unengaged. For now. Yet Chen Guan sensed the mist subtly interfering with his gray energy, dulling his perception of the world beyond. Just as the frontline battle reached its fiercest pitch, calamity struck anew. The ground beneath their feet trembled faintly. Then from several seemingly ordinary ruin walls surrounding them, dim blue alchemical sigils flared to life. The glowing lines surged outward, interweaving with dizzying speed, until they formed a vast, intricate array spanning dozens of meters. Residual alchemical trap, triggered by combat. Hua Qixing's expression darkened. Having monitored the surroundings all along, he now detected the anomaly. It's siphoning geomantic energy. Watch out! Before the words left his mouth, the azure alchemical array erupted in blinding radiance, engulfing all 7 of them in a searing cobalt light. Every one of them felt their bodies grow leaden, as though sinking into thick mud. Movements slowed, thoughts clouded, and a cacophony of dissonant whispers and grotesque hallucinations flooded their minds. Worse still, the steel spiders seemed utterly immune, frenzied, emboldened, and surging forward with renewed ferocity. In an instant, the 7 found themselves trapped, besieged by steel-limbed horrors while ensnared in a suffocating alchemical maelstrom. Li Yuqing and Chongqing bore the brunt. Though Li Yuqing's swordlight retained its lethal precision, her footwork grew noticeably sluggish, dodging the spider's scythelegs by mere inches on more than one occasion. And Chongqing's golden swordlight dimmed his protective aura, flickering violently under the spider's relentless onslaught. In the center, Hua Qixing, Lu Xiao, and Su Yuehe teetered on the edge of collapse. Hua Qixing's defensive formation pulsed erratically under dual assault. Lu Xiao's frost field lost much of its potency. Su Yuehe's sonic resonance was nearly drowned out by the psychic static. "We must destroy the alchemical trap, now!" Hua Qixing shouted, sweat beading on his brow. Even as he spoke, several spiders breached his faltering formation, Scythalegs lancing straight toward him and Lu Xiao. At that critical moment, Long Ao, who had been guarding the rear, let out a thunderous roar. Defying the trap's binding force, he tore free, crimson chi blazing around him like a ravenous beast. He crashed through rubble, vaulted across meters of broken ground, and slammed both fists, charged with raw explosive power, into the spiders lunging at Hua Qixing and Lu Xiao. Boom! The impact shattered the spiders outright. But Long Ao himself staggered, his breath ragged and his chi temporarily disrupted from the violent exertion. "Hua Qixing, stop fiddling with that broken formation!" Li Yuqing bellowed. Hua Qixing immediately abandoned his staff, drawing a sword instead, and unleashed a devastating downward slash. Its power rivaled in Chongqing's own, revealing no trace of the spellcaster he'd been moments before. Hua Qixing's innate ability was a reinforcement-type power called transposition. He could convert spiritual energy into raw physical might, shifting seamlessly between mage and warrior. Anyone encountering Hua Qixing for the first time would inevitably falter, caught off guard by this uncanny duality. "Lu boss, focus your will and freeze that entire zone. Slow their advance. Big sister and brother, the spiders are yours. I'll dismantle the array." Lu Xiao responded without hesitation, driving his crystalline staff deep into the earth. A wave of bone-deep cold exploded outward from him, frosting walls and floor alike in thick, glittering ice, even freezing the drifting azure mist into shimmering motes of frost. The spider's advance slowed further still, so that despite the array's suppression of Chongqing and the others, the net effect of double slowing canceled itself out. With Long Ao and Chen Guan now joining the fray, pressure on Li Yuqing and Chongqing eased slightly. They exchanged a single glance, then intensified their assault, blades flashing with renewed lethality. Li Yuqing's sword danced with ethereal grace, and Chongqing's golden blade swept wide and heavy, cleaving through spiders already crippled by frost. Opportunity was fleeting. Hua Qixing charged forward, and the spiders, sensing his intent, shrieked piercingly, abandoning their targets to converge upon him. "Get back!" Long Ao roared in response. Ignoring his wounds, he threw himself sideways like a living bulwark, intercepting the spider's hedon. Thuds reverberated as his body absorbed blow after blow. Fresh gashes opened across his frame, yet his gaze burned fierce and unyielding. And Chongqing and Li Yuqing understood. Instinctively, their sword lights shifted from dispersion to concentrated precision, clearing Hua Qixing's path with ruthless efficiency. Seizing the opening forged by his comrades, Hua Qixing reached the wall, its center embedded with a fist-sized rhombic crystal pulsing unstable azure light, surrounded by dense networks of glowing alchemical filaments, the heart of the trap. Without pause, Hua Qixing raised his arm and thrust. "Shatter it!" His blade pierced crystal and stone alike. With a single upward flick, the entire section of wall fractured and collapsed. From the crystal's core, the intricate array on the ground dimmed rapidly, the oppressive bindings and psychic assault receding like a tide. The weight lifted, the mental fog thinned. Their bodies felt light again, minds suddenly clear, sharp, and unburdened. Without distractions, it was merely a matter of time before the team would eliminate the blade spider. A few minutes later, the last blade spider was sliced in half by Chongqing's sword. Silence returned to the surroundings, with only the faint blue mist flowing and the dull remnants of the alchemical array on the ground. The crisis has been temporarily resolved. Everyone was somewhat exhausted, finding places to sit and catch their breath, treating their wounds and consuming recovery pills, while the first to rest, Long Ao, had already tended to his wounds and restored most of his spiritual energy, standing up to keep watch over the group. Li Yuqing walked over to Hua Qixing, giving his shoulder a hearty pat that almost knocked the weakened Hua Qixing off balance. She laughed heartily. "Hua Qixing, well done. You've made a significant contribution this time." "It's my honor, big sister." Hua Qixing, now back in his mage form, awkwardly chuckled. His small frame couldn't withstand Li Yuqing's strength. And Chongqing also approached, looking at Li Yuqing. "Senior, the trap has been broken and the blade spiders have been cleared. Next." Li Yuqing glanced at Hua Qixing and Lu Xiao, both of whom nodded slightly to indicate safety. "Let's move forward." Li Yuqing regained her spirit, saying, "The activation of this trap indicates we've found the right place. There haven't been many visitors here yet. The core area of the Mist Manor should be just ahead. Everyone be cautious and take a moment to recover. We'll set off in 5 minutes." After a brief rest, the 7 of them set off again. As they crossed the area filled with traps and the remains of blade spiders, the mist ahead seemed to thin out, revealing the outline of a relatively well-preserved 3-story building made of grayish-white stones, quietly standing in the depths of the mist. The architectural style was ancient, with narrow windows, a low porch, and walls covered in complex and obscure alchemical symbols and dried dark red stains. As they drew closer, everyone could clearly sense the aura of resentment emanating from within the building. a feeling akin to being driven mad by research. Everyone stay alert. Li Yuqing put away her usual bright smile, gripping the sword hilt with a serious expression. The atmosphere inside feels quite unsettling. Hua Qixing Su Shuejia, have you found anything? Hua Qixing took out the metal disc again and infused it with spiritual energy. The pointer on the disc trembled violently, pointing towards the building's entrance but moving erratically. The readings are extremely chaotic, overlapping multiple properties. There are faint life signs and strong residual mental contamination. The detection has been severely interfered with. Su Yu's answer was similarly concerning. Lu Xiao had been staring intently at the dark red stains and alchemical symbols on the wall, his brow furrowing. These symbols are not entirely standard ancient alchemical language. Some are variations, while others seem to incorporate elements from other systems. Life signs. Chen Guan looked toward the mansion ahead, which appeared untouched. This place was only open to a select few, and those who came here were mostly students from various universities, so they would typically share information. And Chongqing said solemnly, no matter what is inside, since we are here, we must find out. But we must be doubly cautious. If anything seems off, we will retreat immediately. Everyone nodded, adjusting their states and maintaining a high level of alertness as they slowly approached the only entrance of the three-story building, a heavy gray-black wooden door. The wooden door was slightly ajar, with a gap wide enough for someone to pass through. Inside was dark, illuminated only by a faint filtered light coming from the high narrow windows barely outlining the internal space. Li Yuqing stepped forward, first gently pushing the door open with the tip of her sword. Creak. The irritating sound of friction was particularly jarring in the silence. Inside was a narrow corridor, the floor paved with severely worn stone slabs, and the walls similarly covered in symbols and stains. The air was thick with a mixture of mildew, stale metal, and a nauseating stench. Ill scout ahead. Li Yuqing, bold and skilled, stepped in first, followed closely by Chongqing, whose palm glowed with golden light, illuminating several meters ahead. Hua Qixing, Lu Xiao, and Su Yuehe were in the middle, while Long Ao and Chen Guan brought up the rear. The corridor was not long, leading to a spacious first-floor hall. The center of the hall was empty, with only a few thick pillars supporting the dome. However, the surrounding walls were filled with a chilling sight. Numerous recesses resembling beehives were densely arranged, most of which were empty and covered in dust. Yet in a few stone recesses remnants remained twisted and deformed, as if fused with the stone wall, shriveled and blackened, with faint human-shaped scorch marks visible. Around these recesses, dark red stains and twisted alchemical runes were also present. Lu Xiao's voice was hoarse. Indeed, live alchemical experiments were conducted here, and judging by the situation, there were quite a few. Su Yu's face turned pale. Such a scene was bound to induce panic. Moreover, she was a knowledge type with heightened spiritual awareness. She tightly gripped her staff, unconsciously moving closer to Chongqing. Don't touch anything and don't look at those runes for too long, Hua Qixing reminded. The residual mental contamination is strong and can easily induce hallucinations. Everyone stifled their discomfort and quickly passed through the eerie hall, finding a stone staircase leading to the second floor. The staircase was also narrow and steep, covered in dust and cobwebs, and when stepped on it shed dust. The second floor appeared to be the experimental area, divided into several rooms of varying sizes, most of which had already decayed and collapsed. Inside, rusted utensils, shattered glass containers, and oddly shaped metal brackets and remnants were scattered about. In some rooms, colored stains remained on the floor, though they had long since dried up. Hua Qixing's detection disc was nearly ineffective here, with the pointer spinning wildly. The spiritual energy field is too chaotic, and it seems that something is watching us, he murmured, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His parents loved telling him ghost stories when he was young, which made Hua Qixing, now a grown man, particularly fearful of such things. Lu Xiao also felt a wave of heart palpitations. The ice crystal short staff in his hand emitted a faint chill, attempting to dispel the invisible spiritual pressure around them. Alchemical blueprints. I want to find a control room or something similar to see if there are any clues. Lu Xiao forced himself to calm down, scanning the surroundings. According to the typical layout of such buildings, the control room is likely on the top floor or underground. Let's check the third floor first, Li Yuqing decisively stated. The situation on the third floor was slightly better than on the second floor. It appeared mainly to be residential and storage areas, but two rooms had been converted into small observation rooms. In one of the relatively intact recording rooms, they found some scattered, tattered notes and sketches, made from special beast skins or metal sheets. The text and patterns above were equally distorted and hard to comprehend, but Lu Xiao recognized that some of the sketches depicted alchemical arrays bearing some resemblance to the blueprints he was searching for. There are clues, but it's still not complete. Lu Xiao carefully collected these fragments. Just then, Chen Guan, who had been silently vigilant, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Do you hear any sounds? Everyone immediately held their breath and focused. At first, only the sound of the wind whimpering through the broken window and the delicate sound of dust falling could be heard. But gradually a sound resembling something being dragged slowly began to faintly emanate from downstairs. Creak! Creak! The The sound was slow and light, yet in this eerie silence, it rang out clearly, striking a chord in everyone's hearts. "There's something below?" Su Yu's voice trembled. Hua Qixing glanced at the detection disc with a grim expression. The pointer was still spinning chaotically, but seemed to vaguely point downward. There was no doubt that something lay beneath. Li Yuqing and Chongqing exchanged glances, both seeing the caution reflected in each other's eyes. "We can't just sit and wait, let's go downstairs." And Chongqing said solemnly, "Since there's something below, perhaps what we're looking for is down there too." They quickly exited the recording room and searched carefully on the third floor. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, they discovered a narrow passage sealed with heavy iron plates extending downward. The iron plate was covered in rust and traces of alchemical reinforcement, but the edges seemed to have recently been pried open violently. "Did someone go down ahead of us?" Li Yuqing examined the marks. "It hasn't been long, at most a day or two." The slow dragging sound was indeed coming from below this passage, and at this moment it seemed even clearer. "It seems we are not the only ones interested in this place." And Chongqing's gaze turned cold. "Provided that what's below are humans. This world is not only inhabited by humans with extraordinary powers, there are countless strange creatures as well. This place isn't large. It would take at most a few hours to explore thoroughly, after which they could report back and mark this location." However, leading up to their arrival, this place still showed signs of neglect. After all, alchemy is a niche field, and apart from a few individuals, not many would be interested, as most people were busy vying for heritages and treasures. Those treasures were instead of no interest to Chongqing and the others, as they already possessed them. "Should we go down or not?" Long Ao licked his lips, his eyes filled with battle intent. After recovering from his injuries, he felt a bit restless. Lu Xiao looked at the tattered sketch in his hand and then at the passage, gritting his teeth. "I need the complete blueprints. Since we're here, we cannot turn back halfway." A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Although he was somewhat scared, obtaining the blueprints was crucial for him. He had mentioned during discussions about loot that he only needed this blueprint. If there were no other gains aside from it, he was willing to offer a large sum of money to compensate Chongqing's team. Li Yuqing looked at Hua Qixing, who smiled bitterly. "It's even more chaotic below. A detection is basically useless, but since we're here, we might as well proceed." They had accepted Lu Xiao's commission, and even if it felt somewhat inappropriate since the boss had spoken, they had no choice. And Chongqing glanced at his companions behind him, all of whom nodded in agreement. "Then let's go down." Li Yuqing made the decision. "Junior, if anything goes wrong, you all run first. Senior sister will hold the rear for you." She and Hua Qixing had their own means of survival, so she wasn't overly worried about her safety. Taking a deep breath, she gripped her sword, channeling her azure spiritual energy. The tip of the sword pressed against the gap of the sealed iron plate, and suddenly exerted force. Creak! Amid the piercing sound of twisted metal, the heavy iron plate was pried open, revealing a pitch-black opening that exuded a chilling aura. The slow, dragging sound seemed to abruptly halt just beneath the opening. A suffocating silence ensued, as if whatever was below had sensed their arrival. The silence lasted only a brief moment. Then the dragging sound resumed, louder and more urgent than before, as if something was rapidly approaching from the depths of the black passage beneath them. "Step back." Li Yuqing shouted, her figure swiftly retreating, her sword held horizontally across her chest, the azure light intensifying. And Chongqing also immediately shielded Su Yuehe and Hua Qixing as they retreated, a golden shield forming instantly. Long Ao stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Yuqing, his crimson aura surging once more, fists clenched tightly, staring at the opening, ready to strike at any moment. Chen Guan did not retreat. Instead, he positioned the Black Iron Coffin in front of him, again gripping his sickle, his sharp gaze fixed on the dark opening. His gray energy was not recovering quickly, and at this moment, he could only rely on his physical strength and the coffin to withstand. "It's coming." Hua Qixing's voice tightened as the pointer of the detection disc in his hand jumped wildly, ultimately pointing directly at the opening below. In the next moment, several dark figures erupted like a spring, suddenly surging out from the passage entrance. Upon closer inspection, they were strange, gelatinous substances. These gelatinous substances writhed, extending numerous slippery tentacles towards the closest, Li Yuqing, Long Ao, and Chen Guan sweeping towards them. The tentacles sliced through the air, creating a nauseating stench, and wherever they passed, even the stone floor was corroded into sizzling pits. "Be careful of corrosion and mental pollution. Do not let them ensnare you." Lu Xiao exclaimed in alarm, clearly recognizing the origins of these ghastly creatures being skilled in alchemy. These were failed products from alchemical experiments, abandoned potions, and remnants of lingering resentment that had merged and mutated over the years in specific environments due to improper handling. They had no fixed shape, their attack methods were bizarre, and they carried strong mental pollution and physical corrosiveness, making them typically difficult to deal with. However, Lu Xiao felt a sense of relief. At least they weren't dealing with any supernatural beings, just some alchemical waste, something he had experience handling. Slash! Li Yuqing shouted furiously, her azure sword light pouring forth like a waterfall, instantly slicing several of the gelatinous creatures that lunged at her into pieces. The severed parts writhed on the ground for a moment, attempting to remerge. Long Ao's crimson fist struck fiercely against a larger gelatinous mass, the intense heat searing its surface, producing hissing sounds and billowing black smoke. However, the gelatinous mass merely shrank violently for a moment before retaliating even more frantically, several tentacles wrapping around Long Ao's arm. Chen Guan faced the assault of 3 gelatinous masses, swinging his sickle to slash, but the sharp blade sank into the viscous material. As if it were trapped in mud, the force rapidly dissipated and absorbed, making it difficult to retract his weapon. At the same time, the corrosive energy attached to the gelatinous substance began to erode the sickle and the Black Iron Coffin, emitting faint sizzling sounds. Although it couldn't destroy the black iron for now, it made Chen Guan's heart race. What made matters worse was that these gelatinous entities appeared capable of drawing strength from their surroundings. Severed fragments rapidly reassembled, and more continued pouring forth endlessly from the corridor. This cannot go on. Their weakness lies in their energy cores. Locate the core or deliver a massive energy blast to vaporize them instantly. Lu Xiao deflected scattered gelatinous splashes and corrosive droplets with a simple spiritual energy barrier, shouting aloud, "I'll handle it." Long Ao raised his fist, a torrent of violent power coalescing in his palm, and struck. The gelatinous masses shattered and rained down in fragmented clumps scattered east and west. The gelatinous mass struck Heeden by Long Ao convulsed violently. Its inner crimson luminescence flickered and dimmed with alarming speed, then collapsed like a deflated bladder into a foul viscous puddle. Motionless, inert. A method had been found. Li Yuqing and Chongqing immediately followed suit, concentrating their attacks on the cores, striving for decisive single-strike annihilation. Chen Guan attempted to pierce a gelatinous mass's core with his sickle, but discovered his strikes exerted an unusual innate suppression upon these creatures. Once again, gray energy proved indispensable. His spirits lifted. Coordinating closely with Chongqing and the others, he targeted cores exclusively. Efficiency surged dramatically. Yet the gelatinous entities were simply too numerous, and fresh waves kept surging unceasingly from the depths of the corridor. The group fought desperately, their reserves draining rapidly. Corrosive slime clung to Li Yuqing and Long Ao, charring the edges of their combat suits. Su Yueha's flute melody grew ragged and intermittent as her spiritual energy neared depletion. Hu Qixing and Lu Xiao turned pale. Their spells and detection techniques exacted a crushing toll. "We cannot afford to wear ourselves down like this. We must seal the source, or locate whatever controls them." And Chongqing's expression hardened as his gaze returned to the pitch-black corridor entrance. Below, the true crisis surely awaited. At that moment, the frantic dragging sound from deep within the corridor slowed, replaced by deliberate heavy footfalls. Tum, like a giant striding forward, or a mallet hammering against the heart. The shadows at the corridor's mouth twisted and warped, and a figure emerged slowly. First came a pair of white leather boots, pristine across the uppers yet stained with dark crimson at the soles. Then came flawlessly tailored white trousers, the hem of a long white trench coat fluttering faintly. His frame was tall, lean, and erect, his face concealed behind a pure white mask curved in a serene, enigmatic smile. His hands gloved in immaculate white leather. In his right hand he casually dragged a grotesque bone-white greatsword nearly his own height, the blade's serrated edge still glistening with wet dark red viscous fluid, the very source of that chilling crunch. His left hand hovered loosely around a pulsating, writhing core of dark red gelatin, the origin of all the gelatinous entities. He stood motionless at the corridor's threshold, his calm, detached gaze sweeping over the 7 warriors braced for battle, then settled upon Lu Xiao, or rather upon the tattered blueprints clutched tightly in Lu Xiao's hand. "Oh, more scavengers have arrived." His voice, muffled yet unmistakably laced with disdainful amusement, emanated from behind the mask. Its rising inflection sent a chill deep into the marrow. "Pity. Everything here belongs to me now." The instant his words faded, the gelatinous core hovering in his left palm shuddered violently, and dozens of gelatinous masses crouching nearby surged upward as one obeying silent command. No longer chaotic, their assault now bore tactical coherence. Some charged headlong, while others flanked and encircled. Several merged into larger, far deadlier amalgamations, sealing off the group's retreat. "Beware, he's a summoner, the one controlling these abominations." Hu Qixing cried out in alarm. On his detection disc, the reading for the white-clad figure spiked beyond comprehension. 6th tier was the device's upper limit, yet this man was clearly far beyond it. Such a master was utterly beyond their reach. Fortunately, he seemed disinclined to kill them outright, for now he appeared merely to be toying with them. "Hold formation. Do not let them divide us." And Chongqing bellowed sharply. Golden swordlight blazed forth, anchoring the crumbling front line. Li Yuqing's azure radiance resonated in harmony, weaving a razor-sharp defensive barrier that momentarily held back the fiercest frontal onslaught. Long Ao roared, continuously crimson aura exploding like wildfire as he charged through the gelatinous horde, slashing, smashing, disrupting formations. But soon ever more entities swarmed him, dousing him in corrosive slime and ensnaring him with barbed tendrils. Each new wound drew another guttural howl. Lu Xiao's face drained of color. With frost arts slowing the gelatinous advance, his eyes remained locked on the white-clad figure, burning with raw, unyielding defiance. The schematics he sought were almost certainly in that man's possession, or worse, already reduced to ash. To such a being, what mattered most to him was nothing more than refuse. Su Yueha's flute song wavered under the crushing weight of psychic pressure and monstrous shrieks. Gritting her teeth, she strained to wrest control of the gelatinous entities from the white-clad figure. But her efforts yielded almost no effect. His will and spiritual might towered far above hers. Chen Guan faced equal pressure. Several gelatinous masses singled him out, attempting to immobilize both him and his coffin with corrosive mucus and grasping tendrils. His sickle flashed, severing tendril after tendril, but the gelatinous tide felt inexhaustible. Though the Black Iron Coffin resisted corrosion, it could not prevent the creatures from fusing it fast to the floor. He tried once more to channel gray energy, but his spirit was spent. Only the faintest filament coalesced, barely sufficient. Your strength is respectable. Your coordination commendable. The white-clad figure spoke coolly, devoid of emotion. Alas, you encountered me. These darlings are my newest, most meticulously refined playthings. And you shall serve as their first true test in combat. He raised his left hand, the gelatinous core rotating slowly within his palm, its pulsing resonance linking seamlessly to every entity in the chamber. At his silent command, several large gelatinous masses fused violently, coalescing into a three-metertal amorphous monstrosity resembling living sludge. Dozens of thick barbed tentacles erupted from its surface, lashing savagely toward the golden Andazur barrier erected by Chongqing and Li Yuqing. Simultaneously, smaller masses merged into corrosive tidal waves, surging from all directions to engulf the group. Their formation teetered on collapse. The colossal gelatinous beast's tentacles locked onto Chongqing's and Li Yuqing's swordlight. Golden and azure radiance flared erratically, their spiritual reserves plummeting. Long Ao was struck by multiple tidal surges. His crimson aura dimmed, fresh burns blooming across his flesh as he choked back a pained groan. Qixing's and Lu Zhao's defensive spells flickered precariously under the tidal assault. Su Yueha staggered backward, reeling from an invisible psychic blow. The flute's song cut short. Everything was spiraling irrevocably toward ruin. We cannot wait passively for doom. A resolute gleam flashed across Chongqing's eyes as he silently activated the distress signal. His long sword blazed once more with brilliant golden light. He severed the writhing tentacles binding him, and his blade's radiance coalesced into a torrent of gold surging straight toward the colossal gelatinous creature's core. Li Yuqing likewise unleashed her power. Azure swordlight bloomed like a peacock's fan, fracturing into countless fine sordoras that sliced through the surrounding waves of viscous matter. Long Ao roared, a guttural defiant cry, as he ignored his wounds and gathered his last reserves of strength. Crimson chi flared into a thick searing beam, hurtling directly at the white-robed figure himself. He knew well, unless the controller fell, slaying even 100 monsters would be futile. Though he sensed he stood little chance against this foe surrender, and summoning reinforcements was simply not in his nature. Faced with their desperate counterattack, the white tiger mask curved faintly upward at the corner of its mouth. A subtle mocking smile. With effortless grace, the figure raised his right hand and flicked the white bone blade. There was no thunderous explosion, no dazzling martial flourish. Merely a single unhurried stroke. A ghastly white blade moon cleaved the air, appearing before Long Ao's crimson beam, as if it had traversed space itself. Hiss! The crimson beam recoiled like a living thing struck by its bane, shredded instantly by the pallid bone light which surged onward unimpeded straight for Long Ao's chest. Long Ao's pupils contracted violently. He tried to evade, but his limbs were mired in the gelatinous mass, too slow to react. Long Ao, in that hair-trigger instant, a black shadow shot laterally across the battlefield at impossible speed, interposing itself before Long Ao. It was Chen Guan. Somehow he had broken free from the viscous restraints. Seizing his black iron coffin and swinging it sideways, presenting its thickest, most reinforced flank squarely against the ghastly bone light. Clang! A deafening crash rang out like a temple bell struck at full force, accompanied by a violent burst of blinding sparks. The black iron coffin shuddered violently. A shallow chalk-white gash appeared across its surface. Not deep enough to pierce, yet the sheer concussive force hurled coffin Chen Guan and Long Ao backward as one smashing through a crumbling rear wall in an explosion of stone and dust. Chen Guan spat a mouthful of blood, feeling his organs shift within his chest, and his arms go utterly numb, bereft of sensation. Long Ao staggered, his chi churning violently, but his gaze locked onto Chen Guan standing before him, blood trickling from his lips, and for the first time raw, disbelieving shock flooded his eyes. This man had stepped forward and taken that blow. Unnecessary. He still has the talisman left by his grandfather. They're just ordinary classmates. Nothing more. The white-robed figure let out a soft intrigued him, his gaze shifting, now unmistakably fascinated, for the first time upon the heavy obsidian black iron coffin. An interesting casket. 10th the sandier black iron. It actually withstood my white bone lament. His voice remained calm, detached. It seems you are no ordinary man. He twirled the bone blade idly in his hand, then clapped twice. Since you've proven marginally worthy, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Hu. Chen Guan struggled upright, wiping blood from his lips, his gaze icy and unflinching as it met Baihu's. That strike, if not for the coffin's unyielding density, would have ended both his and Long Ao's lives. This enemy was terrifyingly strong. And yet, he had not even begun to exert his full power. As a summoner, could those gelatinous abominations truly be his only manifestations? Seizing Baihu's momentary distraction, and Chongqing and Liu Yuqing forcefully broke free from the gelatinous horror's grasp and regrouped with Huaqisheng, Lu Xiao, and Su Yuehe, retreating to stand beside Chen Guan and Long Ao. The seven formed a tight circle, backs pressed together, facing the advancing tide of gelatinous monstrosities and the inscrutable, unfathomable figure of Baihu. All bore wounds. All breathed raggedly, their chi diminished and frayed. Chen Guan gasped for breath, then suddenly recalled something. He opened the commentary feed he'd kept deliberately disabled during combat to avoid distraction. Long Ao was already preparing his ultimate technique. Yet Chen Guan intercepted the blow. Even Long Ao stood stunned. But Baihu is overwhelmingly powerful. Without calling in family elders, Shaoen and the others stand no chance. Truth be told, drop the probably, they simply cannot win. Baihu is one of Long Ao's future colleagues, ranked among the Transcendent 12, each tier representing a celestial ladder. As a member of the Guiyuan group, he begins at tier 11. That earlier strike, to him it was no more effort than flicking a speck of dried mucus. Crude words sound logic. Baihu ranks among the strongest even within the Guiyuan group. By raw metrics alone, excluding Ling He and Beidou, he stands third. Pity his three fellow seats remain vacant. Zhuke is Long Ao's destined self. But where are Xuanwu and Qinglong? Wait, what are future walkers? And what exactly is the Guiyuan group? Have you never visited the official forum? The author posts the manga adaptation there and reveals key world-building details. Think of the Guiyuan group as the Akatsuki of this realm. The forum. Chen Guan stared at the familiar term. Until now, he'd never unlocked the forum function. After all, he'd seen no need to speak directly with the audience. Now it seemed avoidance was no longer an option. Well then, children, the game ends here. Baihu chuckled softly, rotating the bone blade in his palm, ready to bring it down. I know, Ling He. Baihu's blade paused mid-descent. He turned genuinely intrigued toward Chen Guan. The name Ling He was known only to inner circle members. No outsider should possess it. After all, the Guiyuan group boasted ancient lineage, yet suffered a century-long rupture, vanishing from history for generations. Today's Guiyuan group was but a new foundation spearheaded by Ling He himself, and due to the unresolved vacancies of the Zhuchua Xuanwu and Qinglong seats, it had yet to re-emerge publicly. White mist swirled. Baihu's form dissolved into the haze along with the grotesque gelatinous horde. As the vapor dispersed, the familiar Black Iron Coffin vanished as well. Clang! The coffin dropped heavily to the floor, Chen Guan tumbling with it. I've introduced myself. I am Baihu. By principle of reciprocity, your name. Baihu sat cross-legged atop the central dais, studying Chen Guan with quiet amusement. Truth be told, he'd never intended to kill Chongqing and the others, only to test the youth's mettle to gauge their potential. He was but an obscure figure, yet they were not. He'd recognized them instantly. He truly feared they might summon their elders and drag further complications onto the Guiyuan group, already critically understaffed. My name is Chen Guan, Chen as in ancient, Guan as in coffin. Chen Guan seated himself atop the coffin, meeting Baihu's gaze levelly. Chen Guan. Fitting indeed. Baihu let out a faint chuckle, then swiftly stilled it. Enough jest. Now answer the true question. How do you know Ling He's name? Chen Guan regarded him calmly. May I ask a question first? Proceed. But I'll answer only as my mood permits. Baihu proved unexpectedly irreverent. Playful even, with the easy demeanor of a man in his early 30s. Does the Guiyuan group need recruits? Baihu blinked, utterly unprepared for such a query, especially one that named the Guiyuan group with pinpoint accuracy. Yet it wasn't a forbidden question. His curiosity deepened. Smiling, he replied, yes. We are shorthanded, but not for someone like you, a green novice. This is the truth. Even the weakest of the Santai girls is 9th rank, and her supernatural gift ranks among the very finest. Limitless in potential. She was a child. He personally brought back a companion worthy of trust. All right, answer my question, boy. How did you learn of Lingyi and the Guiyuan group? My ability told me. Chen Guan naturally could not reveal everything. Who would believe it anyway? An ability. Are you mythic type or knowledge type? Baihu glanced at the Shentai Guan and frowned. No, you're enhancement type. No, that cannot be. As one of the era's foremost masters, he found himself momentarily unsettled. What on earth is this kid? His interest was genuinely piqued. Coupled with Chen Guan's earlier question about openings in the Guiyuan group, a daring notion suddenly formed in his mind. You want to join the Guiyuan group? Baihu rubbed his chin. The group had only 3 vacancies left, conveniently all under his charge, so any newcomer would inevitably fall in with him. This was a direct recruitment by the boss. As you say, I am not yet qualified. Chen Guan produced his scythe. Baihu watched but did not stop him, 10 Chen Guans could not best him, so a weapon was meaningless. Would anyone mind a child brandishing a blade? Baihu watched eyes wide as Chen Guan placed the scythe against his own throat, and then gave a sudden fierce pull. Startled, Baihu uncrossed his legs. He had seen death before, but someone who had just been fighting to survive suddenly cutting their own throat without warning. Is this man mad? So small, yet every move so wildly unpredictable. After a long moment he rose and approached the fallen figure. He was certain the man was dead. My interest was just kindled. What a pity. From this close there is no hiding. Chem. Baihu's eyes shot open, pupils widening. This boy is breathing again. The wound at his throat was knitting quickly, not healed but no longer fatal. The pool of blood made the sight gruesome, but the danger had passed. Seconds later he watched the youth he had pronounced dead open his eyes. Mr. Baihu, what I wagered with you was a future. Though still weak, Chen Guan met Baihu's gaze. I will not die, so every investment you place in me will never be lost. Baihu stared at the still bleeding neck and fell into a rare silence. Not strong but ruthless. He respected ruthlessness. A merciless heart steadied a person. He rose and returned to his throne. From his fingertip a pill flicked into Chen Guan's mouth. Seated once more, Baihu's voice grew cold. The Guiyuan group is no place for play. The path we walk sets us against the world and is littered with death. Without corresponding strength and resolve you will only become a burden. You may not die, but there are many fates worse than death. I have long been prepared. Baihu's medicine was potent. Even without deliberate refinement, Chen Guan recovered. He stood and said, I am willing to trade my future for your present investment. Baihu remained silent a moment longer. The child was indeed weak, but as he had claimed, his future seemed a worthwhile gamble. With 3 seats still vacant and no telling when they would be filled, cultivating a promising child was not unreasonable. In any case, it cost him nothing of true value. To him, external possessions mattered little. With his strength, a casual excursion could yield a trove of treasures others coveted. I can spare your life. Baihu looked down at Chen Guan through his mask. I can even grant you a probationary period. A probationary period? Chen Guan asked cautiously. Indeed. Baihu moved to the side of the room where an aged wooden rack held a few jars and tattered scrolls. He plucked up a dust-covered little wooden box and tossed it to Chen Guan. Chen Guan caught it instinctively. The box was light and cold to the touch. Inside is a fragment of the Guiyuan Ling, a token. Take it. When you judge your strength sufficient, you may use it to contact me, though I may not answer. In the meantime, you may remain at Huaqing and continue as the exemplary student you are strengthening yourself. But guard your tongue if I learn you disclosed what was said today or any information about the Guiyuan group to those who should not know. You understand the consequences. I have altered your companions' memories. They know not the name Lingyi, only that you were taken away. When you return, mind your words. Chen Guan clenched the wooden box and said in a low voice, I understand. Good. Baihu nodded, appearing somewhat listless. Go. Return to where you belong. Your companions should be frantic by now. Chen Guan did not hesitate. He stowed the box, slung the Xiantai Guan across his back, and strode away. At the doorway, a white light of transport shimmered, the passage back to his original place. He could not help pausing to look back at the white-clad figure still standing at the room's center, solitary and lofty in the dim light. Everything remained unchanged and nothing different at all. The fixed mask revealed no hint of expression. Chen Guan turned and stepped into the white light. Baihu, did you take a liking to him? A black shadow rose on the armrest of his seat. Baihu removed his mask, revealing an exceedingly ordinary European face, and chuckled. I still need 3 teammates, brother Beidou. Short on people and you resort to hiring child labor. Even from that faceless little black figure, Baihu could hear the note of exasperation. He's an adult, thank you very much, Baihu said emphatically. Besides, the kid is ruthless, a good reserve. He's not ordinary. Perhaps stranger even than Santai. Isn't the Guiyuan group short-handed? I'm simply lightening the leader's burden. Weren't the Santai girls brought back by me? If you hadn't poached them, would I be this pitiable? Baihu's voice carried resentment. Suit yourself. If Lingyi asks, you'll have to explain it. The little black figure shrugged helplessly. The Santai affair was indeed his fault. Seeing Baihu glance toward Chaohua, Shishirit immediately fled and vanished without a trace. Beidou, oh Beidou, Baihu murmured. This time you misread things. Once I let that Santai girl go, I will not let another genius slip away. If all existing talents already have affiliations, then I, Baihu, shall cultivate 3 new geniuses. Huaqing Academy. Perhaps I should pay the schools a visit. The coffin youngster remains a werewolf. Yet he's already been enlisted as a reserve agent even earlier than Aogo. Isn't it deeply unsettling? Not a whisper about Chen Guan's ability has surfaced. Not even a rumor. It's guarded more tightly than his ID number. Even the old rogue clams up when asked in casual conversation. 666 also includes a box opening segment. Chilling to contemplate. Terrifying beyond measure. Chen Guan. You. Su Yueha rushed forward first but froze mid-sentence upon seeing the bloodstains on his clothes and the pallor of his face. I'm fine. Chen Guan shook his head, glancing at the group, and Chongqing, Li Yuqing and the others bore wounds, but none appeared life-threatening. Clearly Baihu had truly spared them. Where is that white-robed man? And Chongqing withdrew a vial of restorative elixir from his ring and handed it to him, then asked gravely. A cultivator whose name he'd never heard before was no trivial matter. He's gone. Chen Guan replied tersely, I don't know where he went. He offered no further details, only that he'd momentarily intimidated the man, convincing him that killing them would bring more trouble than benefit, prompting his departure. He said nothing of the Guiyuan groupling or the fragment of the Guiyuan token. Though in Chongqing and the others bristled with questions, they sensed Chen Guan's reticence. And knowing this place was unsafe, they held their tongues. Let's leave immediately. We'll talk back at base, Li Yuqing declared decisively. Her proposal passed unanimously. Even Lu Xiao abandoned his insistence. After all, the money he'd offered was trivial. It couldn't possibly buy Li Yuqing's or Hua Qixing's lives. Besides, he valued his own life above all. A mere blueprint, however vital, paled beside survival. Chen Guan. On the road in Chongqing drew near, lowering his voice. That man who called himself Baihu. He's immensely powerful. So formidable that all of us combined couldn't withstand even a single serious strike from him. Why did he spare us? What exactly did you say to him? His gaze remained open and sincere. No interrogation, only the quiet concern of a comrade. He clearly didn't believe the flimsy rationale of trouble outweighing gain. Could a master of such caliber truly be swayed so easily by mundane considerations? His own father was a peerless powerhouse, so he understood well how such masters acted without restraint, especially one like Baihu whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. Chen Guan knew, and Chongqing's perceptiveness couldn't be fooled, but revealing the truth was impossible. After a brief pause, he murmured, he showed some curiosity about certain traits of mine. Asked a few questions, then left me unharmed. He omitted mention of his immortality, offering only this vague summary. And Chongqing studied him intently for a long moment, then fell silent. Everyone carried secrets, and Chen Guan's willingness to share even this much signaled deep trust. Regardless, surviving is what matters most. I'll report this individual's existence to the Academy and the Association's upper echelons. What do you think? Chen Guan gave a soft acknowledgement. Whether the Academy's or the Superpower Association's leadership already knew of the Guiyuan group, he couldn't say, but in Chongqing's reporting would carry far more weight than his own given his probationary status. Nearby, Li Yuqing and Hua Qixing spoke in hushed tones, their expressions grave. Baihu's appearance had shaken them profoundly. Lu Xiao remained dazed and hollow-eyed. Even having accepted the outcome, the alchemical blueprint he'd obsessed over was likely gone forever, perhaps destroyed entirely. This expedition had yielded him nothing, not even a scrap, and nearly cost him his life. His despair ran deep. Long Ao walked silently at the rear, glancing repeatedly at Chen Guan's retreating figure. The memory of Chen Guan intercepting that fatal blow, and later returning unscathed after being taken away alone, had utterly transformed Long Ao's perception of this comrade. I deduced in 0 seconds who among us held no hidden trump card. Dare you try? It's a full-blown werewolf game. No one here is ordinary. Don't laugh. You wouldn't pass the second trial either. Watching the chaotic barrage of comments, Chen Guan's gaze drifted toward Li Yuqing and Hua Qixing. He could fathom in Chongqing's strength, or even Lu Xiao's as the heir to immense wealth. But now he was told these two chancy acquaintances, senior students, were also extraordinary. Was it really that coincidental? The return journey felt longer than the outbound trek. But fortune smiled, no further dangers emerged. Minor threats had already been cleared. This remote zone held neither rare treasures nor frequent travelers. When they finally emerged from the mist zone and glimpsed the silhouette of the temporary camp in the distance, every soul exhaled in profound relief. The camp stood unchanged. The cloud-piercing skiff rested quietly nearby. Instructor Zhao Tai remained impassive at the camp's edge. Seeing the 7 return battered and weary, his brow flickered with the faintest crease. But he asked no questions, merely gesturing for them to rest at once. 2 teams had already returned and were stationed within the camp. Upon witnessing their wretched state, glances flew. Some curious, some skeptical, some veiled with calculation. After all, this team comprised celebrities. Li Yuqing and her companion were elite seniors of the second-year Tianxian class. To be reduced to such a state was bound to draw attention. The 7 found a secluded corner and settled down to meditate. No words were exchanged. Only heavy breathing and the faint shimmering ripple of spiritual energy as pills dissolved. Only now did their taut nerves truly loosen. Exhaustion surged like a tide. Chen Guan leaned against his coffin, closed his eyes, and began a meticulous internal assessment. His physical wounds had nearly healed under the effect of Baihu's pill. Even the self-inflicted gash across his throat had vanished, leaving only the faintest discoloration on his skin. His spiritual energy had partially recovered, yet still felt depleted. Most notably, his gray energy, having endured extreme strain, had grown ever so slightly, and its resonance with his spiritual energy had deepened, flowing more seamlessly than before. He attempted to channel a sliver of gray energy. The process remained arduous, but marginally smoother than before, and its consumption slightly reduced. A promising sign. Next, he silently sank his consciousness into the system space. Having survived the Tower District's desperate counterattack and the Fog Manor's life-or-death crisis, his popularity points had inevitably surged. Popularity points 25368. Chen Guan's heart jolted. Indeed. Intense combat, near-fatal peril, and confrontation with an enigmatic powerhouse like Bai Hu had powerfully electrified the audience. This was a fortune, enough to acquire many valuable items. And crucially, the forum function must be unlocked. Suppressing the urge to spend immediately, he first opened the shop to browse. First, he opened the interface. The numerical readouts that greeted him left Chen Guan momentarily stunned. Name: Chen Guan. Affiliation: first-year student, Huaqing Academy. Innate ability: tenacity. Special skills: proficiency in basic martial arts, white mastery of heavy weapons, green foundational sickle techniques, green chi concealment art, green basic meditation, white. Attributes: strength 15, 3, endurance 10, 2, agility 5, 5, intelligence 2, spirit 20, 4. Popularity score 25368. All attributes, except intelligence, had increased slightly. Only then did Chen Guan realize White Tiger's investment had already begun. That pill had done far more than merely heal his wounds. The surplus medicinal energy had dramatically elevated his core stats. No wonder his body felt pleasantly warm. He dismissed further speculation and turned his thoughts to the utility of his popularity score. First and foremost, addressing his weaknesses. Exchange 2. 5 free attribute points. Allocate all to agility. His agility rose to 8, instantly, whether psychological or physiological. Chen Guan sensed a newfound lightness in his limbs. His fine motor control sharpened markedly, and even his reaction speed seemed to quicken by a perceptible margin. He was still far from swift, but at last he was no longer a conspicuous liability. As for spirit, Chen Guan longed to invest points, but now raising it by a single point required 10,000 popularity points instead of the previous 1,000. His ambition far outstripped his means. Raising any stat between 10 and 20 demanded 5,000 popularity points per point, a cost that made him wince. Clearly, self-driven cultivation remained the wiser path. Chen Guan first acquired an item he'd long coveted: exchange for spiritual meditation method green. This method surpassed the rudimentary white tire meditation. It enhanced not only the strength and resilience of his spiritual energy, but also its recovery rate, enabling finer control over gray energy. At just 3,000 popularity points, it struck him as remarkably economical. Next, he spent another 3,000 points to elevate his martial arts proficiency to green tier, then 1,000 more to unlock the forum function, leaving him with a mere 15868 popularity points. Chen Guan's gaze finally settled upon the innate abilities section. Psychic ability: illusionist. Effect enables sensory deception, fabrication of false memories and emotions. Masters may overwrite reality itself or construct shared dreamscapes. Price: 15000 popularity points. Exorbitant. Nearly draining his entire reserve, yet profoundly potent. Chen Guan chose to purchase it. His greatest asset was his spirit, so acquiring a psychic ability naturally offered superior synergy. Though formidable in theory, the illusionist ability relied entirely on the user's mastery against opponents with stronger spiritual energy. It proved nearly useless, effective only against weaker targets. That likely explained its comparatively modest price. Exchange successful, deducting 15000 popularity points. Remaining balance 868. A torrent of information vastly greater than any prior influx surged deep into Chen Guan's consciousness. Unlike tenacity, a passive enhancement, or foundational martial techniques which were simply implanted as procedural memory, the illusionist's legacy unfolded differently within his spirit realm. An entirely novel domain spontaneously manifested, flooding his awareness with knowledge. Spiritual resonance patterns, sensory subversion, subconscious guidance, memory fragment weaving, and even the architecture of dreams. For a fleeting moment, Chen Guan felt himself splinter into countless facets, simultaneously inhabiting countless fabricated memories, only to withdraw, instantly reclaiming absolute clarity of self. This transmission allowed him within mere breaths to grasp the foundational mechanics of the illusionist ability, though only its foundations. True illusioncraft demanded precise insight into human nature and the target psyche, and exquisite disciplined control over one's own spiritual energy. These could be honed only through relentless practice. In short, he needed to build proficiency. Fortunately, his exceptional spirit score of 24 and the newly acquired spiritual meditation method green gave him a head start far beyond ordinary practitioners. He sensed the gray mist coiling within his spiritual realm grow denser, more fluid, its very essence resonating subtly with the illusory nature of the ability. At last, I possess an offensive capability no longer reliant solely on brute force. A quiet calm settled within Chen Guan. He had considered purchasing a self-destructive ability, But that raised another dilemma: his physical body would remain vulnerable behind the blast. If the detonation failed to eliminate the threat outright, he would perish, and its power remained dangerously unpredictable, unsuited to his current circumstances. Purchasing range. Like discount vouchers, its value inflated disproportionately, poor cost efficiency. Moreover, Chen Guan truly dared not let Lao Ji stray too far from his side. Though only 868 popularity points remained, he felt undeniably stronger than before entering the ruin. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 figures returned to the academy aboard the cloud-piercing skiff. Instructor Zhao Tai remained silent throughout the journey, speaking only 2 terse sentences upon their arrival, before dismissing them. Back in the familiar campus, bathed in sunlight and enveloped by lively chatter, the taut tension from the ruin finally eased, if only slightly. Chen Guan, before parting in Chongqing, called him aside. Rest well when you return. Regarding White Tiger, I will handle the matter with utmost discretion. Thank you, Chen Guan nodded, and Chongqing's unspoken promise, to minimize his visibility, was precisely what he needed. Long Ao approached, saying nothing, only clapping Chen Guan firmly on the shoulder, the impact rocking him off balance. If anything comes up, find me in room 302. With that, he strode away. Su Yuehe hesitated, lips parting as if to speak, then merely murmured, "Rest well," before following in Chongqing. Li Yuqing, Hua Qixing, and Lu Xiao also came to bid farewell. Li Yuqing retained her characteristic cheerfulness, as though the peril at Mistvale Manor had been little more than a minor detour. Junior brother Chen Guan, let's collaborate again soon. You're remarkably reliable. Hua Qixing adjusted his glasses and offered a rare, gentle smile. Take care. Lu Xiao's complexion remained pale, yet he gave Chen Guan a solemn nod. I don't know what you did, but you banished that monster. I owe you a debt. Should you need anything, seek me in the 2nd year. Also, my younger brother seems to have caused you some trouble. I'll speak with him about it. No need, Chen Guan declined. Through the forum, he already knew Lu Feiyu was no ordinary provocateur. Certainly no mere hothead like the yellow-haired thug. Lu Xiao said nothing more, turning away. The solitude of his retreating figure underscored the blow of his failed alchemical blueprint. Back in the familiar Bamboo Grove residence, Chen Guan did not rest immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged and turned his attention inward. After activating the illusionist ability, the gray mist within his spiritual realm grew denser and acquired a subtle shifting quality. He cautiously channeled a thread of spiritual energy, attempting the simplest visual illusion, making a pen on the desk appear to hover midair. During the first attempt, the fluctuations of mental energy were chaotic, and the pen merely wobbled slightly, resulting in no significant event. On the second try, he adjusted his rhythm, focusing solely on deceiving the visual perception. The space around the pen exhibited subtle distortions. It seemed to rise slightly off the table, but it dissipated in less than half a second. On the third and fourth attempts, sweat trickled down his forehead, and the consumption of mental energy was greater than he had anticipated. Yet Chen Guan did not stop. He understood that mastering this ability was not a task accomplished in a single day, especially in the initial stages. From 0 to 1, a significant amount of practice was required. He did not know how long had passed, but when he felt his mental energy nearing exhaustion again, the pen finally stabilized and hovered above the table. Although its edges still appeared slightly blurry and unsteady, it had taken on a nascent form. It lasted for about 3 seconds before the illusion shattered. Chen Guan let out a long breath, opening his eyes to reveal a fleeting hint of fatigue, but more so exhilaration. The entry into illusion magic was more challenging than he had imagined, but it also held greater potential. This was merely the simplest form of static visual deception. Higher-level sensory overlays, memory implantation, and even reality interference would require extensive exploration. He glanced at the system panel. Mental 20, for one exercise of supernatural ability, had surprisingly increased his mental energy by 0.1 point. According to the market value of attribute points, it was equivalent to saving him 1,000 popularity points. He stood up and walked to the window. Night had fallen and the lights of Hucking Academy twinkled. In the distance, there were still students practicing in the training grounds, with faint sounds of shouts drifting in. The tranquil campus life always put one at ease. Yet that was not enough. He could not remain a greenhouse flower forever within the academy. Strength. Chen Guan clenched his fist. Everything pointed to those 2 words. Without strength, one could only drift with the tide, not even being able to secure one's own life. He returned to the bedside and retrieved the cool wooden box from his storage ring. Opening it, he found a palm-sized fragment lying quietly inside. It was neither metal nor jade, feeling cool to the touch with irregular edges. The surface bore extremely fine, nearly indecipherable patterns, and at its center lay a faint white light that seemed on the verge of extinguishing. This was a fragment of the source return order, a token of observation qualification granted by the White Tiger. When you feel your strength is sufficient, you can contact me through it. Chen Guan held the fragment in his palm, the cool sensation sharpening his mind. Not enough, far from enough. He placed the fragment back into the wooden box, securing it carefully. Now was not the time to contact the White Tiger. He needed time to grow more resources and to understand what exactly this so-called source return group was. Forum. With a thought, Chen Guan activated the feature unlocked for 1,000 popularity points. His consciousness seemed to connect to a vast space with countless lights and streams of information flashing before his eyes, requiring him to concentrate to filter and read. Plot discussion, combat power, analysis, fan creation, area, worldview, reference, authors, rant area. Chen Guan first clicked into the worldview reference. The title of a pinned post was striking. In-depth analysis, the chronicle of the source return group, and current member speculations contains spoilers. Enter with caution. Poster ID scavenger. Chen Guan immediately clicked in. The poster was a detail-oriented individual who had written many impressive shares, as he knew. The post was extremely detailed, chronicling the rise of the old source return group from a century ago, their philosophy peak period, to the sudden interruption of their legacy due to unknown reasons nearly leading to their extinction. It also outlined the clues of the recent reorganization led by the individual known as Zero. It mentioned that the core goal of the old source return group was to correct errors, though the specifics were unclear. As for the known members of the new source return group, besides the leader Zero, there were also White Tiger, Southern Dipper, Kong Chan Santai, and Northern Dipper, totaling 6 individuals. Northern Dipper, unknown abilities, a transcendent status, suspected to be the second-in-command. White Tiger, a summoning type, top-tier combat power, with a bad temper, a mix of sadistic pleasure and obsessive collecting. Santai, a knowledge-based supernatural ability with limitless potential, but currently the weakest in the group, being one of only 2 females. As for the others, there were large gaps of information clearly illustrating that a skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Even the detail-oriented individual could not conjure up a plethora of information from thin air. The post also speculated that the source return group follows a strict composition, and missing even one of the 9 members is not permissible. Currently, they are severely understaffed. The replies below varied widely. Who exactly is Zero? Some say he is an ancient monster that has lived to the present. Others claim he is secretly cultivated by a major nation, and there are even claims that he is a transmigrator. Manual laughter. San Tai's sister is amazing. They say she is a beautiful girl. The poster is impressive. Where did you dig up this data? The author only mentioned it briefly in previous comics. Was it from an uncle? So is the token Chen Guan received from the White Tiger? If Ao Gu becomes Zhu Ke in the future, then will Chen Guan become Shen Wu or Qing Long? That's impossible. Lao Guan is too weak and the threshold for the source return group is so high. Does the future matter? White Tiger clearly has taken a liking to him. Isn't Long Ao still weak right now? Most of the comments below were just attempts to disparage, lacking significant value. Chen Guan silently noted this information, especially the descriptions about the source return group. Although the post's content might not be entirely accurate, combined with his own experiences, the credibility was not low. He browsed through some other posts, including discussions about Chongqing's father and the Long Ao family. However, he was surprised to find that compared to his own father, the president, and his grandfather, the General Su Yuehe was the one who was truly low-key. Su Mu was the chairperson of the highest council, while Su Fu's identity was a mystery, but one could assume it was not simple. Indeed, none are ordinary. Chen Guan closed the forum and rubbed his temples. In the following days, the academy life resumed its superficial calm. Classes, training, meditation, practicing supernatural abilities. Chen Guan's life was orderly and fulfilling. He maintained a consistently low profile, spending most of his time in the library or training room. In the ancient Tower District and the Misty Manor, aside from that dark purple essence stone, he had not utilized anything else for the time being. And Chongqing submitted the token and scroll to the academy's relevant departments for appraisal. It was said to have caught the attention of several old professors, but the results still needed to wait. As for the essence stone, Chen Guan tried to absorb it once. The pure dark attribute energy inside indeed nourished the gray energy, but the absorption rate was very slow. The gray energy possessed characteristics of both mental energy and spiritual energy. However, even now Chen Guan could not determine what attribute the gray energy truly belonged to. As the daily plot progressed steadily, the growth of popularity points became slow, increasing by merely 100 points over several days, barely breaking the 1,000 mark. Chen Guan was not anxious. He knew that the next peak in the plot would be the time when popularity points surged. On Friday afternoon, it was practical combat training. This lesson was an opposition drill. Li Yan called the roll one by one and assigned opponents. Chen Guan had expected to face his old rival, Wang Hanyue, but an unforeseen name slipped from Li Yan's lips. Group 9, Chen Guan versus Long Ao. Li Yan's emotionless voice fell, and at once every gaze in the hall turned toward them. Chen Guan, what? Me against Long Ao? Is this for real? He himself was the most surprised. To conceal how rapidly he had progressed, Chen Guan had kept his scores close to their previous levels and remained near the rear of the class. By all appearances, it should not have been his turn to face Long Ao. Long Ao folded his arms and stood before him. His crimson hair shone vividly under the training lights. A clear space had formed around him as students stole glances in their direction. He was a second year with an illustrious family background, the academy's famed aloof idol, though he seldom bothered to show courtesy to others. Let's fight. Long Ao was succinct, his eyes betraying an unhidden hunger for challenge. Since returning from Miwu Shanzhuang, the way he looked at Chen Guan had changed. Less contempt at first, more acknowledgement and a trace of guilt. Chen Guan set aside his blunt training scythe and regarded Long Ao. He did not understand why Li Yan had arranged this match, but there was no room to refuse. All right. Chen Guan nodded. A low murmur rose around them. Wasn't Chen Guan the class Thailander? I thought he was specially recruited into Tianshu. Otherwise, even Tianxian might have been out of reach for him. What on earth is Li Yan thinking? Can Chen Guan manage? Long Ao is the second of Tianshu. A chorus of disparagement followed. Wang Hanyue flushed and argued with those voices, insisting Chen Guan was not a dunce. Zhou Dun tugged his sleeve. Say less, Hanyue. Doubt is overturned by strength, not by words. Sun Miao agreed softly. No matter how much we argue with them, it won't help. Authority here belongs to the fist. Li Muxue covered her mouth and laughed. Qingyin, sister, what do you think? Zhao Qingyin glanced toward Chongqing, whose expression was unchanged. She suppressed whatever lay beneath her eyes and replied calmly. We will know who wins only after they fight. Li Muxue's smile dimmed. Zhao Qingjian's answer had been unexpected. Long Ao's strength was plain for all to see. This should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet Zhao Qingjian's words implied something else. The coffin boy had some strange peculiarity. Li Muxue took a keen interest and stood to observe the two who had taken the stage. The pair stood in their places. Chen Guan said nothing, merely tightening his grip on the scythe. Begin. Long Ao snapped. His figure vanished in an instant. The next moment he reappeared at Chen Guan's flank and drove a fist toward the rib's crimson aura, igniting a hot gust of wind. Too fast. Chen Guan's pupils contracted. The effect of his gale boots triggered instinctively. He slid to the rear flank while the scythe sliced upward to parry the incoming blow. Bang! Fist met blade with a dull, resonant clash. Chen Guan's arm tingled as the scythe was knocked aside. Long Ao's punch only glanced past his waist, and the scent of singed cloth rose from his sleeve. The gap in strength was immense. This was no situation for brute force. Chen Guan used the momentum to drift back while a subtle surge of spiritual force began to stir. His illusionist abilities coming into play. A visual deception. To Long Ao's sight, Chen Guan's retreat blurred and seemed to split into two figures drifting left and right. Long Ao's assault faltered for the briefest instant, a red flash in his eyes. Tricks of a child. He did not bother to discern, instead surging toward the image that radiated the stronger aura, his fists increasing in ferocity. Yet the figure his fist struck dissolved like foam the moment contact was made. An illusion. The real Chen Guan, seizing the instant Long Ao's attention was consumed by the phantoms, had already circled to his side rear. The scythe sang through the air, sweeping at Long Ao's lower body. Long Ao reacted with lightning speed. He stamped his left foot to arrest his forward momentum, pivoted on it, and his right leg whipped out like a steel chain, colliding with the scythe. Bang! Chen Guan was sent reeling again, his hand numb, but Long Ao frowned. The momentary confusion caused by the illusion had indeed delayed his judgment. Small as the hesitation was among experts, such lapses could be fatal. Intriguing. Long Ao licked his lips. The earlier guilt had been wholly replaced by the hunger for battle. Again. He no longer sought to close instantly. Instead, he began to employ his punching wind to exert long-range pressure, watching Chen Guan's movements with intent. Chen Guan felt the pressure deepen. Long Ao's combat instinct was terrifying. The little of the illusionist's craft he possessed could no longer secure miracles. He could only intermittently sow distractions to buy breath. Most of his energy went into evading Long Ao's storm-like onslaughts. Relying on his enhanced agility and physical technique, he barely managed to hold on. On the arena, red aura and a gray figure crossed like flickering flame and shadow. The clang of metal on metal rang without pause. Chen Guan remained entirely on the defensive. Even his occasional counters were easily neutralized by Long Ao, yet his tenacity was fierce. Though struck by gusts of fist and invisible pain, he neither fell nor yielded. Has Chen Guan really lasted this long? His footwork seems far more nimble than before. What was that? Did Long Ao misstrike just now? It seems Chen Guan used some kind of interference ability. His spiritual force fluctuations are a bit odd. The crowd swelled, even some upperclassmen were drawn over. People from Huaxia loved spectacle, and Huaqing was no exception. And Chongqing and Su Yuehe stood at the edge of the arena, and Chongqing watched with care, a thoughtful glint passing his eyes from time to time. Su Yuehe quietly cheered for Chen Guan, entirely forgetting that she and Long Ao were old acquaintances. His use of spiritual force is peculiar, and Chongqing said low to Su Yuehe. It isn't the usual telekinetic push or a mental shock. It's closer to the hallucinatory direction. Su Yuehe nodded. I felt it, a very subtle fluctuation. If I weren't sensitive to spiritual force, I might not have noticed. A frown crossed her face. What exactly was Chen Guan's anomalous power? Mythic enhancement life special. Now there seemed to be a mental or spiritual category as well. Was he even still wholly human? On the arena, Chen Guan's breathing grew heavier, and his spiritual force was being consumed rapidly. He knew that if he continued to defend passively, defeat was only a matter of time. He had to create an opportunity. He deliberately showed a flaw, slowing his motion by half a beat. A bait long proven effective. Long Ao indeed seized it, delivering a heavy fist aimed squarely at the center. You have fallen into a trap. Chen Guan did not flinch or dodge. A gray gleam flashed in his eyes, as his spiritual power erupted with unprecedented intensity. At the instant the fist neared him, Long Ao was struck by a sudden pain like countless needles piercing his skin. The agony assaulted his mental perception, directly forcing a muffled groan from him and causing his punching momentum to momentarily falter. Though with Long Ao's iron will the illusion was dispelled in less than a second, for Chen Guan it had already achieved its purpose. The speed boots at his feet flared, a velocity surged to its extreme as he slipped sideways with perilous precision to evade the fist. Both hands gripped the scythe's haft, and using his body as an axis, he poured every ounce of strength and the remaining gray energy into the strike. The scythe carved a keen arc of gray light like a viper's tongue, aiming shrewdly at the gap beneath Long Ao's arm exposed by the punch. That blow concentrated the totality of Chen Guan's present vigor and spirit. Long Ao's pupils contracted, having only just banished the illusion and still regaining his breath. He could only barely withdraw his arm muscles while a crimson Kai flame instinctively gathered under his armpit to defend. The dull tip of the scythe pierced the Kai flame and jabbed hard into Long Ao's armpit. Though muscle and flame softened the impact and no grave wound was inflicted, the stabbing pain was unavoidable, leaving half his body tingling. Sliding back 3 steps, Long Ao finally steadied himself. He glanced down at his armpit. The combat suit bore a small puncture, and a clear red dot marked his skin. Silence fell around the ring. Everyone watched in stunned disbelief. Chen Guan had actually repelled Long Ao, almost wounded him. No. If the blade had been real, this last-ranked outsider Chen Guan would have already injured Long Ao, the prodigious golden boy. Leaning on his scythe, Chen Guan panted, his face pale. That single strike had nearly exhausted his remaining spiritual power, leaving his body somewhat listless. Long Ao touched the red mark beneath his arm, then raised his head and looked at Chen Guan. The fighting spirit in his eyes had not dimmed. If anything, it burned more fiercely, now laced with an unprecedented respect. You win, Long Ao said suddenly, his voice quiet yet clear throughout the arena. In this sparring, I am beaten by you. He admitted his defeat calmly, offering no excuses. Chen Guan shook his head. No. I took a trick and you did not use your full strength. He knew well that had Long Ao erupted with full force from the start or employed a stronger technique, he would never have held on long enough to create the opening. He had long seen Long Ao's high offense nature. A win is a win. Long Ao stepped in front of Chen Guan and extended his hand. You are stronger than I expected. Next time I will treat our sparring with greater seriousness. Earlier Long Ao had owed Chen Guan a debt of gratitude. That was why he had not struck with full force from the outset. He could not bring himself to deliver a killing blow to the man who had saved his life. Chen Guan looked at the offered hand, then met Long Ao's earnest gaze and clasped it firmly. Any time, Long Ao. After a brief hush, enthusiastic murmurs erupted around the ring. Chen Guan's name, this time his real name, began to be remembered by more people rather than the odd moniker Black Coffin Man. And Chongqing watched the two in the ring, a faint, barely discernible smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Yuehe breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a swelling pride for Chen Guan's success. Li Yan stepped forward and clapped his hands. Good. Improvement. Chen Guan, your use of spiritual power is distinctive. Keep probing it. Long Ao, you must pay greater attention to countering unconventional methods. Both of you go rest now. For Li Yan, those remarks were unusually long. He seldom offered such extended commentary on student sparring, which caused another small ripple of surprise. At the same time, more people began to conjecture about Chen Guan's abnormal ability, though the man himself remained unaware. After class, Chen Guan quietly departed the training ground. He knew that although today's match could be called a narrow victory, it had revealed a great deal, most importantly his illusionist aptitude. He did not regret it. Within the academy, judiciously revealing potential can sometimes yield resources more effectively than perpetual concealment. The essential thing was to keep the balance right. Back in his dormitory, he opened the system panel once more. Popularity points 4,127. A single sparring match had brought in over 3,000 popularity points, the largest windfall lately. Interacting with well-known figures truly proved an efficient way to harvest popularity. Chen Guan did not hesitate. He converted 1800 points into 8 free attribute points and added them to agility, coupled with the 2 he had previously trained for. It made a neat total. Agility 10. His body felt lighter. He saved the remainder for now. The terminal beeped. He glanced and saw a mass message from Situ Ming. Situ Ming, next Monday the 4 schools tournament will convene. The Tianshu class will participate en masse. Please prepare in advance. 4 schools tournament. Chen Guan had a hazy recollection. In this world, 4 academies were hailed as the top ability schools: Huaqing Academy, Beishir Academy, Xingu Academy, and Linghao Academy. The first 2 were located in the Huaxia Nation. Xingu Academy lay in the Nianghua Nation. Linghao Academy was in the Amailika Nation. Forum comments urged, "We must strike hard at Xingu Academy. Linghao Academy cannot be spared either." The identity card of Beishir Academy's top student has already appeared on the forum. It's a girl. Chen Guan's hand unconsciously opened the forum and navigated to the fan creation section. He had glanced at that board once before and closed it immediately, for what met his eyes then were fanfictions about Long Ao and Lian that had scared him into never daring another look. Thus it was his first time seeing a character profile card. Name: Guan Jinyue. Identity: Beishir Academy's top student. There was a photograph. A silver-haired, dark-eyed girl with a tranquil air leaning against a wall with sunlight on half her face. Even through the image one could sense her beauty. He committed that face to memory. Anyone featured on the forum was hardly an extra. After closing the forum, Chen Guan began to plan. With 3 days until next Monday, he needed to raise his strength as much as possible. The preliminary grasp of his illusionist ability had given him a sliver of hope against aggressive opponents like Long Ao, but it was massively draining, and its effect diminished greatly against foes with resolute will and powerful spiritual force. He needed far more practice, especially in the fine control of illusions. Real combat. Taking on academy tasks. Chen Guan looked out the window again. Internal academy missions were usually of moderate difficulty, offering points and routine resources as rewards. If he wanted to quickly obtain special resources and practical experience, accepting academy missions was a good choice. He opened his terminal and logged into the academy's internal task system. Wanted: Shadow Rat. Level 1 peak. Ability: Shadow Teleportation. Specializes in theft. Last sighted in the underground black market of East District Academy City. Threat: Level D. Reward: substantial merit points, superhuman association contribution credits, and partial ownership of recovered items. This was a rare bounty assignment, likely issued precisely because it posed minimal risk and coincidentally overlapped with the Academy's vicinity, offering students practical field experience. A level 1 peak target fell squarely within Chen Guan's capabilities, yet facing it alone felt unwise. He needed backup. After careful consideration, he messaged Long Ao. Bringing along the main cast would also accrue popularity points, an effortless win. He adopted the livestream commentator slang, addressing him as Brother Ao. Long Ao replied with a single period, a response perfectly befitting his laconic nature. Chen Guan, I'm taking on a mission. Target is level 1 peak. Wanna join? Long Ao slowly typed a single question mark. To Long Ao, dispatching a level 1 opponent should have been as effortless as slicing melons. Still, he did not decline. Long Ao: time and location. Chen Guan now. The Black Market in East District Academy City. System notification: Chen Guan has invited you to join the party. Long Ao accepted, then swiftly reviewed the mission details. Snatching up a casual t-shirt and smoothing his hair, Long Ao stepped out of the dormitory, only to find Chen Guan's face already waiting for him. Let's go. His usual aloof demeanor remained unchanged, though his expression twitched faintly when Chen Guan, overloaded, couldn't ride the elevator. Yet ever the crimson-haired Sundra, Long Ao said nothing, silently ascending the stairs alongside him toward East District. Only then did they begin exchanging mission specifics. East District Black Market. Long Ao narrowed his eyes. A den of chaos, where even established factions dare not dig too deep. An ideal hideout for a rat. Huaqing Academy itself sprawled vast and imposing. Academy City was an enclosed enclave built adjacent to campus. Crowded, diverse, and perpetually humming with restless energy. The Academy had never intervened in its affairs. Its president held that Academy City must remain exactly as it was. A microcosm of society designed to prepare students for the real world. Chen Guan nodded. We need someone who knows the place well. Long Ao shrugged. I know a sophomore whose family deals in underground intelligence. They're deeply familiar with East District. I can contact him and pay a guide fee in merit points. No time to waste, Chen Guan said. Shadow Rat is elusive. Delay risks escape. Having reached consensus, Long Ao contacted the senior, who promptly replied and arranged a meeting at an aging cafe on East District's periphery. 1 hour later, in East District, unlike the Academy's sleek modernity, East District exuded age and congestion. Narrow streets, low-rise buildings, air thick with the stale tang of machine oil, pedestrians moving briskly, eyes wary and guarded. The cafe nestled deep within an unremarkable alley. The neon sign above its entrance flickered erratically, missing several letters barely legible as old jacks. Pushing open the door, they were met with dim light and hazy smoke. Only a handful of patrons sat scattered in shadowed corners, speaking in hushed tones. At the farthest booth sat a young man in a flamboyant floral shirt and gleaming gold chain, waving them over. He appeared early 20s with vivid green-dyed hair and multiple earrings glinting in the low light. Long young master. Long time no see. He grinned broadly. Bringing your junior brother to see the real world. Long Ao gave a curt nod, seated without preamble. Zhao Qi, we need to locate Shadow Rat. Zhao Qi arched a brow. Shadow rat? That slippery rodent's been evading capture for over half a month. Several students tried, and failed. His bounty? Too meager for serious hunters, too steep for novices. Zhao Qi belonged to the former camp. He genuinely disdained such petty rewards. As a merchant, he upheld local codes. Even small gains weren't worth compromising his standing. Truthfully, he'd been surprised Long Ao showed interest at all. With Long Ao's strength, this was like wielding a divine sword to slaughter a chicken. And this district, shabby and decrepit, existed solely due to the academy's tacit patronage. Glancing at Chen Guan, who'd remained silent throughout, Zhao Qi's gaze sharpened with quiet realization. This junior brother was no ordinary student. So that's why you came. Long Ao offered no further explanation, placing a merit card on the table. This is the deposit. Double upon confirmation of capture. Zhao Qi glanced at the amount. His smile warmed genuine now. Straightforward. Shadow Rat has indeed been active in East District lately, mostly around Viper Alley. He frequents the Dark Channel Bar for illicit commissions, and fences stolen goods there. But he's hyper-vigilant. The slightest disturbance sends him fleeing. Dark Channel Bar. Long Ao committed the name to memory. Any precautions? It's under the protection of the Black Bone Syndicate, a gang of street toughs. They nominally abide by East District's rules: no fatalities, no major incidents. So the association and academy turn a blind eye. You may enter to search, but do not fight inside. If you do, the syndicate will intervene, and complications will follow. Zhao Qi rubbed his palms together. Young Master Long. I'll say it plainly, though your lineage carries weight, local customs still apply. Ignoring them, even with authority, invites lasting consequences. Long Ao snorted coldly. I know my limits. Just take us near the location and point it out. We'll handle the rest. Agreed. Zhao Qi pocketed the merit card and rose. Follow me. Winding through twisting alleys growing progressively darker and filthier, they finally halted before a descending staircase crowned by a crooked neon sign. Above the entrance hung a warped neon plaque, its crimson glow barely spelling Dark Channel. From below rose a cacophony of muffled music and raucous noise. This is as far as I go. Going deeper would draw too much attention. As a local celebrity, Zhao Qi's face was widely recognized. So he dared not venture further. He gestured toward the stairwell. Good luck hunting the rat. Don't forget the balance transfer. With a casual wave, he vanished into the alley. His role as guide fulfilled. The two descended the steps together. The stairs were damp, their walls splattered with chaotic graffiti. With every step downward, the music swelled, layered with shouts, laughter, clinking glass, and other indistinct clamor. Pushing open a heavy iron-banded wooden door, they were struck by a wall of heat and noise, and assaulted by a suffocating melange of alcohol fumes, sweat, and cloying perfume potent enough to qualify as biochemical warfare. Long Ao wrinkled his nose. The foul smell was truly unbearable. The interior of the Dark Channel Bar was larger than expected. Under the dim, flickering colored lights, a mix of people crowded together. Dancers in revealing outfits twisted on the small stage in the center, patrons shouted around rough wooden tables, and an atmosphere of restlessness permeated the air. As the two entered, they caught the attention of many. Their youthful faces, along with Chen Guan's school uniform, and the coffin behind them, were exceptionally eye-catching. Several malicious gazes swept over, but upon seeing the Hua Qing school uniform, they quickly turned away. Who would dare touch a student from Hua Qing here? If anyone dared to harm a Hua Qing student, even the earthworms at home would be cut in half and the egg yolks would be shaken loose. Long Ao's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the entire venue, finally settling on the bar. A bald man with a scarred face was polishing glasses, presumably the bartender. Based on Long Ao's experience, he was likely an informant here. He walked over and tapped on the counter. The bartender looked up, gave him a glance, then glanced at Chen Guan behind him, grinning, to reveal a set of yellow teeth, new faces. What can I get you? Looking for someone? Long Ao pushed a photo across the bar. Have you seen him? The bartender barely glanced at the photo, continuing to polish glasses. We get so many people every day, I can't remember. Now do you remember? Long Ao pressed a small stack of cash onto the photo. The bartender hesitated for a moment, his peripheral vision darting to a certain direction before quickly returning, picking up the cash and mumbling. Might be in the back storage. I think I saw him this afternoon. Just head down this way. The bartender, having taken the money, shamelessly betrayed Shu and pointed them in the right direction. Thanks. Long Ao turned and signaled his teammate to follow. Chen Guan secretly sighed, realizing bringing Long Ao was the right choice. If he had brought in Chongqing, the effect might not have been the same. He was too upright. This person seemed as if he was born to be the emperor of the underground world, navigating through the various processes with ease. They passed through the crowded dance floor and pushed open a small door marked staff only. The din was significantly muffled and the passage was narrow, with even dimmer lighting, only a few emergency lights casting a pale glow. At the end of the passage stood a heavy iron door, slightly ajar. From within came faint voices. Long Ao gestured and the two held their breath as they approached. The goods are fine, what about the money? A hoarse voice. What's the rush? After checking the goods naturally, I will give it to you, another slightly slick voice replied. Long Ao gently pushed the door open a crack. Inside was a warehouse filled with wooden boxes and barrels. A musty smell lingered in the air, and two figures stood in a slightly open area. With his back to the door was a short, thin man in a tight black outfit, two daggers strapped to his waist. It was Shu. Opposite him stood a man in a suit looking like a middleman. On the wooden box between them lay a small metal box, half open, the contents unknown. Upon seeing the target, Long Ao erupted a crimson aura surge, charging from one side to block any escape. Chen Guan followed closely, his spiritual energy silently spreading, ready to unleash his illusion abilities. The sudden attack startled the two in the warehouse. Damn, it's an ambush. The middleman reacted the fastest, cursing as he turned and ran without hesitation. Shu was both shocked and furious, but he was experienced and reacted swiftly. At the moment Long Ao's fist was about to strike, he suddenly crouched low, slipping away like a boneless creature, while simultaneously throwing several darts of dark light towards Chen Guan and Long Ao. Clang, clang. Long Ao didn't even glance at the hidden weapons, directly dispersing them with his aura, while Chen Guan used the coffin to block. As for Shu, while throwing the darts, his body had eerily merged into the wall, disappearing. He ran. Long Ao roared, his fist smashed into the wall where Shu had vanished, causing debris to fly, but there was no sign of him. Chen Guan's gaze locked onto a corner he had already caught a glimpse of, the scythe stirring. However, just in that fleeting moment, an unexpected change occurred. A bright sword light suddenly illuminated the entire room, descending from the ventilation duct at the top of the warehouse without warning. The sword light was not grand or overwhelming, yet it was sharp to the point of causing alarm. Precisely slipped through the gaps in Long Ao's attack, arriving first. Swish! A light sound like a hot knife slicing through butter. Before Shu could escape from Chen Guan's illusory interference, he was pierced through the chest by the sudden swift sword light, leaving a spray of blood, nailing him against the stacked wooden boxes. The sword light solidified, revealing an ancient-style long sword that shimmered with a cold moonlit sheen. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, firmly pinning Shu down, as wisps of black mist escaped from his wound. Shu let out a piercing scream, struggling to break free, but the sword seemed to possess an exceptionally domineering force, preventing him from harnessing any abilities, leaving him to futilely wriggle like an ordinary prisoner. The warehouse fell into a dead silence. From the ventilation duct, a slender figure gracefully descended. Silver hair flowed with a faint glow under the dim light, her black eyes calm and undisturbed, and her exquisite features bore an air of aloofness. She wore a simple moon-white outfit draped with a light veil embroidered with silver cloud patterns, her posture as upright as bamboo. It was none other than the top student of Beishur Academy, Guan Jingyue. She landed silently and swept her gaze over the two men in the warehouse, finally resting on Shu, who was pinned to the wall and groaning in pain, her expression unperturbed, as if she was merely performing a trivial task. Guan Jingyue. Long Ao recognized her, his brows furrowing slightly as he stood with his fists clenched, but did not let down his guard. This was the academy city of Huaqing Academy. The top student of Beishur Academy suddenly appeared here and interfered with their mission. This was clearly unusual. Long Ao's eyes were sharp, his crimson aura still lingering, focused on Guan Jingyue, a sense of battle intent subtly rising, as he felt a strong threat emanating from her sword. Chen Guan remained silent, quietly observing Guan Jingyue. The girl before him, radiating a cool aura with her dazzling sword light, was starkly different from her appearance. He had thought she would have a personality similar to Zhao Qingyin. Ignoring Long Ao, Guan Jingyue walked straight to Shu, extending her fair hand to grasp the hilt of the sword that pinned him. The goods, hand them over. Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet carried an undeniable chill. Shu's face filled with terror, gasped, "What goods?" "I don't know." Guan Jingyue twisted her wrist slightly. An even more piercing scream erupted as the sword stirred within Shu, the black mist dispersing even faster. Shu felt as if his very soul was being torn apart by the power of the sword. "The metal box you were looking for?" he stuttered, pointing to the small metal box that had been placed on the wooden box during the earlier transaction. Guan Jingyue glanced at the metal box but did not reach for it. Instead, she asked again, "Where is the beacon?" "The beacon? I don't know what beacon." The Shadow Mouse's eyes flickered, still trying to conceal the truth. Guan Jinyu's gaze turned cold. Her empty left hand formed a sword-like shape, and a brilliant golden light like a star sparkled at her fingertips, pointing at the Shadow Mouse's forehead. "Soul search." Just two simple words sent the Shadow Mouse into a panic. The soul-searching technique could result in minor memory damage, turning one into an idiot, or worse, causing one's soul to scatter. "No, stop. They'll tell you, he shouted in despair. "It's in the underground third-floor safe of the East District Scrap Factory. The password is..." He recited a string of numbers. Having obtained the desired information, Guan Jingyue nodded. The golden light at her fingertips retracted, and she drew her long sword, leaving behind a trail of blood. "So easy to deceive. I don't actually know any soul search techniques." The Shadow Mouse collapsed to the ground like a broken sack, breathless and severely injured, no longer a threat. Guan Jingyue shook off the blood droplets from her sword tip and sheathed her blade. The long sword, shining like cold moonlight, transformed into a streak of light that entered her body, clearly not an ordinary weapon, but one related to special abilities. Only then did she turn around to face the two for the first time. "You can take this person back to report your mission," she said, pointing at the shadow mouse on the ground, her tone flat. "The items in the metal box belong to you. Do not obstruct me." After saying this, she did not linger. In a flash, she was at the warehouse door. A deep space portal opened before her. Just as she was about to step through, Long Ao called out to her. Long Ao said in a deep voice, "What is the beacon? I need an explanation." Guan Jingyue paused, turning her head slightly, her silver hair like moonlight cascading over her shoulder. "Explanation?" Guan Jingyue seemed to smile. "The weak do not need explanations." Her gaze swept over the mysterious iron coffin carried by Chen Guan, a turbulent undercurrent visible in her dark eyes. But in the end she said nothing. "If you want answers, find them at the League and ask with strength, Long Ao. I will be waiting for you at the Four-School League." With that, she stepped into the space portal, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a faint cold fragrance, and Long Ao, who felt embarrassed because of her mockery. Long Ao snorted coldly. "Playing tricks, that sword was impressive, but it doesn't mean she's invincible. How many times can she use that space power?" Chen Guan listened closely. Space abilities were indeed quite troublesome. He frowned, first checking on the shadow mouse to confirm he had lost the ability to move, then looking at the metal box. Upon opening it, he found a dozen crystals the size of pigeon eggs, which were dark crystals, a material that had a good auxiliary effect on dark spiritual power, quite valuable. Long Ao glanced dismissively. "You can take it. I have no use for this stuff. If I encounter anything fire-related next time, just give it to me." In fact, he didn't lack for fire-related materials. He said this just to allow Chen Guan to take it. Chen Guan did not refuse, and the two quickly left the Academy City and returned to the school. After handing over the Shadow Mouse to the association's office at the Academy and settling the task rewards, Long Ao hurriedly left. He was filled with determination and went straight to the training room for extra practice. Chen Guan returned to his room, closed the door, and leaned against the mysterious iron coffin. He opened the system panel. Popularity 8892. The process of chasing the Shadow Mouse, especially Guan Jinyu's sudden intervention, and her display of formidable strength evidently brought another wave of popularity increase. It was clear he was riding the coattails of their momentum, first with Long Ao and then with Guan Jinyue. He did not use the popularity points immediately but opened the forum again. This time he checked the plot discussion section. "Not eating beetle nut, Sister Guan is incredibly cool. That sword style is enchanting. AAA building materials, Wanggu, is the League going to become a celestial battle? No need to mention hucking here. With Guan Jinyue as a variable, Xingu and Zero must also have their trump cards. Chen Guan's support club president, Chen Guan's coffin, has gained attention again. Sister Guan's last glance was definitely meaningful, embedding 50 cents on it. And Chanking's girlfriend outside the circle, weaklings don't need explanations. Sister Guan's villainous aura is foolin', I love it. She's even challenging Ao Gu, blindly guessing that Ao guest colleague will be involved. Dongjue loves Lu Bu. Am I the only one worried that something will go wrong in the League? The world born from injuries in the League. Please act quickly. Nonsense. If nothing goes wrong, what will we watch?" Chen Guan closed the forum and rubbed his temples. Indeed, netizens are just here for the excitement and cannot provide him with anything useful. All he could do was seize the time to grow stronger. Looking at his 8,892 popularity points, Chen Guan's gaze was resolute. Oh, he wouldn't save up but spend. Exchange for the upgraded version of Mental Meditation Method Green to Stargazing Meditation Method Blue. Exchange for the upgraded version of Basic Body Technique Green to Military Combat Technique Blue. Both cost 4,000 popularity points. Chen Guan cleared out his balance in one go, leaving only a small remainder. Two massive streams of information surged into his mind. Chen Guan closed his eyes to digest for a moment, quickly adapting to his new power. For the next 2 days, he entered a frenzied training mode. His strength steadily increased. Just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Monday morning at the Hucking Academy Square, a massive cloud-piercing shuttle hovered in midair, and the elite students of the Tianshu class, participating in the Four-School League, boarded one after another. The atmosphere was exuberant, with everyone burning with fighting spirit, vowing to achieve good results. Chen Guan carried the mysterious iron coffin, standing alongside and Chongqing Long Ao, and Su Yuehe looking towards the north, the direction of Beishur Academy. Guan Jinyue. Whether she was friend or foe, he should be able to judge in the next few days. The cloud-piercing shuttle slowly ascended, with Hucking Academy shrinking beneath them. Outside the porthole, the sea of clouds churned and the sunlight was brilliant. Inside the cabin, the elite students of Tianshu class, participating in the League, each occupied their own space, some resting with eyes closed, others whispering to each other. The atmosphere appeared lively on the surface but was actually fraught with hidden tension. As the recognized leader of the freshman class, and Chongqing was surrounded by many, while Long Ao sat alone in a corner, still resting with eyes closed. Su Yuehe appeared somewhat nervous, her fingers unconsciously twisting around her short flute. Fellow students, the voice of the leading mentor Li Yan resonated through the loudspeaker, overpowering the noise within the cabin. The joint competition among the 4 schools will be held at the Tianyan Martial Arts Arena, spanning 5 days, and including individual duels, team cooperation battles, and the final Secret Realm score competition. The rule manual has been sent to your terminals. Please read it carefully. The honor of Huaqing Academy rests upon your shoulders, but I must remind you. Li Yan's voice suddenly turned serious. According to the latest intelligence, there may be risks in this tournament. Everyone stay vigilant. Safety is the top priority. If you encounter an unmanageable situation, seek help immediately. Do not be reckless. Li Yan's words caused the atmosphere in the cabin to tense slightly. Even Long Ao opened his eyes. Who could dare to cause trouble during the 4-school tournament? A man he encountered at the Black Wind Ruins inexplicably flashed through his mind. Unknown, powerful. How many such individuals exist? The seeds of desire were buried in his heart. A male student stood up, facing all his classmates, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone must remember mentor Li Yan's reminder. The tournament is a stage to showcase our strength and improve through competition, but it is also a battlefield that tests our wisdom and adaptability. We represent Huaqing. We must not only strive for victory, but also demonstrate the spirit and responsibility of Huaqing students. Remember, behind you stands the academy and each other. His words calmed some slightly restless students. This male student was a senior, the president of the Huaqing Student Council, named Fu Wenyu, who held considerable esteem among his peers. Chen Guan glanced at Fu Wenyu. The president indeed possessed a leader's charisma akin to Chongqing, a person of high integrity. He should have been interning this year, but no one was willing to take over the presidency, so it was postponed. The cloud shuttle moved swiftly, and after about 2 hours it began to descend. Through the porthole, a grand academy city appeared, starkly different in style from Huaqing. The buildings of Beishur Academy primarily featured deep gray and silver-white tones, giving off a somewhat dull appearance. In the city center stood a gigantic dome-like structure, seemingly composed of countless metal rings, particularly eye-catching. This was the main venue for the tournament, the Tianyan Martial Arts Arena. The cloud shuttle landed smoothly on the designated helipad. The cabin door opened and the Huaqing team filed out. The area around the martial arts arena was a sea of people. In addition to students from Beishur Academy, there were many teachers and students from Xingu Academy, Zero Academy, and various spectators and media, the clamorous waves of sound washing over them. The arrival of the Huaqing team caused a stir. As an established stronghold, Huaqing had always been one of the favorites to win the tournament. Look, this Chongqing from Huaqing. Fu Wenyu actually came. Isn't he supposed to be interning? Participating while carrying a coffin. Has Huaqing become this quirky now? Don't underestimate him. It's said he has some mysterious abilities. Amid the discussions, the Huaqing team, led by Li Yan, made their way towards the contestant rest area. At that moment, another team emerged from a side passage. Clad in matching moon-white uniforms, at the forefront stood a figure with silver hair and calm black eyes. Guan Jingyue. The origins of this team were easy to guess. They were the representatives of Beishur Academy. The two teams inevitably encountered each other at the entrance of the passage. The air seemed to freeze instantly. The Huaqing students instinctively halted, their gazes collectively fixed on Guan Jingyue. She hailed from humble beginnings, but possessed an extraordinarily high potential for spatial abilities. Moreover, as a freshman, she had ascended to the position of president of the Beishur Student Council, garnering significant attention. Even Fu Wenyu cast her a glance. Faced with these gazes, Guan Jingyue did not pause her steps, nor did her eyes waver, as if the Huaqing students were mere air. However, the Beishur team members behind her cast scrutinizing and even provocative looks. Just as the two teams were about to pass each other, Guan Jinyu's step faltered for a moment. Her gaze fell once more on Chen Guan and the Shen Tai coffin behind him. This time the pause was longer and more direct than when they were in the East District warehouse. But it was merely a fleeting moment. She withdrew her gaze, her steps returning to normal, leading the Beishur team into the contestant passage first. Humph, still that arrogant demeanor. Long Ao spat with discontent, and Chongqing furrowed his brow. Judging by Long Ao's expression, they seemed to know each other. When did they meet? Guan Jingyue came from humble beginnings, having attended only ordinary schools before university, so it was impossible for her and Long Ao to be alumni of the same school. Where could they have met? However, Chen Guan felt a slight ripple in his heart. Guan Jingyue had shown particular interest in the Shen Tai coffin twice. The first time could have been curiosity, but this time it absolutely could not be mere curiosity. Did the coffin hold some connection to her? Leaving this small interlude behind, Li Yan led the students onward, arriving at the contestant rest area. The contestant rest area was an independent section with each academy assigned its own floor and rooms. Waking's quarters were arranged on the middle level of the east tower of the arena, providing a broad view. After settling in, Li Yan did not issue further commands, allowing them to act freely, while the second, third, and fourth-year students all went their separate ways. In the first-year section, Chongqing gathered his classmates for a small meeting. The tournament officially begins tomorrow. The first day will be the draw for individual duels utilizing a single elimination format until the top 16 are determined. The 4 grades will compete separately, so we only need to pay attention to the first-year students. Our primary goal is to get as many students as possible into the top 16 to accumulate an advantage for the subsequent team battles and secret realm explorations. And Chongqing displayed the schedule on a light curtain. Guan Jinyue will definitely be a seed competitor in the individual battles, likely placed in the upper bracket. Su Yueha analyzed. Chongqing Long Ao, you may encounter her in the top 8 or even earlier. I can't wait. Long Ao clenched his fist. He was already displeased with being underestimated and wished for the first match to be against Guan Jinyue. Do not underestimate her, and Chongqing said earnestly. Her swordsmanship and spatial abilities are exceptionally strong. In unknown duels at the arena, she holds a significant advantage. I understand, Long Ao replied. Even if he was reluctant to admit it, he did not deny Guan Jinyue's strength. The power of her sword strike that day had already hinted at her prowess. Additionally, pay attention to the students from Xinggu Academy and Zero Academy. And Chongqing switched the light curtain to display profiles of notable competitors from the other 2 academies. The chief student of Xinggu Academy this year is Kamishiro Chizuru, whose ability is Shikigami manipulation, capable of summoning and controlling powerful Shikigami, making her quite formidable. The chief of Zero Academy is Kevin Ross, whose ability is atomic manipulation. Although he is only at the 2nd tier, his destructive power is astonishing. The data also included many more names and brief descriptions, clearly indicating fierce competitors. The detailed rules for the team battles and secret realm explorations will be announced after the individual battles conclude, but based on previous experiences, team battles test coordination and tactics, while secret realm explorations emphasize overall strength and adaptability. In addition to the competitions, everyone should observe their opponents and gather intelligence over the coming days. After analyzing the 60 competitors in succession, the small meeting concluded and everyone began their preparations. Chen Guan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the room overlooking the magnificent martial arts arena and the bustling crowd below. His gaze swept toward the direction of the Beishur Academy rest area, then to the distant VIP viewing seats. This time, many formidable experts have come to observe the event. If anything were to happen here, Zhang Chun rested his chin on his hand. Just how momentous would such an incident need to be? Inside the room, he opened the sarcophagus. His original body lay within, its expression as serene as ever. Zhang Chun had long noticed that whenever his original body appeared, the live commentary stream surged with activity, its popularity even eclipsing his own. Still, the system assured him that the popularity points generated by Lao Ji would also accrue to him. After all, Lao Zi and Lao Ji were one and the same. He's breathtakingly beautiful. Can a man truly possess such grace? Zhang Chen ignored the stream of comments. Gazing at his original body, he swallowed a pill and closed his eyes, channeling his entire spiritual energy into the inert form. Whoa! Did it just move? It really moved. First the fingertips trembled, then the eyelids fluttered, and finally a pair of chestnut-brown eyes slowly opened. In stark contrast, Zhang Chen's complexion rapidly paled to ash-gray. "I!" A stiff hoarse syllable escaped the original body's lips. Yet even that single utterance demanded immense agonizing effort. Cough! Unable to withstand the terrifying toll, Zhang Chun let out a soft cough. Instantly his strength ebbed away, and the original body's eyes slid shut once more. Gasping for breath, he shoved another pill into his mouth. With his current level of spiritual energy, this feat was already at the absolute limit of his capacity. Just now, the original body had not truly awakened. It had merely been manipulated by him like a puppet guided by invisible strings. For the original body possessed no soul of its own. His own soul could not return to it. Yet their spiritual energies shared the same origin, thus enabling this temporary possession. One day, I will awaken you. Zhang Chun gazed upon his own face, resting within the sarcophagus, each word falling like a solemn vow, resonating softly through the small, silent chamber. Zhang Chen's face is deathly pale. The awakening of the figure in the sarcophagus consumes him entirely. I ache for you, Zhang Chun. These two are bound like star-crossed lovers. Truly a pair fated by sorrow. This is the most heartfelt endorsement of their tragic bond yet. Watching the popularity metrics rise, Zhang Chun tugged faintly at the corner of his mouth. Enough. The next day, Tianyan Martial Arena. The circular spectator stands were packed to capacity, roaring with thunderous sound. At the center floated 10 alloy battle platforms, shimmering with spirit energy barriers. Above, colossal holographic screens hovered midair, broadcasting real-time combat footage and expert commentary. The opening ceremony was concise yet dignified. After a brief address by the Dean of Beishur Academy, the individual platform match draw commenced. Names and pairings scrolled rapidly across the holographic display. Zhang Chun spotted his own name. Round 1, Huaqing Academy's Zhang Chun versus Linghao Academy's Alice. Zhang Chun raised an eyebrow. His opponent was a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl. According to intelligence provided by Chongqing, her ability was shaping. Her strength slightly inferior to his, ranked only at Tier 1. The others completed their draws as well. Long Ao faced a sword cultivator from Xinggu Academy, while in Chongqing and Su Yuehe drew ordinary competitors from Linghao and Beishir academies respectively, both seemingly unremarkable in strength. The matches began without delay. All 10 platforms ignited simultaneously. Flashing displays of clashing abilities, intricate footwork duels, and fierce close-quarters combat instantly electrified the arena. Zhang Chun was scheduled for the second batch. As he strode onto platform 7 bearing the black iron sarcophagus on his back, curious glances followed him. After all, this was China. Superstition lingered in the air. Carrying so massive a coffin inevitably invited whispers of ill omen. His opponent Alice already stood upon the platform. A lively, cheerful girl idly shaping a wisp of pale blue spiritual energy into shifting forms. "Hey, coffin carrier," Alice called out in halting Mandarin. "Does your coffin hold some secret weapon?" Zhang Chun remained silent, gripping his scythe and lowering into a ready stance. "Match begin." At the referee's command, Alice struck first, thrusting both palms forward. Her pale blue spiritual energy instantly coalesced into dozens of razor-sharp ice spikes, shrieking toward Zhang Chun. A faint glow flared from Zhang Chen's windstep boots. He slipped sideways, evading most spikes, then swung his scythe to deflect the stragglers. Each impact ringing sharply against blade and coffin, sending frost-laced chills rippling outward. Quick reflexes, Alice teased with a playful grin, reshaping her spiritual energy, this time into 2 supple whip-like tongues of flame lashing inward from either side. Zhang Chun charged forward instead of retreating. His scythe carved a sweeping arc, cleaving one flame whip in 2, while his body twisted narrowly, avoiding the other. Scorching heat seared past him, singeing the fabric of his combat suit. Now within striking range, a flash of ashen light flickered in Zhang Chen's eyes, his spiritual energy subtly rippling. To Alice, his rushing figure suddenly split into 3, converging from 3 distinct angles. An illusion. Startled Alice couldn't break free, but she knew how to respond. Her spiritual energy erupted, forming a rapidly spinning shield before her, designed to intercept every incoming strike. If she couldn't distinguish reality from illusion, then blocking everything was the logical choice. In most cases, her judgment would have been flawless. But this was no ordinary case. The 3 Zhang Chens dissolved like bursting bubbles the instant they touched the shield. From behind, his scythe descended with crushing force. Fortunately, Alice reacted instantly. The shield snapped backward, just in time to meet the blade's blow at a single point. Clang! The shield vibrated violently, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Alice grunted, stumbling half a step back, her hands already weaving fresh spiritual energy for counterattack. But Zhang Chun pressed his advantage mercilessly. His scythe rose again, not for a slash but for a lightning-fast thrust aimed precisely at the heart of the crack. Strike while the iron is hot. Kill while the enemy falters. Bang! The shield shattered. The scythe's tip halted mere inches from Alice's throat. Alice froze. Her spiritual energy dissipated gradually. She glanced at the gleaming edge suspended before her, then met Zhang Chen's calm, unwavering gaze, and pouted. "I yield." Victory could be declared in 2 ways: by incapacitating the opponent beyond rising, or by voluntary surrender. She already knew she stood no chance against this young man. That he'd stopped short of delivering a finishing blow was already a gesture of restraint, and refusing to concede now would be nothing short of arrogance. Huaqing Academy's Zhang Chun, victorious, announced the referee. Crisp and decisive, Zhang Chun retracted his scythe, nodded respectfully to his opponent, and turned to descend the platform. His opening victory required little exertion. Though Alice possessed solid combat experience, she fell swiftly to his fusion of illusionary artifice and overwhelming close-range assault. An outright numerical superiority. Indeed, Zhang Chun himself had become a numerical anomaly. Cheers erupted from the Huaqing cheering section. While his win wasn't earth-shattering, his tactical acumen and mastery of illusion left spectators deeply impressed. Returning to the rest area, Zhang Chun found in Chongqing and Long Ao had just concluded their matches. Both victories effortless. Su Yuehe's bout came later, but she too advanced smoothly. Day 1 passed without major upsets. Elite Academy seedlings advanced comfortably with only minor surprises, none consequential. Day 2 marked the commencement of Round 2 in the individual tournament. Chen Guan's opponent was an elemental ability user from Beishir Academy possessing rock skin as his ability, which granted him astonishing defense. However, for Chen Guan, an old rival of Wang Hanyu, this was not a significant challenge. He was fortunate. This person's strength was inferior to Wang Hanyu's, and he easily claimed victory. Long Ao's opponent was a ninja student from Xinggu Academy who was overpowered and defeated by Long Ao's formidable physique. And Chongqing and Su Yuehe also continued to advance triumphantly. Guan Jinyu's match caught Chen Guan's attention, as her opponent was a strength enhancement contestant from Zero Academy. The match was a complete domination. Guan Jinyue didn't even draw her sword, merely utilizing sword chi with her fingers to launch 3 strikes from a distance, sending her opponent flying off the stage. The sharpness of the sword chi left the spectators astounded. Her strength was undeniable, which secretly amazed Chen Guan. Unlike his good fortune, Wang Hanyu, Zhou Dun, and Sun Miao all reached their limits here. On the third day of the individual competition, the quarterfinals intensified. Chen Guan had a premonition that he was going to lose. With his second-tier strength, losing at this stage was something he had earned. Sure enough, his luck had run out. He encountered Kevin Ross. The ace of Zero Academy with the ability of atomic manipulation was recognized as a strong contender for the individual championship in this league. On ring number 7, Chen Guan stood opposite Ross. Ross was a somewhat slender young Caucasian with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a slightly lazy and cynical expression. He wore a specially designed silver-gray combat suit from Zero Academy, with his hands in his pockets, seemingly not taking Chen Guan seriously. "Are you carrying a coffin?" Ross said in fluent English, a hint of interest playing at the corner of his mouth. "Is your ability an illusion? Is there something special in that coffin?" Chen Guan remained silent, tightening his grip on the scythe. Facing Ross, any distraction could be fatal. Even if he were to lose, he wished to give his all, losing without regrets. The match begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, Ross casually waved his right hand from his pocket. Without warning, the surface of the alloy arena beneath Chen Guan began to dissolve, instantly transforming into a quagmire of metallic quicksand eager to engulf him. Chen Guan reacted swiftly. With a flash from his windstorm boots, he darted backward while his scythe plunged into the ground, leveraging it to propel himself out of the quagmire's reach. However, Ross' attack followed in quick succession. He lightly tapped the air with his left index finger. In the air beside Chen Guan, dozens of tiny metallic particles coalesced out of nowhere, instantly accelerating to bullet-like speeds and shooting towards him. These particles weren't thrown as physical projectiles, but were directly restructured from the metallic elements in the air, moving at an astonishing speed. Visual distortion. Chen Guan unleashed his mental power, attempting to disrupt Ross' visual judgment, causing the metallic particles to veer off course. But Ross merely scoffed. A trivial technique. For him, the visual distortion created by the illusion had minimal impact. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Guan swung the scythe, creating a blur of gray shadows, desperately trying to block the incoming projectiles. Most of the particles were deflected, but a few grazed his arm and side, leaving bloody marks, and an eerie shockwave penetrated his body, causing his chi and blood to surge. "Good reaction," Ross commented, waving his right hand again. This time the air around Chen Guan seemed to freeze. Not solidified, but rather the air molecules were forcibly fixed in place, forming an invisible cage that trapped him, making his movements exceedingly sluggish. At the same time, Ross opened his left hand, pointing at Chen Guan. "Decompose." An invisible wave enveloped him, and Chen Guan felt as if his scythe combat suit, and even the cells beneath his skin, were all about to be torn apart. This was an attack that directly acted on the atomic level. Chen Guan's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed his mental power with reckless abandon, no longer using subtle illusions to deceive, but rather unleashing a violent mental shock aimed directly at Ross' brain. The mental shock was a relatively rudimentary method of mental attack, effective only against opponents with significantly weaker mental strength than himself. Yet, at this moment, Chen Guan had no choice but to interrupt Ross' decomposition process. Ross frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Chen Guan to possess such a direct mental attack method. Though his ability was powerful, his mental strength was not top tier. This sudden strike caused his head to spin, slightly interrupting the decomposition process momentarily. In that brief moment, the weak gray energy surrounding Chen Guan suddenly erupted, forcefully shattering the confines of the air cage. He exerted force beneath his feet, forcibly breaking free from the sluggishness. With all his strength and residual gray energy, the scythe transformed into a fierce gray streak, piercing directly toward Ross' chest. A desperate strike. Ross' eyes turned cold. In front of him, countless metallic fragments rapidly converged from various parts of the arena, and even from the air, instantaneously coalescing into an incredibly thick alloy shield. Clang! The deafening sound of metal tearing echoed. The scythe struck fiercely against the alloy shield, sparks flying, and Chen Guan's all-out attack only left a deep dent on the shield, failing to penetrate it. The immense recoil caused Chen Guan's hands to go numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on the scythe, and he was thrown backward. Meanwhile, Ross only took half a step back, and the dent on the shield quickly returned to normal with a light tap from his finger. The disparity was clear. Chen Guan fell to the edge of the arena, his arms trembling, his mental power nearly exhausted, and his gray energy depleted. Ross dispelled the shield, dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands, and looked at Chen Guan, who was struggling to get up, shaking his head. "You did well. Your illusion and mental power both have their merits, and your close combat is fierce enough, but alas, your level of power is far too lacking." He spoke in a calm tone, carrying an air of condescension. "Atoms are the foundation of all things. To control them is to control the world itself. Your illusions cannot deceive the truth of atoms." He raised his hand, pointing his fingertip at Chen Guan. "Surrender. If this continues, you might decompose some vital parts." Chen Guan gasped, looking at the menacing wave emanating from Ross' fingertip. He gritted his teeth and finally slowly released his grip on the scythe. "I concede." He did not continue to stubbornly resist. The current Ross was an opponent he could hardly contend with unless he relied on the system to exchange for a one-time attack method to cheat. That was unnecessary. Zero Academy Kevin Ross wins, the referee announced. The audience erupted in discussion. Chen Guan's journey ended here, but his performance still left a deep impression on many. Chen Guan struggled to stand, picked up the scythe, and carrying the coffin walked down the arena step by step. The feeling of failure was unpleasant, but he understood that it was the result of a power gap. Ross' mastery of abilities and level of strength were indeed far beyond his own. He lost this time, but he would not always be defeated. Those who have been defeated by him would never again be seen as rivals. Even if he gave them time to catch up, they could not possibly surpass him. He would continue to move forward until all his opponents were out of sight. "Are you okay?" Long Ao approached nonchalantly, inquiring, while handing over a bottle of recovery potion. "I'm fine." Chen Guan took the potion, not minding Long Ao's seemingly indifferent attitude. He took a sip, the bitter liquid bringing a warm flow that alleviated his bodily pain and mental fatigue. That guy's ability is quite troublesome. And Changqing's gray hair swayed with his movements, atomic control. It nearly counters most conventional abilities. However, he is not invincible. His powers have a great cost, and his defense against mental attacks is a weakness. Your earlier mental shock caused him to pause, indicating there is a chance with mental force. Chen Guan nodded, committing and Changqing's words to memory. This defeat was a valuable lesson, revealing the gap between him and the true top talents. Time was still too short. Given another year, he was confident he could catch up to these top talents. In the upcoming matches, Long Ao and Chongqing continued to dominate, each defeating their respective opponents to advance to the top 8. Su Yuehe faced Xingu Academy's top student Kamishiro Chizuru in the quarterfinals and regrettably lost. Guan Jinyu's matches remained a total domination. She didn't encounter any opponent that could make her draw her sword, advancing with ease. The final four were ultimately determined, and Chongqing, Long Ao, Kevin Ross, and Guan Jinyue. Xingu Academy was eliminated early, failing to reach the final four. Their top student Kamishiro Chizuru had poor luck facing Long Ao in the semifinals, and being directly eliminated, which could be seen as retribution for Su Yuehe. Li Yan, usually with a cold expression, rarely showed a hint of a smile. Regardless of who would take first place, the new students from Hucking had made quite an impression this time. The older students did not lag behind, they were the big winners. In the semifinal draw, it was in Chongqing versus Kevin Ross and Long Ao versus Guan Jinyue. Both matches were focal battles. The semifinals would take place in the afternoon. The duel between Chongqing and Ross was nothing short of perfect. Ross' atomic control caused Chongqing significant trouble, but Chongqing used his own abilities to rebound the damage inflicted by Ross. Seeing his spiritual energy nearly depleted while his opponent remained unfazed, Ross could only helplessly concede. Meanwhile, the match between Long Ao and Guan Jinyue showcased Guan Jinyue's terrifying prowess once again. Long Ao unleashed his full power from the start, his crimson aura burning at its peak. The overwhelming force from his relentless assaults made him resemble a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, attacking fiercely without restraint. However, Guan Jinyue's sword was no mere plaything, or her movements were elusive, and her spatial abilities made her seem ghostly. Most of Long Ao's attacks missed, and when Guan Jinyue finally drew her sword, it took only 3 strikes. The first strike broke through Long Ao's protective aura. The second strike shattered the momentum of Long Ao's gathered fist. The third strike's tip pressed against Long Ao's chest, the concealed sword energy penetrating in, instantly sealing several of his vital points, rendering him motionless. 3 strikes and Long Ao was defeated. It was swift and decisive, without any lingering hesitations. Long Ao had no words to say. The spatial utilization of his opponent completely exceeded his current capacity to respond. He sighed as he stepped down from the stage, unable to even touch the hem of her garment. What was the point? He lost without a word. Fortunately, there was still a decent opponent in the third-place match. Long Ao's gaze locked onto Ross, thinking he could surely defeat him. The finals would unfold between Chongqing and Guan Jinyue. All discussions temporarily hushed, countless gazes focused on the two figures on stage. On one side stood the top student of Hucking Academy, and Chongqing clad in white with a golden long sword at his side. On the other side was the mysterious swordsman Guan Jinyue, the other top student. Dressed in moon-white battle attire, her silver hair appeared frosty, her ancient sword still sheathed, her dark eyes calm and undisturbed as if nothing troubled her mind. This was the final showdown of the individual competitions in this year's 4-school league, a direct clash between the new generation leaders of 2 top academies. This match was particularly intriguing. Compared to Chongqing, the son of the association president, Guan Jinyue's grassroots background was even more talked about. Finals begin. At the moment, the referee's voice fell and Chongqing moved. There was no probing or hesitation. He knew well the strength of Guan Jinyue, especially her unpredictable spatial abilities. He had to seize the initiative and draw her into his rhythm. Wind stabilization. The golden long sword emitted a clear dragon's roar, and Chongqing stepped forward, his form seeming to meld with the sword, creating a single golden sword light that pierced straight ahead, stabilizing the air as it approached Guan Jinyu's brow. The strike was fast, precise, and steady. It appeared simple yet sealed off most of Guan Jinyu's evasion space, forcing her to utilize her spatial abilities. Guan Jinyu's eyes flickered. She did not draw her sword. Instead, a faint afterimage remained in her place as her true self ghosted sideways 3 feet, perfectly avoiding the most intense point of the sword light. Simultaneously, her fingers pointed like a sword, the tips exuding sword energy reminiscent of cold moonlight, precisely striking the side of the golden sword light. Ding! A clear sound resonated as if jade stones struck each other. And Chongqing felt a sudden shock transmitted through the sword body. He slightly rotated his wrist, channeling his spiritual energy to stabilize the sword, maintaining the momentum as he chased after her like a shadow. Guan Jinyue moved lightly, as if strolling through a garden, shifting and dodging within the confines of the arena, always avoiding the sword's edge, at the last moment managing to defuse Chongqing's fierce attacks with minimal cost. Her movements resonated with the power of space. They seemed slow yet were incredibly swift, leaving behind indistinguishable afterimages. Impressive footwork. On the spectators' stand, a bespectacled man dressed like an academic nodded gently. It was indeed worth coming in. Among these children, there were quite a few promising talents. The man resembling an academic was none other than Bai Hu from the Return to Origins group, whom Chen Guan had met not long ago. It's a pity. Bai Hu glanced at Guan Jinyue, knowing this child could never be used by them. And Chongqing was entirely focused, exerting all his strength. The golden sword light multiplied like a torrential downpour, covering every inch of the stage. Each sword light contained his fierce while attempting to lock onto Guan Jinyue's elusive true form. Guan Jinyue finally drew her sword. The moonlit longsword slid out of its sheath, radiating a cold light like the ninth heavenly moon, clear as the autumn waters of a cold pond. As the sword body swept through the air, wherever the arc passed, the countless golden sword rain seemed to encounter an invisible barrier diverting in all directions. Spatial folding. Those who recognized it exclaimed in surprise. Spatial folding, using the sword as a guide, created an imperceptible layer of spatial folds around her like a mirror, redirecting incoming attacks to other directions. And Chongqing's expression remained unchanged as his offensive continued, the sword intent shifting once more. His figure suddenly soared, the golden long sword raised above his head. A sword intent that seemed capable of suppressing mountains and rivers surged into the sky, transforming into a solid golden mountain shadow pressing down towards Guan Jinyue. Transfer. Then add the power to the point where it cannot be transferred, forcing her to confront Hedon. Guan Jinyue finally withdrew her indifferent expression, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. The moonlight long sword in her hand rang out with a clear sound, its tip glowing with a dazzling silver radiance. Break the void. A cold voice echoed. She raised her sword upward. The movement wasn't quick, yet it exuded a sense of power, and the silver sword light collided violently with the golden mountain shadow. The mountain shadow was unexpectedly cut cleanly in half by the seemingly slender silver sword light, the sword light's momentum unabated as it struck directly at Chongqing. And Chongqing let out a muffled groan and blocked with his sword. Clang! A deafening explosion followed, causing Chongqing to retreat 3 steps each step, leaving deep footprints on the alloy arena, the golden long sword in his hand humming incessantly as the protective golden light fluctuated violently. Guan Jinyue also took a step back, the silver light on the moonlight long sword slightly dimmed, but her gaze remained calm. In their first direct clash, it seemed evenly matched, but Chongqing appeared slightly disadvantaged. He took a deep breath, the golden light around him retracting. With Guan Jinyue having no defeats to her name, how to respond would require him to explore step by step. Now there was only one way left, and Chongqing raised his sword levelly, the tip pointing towards Guan Jinyue. He moved. The golden long sword pierced forth. This time there was no overwhelming myriad of attacks, no unavoidable mountain shadow, only a pure sword light that seemed capable of creating chaos and clearing the heavens. This sword light seemed to lock onto the very concept of Guan Jinyue's existence. Regardless of where she was, or how the space twisted and folded, the sword light would inevitably reach her. Who isn't a mythological figure? Guan Jinyue's expression finally changed. She felt unprecedented pressure. Before this sword, her spatial abilities were subtly suppressed. Unable to evade or withstand, the silver light in her eyes flickered violently. All the runes on the moonlight long sword lit up simultaneously, and the cold sword light instantaneously transformed into a transparent hue that lay between reality and illusion. She intended to forcibly distort the spatial laws of this area, creating a brief void to swallow this unavoidable sword strike. This was the closest she had come to mastering the essence of space with a single sword. It consumed immense energy and carried the risk of backlash, and this was her first time using it in an actual battle. The transparent sword light collided with the brilliant golden radiance at the center of the arena. There was no sound, no explosion, only a dazzling array of distorted, shattered light and shadow. The area seemed to transform into a shattered mirror, presenting countless overlapping bizarre scenes as the golden sword light and the transparent sword light battled fiercely within. This continued for a full 3 seconds. The light and shadow dissipated. On the arena, the two stood 10 meters apart, and Chongqing's sword-holding hand trembled slightly, his breath weak, evidently exhausted yet He still stood tall, his gaze bright as ever. Guan Jingyue appeared even worse. She knelt on one knee, barely supporting herself with her sword against the ground. The light of the moonlight long sword dimmed. Her face was as pale as paper, her silver hair somewhat disheveled, breathing rapidly, completely devoid of her previous calm demeanor. She attempted to stand, but her figure swayed. I lost. Her voice was low yet clear in the silence of the arena. Your sword has already begun to take shape in rules, while my space has yet to completely transcend those rules. Guan Jingyue slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and sheathed her sword. You are stronger than me, but why should you hold back? Except for Chongqing himself, probably no one could understand Guan Jinyue's true meaning. And Chongqing also sheathed his sword. He certainly wouldn't admit it, merely smiling as he said, "Thank you for the lesson. My victory was merely luck. As for holding back, that is only natural. This is just a spar, not a life-and-death battle. How could I strike hard against a fellow student?" The referee announced loudly, the winner of the finals, Hucking Academy and Chongqing. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and cheers swept through the entire arena. And Chongqing truly the best among the younger generation. In the midst of the applause, Guan Jingyue deeply looked at Chongqing, but said nothing, turning to leave the stage with unsteady steps. With the finals concluded, the individual competition ended here, and Chongqing in first place, Guan Jingyue in second, and Long Ao defeating Ross to claim third. However, Chen Guan watched Guan Jinyue's departing figure, a vague unease rising within him. She lost gracefully, yet Chen Guan felt that something was not quite right. The barrage he had reopened began to awaken. How did little Guan not make it into the top 8? What a pity. I feel like little Guan is pretending to be weak. As a man who carries a mysterious iron coffin, is that right? It feels like the template of Water Shadow Ninja Lilac. Did the coffin just unleash the 8 gates? Our little Guan still has a move that brings the dead back to life, Infinite Night Kai. Now that's truly invincible. And Chongqing and Guan Jingyue are both hanging in there. Ao, as the second male lead, lost face, struck down by 3 sword strikes. Don't even mention Ao. In fact, little and can't win. Either it's just that Guan Jingyue couldn't use her full strength. She must have some hidden power that she cannot reveal. Setting up a small stool, listening online. It was said by the forum master that there is a pattern on Guan Jinyue's arm, and after comparing it with the making of behind-the-scenes footage, it was found to come from one of the 4 pillars of supremacy, the demon ball. Therefore, Guan Jinyue is likely related to Ball. Does she dare to use powers related to demons? Is there still this? Without a doubt, Guan Jingyue will definitely cause trouble. Perhaps she might directly summon Ball. Chen Guan was somewhat glad that he had opened the barrage, otherwise, he would have missed important information. The demon ball is one of the strongest demons in this world. Demons are beings that oppose humanity, often traversing cities to disrupt order. It is precisely because of the existence of such formidable external enemies that humans have not descended into chaos despite the presence of transcendent beings. The individual competition has settled, but the league has not yet ended. Next will be the team cooperation battle, and the secret realm scoring competition, which will test collaboration and overall abilities. The notice for the competition was quickly issued. The team cooperation battle will consist of groups of 4 forming teams at their discretion, and they can even team up across schools, taking place tomorrow in a special simulated battlefield within the arena. The secret realm scoring competition will be held the day after tomorrow in a low-risk secondary space wasteland trial field, controlled by Bayshire Academy. Teams will explore, collect resources, and complete tasks to earn points. This provides valuable time for competitors from various schools to buffer and prepare. In the Hucking resting area, and Chongqing gathered Long Ao, Chen Guan, and Su Yuehe for a small meeting. Everyone has seen Guan Jinyue's strength. Her power is formidable, and even I cannot guarantee I can suppress her. Therefore, what we should be most cautious of is her team. Long Ao shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Among the people in Bayshire aside from Guan Jinyue, there's no one of significant use. With our combined strength, it should be easy to suppress her. No, Long Ao, you must have received news from Ross as well." And Chongqing displayed his green bubble chat record, revealing that Ross from Zero Academy had contacted him. Since there are no restrictions on team formation based on academies, it's naturally better to have stronger teammates. Ross's idea was simple: form a team with the 4 strongest, creating the most formidable squad. His idea was sound, but the premise was that they truly could agree to it. And Chongqing naturally rejected him. Long Ao glanced at the chat records and, realizing it too late, opened his own green bubble. Sure enough, he saw Ross' message, but his green bubble notifications were all at 99. So he rarely noticed messages from unmarked contacts. Compared to this, he paid more attention to the information sent from the Academy terminal. If Guan Jinyue agrees, just her and Ross alone would be troublesome. Moreover, if he invites powerful figures like Kamishiro Chihiro from Shingu Academy, it could become quite troublesome. Long Ao snorted coldly. "Who cares? We can't control her, we'll just crush her." Chen Guan silently nodded. The comments revealed a connection between Guan Jinyue and Ball, and he felt that given her usual tendencies, she would likely create a demon invasion, which would indeed be a good opportunity for chaos during the team battles and secret realm competitions. After a brief discussion, the four of them dispersed to prepare. Chen Guan returned to his room, opened his panel, and prepared to make some purchases, intending to buy a new ability. The first thing that caught his eye was the popularity value balance. Popularity value 35743. The defeat against Ross hadn't significantly affected the growth of his popularity value. Rather, the previous ambiguous interactions with his true self, the fierce clashes in the arena, the breathtaking final showdown, and the discussion sparked by Guan Jinyu's mysterious identity had all contributed to a continuous influx of popularity. His popularity value had reached an unprecedented peak. Over 35,000. Enough to exchange for a new ability. Chen Guan's gaze swept across the dazzling list of ability exchanges. Previously, in order to quickly enhance his combat power, he had chosen the illusionist ability, which was well suited to his high spiritual attribute, yielding significant results. However, the illusionist leaned towards control, and when facing opponents like Ross, who could directly see through the essence of matter, or Guan Jinyu, who dealt with spatial rules, its limitations began to show. He needed a more direct, more destructive, and more unique ability to complement the illusionist. Mythical ability Echo Blue, fragmented, price 35,000. Popularity value. Upon seeing Chen Guan's intent to buy the system, exclaimed in shock, "Host, think twice. This is the fragmented version. This ability is cursed and could lead to your demise." This was a new gambling ability that had just refreshed in the shop. Chen Guan had originally disliked such luck-based skills, but unfortunately it was of the mythical category. After all, it was a mythical category. Just look at Chongqing to see the terrifying nature of the mythical abilities, which one in the system isn't astronomically priced. Mythical abilities often cost tens of thousands of popularity points each, and he had long coveted one. Now that there was a chance to acquire a cheaper ability, the system insisted it was fragmented. Did he not know whether the ability was complete or not? As for the potential risk of demise, high risk, high reward. Besides, the masked one wouldn't die so easily. Can you threaten me with something I don't possess? Chen Guan thought of his true self within the Shentai coffin and recalled the terrifying things hinted at by the comments such as Ball and the return source group. He was determined to buy the mythical ability. Fortune favors the bold system. Chen Guan's gaze sharpened. Exchange for mythical ability Echo Blue, fragmented, deducting 35,000 popularity points, remaining popularity value 743 points. Buzz. Unlike previous exchanges for skills and abilities which were purely knowledge-based, this time Chen Guan felt as if his consciousness had been cast into a vast and boundless river of time composed of countless shattered light shadows and chaotic whispers. He witnessed the birth and demise of stars, saw colossal deities walking the earth, heard ancient hymns and wails, felt the bonds of contracts being forged and betrayed, and touched the weaving and unraveling of rules. Countless chaotic, convoluted, and ancient pieces of information washed over his consciousness. This was not learning but listening to countless whispers. He didn't know how much time passed. Perhaps a moment or perhaps a millennium, as he witnessed countless storms. Chen Guan's consciousness returned, his head pounding as the gray mist in his spiritual world churned violently, seemingly bearing something unspeakable yet also appearing unchanged. He knew what he had gained. Mythical ability Echo Blue, fragmented, effect passively enhances sensitivity to ancient auras, remnants of myths and fluctuations of rules. When actively triggered, consumes a large amount of spiritual energy and allows the user to attempt to listen for and draw upon echoes related to myths, history, and concepts from the surrounding environment or from personal experiences, yielding random effects. The duration and intensity of the effect depend on the strength of the echoes themselves, the consumption of spiritual energy, and the degree of resonance. The cooldown period is long, and there is a certain probability of attracting unknown attention or being influenced by residual effects. Current recorded echoes, none. Indeed, this was an ability completely reliant on luck. With no fixed skill tree and random effects, acquiring the echoes was entirely up to him. If he attracted any chaotic and evil factions, he might be doomed. It was truly a gambling ability. However, Chen Guan was not disappointed. The passively enhanced perception was still quite useful. As for the active ability, though unstable, it could absolutely create miracles at critical moments. Obtaining echoes wasn't difficult, and Changqing's ability and Ball himself should fall within the range of echoes. However, the former was likely benevolent, while the latter would probably be life-threatening. Still, if used well, it could serve as a self-destruct mechanism. He just needed to adjust the range to keep himself at a safe distance. He attempted to fine-tune his spiritual energy to sense the ability. In his spiritual world, at the edges of that gray mist faintly appeared some extremely dim light points, like the barely visible dust in the starry sky representing the echoes he could potentially record, but they were all out of reach and he couldn't determine exactly what they were. Sure enough, he was currently unable to draw upon any echoes. The skill required him to capture them like catching sprites. After attempting, Chen Guan felt utterly disheartened and glanced at his current panel. Name: Chen Guan. Identity: first-year student at Huaqing Academy. Abilities: life system, resilience, spiritual system, illusionist, mythical system, echo. Special skills: military combat technique, blue heavy weapon mastery, green basic scythe technique, green breath control technique, green star observation meditation. Blue attributes: strength 15, 7 stamina 10, 5 agility 10 intelligence 5 spirit 25, 4. Popularity value 743. There is nothing else to be surprised about. The only unexpected aspect is the intelligence attribute, which has secretly increased from 2 to 5. Could it be related to the residual echo ability? The increase in mental attributes should also be inseparable from the residual echo. Purchasing this ability was indeed a wise decision, and with the bonus he felt quite pleased. Chen Guan exited the system space, rubbing his still throbbing temples. The consumption of exchanging for a new ability was greater than expected, not only in terms of popularity points but also leaving him mentally fatigued. He took a recovery pill and began to operate the star observation meditation technique to restore his mental strength. A night passed in silence. The next day, the team collaboration battle draw and grouping session was held in the auxiliary hall of the Tianyan Martial Arts Arena. The atmosphere was even more fervent than during the individual battles. Free grouping meant the possibility of powerful alliances forming into a stellar battleship, as well as dark horses with strong synergy, but slightly inferior individual strength. Some individuals, despite attending different schools, had maintained good relationships during high school, and this competition format allowed them to regroup, hence the intensity was evidently higher. And Chongqing Long Ao Chen Guan and Su Yuehe naturally formed Team Hucking with the goal of capturing the championship. Soon the compositions of other teams were also announced. On the side of Beishir Academy, Guan Jinyue indeed teamed up with Ross in addition to a heavy shield specialist from Beishir Academy and a life-type ability user from Zero Academy. The configuration of this team was luxurious, boasting both offense and defense with Guan Jinyue's space ability as the mobile core Ross atomic manipulation for assault and control, heavy shield defense, and healing sustainability, leaving almost no obvious weaknesses, instantly making them the top favorites for the championship. Shindai Chika from Shinkami Academy teamed up with 2 Shikigami users from the same school and a Yin-Yang sorcerer, pursuing a purely Shikigami C tactic. There were also some cross-school combinations, but their overall strength was clearly inferior to these two top teams. The draw results placed Team Hucking and Guan Jinyue's team in different halves, avoiding an early encounter. The battlefield for the team battle was a simulated ancient city ruins with a complex terrain featuring the remains of buildings, narrow alleys, plazas, and underground waterways. The rules of the match were to defeat all members of the opposing team or to seize and hold the token located at the center of the battlefield for more than 10 minutes to win. In the first round, Team Hucking faced a mixed team composed of students from 2 ordinary academies with obvious differences in strength. Under Enchanking's command, the 4 members worked together seamlessly, easily defeating their opponents with Long Ao not even breaking a sweat as they advanced leisurely. Guan Jinyue's team also crushed their opponents effortlessly, who barely organized any effective resistance before being defeated. In the second round, Team Hucking encountered the Shinkami team led by Shindai Chika. This battle was quite intense. Shindai Chika summoned a large number of Shikigami, creating an unrelenting offensive in combination with her teammates' Yin-Yang techniques, representing a pure Shikigami C tactic, which is the troublesome aspect of a summoning type. And Chongqing and Long Ao launched a direct assault, while Chen Guan constantly disrupted the opponent's actions with illusions, and Su Yuehe specifically targeted Shindai Chika's mental connection. Ultimately, under Chen Guan's successful interference with a fear illusion, Long Ao seized the opportunity to penetrate the enemy ranks, forcefully shattering Shindai Chika's core Shikigami, resulting in the collapse of her Shikigami army, allowing Team Hucking to secure the victory. Meanwhile, Guan Jinyue's team easily defeated another strong team. In the semifinals, Team Hucking's opponent was a team centered around 2 enhancement-type ability users from Zero Academy, exhibiting a straightforward and violent combat style. And Chongqing adopted a steady and methodical strategy, utilizing Chen Guan's illusions to create divisions, with Su Yuehe assisting in enhancements and Long Ao acting as the spearhead. Ultimately, they secured victory with minimal risk. On the other side, Guan Jinyue's team continued to achieve victories without any bloodshed. The finals finally arrived, and there was no suspense as both competing sides faced off. Team Hucking versus Team Guan Jinyue. The final simulated battlefield was set in an ancient plaza filled with massive broken stone pillars. The 2 teams appeared at opposite ends of the plaza. Proceed according to plan. And Chongqing whispered, Long Ao, focus on attacking Ross, try to entangle him, don't let him control the battlefield freely. Yuehe, assist Long Ao by disrupting the stability of Ross atomic manipulation with your words. Chen Guan, your illusions should primarily target Guan Jinyue. Don't aim for complete containment, just delay her spatial movements to create opportunities for me to deal with Guan Jinyue, and watch out for that heavy shield and healer. He still bore the heaviest responsibilities on his shoulders. Understood. The 3 nodded, and at the same time the referee gave the command. The match begins. Long Ao launched the first attack with crimson flames erupting like a volcanic explosion, charging directly at Ross. Suyu's short flute sound began reinforcing Long Ao with solidity and enveloping the area around Ross in chaos. Ross raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping his fingers, causing several walls to rise from the ground in front of him, attempting to block Long Ao. But Long Ao did not dodge or evade. His fists, suffused with crimson light, slammed down like heavy hammers. Boom! The walls shattered, but instead of collapsing, the debris transformed under Ross' control into countless blades stabbing towards Long Ao from all directions. On the other side, Chen Guan locked onto Guan Jinyue with his mental strength, and the confusion perception quietly activated. In Guan Jinyue's perception, subtle double images of spatial coordinates appeared around her. While not enough to confuse her entirely, each spatial movement required a bit more focus to calibrate. She glanced at Chen Guan, knowing who was causing the trouble. Just as she was about to take decisive action, she hesitated. With the protection of the Shen Iron Coffin, she had no need to expend that effort. She couldn't break through that iron lump. Moreover, Chongqing would not allow it. And Chongqing transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, charging straight at Guan Jinyue, the golden sword light dazzling and unstoppable. Guan Jinyue drew her moonlight longsword, the cold sword light meeting and Chongqing's attack. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle with sword lights crisscrossing and the sounds of metal clashing echoing relentlessly. Although Guan Jinyue's space ability was slightly delayed by Chen Guan's illusions, it remained exquisitely adept, always managing to defuse Chongqing's assault at minimal cost, while occasionally launching fierce counterattacks. The heavy shield user from Beishir firmly protected their life-type user, while vigilantly observing the battle situation, ready to provide support at any moment. The battle had spiraled into a heated state from the very beginning. The combat between Long Ao and Ross was the most ferocious, as Long Ao's crimson fist light collided madly with Ross, constantly reshaping atomic constructs with explosions ringing out continuously. Su Yu's word spirit interference caused significant trouble for Ross, preventing him from fully exerting the fine control of atomic manipulation. Chen Guan exerted all his strength to maintain the illusionary interference against Guan Jinyue, while also keeping an eye on the movements of the opposing heavy shield and healer, leading to a massive drain on his mental energy. The battle between Chongqing and Guan Jinyue was a pinnacle clash of skill, and Chongqing's swordsmanship was upright and imposing, while Guan Jinyue's was unpredictable and exquisite, employing cunning to counter strength. The two were evenly matched, recreating the scene of the finals, making it difficult to distinguish the victor in a short time. However, the overall configuration of Guan Jinyue's team ultimately surpassed the others. The life-based healer was always able to timely release healing halos, alleviating the pressure on Ross and Guan Jinyue, even dispelling some of the negative effects inflicted by Su Yuehe and Chen Guan. The heavy shield bearer occasionally seized opportunities to disrupt the rhythm of Chongqing or Long Ao with powerful shield strikes. The battle continued for a while. Long Ao, unable to break through, was instead worn down by Ross' incessant atomic attacks, sustaining several injuries, while the mana of the already drained Su Yuehe began to dwindle. Chen Guan had sweat on his forehead, his spiritual energy diminishing, and the interference effect of Guan Jinyue's illusion was weakening. And Chongqing and Guan Jinyue remained in a standoff. Could not be delayed any longer. And Chongqing made a decision in his heart, and with a flash of golden light in his eyes, a golden sword aura struck the ground beneath Chen Guan, which was the agreed signal. Chen Guan understood the implication and drew upon his last reserves of spiritual energy. Illusion, the myriad of phenomena. This was not an illusion targeting a specific individual, but rather a manifestation of all remaining spiritual energy, transforming into a bizarre illusionary realm that enveloped half of the square. While he could not yet create a public dream by overriding reality, maintaining it for a brief moment was not difficult. In that instant, all combatants found themselves faced with countless overlapping and inverted images. Familiar allies turned into enemies, attacks from foes came from unimaginable directions, the ground beneath them seemed to flow and the sky spun. Even powerful figures like Guan Jinyue and Ross momentarily lost their focus under the sudden onslaught of the wide-ranging illusions. The weakest healer let out a muffled groan, and the healing halo he had gathered immediately dissipated. Now is the time. And Chongqing erupted with sudden intensity, pushing his sword intent to the extreme, disregarding the potential strike from Guan Jinyue, as his golden longsword flew from his hand, transforming into a golden rainbow that pierced through the heavens, directly targeting the healer, who had been disturbed by the illusion and temporarily lost their defenses. Surround Wei to rescue Zhao. Force Guan Jinyue to defend. At the same time, Long Ao roared, ignoring the metallic blades piercing his body, gathering all his strength into his right fist, compressing the crimson flames to their utmost, resembling a burning meteor as it crashed toward Ross, who was also affected by the illusion. Guan Jinyue, indeed, went to defend, causing spatial fluctuations, as she attempted to intercept the golden sword rainbow. However, although Chen Guan's illusionary realm began to collapse, the lingering effects still slowed her down. The golden sword rainbow grazed the edge of the heavy shield bearer's shield. Although deflected slightly by the shield, it did not directly hit the healer, yet the fierce residual sword chi still sent him flying, causing him to spit blood and temporarily lose his ability to cast spells. On the other side, Ross hurriedly reformed the barrier to defend against Long Ao's full-force punch. Boom! The crimson meteor collided with the barrier, erupting with a deafening roar. The barrier shattered and Ross was sent reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth, his breath in disarray. Long Ao was also blasted away by the rebound force, suffering deep cuts from several metal fragments, and struggled to stand after hitting the ground. The illusionary realm completely dissipated. The battlefield was in disarray. On the side of the Huaqing team, and Chongqing stood, but his longsword trembled as it flew back into his hand. Long Ao lay heavily injured on the ground. Chen Guan's face was as pale as paper, his spiritual energy exhausted, and Su Yueha sat slumped on the ground, her staff dim. On Guan Jinyu's team, the healer was unconscious. Ross was severely injured, his consciousness somewhat hazy, the heavy shield bearer's shield was ruined, and he collapsed, while only Guan Jinyue, although her breath was somewhat erratic and her moonlight longsword's glow slightly dimmed, still maintained considerable fighting strength. She glanced at her heavily wounded teammates, then at the almost incapacitated 4 members of Huaqing, pausing in silence for a moment. Then she sheathed her sword. "We concede." A cold voice rang out. The referee was momentarily stunned, then announced loudly, "In the final of the team cooperation battle, the winner is Team 1 of Huaqing Academy." The crowd first fell silent, then erupted into incredulous gasps and applause. The Huaqing team had actually fought to the point where their opponent voluntarily conceded despite being in such a disadvantageous position. Guan Jinyue walked up to Chongqing, looking deeply at him. "A very good strategy, a gamble at all costs. You have won." And Chongqing struggled to lift his head, forcing a smile. "Thank you, but in terms of true strength, we might not necessarily win." Guan Jinyue did not respond, turning away to attend to her teammates' injuries. The people on the field were quickly taken away by the arriving medical personnel for treatment. Although they had won, everyone had paid a price, especially Chen Guan, whose spiritual energy was severely drained and needed time to recover. However, Chen Guan glanced in the direction where Guan Jinyue had left. He couldn't shake the feeling that Guan Jinyue had conceded too decisively, which felt strange. With her spatial abilities, it was not impossible for her to turn the tide alone, given her teammates' near total loss of combat strength. After all, their side was also nearly out of strength, with only Chongqing still able to fight. It was too strange. Medical area. "Guan Jinyue, who allowed you to make that decision?" Chen Guan stopped in his tracks. It was Ross' voice, but it no longer held the calmness it once had, filled with a sense of urgent frustration. "Step aside." Guan Jinyu's uniquely cold voice came, offering no explanation. She remained as indifferent as ever, making it hard for others to feel discomfort, as if everything were as it should be. She was meant to be this way. "Shouldn't you give an explanation to the 3 of us? Why should we put in all our effort only for you to dismiss all our hard work with a light concession?" Bang! A sound like something shattering echoed. Guan Jinyue regarded Ross, whose eyes were tinged with red, and pursed her lips, saying, "I am not your match." Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps faded away as Guan Jinyue walked past Ross and left. Chen Guan stood in place for a moment before ultimately choosing to turn and leave. Ross' words confirmed his suspicions that Guan Jinyue still held back. He turned back to his hospital room. His external injuries had mostly healed, but his spiritual energy would take some time to recover, and the recovery of his gray energy was much slower than that of an ordinary person's spiritual energy. At that moment, a video call came through, and Chen Guan answered, hearing the voices of 3 teammates. "Why did she concede?" In the video, Long Ao frowned, looking perplexed. "That woman is annoying, but her strength is undeniable. If she had pushed hard, we would most likely have lost." Not only Chen Guan and Long Ao found it strange, many people at the time also questioned Guan Jinyu's final choice, which seemed suspicious. And Chongqing pondered. Perhaps she judged that continuing the fight would lead to unbearable costs for herself and her teammates, even if they could win, affecting the upcoming Secret Realm competition. Or perhaps she never cared about the team battle's ranking, or her true goal has always been to win the Secret Realm points competition. The Secret Realm competition is organized by the Academy, where teamwork and resource exploration capabilities are paramount. Su Yueha softly remarked. She conserved her combat power. Conceding was reasonable, and it has indeed put Zero Academy at a disadvantage, making them miss the opportunity for the championship. Chen Guan did not express his doubts or the barrage of information. Firstly, he lacked evidence, and secondly, he did not wish to expose his uniqueness. He merely listened quietly, yet the unease in his heart lingered. In any case, the team battle has been decided. Next, we must prepare thoroughly for the Secret Realm competition. And Chongqing perked up, calling forth the holographic screen to display the data on the desolate trial ground. The desolate trial ground is a secondary space controlled by Beishir Academy, which has been cleared multiple times, rated as low danger. However, its vast area and complex terrain contains some natural hazards, with the main threats being the environment itself and some low-level beasts. And Chongqing looked at Chen Guan and Su Yueha, saying, "You two have consumed the most energy. Make sure to recover well tonight and adjust to your best condition by tomorrow." Chen Guan and Su Yueha nodded in agreement. After hanging up the communication, Chen Guan opened the forum to browse the posts. Unfortunately, there was a lot of mixed information, but none about Guan Jinyue. Although she had garnered a large fan base due to her looks, personality, and immense strength, she remained quite mysterious. Seeing no results, Chen Guan practiced the star observation meditation method, doing his best to recover to optimal condition. The next morning, at the entrance of the desolate trial ground, the teams from the 4 schools gathered once again. Compared to yesterday, many contestants appeared less excited and more solemn. After all, the thrill had faded after the previous 2 rounds. Today was the final match, and the outcome of the 4-school league depended on this one event. Guan Jinyue stood at the forefront of the Beishir team, her silver hair and white attire presenting an aura of calmness, as if the defeat in the team battle and the dispute with Ross had never happened. On the Zero Academy side, Ross stood in the front as well, wearing a seemingly indifferent expression. As usual, the Dean of Bayshire Academy announced the safety guidelines. After finishing, he issued an order: teams from each school enter in order. The trial duration is 24 hours. Begin. Passing through the spatial barrier, the dim, desolate world reappeared before their eyes. According to the plan, we will split into groups and act separately. And Chongqing, as the team leader, commanded, and the hucking team quickly divided into 5 small groups, each heading in different directions. And Chongqing, Longao, Chen Guan, and Su Yuehe naturally formed one team aiming straight for the central region of the trial ground, where resources were typically richer and the task stone tablets level might also be higher, all within their swift clearing standards. However, correspondingly, the competition would also be more intense. Fortunately, this small team's combat power was strong enough. Relying solely on their reputation could resolve most issues, as no one wanted to entangle with the championship team from the last round. Along the way, they encountered several sporadic animals resembling vultures with strength around the initial stage of the first rank. Su Yuehe effortlessly dispatched them with a few magical orbs, and they also discovered some low-level crops, casually collecting them as their points slowly increased. 2 hours later, they arrived at a relatively open desert area, where a dilapidated stone altar stood in the center, faintly glowing with a task stone tablet. There's a task. Su Yu's eyes lit up. The group approached, finding ancient characters inscribed on the tablet with a spiritual energy sensing device below. And Chongqing pressed his hand onto it, injecting his spiritual energy, causing the characters on the tablet to illuminate and transform into information they could comprehend. Task: a group of mutated sandstorm hyenas has gathered deep in the desert with a leader suspected to be close to the second rank, posing a serious threat to passing explorers. Eliminate the sandstorm hyena pack and bring back the leader's fangs as proof. Reward: 300 points. A leader close to the second rank. Long Ao scoffed, boring. To be honest, he preferred grappling with real people. Beasts were often somewhat dull, and it was hard to find something of equal strength. Sandstorm hyenas usually live in packs, so there could be quite a few of them. And Chongqing analyzed. The task reward is substantial and worth a try. Yuehe, scout the surroundings, especially the wind-eroded rock area behind the altar. That's an ideal nest. Su Yuehe nodded, his mental energy spreading like a spider's web, quickly capturing the life signals coming from deep within the rock area. In the depths of the rock area, about 300 meters in there, is a significant concentration of life. The strongest fluctuation should be the leader, Su Yuehe whispered. The number is estimated to exceed 30. Over 30 plus a leader close to the second rank. She expressed some concern. Is it too risky for the 4 of us? Since the incident with the Shadow Wolves last time, Su Yuehe had become conservative, preferring to prioritize stability in everything. We can take them down. Long Ao was full of confidence, declaring, they are just hyenas. As long as we take out the leader, the rest won't be a threat. His confidence remained unchanged, and after a moment of contemplation, Su Yuehe agreed. The 4 quietly approached the rock area, where the interior was filled with jagged stones and winding paths. Soon they spotted their target, dozens of mutated hyenas, larger than ordinary hyenas, lying or crouching in a relatively open sandy area. One of them was particularly robust, standing nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder with bared fangs and a fierce glint in its eyes. Without a doubt, it was the leader. Attack! And Chongqing commanded, and Chen Guan was the first to strike. A wave of fear engulfed the pack. An invisible wave of mental energy enveloped the hyena pack, causing many sandstorm hyenas to whimper in terror, falling into chaos and spinning in place. Su Yuehe blew a short flute, accurately applying a slow effect on the hyena leader, while sharpening and Chongqing's weapon. Roar! The hyena leader was enraged, standing upright in a roar as swirling dust and sand formed a mini sandstorm domain, resisting the effects of the word spirit's slow effect as it lunged toward the nearest Long Ao. Bring it on! Long Ao stood firm, crimson flames erupting as he punched out, clashing with the sandstorm, creating a muffled sound. And Chongqing moved like a swimming dragon, avoiding the sandstorm with golden sword light, aiming for the leader's flank. Chen Guan maintained the illusion, while locking onto several hyenas, attempting to flank from the side, misleading them through sensory manipulation until they crashed into one another. Although his physical combat skills were decent, Chen Guan increasingly preferred using mental energy as his combat method. The battle erupted instantaneously, with Long Ao confronting the leader Heaton, and Chongqing darting in for ambush, Chen Guan controlling the field, and Su Yuehe providing support. The 4 cooperated seamlessly. Despite the numerous hyenas, they struggled to form an effective siege due to the illusion's interference. The hyena leader was indeed formidable, with its sandstorm ability serving both offense and defense, and its tough skin and flesh. However, under Long Ao's relentless attacks, it quickly became riddled with wounds. It attempted to summon its minions for cover to escape, but was firmly restrained by Chen Guan's illusion and Su Yu's slow down. Finally, at the moment when Long Ao's heavy punch shattered its sandstorm shield and Chongqing's golden sword light struck like a venomous snake, accurately piercing its throat. With a whimper, the massive body collapsed to the ground. With the leader dead, the remaining hyenas instantly lost their backbone, scattering and fleeing under the illusions and attacks. and Chongqing swiftly severed the leader's fangs, and after a brief cleanup of the battlefield, the group collected some valuable materials from the ordinary hyenas and quickly retreated to the altar to submit their mission. With 300 points secured, the Academy's total score surged significantly. Well done! Long Ao was in high spirits since the encounter had been relatively easy and the group had suffered minimal exhaustion. Suddenly a flurry of startled birds took flight, prompting everyone to instinctively look up. Suyu's expression changed slightly in that direction. There's a strong burst of spiritual energy, someone is fighting, and the scale is considerable. And Changqing's expression tightened. Let's go take a look, it might be a high-scoring monster or another team could be in trouble. Even if it wasn't their own academies, they could still swoop in to take advantage. Thus, without hesitation, the four of them immediately rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Passing through a dead thicket, the scene ahead suddenly opened up to reveal an extraordinary depression filled with gigantic crystal clusters where a chaotic battle was erupting. The combatants were none other than the four led by Guan Jingyue from Beishir Academy and the four led by Kamishita Chika from Xinggu Academy, both sides comprised of skilled fighters. It seemed that both teams had coincidentally chosen the same strategy of operating in groups of four. The battle among the eight was exceptionally fierce. Kamishita Chika had summoned 3 powerful Shikigami, combining forces with a horde of lesser Shikigami from her teammates to create an overwhelming offensive. On the other hand, Guan Jingyue was elusive, wielding her moonlight longsword with flair, her sword light crisscrossing. It seemed as if she was performing solo, appearing indifferent to her teammates, who kept their distance, seemingly afraid of being accidentally harmed. Both sides were clearly vying for the few crystalline orchids in the center of the depression, which were worth hundreds of points according to the illustrated guide. It's them. Long Ao's eyes lit up. They're really putting on quite a show. And Chongqing gestured for everyone to conceal themselves behind the rocks at the edge of the depression to observe. Let's watch the changes. When the clam and the crane fight, the fisherman benefits. Chen Guan focused intently on the battle. Guan Jinyu's spatial manipulation remained exquisite, yet against Kamishita Chika's summoning tactics, she found it challenging to break through the Shikigami army's blockade. However, the Shikigami on Kamishita Chika's side couldn't catch a glimpse of her. She was indeed powerful. Facing so many Shikigami, an ordinary person would have long been overwhelmed, yet she appeared to handle it effortlessly. Suddenly, a Shikigami appeared behind her, about to strike successfully, but Guan Jinyue swiftly countered, blocking the backstab, though this left her with a slight opening. Opportunity! And Changqing's eyes sparkled. Now's the time. Your opponent often understands you better than your friends. And Chongqing never imagined that Kamishita Chika could defeat Guan Jinyue. He believed that, even with their 4 combined with a horde of Shikigami, they would merely end up surrounded by Guan Jinyue. Thus he had been thinking all along about seizing the moment amidst the chaos and fleeing. When it came to contention, he wouldn't behave like a gentleman as usual. He wasn't that upright. The 4 from Hucking burst forth like leopards, heading straight for the center of the depression. And Chongqing and Long Ao took the lead, quickly reaching the side of the colorful crystalline orchids. And Chongqing acted swiftly, encasing the 3 largest crystalline orchids in spiritual energy and uprooting them, storing them in a box. Got it. Retreat. And Chongqing had no qualms about snatching and fleeing. However, just as they prepared to withdraw after securing their prize, Guan Jinyu's gaze shot over like a flash of lightning. She had long sensed the approach of the Hucking team, but had been waiting patiently. Now seeing them succeed, her figure flickered as she forcibly broke free from the Shikigami's entanglement space, rippling as she suddenly appeared in the Hucking team's retreat path. With the moonlight longsword raised, a cold voice rang out. Drop the items or leave your points behind. Was there really any difference? Chen Guan silently grumbled internally, but couldn't voice it. The atmosphere instantly became tense. In front of the Hucking team stood Guan Jinyue, sword in hand, her silver hair moving without wind, the cold glow of the moonlight longsword flowing the space around her, subtly distorting, blocking their path. Behind them, the attack from Kamishita Chika's team had slowed down slightly due to Hucking's intervention and Guan Jinyu's withdrawal, but they still kept a watchful eye, Shikigami encircling them. Do we really have to fight? And Chongqing glanced at Kamishita Chika beside him and said, there's still another team involved. If the 2 of us start battling, the fishermen could benefit. Guan Jinyue merely replied indifferently, not worth worrying about. Ignoring him blatantly, Kamishita Chika's face darkened. In his academy, he was the top-ranked prodigy, yet now he felt like a clown openly mocked. Yet he couldn't pinpoint any fault. He indeed was outmatched. How could he win against Guan Jinyue or in Chongqing? If he dared to make a move, he would be smashed into a meatball. Kamishita Chika could only pretend he hadn't heard, secretly seething with anger. The atmosphere remained tense for a while, until Guan Jinyue fell silent for a moment, suddenly relenting. You can go. The crystalline orchids belong to you. After saying this, she no longer lingered. With the moonlight longsword sheathed, her figure flickered, transforming into a silver streak of light, racing away in the opposite direction from Kamishita's team, quickly disappearing into the intricate depths of the crystal clusters. She actually gave up directly and even abandoned her teammates. Her 3 companions exchanged glances, clearly unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, the team led by Kamishita Chika also came to a halt. Kamishita Chika naturally did not dare to take the initiative knowing that Hucking had both in Chongqing and Long Ao. He couldn't afford to be torn apart. Guan Jinyue's withdrawal was unexpected for him. How could this strong woman retreat? This left him in a perplexing situation, unable to advance or retreat. And Chongqing quickly assessed the situation. Although Guan Jinyue had retreated, the threat was not necessarily eliminated. She might just be temporarily avoiding confrontation or had other motives. The Beishir team had lost its strongest fighter and was no longer a threat, but they couldn't be completely disregarded. The Xingu team was still watching closely, also a rival. Most importantly, although the Hucking team had secured the crystalline orchids and remained in good condition without any benefits, it was unwise to engage in further combat. We retreat. And Chongqing decisively stated in a low voice, stay vigilant, return the same way, and head to the designated safety point 2. Long Ao, although still wanting to communicate with the Xingu team, recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded. The four no longer paid attention to the two teams, and quickly left the area of the crystal cluster, retreating in the direction they came from. The two teams did not dare to pursue, continuing to stare at each other in confusion. On the way back, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. What does Guan Jinyue really mean? Su Yuehe couldn't help but speak, her small face filled with confusion. She neither fights nor steals, just leaves, and even abandons her teammates. Perhaps she feels that continuing to entangle is not worth it. And Chongqing pondered, she has been entangled with Kamishiro Chikage, consuming considerable energy. If she were to confront us directly, even if she could win, she might sustain serious injuries that would affect her subsequent actions. As for her teammates, he paused. Given her character, she probably never truly regarded her teammates. Long Ao snorted coldly, playing tricks, so selfish. Although he was somewhat arrogant, he was certainly not irresponsible. He would never abandon his teammates to the enemy's encirclement. No matter how much he looked down on his teammates, as long as he was the captain, he would never forsake his team. Chen Guan said nothing, merely adjusting his breathing and restoring his mental power. He felt that Guan Jinyue's retreat was not as simple as it seemed. Ball, Chen Guan silently thought. If Guan Jinyue was truly related to the demon ball, her main objective was likely not just the points. Abandoning the crystal orchids and leaving the team might have some deeper significance. He glanced at the barrage, attempting to leverage support from beyond the world. At that moment, the barrage was also fervently discussing. Did Sister Guan just run away? It doesn't fit her character. She must be holding back a big move. I feel something significant will happen in the secret realm. Kamishiro Chikage, who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Kamishiro is actually tragic, always being suppressed. Clearly strong, yet never fights low-level matches. She is either being beaten or on the way to being beaten. Chen Guan closed the barrage, suppressing his doubts. If even the barrage couldn't help him, then it was useless to think too much now. The urgent task was to restore his state to cope with any possible changes ahead. To avoid another encounter with Guan Jinyue, they changed direction, this time heading northeast. For the next several hours, they encountered a few waves of wild creatures and completed a medium difficulty gathering task. Their points steadily increased, but they did not encounter any other academy teams, nor did they find any trace of Guan Jinyue. Everything seemed to return to the rhythm expected of secret realm exploration. However, the unease in Chen Guan's heart only intensified with the passage of time. The spiritual energy field here is becoming increasingly unstable. Su Yuehe expressed her concern. This is not a natural fluctuation. It feels more like something is interfering or extracting the spiritual energy from this space. She looked up at the sky. Being the scout, she was sensitive to any abnormal fluctuations. And Chongqing frowned. Tightly contact the other teams and ask about their situation. Su Yuehe contacted other teams from Hucking scattered throughout the secret realm. Most teams reported everything was normal, but the team led by Zhao Qingyin had a somewhat unusual reply. She mentioned that there was strange mist in the central area, continuously drifting outward, and that she saw Guan Jinyue walking alone into the central area. Zhao Qingyin continued, Guan Jinyue noticed me at that time, but she didn't do anything. She just waved at me with a treasure worth over 1,000 points before walking into that mist. The central area. And Chongqing looked at the region marked as the core trial zone on the map, where the point tasks were most concentrated but also recognized as slightly more dangerous. Usually no one would choose to delve deeper, as the efficiency on the outskirts was generally higher. Should we go take a look? Long Ao asked. It was normal for him to have such thoughts. What if there were hidden monsters in the center? Now that Hucking was at the top, he didn't want to be overtaken. Guan Jinyue's actions indeed gave him a sense of crisis. Hucking had already taken first place twice. If they secured another round, it would be a grand slam for the first-year students. And Chongqing hesitated for a moment. According to their original plan, they should avoid high-risk areas and safely acquire points. But, with thoughts similar to Long Ao, what if it was a major task? No one wanted a guaranteed situation to be overturned. Let's go take a look. And Chongqing made a decision. The four changed direction and cautiously moved toward the outskirts of the central area. The closer they got to the central area, the more evident the environmental changes became. The dim yellow sky seemed darker and dust floated chaotically in the air, occasionally making it hard to avoid swallowing dirt. When they reached the edge of an area marked as the Fractured Valley, the sight before them made all four stop in their tracks. What should have been a vast valley with a dry riverbed was now shrouded in a thin layer of dark red mist. Even more chilling was the dark red lightning flickering silently above the valley. Undoubtedly, this was the anomaly Zhao Qingyin had mentioned. Just then, a sharp roar echoed from the depths of the Fractured Valley. Immediately, the dark red mist surged violently, and several shadowy tentacle-like forms burning with dark red flames suddenly emerged from the mist, akin to claws from hell, sweeping towards a few small beasts that had not managed to escape at the edge of the valley. Those few powerful demon beasts let out a piercing scream the moment they were touched by the dark red tentacles, their bodies visibly shriveling at a rapid pace before ultimately turning to ashes. "Run!" And Chongqing shouted sharply, and the four turned and fled without hesitation. That power was beyond their capability to contend with. Even the mere aura emanating from it, and the fleeting glimpse of the tentacles instilled a fear that resonated from their souls. They could not afford to fight back. However, they had not run far when the ground ahead suddenly split open and several dark red energy pillars shot into the sky, forming a rudimentary barrier. "Not good!" Long Ao roared angrily, unleashing a scarlet flaming punch at the barrier, only to create a ripple with no effect on the barrier. And Chongqing attempted to slash through with sword light, but the effect was similarly minimal, and Chen Guan's mental shock had no impact on the barrier. This is a prearranged formation that combines spiritual energy sealing and mental interference. Su Yuehe calmed down and quickly deduced the situation. "We've fallen into a trap. Someone deliberately lured us here." Just as her words fell, a silver figure silently appeared not far ahead of them on the rocks. Silver hair, moon-white tight attire, her expression calm and unperturbed. It was none other than Guan Jingyue who had returned. She held a moonlight long sword, and at that moment ominous dark red patterns were entwined along the blade, subtly resonating with the dark red mist surrounding them. "Now!" Guan Jinyue's cold voice rang out, as she gently raised the sword tip, pointing directly at Chongqing, a charming yet dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. The offense and defense have switched in Chongqing. Offensive and defensive transformation. And Chongqing held his sword in front, golden spiritual energy swirling around the blade, protecting his three companions. His sharp gaze fixed on Guan Jingyue. "Guan Jingyue, what exactly do you intend to do? Why bother?" She sighed softly, twisting her wrist to sheathe her moonlight long sword. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the foremost among the 72 pillars of demon gods, the contractor of Baal, Guan Jingyue." Guan Jingyue stepped aside, slightly looking up at the ethereal figure above. "Baal is about to descend here, and you four as prodigies should not have to accompany those mediocre beings to their demise." She extended her hand. "You still have a chance to join us." Guan Jinyue's words pierced through the last vestiges of hope like a razor-sharp sword. The foremost among the 72 pillars of demon gods, Baal, the entity symbolizing destruction in both myth and reality, whose contractor stood before them calmly, announcing the impending arrival of a demon god. And Chongqing, Long Ao, and Su Yu's faces instantly turned grim. Even the dullest among them realized the severity of the situation at this moment. This had far exceeded what the Four Academies League could handle. It might even lead to a catastrophe affecting the entire secret realm and beyond. Even if only a projection was descending here, it would be enough to unleash disaster. Contractor. And Chongqing tightened his grip on the sword, feeling no fear before the powerful nor death itself. It was an instinctual sense of helplessness when facing such a being. "Guan Jinyue, do you even know what you are doing? Summoning a demon god? Do you understand the consequences this will bring?" He attempted one last futile persuasion. "Consequences?" Guan Jinyue chuckled lightly, her silver hair cascading over her shoulder, dancing in the wind. "You will die, and many outside will likely perish as well. Although in the end Baal may lose, Baal is just a projection capable of returning time, and again while you are flesh and blood with no second chances." She certainly knew what she was doing, but Guan Jinyue was willing, even knowing she might not escape unscathed, yet she proceeded regardless. Guan Jinyue's gaze swept over the four, lingering momentarily on Chen Guan before shifting away. "I admire you all, especially you and Chongqing and that classmate carrying the coffin. Your potential should not be wasted here. To hell with you." Long Ao could no longer hold back, cursing loudly as his crimson aura erupted uncontrollably, scorching the surrounding debris. "I was born human, standing tall to be a dog for demons." Chen Guan said nothing, merely adjusting his breathing quietly, his spiritual energy subtly activating, his passive perception fully engaged. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the ethereal figure above, growing exponentially stronger like a giant whirlpool, madly siphoning the spiritual energy of this secret realm. In the aftermath, a gray point emitted a faint fluctuation, becoming clearer. Indeed, Baal could be recorded by the aftermath. And Chongqing suppressed the tumult within. "Our paths are different, we shall not conspire together. Today, even if it is like an insect trying to stop a cart, we will never bow to you or the demon god behind you." As Chongqing finished speaking, a surge of sword intent soared into the sky, golden sword light, solidifying into substance, cleaving through the surrounding dark red mist to carve out a small, relatively stable space for his teammates. "Well said." Long Ao laughed heartily, his crimson aura rising in layers, the ground beneath him cracking inch by inch. A pair of iron fists glimmered with a lava-like sheen, signaling the peak of his boundless combat prowess. Who cares about a demon god? Take this punch first. Suyu's gaze was fixed on Guan Jinue, whispering, shatter. The seemingly unbreakable barrier suddenly shattered and Long Ao charged forward like a burning meteor, his furious strike aimed directly at Guan Jinue's face. Chen Guan closed his eyes, withdrawing his spiritual energy from confrontation, instead focusing inward, as he frantically activated his aftermath ability. His target was the increasingly clear and terrifyingly potent presence of Baal above. To deal with such an existence, conventional methods were meaningless. He had to counter rules with rules and myths with myths. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous act, akin to attempting to contain boiling magma in a fragile ceramic jar. A slight misstep could lead to destruction. But for him, he could attempt it countless times. Moreover, previously he could afford to lose even to ordinary students, but now he could not afford to fail. Behind him stood his true self and the protagonists of these worlds. Chen Guan had made up his mind, then expanded the range, increasing it to 100 meters around himself and the coffin. Stubborn and unyielding, Guan Jinyu's last trace of regret vanished from her eyes. Then, see you in the next life. She no longer held back and uttered an obscure incantation. Above, the massive ethereal figure suddenly erupted in a roar that shook the heavens, causing the entire charred valley, and even the broader secret realm, to tremble violently. Dark red lightning cascaded like a waterfall, tearing open space, and the malevolent spiritual energy transformed into a tangible storm, sweeping away everything. A colossal demonic claw obscuring the sky tore through the still stabilizing spatial passage, crashing down upon the four below. Before the claw could arrive, the terrifying pressure that seemed capable of crushing souls and annihilating all already made in Chanking's sword light waver, Long Ao's aura flicker, and Suyu's protective halo shatter piece by piece. As Chongqing stepped forward, preparing for a desperate fight, a pair of hands pushed him aside. A heavy coffin suddenly crashed down upon him. Caught off guard, he and the coffin were sent flying, but he quickly stabilized himself due to his exceptional abilities, staring in shock at the figure rushing towards death. In the moment they exchanged glances, his eyes no longer reflected the usual dark green, but mirrored a world ablaze. It was a fragment of myth that Chen Guan had just forcibly recorded from Baal. Chen Guan held his hands out as if grasping at something intangible, and then swung fiercely at the descending giant claw. Burn the world, wrath of flames. In an instant, the blood-red flames on the horizon burned even more fiercely, the wind howled, fire blazed, thunder rumbled endlessly, and even space seemed to groan in fragmentation. Baal's claw, capable of crushing mountains, halted just a few meters above Chen Guan's head. The dark purple scales covering the claw's palm first emitted a white-hot light from within, then, the edges of each scale began to char and turn to ash. The once solid shadow of the claw suddenly began to disintegrate, with large swathes of dark red flames uncontrollably bursting outward, scattering the surrounding blood-red light and revealing the original sky. A violent hurricane swept towards the four below, rustling their clothes, even their hair flying against their faces. And Chongqing shielded the coffin behind him, looking at Chen Guan, who stood at the front. He never imagined that it would be Chen Guan who would block such a world-destroying blow. Most astonished was Guan Jinue, who displayed an expression of disbelief for the first time. Her connection with Baal allowed her to perceive clearly that in that moment the descending projection of Baal had been interfered with by a power of a similar origin but more fundamental. What the cheat code? Does no one else find this mysterious coffin-bearer unsettling? He always strikes his foes with inexplicable, uncanny techniques, elbowing them in ways that defy description. You're also a contracted one. Guan Jinue's astonishment gradually softened into quiet understanding as she gazed upon the young man before her. Slight of frame, now bare-armed after setting down the coffin. As Baal's own contracted one, she could unmistakably sense the origin of the power that had just surged through Chen Guan, the resonance of a mythic entity. Yet confusion lingered in her voice. If we are both contracted ones, then why? He is not. A cold crystalline voice descended from above. Youthful in timbre yet aloof and regal in bearing, as a slender figure alighted from the heavens. He is merely a thief, a petty one. Guan Jinue bowed slightly at the sight of the youth. Baal, you've come in person. Even though this was only a manifested avatar, it was profoundly unexpected. For Guan Jinue had anticipated nothing more than a fleeting projection. Yet here it stood, flesh and blood, coalescing with startling intensity. Though Baal had assumed the guise of a boy, Guan Jinue knew full well his true age spanned millennia. The ancient demon simply delighted in appearing youthful. I came to see this thief. Baal lifted his gaze toward Chen Guan. The faint warmth he'd shown Guan Jinue vanished entirely. Chen Guan stood motionless, his empty hands trembling faintly. Tiny sparks and ash-like motes drifting like embers from between his fingers. His eyes still reflected that burning world, but now its flames had leapt inward, searing the very depths of his irises. To forcibly wield a mythic echo far beyond his comprehension was akin to gripping a white-hot brand. The backlash scorched his soul along invisible threads of resonance. With the true source now standing before him, the recently recorded echo erupted into violent chaos. Worse still, an icy mark of spiritual energy pierced deep into his soul, the unblinking attention of the demon's sovereign Ball. Chen Guan! Suyuha cried out. Chen Guan raised his hand, not retreating an inch before Ball, his eyes blazing with unquenchable fire. You have stolen the ashes of the end. Ball's expression held only cold disdain. Do you know what fate awaits those who pilfer powers not their own? In answer, Chen Guan launched his assault. Not against the body but against the very concept of Ball's existence, hurling the image of that incinerated world like a spear. The blood-red sky erupted as if doused with scalding oil, bursting into an infinite sea of flame that defied gravity, surging upward like a ravenous maw to devour Ball's unassuming form. The wind's howl became the lament of all things consumed. The fire burned with absolute annihilating dominion. Thunderclaps cracked like cosmic laws shattering in the blaze. Water vaporized midair, never even touching the ground. Ball's churning demonic energy met a force both kin and antithetical. Endless power, yes, yet ignited not by divinity but by the defiant will of a mortal soul turning back upon its own origin. Ball almost laughed. You will die human. Then let us descend to hell together, demon sovereign. Chen Guan did not retreat, he advanced. His burning gaze locked onto Ball's languid silhouette. His trembling hollow hands snapped shut, compressing that stolen essence, pulsing radiant heart-like, into a searing core. Then he pressed it into reality itself. From Chen Guan's center bloomed a domain, 100 meters wide, wrought entirely of blinding white-hot fury, and Chongqing and the others barely stood beyond its searing edge. This domain resembled less a battlefield than a frozen cross-section of world-ending combustion. Within it, every element raged in self-immolation, hurtling toward absolute silence. Even Ball himself was already engulfed, flesh and spirit alike ablaze. This was Chen Guan's final desperate gamble. He could not truly command Ball's complete mythic authority, but he had seized the essential spark of that world-consuming fire and fed it with his ability, his will, and his very life, kindling this ephemeral pyre. He wielded Ball's own power to forge a sanctum of annihilation, one designed solely to immolate the demon sovereign's presence. Yet pity deepened in Ball's eyes. This was but an avatar. Yet a brilliant human had chosen self-ruin, casting away his future to perish alongside a mere fragment. Foolish beyond measure. Even without lifting a finger, this human would die, and no god could save him. Moreover, how could a sovereign demon be slain by so frail a creature? His non-intervention was merely curiosity, to witness what spectacle would unfold when one used his own power to strike at himself. Self-destruction. Yet at that very moment, who lives or dies is for me to decide. A familiar, lightly mocking voice drifted in, effortless and serene. Time itself seemed to thicken, slowing to syrup. A slender pale hand materialized from nowhere, fingers drawn taut as a blade, and swept casually across the air toward Ball. The motion was effortless, elegant, as if brushing dust from a tabletop. A blade of ghastly white light sliced through space, silent and absolute. No thunder, no shockwave. Ball, moments ago an invincible mythic presence, along with his roiling crimson mist, crackling scarlet lightning, and the bone-chilling weight of his sovereign will vanished utterly, as if erased from existence itself, a pencil sketch wiped clean by an eraser. Not a trace remained. Above the charred rift, the sky settled back into its usual dull ochre haze. Only the lingering tremor of colossal spiritual energy testifying that the cataclysm had been real. Ripples shimmered across the air. First came a pair of pristine white boots, then flowing white robes, a white hat, and finally that singular smiling white mask. By who? The oppressive pressure dissolved instantly, and Chongqing, Long Ao, and Su Yuehe staggered backward, breathless and near collapse. Chen Guan felt the icy mark in his soul sever abruptly. Its source gone. A faint chill lingered, but the corrosion had ceased. His condition was far graver than Ball's had been moments before. His entire body burned like forged iron, skin parched and fissured, life ebbing fast. With his last strength, he turned his gaze toward the voice, by who stood nearby in his simple white attire and serene mask, observing Chen Guan with quiet fascination. Especially those eyes still holding faint afterimages of crimson fire, yet slowly clearing, regaining lucidity. Bold indeed, boy. Bai Hu clicked his tongue in admiration, not the least concerned by Chen Guan's near-death state. After all, this youth would rise again. Why fret? A pill flicked from his fingertip, landing neatly in Chongqing's palm. Give it to your comrade. What follows is adult business. Children need not interfere. He came swiftly and left just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, that white-clad figure melted back into the space around him and vanished, while Guan Jingyue had also disappeared, seemingly along with Bear. It was uncertain whether he had been sent away by the White Tiger, and Chongqing struggled to carry Chen Guan's coffin, experiencing firsthand that it was far heavier than he had imagined. Coupled with the scenes he had just witnessed, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Chen Guan's strength was deeper than he had anticipated. He had thought that Chen Guan's abilities were at most equal to his own, but he was shocked to discover that once his hidden power was unleashed, it far surpassed his own. At the very least, he believed it was impossible for him to harm that exalted demon god. He placed the medicine given by the white tiger into Chen Guan's coffin without suspicion. If the white tiger wanted to harm him, he would have done it long ago. There was no need for such a roundabout method. He once again proved his strength. At the very least, his power was greater than that of the higher-ups from the outside academies. Otherwise, he would not have been the first to arrive here. Who exactly is he? What is his purpose? Doubts began to surface in Changqing's heart, yet now was not the time for him to ponder such matters. And Changqing. Chen Guan struggled to lift his hand, pointing at the coffin left behind. Su Yuhe understood quickly. Hurry, bring it over. Seeing Chen Guan nod and Changqing, then pulled along Long Ao, managing to bring it over with some effort despite Su Yuhe having discarded several enhancements. Chen Guan comfortingly stroked his own coffin and closed his eyes in satisfaction. The arrival of the school's personnel was not slow. Shortly after the white tiger left, they arrived. Although it was a bit late, at least they were safe now. However, Chen Guan himself could no longer perceive any of this. Under the influence of the medicine, Chen Guan felt his eyelids growing heavier until his consciousness gradually faded away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bear stood carelessly in the air with his hands in his pockets, facing the still white-clad white tiger. He looked at the white tiger on the ground, curiosity flickering in his eyes. This person was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Among humans, there were very few experts he did not recognize. Observing the annoying smile on the white mask, Bear tilted his head and scrutinized it for a moment before suddenly laughing. Members of the Origin Group. You haven't disbanded yet? The white tiger was not surprised that Bear recognized his background. He waved his hand dismissively. You Lord Bear are still alive at your age. What's so strange about our Origin Group carrying on? He pointed at Guan Jinyue beside him. Old demon, let's make a deal. I won't harm this young girl, and you don't touch my subordinate in training. Bear's smile was even more radiant than the white tiger's mask. Have you fallen so low that you need to recruit child labor? Hey old man, you can't say that. This young girl is about the same age as that boy, isn't she? Although the white tiger could not defeat Bear in his complete form, he still held his ground against Bear's avatar. Besides, that boy, no matter how weak, still managed to steal your wrath. Who knows who ended up losing half their body? Mentioning this matter, Bear's face inevitably turned somewhat awkward. He, the great demon god, was looted by a little ghost, and the white tiger called him out. It was simply a disgrace that made him feel as if he had lost face in a place that didn't even exist. You're talking too much. No matter how awkward it got, there was nothing he could do. Who would have thought that in this world there still existed the ability of echo? However, after today, no, the mark is still there. That boy didn't die. Bear realized too late. Although he couldn't guess what Bear was thinking, upon seeing this situation, the white tiger became even happier. Then it's settled, my dear little Bear. Before Bear could act, the white tiger swiftly escaped, leaving only his cheeky laughter behind in the air. Guan Jinyue looked at Bear hesitantly. Who was that person? No need to worry about it. Bear snorted coldly, waving his sleeve as he turned away. That person is a lunatic from the Origin Group. Origin Group. This was the first time Guan Jinyue had heard this name. It's not important. You can't have contact with those people yet. Bear turned around, looking at her with a complex expression. By the way, don't you regret giving up your enviable life? Not regretting. Is it worth it? It's worth it. Bear laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I hope one day you'll tell me you don't regret it either. Guan Jinyue gazed calmly at Bear, who was regarded as a demon. Although this old demon occasionally seemed mentally unstable and enjoyed laughing like a senior elder, he was currently her only hope. Wait for me. She also had someone more important than life itself, someone for whom she was willing to risk everything. When Chen Guan regained consciousness, the first thing he sensed was the smell of disinfectant and the softness of the bed beneath him. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a hospital room, the decor not resembling the Hucking Medical Center, suggesting he had been sent to the Beishur Academy nearby. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, bringing a slight warmth, though it was far less comforting than when he had been engulfed in flames. A faint soreness coursed through his body, especially deep within his mind, as if something had scratched him harshly, leaving lingering dull pain. He attempted to operate the stargazing meditation technique and introspected himself. His mental strength had recovered somewhat, but it was far from being full. More evidently, a chilling aura still clung to the depths of his soul, like a mark left by a poisonous snake's gaze. That was the trace left by Bear's marking. Awake! Before he could observe more, a gentle voice came from beside the bed. Chen Guan turned his head to see Changqing sitting on a chair beside him, holding a report. Although his complexion still bore signs of fatigue, his gaze had regained its usual steadiness. Long Ao leaned against the window, arms crossed, eyes closed in rest, his breathing calm, appearing to be unhurt. Upon noticing Chen Guan waking up, he merely glanced up before closing his eyes again. Su Yuhe was dozing on a nearby table, her face still showing traces of exhaustion. "We." Chen Guan's voice was somewhat hoarse from dehydration. "We're all alive, sustained some injuries, but it's not serious. You were the most drained." And Changqing replied. And Chongqing set the report down and poured a cup of warm water, handing it over. This is the Beishir Medical Center. After we fell unconscious, the Academy and the Association's rescue team arrived and brought us out of the secret realm. The trial site has suffered severe damage to its spatial structure and is temporarily sealed off. Chen Guan took the water and drank a few sips, feeling somewhat more comfortable in his throat. What about Guan Jinyue? And that person? And Chongqing understood he was referring to the white tiger, his expression growing serious. Guan Jinyue and Bear's avatar disappeared together and no traces were found at the scene. The association is doing everything it can to investigate, but... He shook his head. Currently there are no leads and probably won't be in the future. As for that Mr. White Tiger, it remains the same. No clues whatsoever. The incidents that occurred in the secret realm have been classified as top secret. And Chongqing continued, the official statement is that the secret realm encountered a spatial storm causing the trial to end prematurely, and some students were injured. Regarding Bear, Guan Jinyue, and the White Tiger, it is strictly forbidden to disclose anything to outsiders. What about the results of the 4 Academy League? Long Ao, having opened his eyes at some point, asked in a muffled voice. His injuries were only slightly less severe than Chen Guan's, so he had yet to catch up on subsequent events. According to the existing points tally, our Hucking ranked first in both the individual and team battles. The secret realm competition was halted unexpectedly and points were calculated based on the status before the interruption, so we still lead. Overall, Hucking Academy has won the championship of this 4 Academy League. We achieved a Grand Slam. The second year secured second place, the third year also came in second, and the fourth year ranked first. This was perhaps the only good news amidst the gloom. Long Ao snorted, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. And Chongqing did not continue on the topic of the 4 Academy League. Instead, he turned to look at him, his tone serious. Regarding the ability you used at the end, I didn't mention it. When they inquired, I only said you took Bear's attack to save me, so you should be prepared. The director C2 is willing to vouch for you, so for the time being you won't encounter any trouble. Chen Guan nodded. I understand, thank you. He knew and Chongqing was helping him cover up the abnormalities of Echo. Such an ability that could steal the essence of a demon god's power if exposed would likely draw even greater attention. What surprised him was that C2 actually vouched for him. Although this old professor was somewhat rigid and serious, he indeed had his merits. After chatting for a while, and confirming that there were no issues, the few of them began to leave one after another, leaving Chen Guan to rest. The mysterious iron coffin still stood beside him, though he had no idea who had moved it here. What a good person, he thought to himself. He couldn't move away from the coffin. At a certain distance, it felt as if he had encountered an invisible barrier. If it hadn't been brought over for him, he wouldn't even know what his situation would be. He opened the forum wanting to see if there were any updates regarding Bear and Guan Jinyue. However, he didn't expect that the first thing he would see was himself. Discussion on the relationship between Chen Guan and Bear. The poster's ID was Chen Guan Support Club President. Chen Guan recognized this ID, and coupled with the enticing title, clicked in without hesitation. But upon seeing the content inside, he felt like an elderly person on the subway. 1. Chen Guan has never denied that he is not Bear. 2. Both have black hair. 3. Both can manipulate fire. 4. Both. After reading through the long post, he could only conclude that the poster's reasoning was far from normal and remarkably close to madness. He exited at lightning speed and searched for normal posts. Unfortunately, regarding those two, the information was still vague. Instead, he saw numerous evaluations of himself. Chen Guan Support Club President. Although the boss post was a bit nonsensical, I seriously discussed it, and I feel there is indeed some relation between Chen Guan and Bear. Chen Guan is like an onion needing to be peeled layer by layer. How many surprises are you hiding from me? We still do not know the true identity of the person in the coffin. We physically burnt out the coffin, yet we still cannot forget to take another look at him. Punching Bear made him cry. Is this still imprisonment? In the analysis post of the protagonist team's battle strength, Chen Guan is lower than in Chongqing. Strengthen Long Ao. We Long Ao sit in prison every day. This child has been pure since he was young. Reasonable speculation. The reason for Long Ao's darkening is that his companions all have an average of 1,000-handed cannon, and they have all hidden many hands from him. The audience's reactions did not surprise him. They just had a bit too much imagination. In the following days, Chen Guan and the other 3 underwent multiple inquiries and psychological evaluations from different departments. The questions mainly focused on their experiences within the secret realm, their perceptions of Guan Jinyue and Bear, and their observations of the White Tiger. Chen Guan responded cautiously, mostly telling the truth, but naturally omitted any details about his own abilities and the origin group. The personnel in charge seemed to be merely going through the motions. After a simple inquiry, they did not trouble him further. Long Ao had recently become even more taciturn, dragging his not yet fully recovered body to exercise. The nurse's sharp cries echoed throughout the corridor. With access to top-tier medical resources and his own formidable recovery ability, Chen Guan's injuries and mental strength recovered quickly. However, Bayer's mark, like a festering sore, could not be dispelled, reminding him that he was being watched by a demon god. Fortunately, this mark was known only to him, others could not detect it, and nothing strange had appeared on his body. A week later, they were approved to return to Hucking Academy. Although he had been through quite a bit, it was still beneficial for Chen Guan. Name: Chen Guan. Identity: first-year student of Hucking Academy. Ability: life system tenacity, mental system illusionist, mythical system echo. Special skills: military combat skill, blue heavy weapon mastery, green scythe specialization, blue breath holding technique, green stargazing meditation technique, blue attributes: strength 20, 7 stamina 12, 5 agility 11, 2 intelligence 10 spirit 31, 1 popularity 47231. His attributes panel had achieved a new leap. His mental strength broke through the 30-point barrier, reaching an astonishing 31.1, while strength, stamina, and agility also saw significant increases. Especially with strength surpassing 20 points, his basic scythe skill had upgraded to scythe specialization. With 20 points of strength paired with scythe specialization, his melee capabilities were now incomparable. What pleased him most was the popularity points. After spending some, he still had 47,231 points left, which was undoubtedly a massive reward from the 4 Academy League's stellar performance. I should plan how to use this substantial sum properly. A spark flickered in Chen Guan's eyes as it was time for his favorite shopping spree. First, he needed to address his attribute shortcomings. Although his intelligence had increased to 10 points, it remained relatively low compared to other attributes. The sharp rise in intelligence should be related to Echo, so it was essential to strengthen it. Exchange 5 points of free attributes, putting them all into intelligence. Intelligence 15. Instantly, Chen Guan felt a refreshing coolness in his mind. Whether it was an illusion or not, the flowing gray mist in his mental world seemed to have become more vibrant. His gray energy was already a combination of spiritual and mental power, and now it appeared that his intelligence attribute indeed enhanced his gray energy. Next, he needed to enhance his skills and equipment. The blue-quality stargazing meditation technique performed decently, but its recovery and enhancement speed were still inadequate when facing higher-tier enemies. He looked towards the higher-level options in the shop. The Starry Sky Visualization Diagram, purple, a more advanced form of mental meditation that requires visualizing a specific starry sky scene in one's mind, significantly enhancing the speed of spiritual energy recovery and the extent of growth, with a small chance of invoking the power of the stars during deep meditation to refine the spirit and improve its quality. Price: 25000 popularity points. The purple quality is expensive, but the effect description is extremely tempting. Chen Guan's most conventional means is still gray energy. Exchange. Chen Guan decisively decided spiritual energy is his foundation and must be prioritized. A stream of information containing the mysteries of the stars and an ancient desolate aura surged into his mind, far more complex and exquisite than the stargazing meditation method. A vast and expansive complex scene composed of countless stars and star paths was deeply imprinted at the center of his spiritual world. Just the initial visualization made Chen Guan feel the recovery speed of his exhausted spiritual energy suddenly accelerate, and the gray mist in his spiritual world seemed to be cleansed by invisible starlight, becoming increasingly solid. What a powerful effect! Chen Guan was shocked. The purple quality is indeed extraordinary, with effects that are immediately apparent. With the foundation of spiritual energy solidified, the next step is naturally to strengthen his conventional combat power. His main weapon is a scythe, but currently the green quality weapon can no longer keep up with him, having already shown its inadequacy in previous battles. Fortunately, the Black Iron Harvester can be directly upgraded in quality. Looking at his remaining balance of over 20,000, Chen Guan decided to go all in and upgrade it to purple quality. The Netherworld Reaper purple growth type is scythe forged with nether cold iron and soul-devouring crystal at its core, highly effective against spiritual beings capable of devouring souls or specific materials to grow slowly. Attached skills: soul tremor, passive attacking, causes a slight intimidation to the enemy's soul. Netherworld strike active, consumes spiritual energy. The next attack inflicts powerful soul damage and cold corrosion. Price: 22000 popularity points. After reading the upgrade plan provided by the overseer, Chen Guan realized that just buying it would feel like returning to the past overnight. Chen Guan even suspected that the overseer set the price based on his balance, squeezing every penny out of him. Damn capitalists! Though he grumbled inwardly, Chen Guan ultimately bought it directly. With a weighty sensation in his hand, a long-handled scythe entirely black and with an ancient fierce design appeared out of thin air. The handle was icy to the touch, resembling metal covered in intricate dark patterns. The blade curved like a crescent moon, shimmering with a dim cold light, and the design of the blood groove was still retained. Embedded near the back of the blade was a nail-sized light purple crystal, the soul-absorbing core that could absorb souls to upgrade the quality of the scythe. Chen Guan attempted to inject a trace of gray energy. A low hum resonated as the scythe emitted a slight tremor, seemingly coming to life with the soul-absorbing crystal glowing brightly. As gray energy flowed, a black cold light flickered at the blade's edge, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop, exuding a chill. What a good scythe! Chen Guan's eyes sparkled. With the Netherworld Reaper, his conventional combat power would elevate to a new level, especially against ghostly beings where the lethality would multiply, and its growth-type characteristic meant this weapon could accompany him for a long time, saving on popularity points. The Overseer was still considerate of him. Chen Guan completely forgot about his earlier disparagement of the Overseer. He swung the scythe a few times, feeling that its weight and length perfectly matched his current strength and height, as if it were an extension of his arm. Next, I need to quickly adapt to the new weapon and find a way to acquire souls to nourish it for accelerated growth. To devour souls, one certainly cannot practice on living people. Chen Guan remembered that there was a place called the Wasteland Forest in the western suburbs where numerous ghostly beings often appeared. Ghosts generally do not drop anything, so social individuals usually do not clean them up. It's mostly poor students being exploited as labor doing such almost obligatory tasks. Flipping through the tasks, Chen Guan indeed found one issued by the Academy. Task: clean the restless souls around the Wasteland Forest. Task level D. Task description: recent soul activity in the western suburbs Wasteland Forest has been unusually frequent, affecting the safety of peripheral patrol routes. The students are required to go and clean them up. Task reward: 20 points. The benefits are minimal. Even among students, this type of task probably has few willing to take it on. Chen Guan clicked to accept. Since he was going anyway, he might as well do a small task while he's there. The Wasteland Forest is located between a series of low hills. It was originally a burial ground, but has now grown into a vast forest, a natural breeding ground for low-level undead creatures. However, recently the number and aggressiveness of the souls in the peripheral area have indeed increased abnormally. Following the task map's guidance, Chen Guan quickly arrived at the designated cleaning area, a rocky beach at the edge of the forest near a dried-up creek. The fog here was thicker, the light dim, and the air was filled with a cold, damp atmosphere. His spiritual energy quietly expanded outward, and Chen Guan immediately detected the wandering spirits around him. These were the unconscious wandering souls. Most of them appeared in vague semi-transparent human or animal forms, drifting aimlessly and occasionally emitting soundless wails. Let me try it out first. Chen Guan took out the Netherworld Reaper. The black scythe looked even darker in the gray mist. He walked toward the nearest human-shaped wandering soul. The wandering soul seemed to sense the presence of a living person, letting out a sharp shriek, lunging at him with claws bared. Its speed was not fast, but it carried an icy, bone-chilling aura. Chen Guan stood firm and did not evade. As the wandering soul approached, he gently swung the scythe. He did not use any skills. He merely executed a standard physical slash with only a thin layer of gray energy covering the blade. Sizzle. The wandering soul, as if encountering its nemesis, disintegrated instantly where it was struck by the scythe, letting out a mournful wail. Its entire form became extremely unstable. After struggling a few times, it completely dissipated, leaving only a faint grayish breath quietly absorbed by the soul-absorbing crystal on the back of the Netherworld Reaper. A nail-sized crystal fell to the ground, its contained spiritual power already gone, presumably absorbed by the scythe. What remained was merely a small stone emitting a dead gray hue. Indeed, it is restrained. Chen Guan concluded in his heart. Dealing with such weak, wandering souls required little effort, as he could resolve them merely by leveraging the advantage of his weapon. He hesitated, no longer weaving through the rocky terrain, as the harvesters of the underworld transformed into arcs of black light, scattering the wandering souls in their wake. The spirit-sucking crystal resembled an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the remnants of the dissipating souls. To Chen Guan, these apparitions were no longer merely ghosts. They were akin to walking treasures of experience. After dispatching around a dozen wandering souls, Chen Guan arrived at a darker area, on the opposite bank of a small stream, where the gray mist had nearly solidified and bones of beasts or humans lay scattered across the ground. In his mental perception, he detected several more powerful waves, clearly infused with resentment. Vengeful spirits. Chen Guan slowed his pace slightly. Vengeful spirits were born from souls that had absorbed excessive negative emotions or obsessions, possessing a primitive consciousness and roughly equivalent in strength to a stronger first-tier extraordinary being with minimal effectiveness against physical attacks. The efficiency of the lesser minions was still too low. Perhaps it was time to switch to advanced monsters. Chen Guan remained relaxed as three distorted figures, their eyes ablaze with ghostly green flames, emerged from the mist, emitting hateful howls as they lunged towards him. Their speed was significantly greater than that of ordinary ghosts, with icy spiritual energy coiling around their claws. Anyone touched would find themselves ensnared. Come at me! Chen Guan advanced instead of retreating, the gray energy on his scythe surging as the passive skill Soul Tremor automatically activated. An invisible aura of intimidation spread, causing the movements of the three vengeful spirits to noticeably falter, their flames flickering momentarily. Seizing the moment, Chen Guan's boots glowed brightly, allowing him to slip through the midst of the three vengeful spirits, scythe sweeping horizontally. Active skill Underworld Strike. His mental energy was momentarily drained, and the blade of the scythe erupted with a deep dark glow, unleashing a force that struck at the very soul alongside the scythe's attack. Puff, puff, puff. The three vengeful spirits screamed in a piercing wail, as if snowflakes tossed into a blazing fire. Upon contact with the dark blade's light, their forms visibly disintegrated more thoroughly than the previous wandering souls. 3 noticeably thicker grayish-white auras were absorbed by the spirit-sucking crystal. Chen Guan felt a hint of satisfaction emanating from the scythe, its dark luster seeming to solidify further. Chen Guan nodded in satisfaction. The underworld strike's lethality against spiritual entities was terrifying, but its consumption was significant. Given his current mental energy, he could only use it a limited number of times in quick succession, necessitating caution in real combat. Though his stats were continuously rising, he was still merely considered decent among his peers. But it was fine who other strengths stemmed from their own cultivation, shallow and insubstantial, while he was different. He had benefited from extraordinary circumstances, and those individuals would eventually be surpassed by him. In high spirits, Chen Guan pressed deeper, clearing the wandering souls and sporadic vengeful spirits along the way. The spirit-sucking crystal was like a bottomless pit, endlessly devouring the remnants of souls. Although he felt satisfied, it would never be satiated. About an hour later, Chen Guan reached the deepest part of the mission area, a small chaotic graveyard, surrounded by several withered ancient trees. The concentration of spiritual energy here peaked, the gray mist nearly liquefied with broken tombstones and decayed coffins strewn across the ground, indicating the rarity of human visitation. In the center of the chaotic graveyard, a powerful entity distinctly different from ordinary vengeful spirits was slowly taking shape. It was the spectral figure of a skeleton general clad in tattered armor and wielding a rusted long sword towering at 3 meters tall. Dark red flames of soul fire burned in its eye sockets, surrounded by a dense aura of black resentment, its presence undeniably reaching the second tier. An elite guarding monster. Upon seeing the skeleton general, Chen Guan finally understood the reason behind the unusual behavior of these ghosts. It turned out a major boss had emerged, causing the unrest. The skeleton general noticed Chen Guan and roared, the dark red flames of soul fire flickering violently as it pointed its rusted sword at him, an overwhelming will of death surging forth. Chen Guan stood firm as a mountain. Was this level of mental impact merely a tickle? His assessment was that it was inferior to Ball. A ball hadn't killed him instantly, so what was this supposed to be? The skeleton general took heavy steps, swinging its long sword, sending a black blade of energy slicing through the air. Chen Guan quickly retreated while a gray glow flashed in his eyes. The illusionary mirror technique activated, causing his figure to blur in the skeleton general's perception, splitting into several afterimages that charged toward it from different directions. The skeleton general paused, sweeping its long sword to shatter a few afterimages, but failing to locate Chen Guan's true form. This guy is rather foolish. He seems perfect for practicing skills against. Chen Guan controlled his power, approaching from the side, and rear the gray energy enveloping his scythe as he activated his active skill. Underworld strike. However, the skeleton general suddenly turned, blocking with its rusted sword, the dense black resentment forming a protective shield. Clang! The dark scythe clashed against the black long sword, producing a thunderous sound that scattered the surrounding gray mist. Chen Guan nimbly jumped away while the skeleton general's black resentment shield trembled violently, dimming significantly yet not shattering. The dark red flames in its eyes burned more fiercely, clearly incensed. However, it merely flared up in anger for a moment. Once Chen Guan had practiced enough, he easily ended its life. In the following time, he lost interest in bullying lesser monsters and completed the task as swiftly as possible, returning to the academy to submit it. Hey, Junior! Coincidentally, Li Yuqing, who had come to submit her task, greeted him cheerfully and waved her hand. Then her eyes twinkled mischievously as she casually initiated a conversation. Junior, the club recruitment month is about to start. What do you think? Li Yuqing smiled brightly, making it clear what she was thinking. Qixing chimed in. I've heard that the Star Patrol Society seems to be recruiting quite a few people this time. Are you interested, Junior? The Star Patrol Society is among the top 3 societies in the academy. Its president Qin Wu is a third-year student. He ranked 5th in the Interschool League and is one of the strongest in Hucking Li. I haven't made up my mind yet. Chen Guan did not rush to agree. His choice depended on where in Chongqing and the others would go. If you decide, feel free to contact me anytime. Li Yuqing was no longer pretending. It was clear she was in charge of recruitment for the Star Patrol Society. Even without considering in Chongqing and the others, Chen Guan alone was enough to draw attention. During the Interschool League, Chen Guan had already proven his strength. Moreover, Li Yuqing had insider information that a being of the level of a demon god had appeared in the final match. No one knew exactly what had transpired inside, but the outcome was that no one had perished. It was said that at the time in Chongqing and the others faced the demon god directly. Li Yuqing clearly observed that none of this was simple. Chen Guan did not immediately agree to Li Yuqing's invitation, politely indicating that he would consider it. Li Yuqing did not press, smiling, as she chatted a bit more before leaving with Qixing. Returning to his single dormitory, it was already evening. After a simple dinner, he began his evening meditation as usual, activating the starry sky visualization. In the realm of the spirit, a vast star map slowly unfolded, and his consciousness sank into it, absorbing the nourishing power of the stars. However, just at the moment when his mind was the most tranquil and relaxed, a mark from the demon god Ball deep within his soul suddenly pulsed. Then a faint phantom appeared, the familiar face of Ball. He. It was hard for Chen Guan to imagine that the figure before him was a demon god. Yet Bal the demon seemed completely unaware. Thief, you didn't expect it, did you? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, Lord Bal will always be entangled with you. You are Bal? Chen Guan feigned ignorance, already prepared. Ever since he was marked, he knew this thing would never remain calm, and Bal's arrival was within his expectations. Indeed, do you have any last words? The demon god lazily conjured a recliner in his spiritual world and sprawled out upon it, appearing quite leisurely. Chen Guan smiled. Mr. Bal, how about a bet? Bal, intrigued, asked, what shall we bet on? I bet you cannot kill me. If you win, then I bet you cannot drive me away. Bal, reclining on the illusory chair in the spiritual world, directly admitted it, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, showing no trace of the demon god's legendary authority, but rather resembling a pesky neighbor. My power is not so easily wielded. Your ability is a remnant of mythological powers, a friendly reminder. As long as I do not wish to assist you, your ability will be unusable. Your development of this ability is too lacking. Mr. Bal seems to know a lot about my abilities. Chen Guan probed, unsure of Bal's intentions. He couldn't assume Bal was just here to chat. Knowing is not the right word. Bal waved his hand. I have just lived long enough to have seen similar tricks. Stealing echoes of mythology, recording, imitating. Even attempting to control them, it's a good thought, but you're taking too big a step. It's easy to pull a muscle. His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, especially since the object you are stealing from is me. My wrath, even if just a trace of its projection, is not something your little frame can casually record. Now it resides in your ability like an restless bomb, which could go bang at any moment, making your mind explode. So, Mr. Bal, are you here to reclaim this power? Or? Chen Guan remained calm. He had long known the instability of the remnant, as it was already mentioned when he purchased it. Reclaim. Bal scoffed, that little power means nothing to me, leaving it here as a memento is fine. As for the purpose. He paused, surveying Chen Guan's spiritual world, especially when he saw the slowly rotating vast star map, and the self-churning gray mist. A trace of unnoticeable color flashed in his eyes. Do you remember that girl Guan Jinue? Before Chen Guan could respond, Bal continued to speak to himself. She was initially unwilling to become my contractor. Can you guess why she changed her mind? Chen Guan, eager to show his manners, continued, why? Because humans have limits, while I am not human at all. Bal remained nonchalant. Kid, how about a deal? I like your fearless yet reckless spirit. Without waiting for Chen Guan's agreement, Bal threw out his conditions. I won't stop you from using my power, or in fact, I can allow you to borrow a bit more. But in exchange, you need to chat with me from time to time to relieve my boredom. Also, you need to help me with a small task. The people from the Origin Group have high hopes for you, and I am quite curious about what's going on with this new Origin Group. Furthermore, help me find everything that has fallen into this world related to me or other old fellows. Chen Guan understood Bal's intention. He wanted him to act as an insider, while helping to find things, just like the so-called beacon Guan Jinue was looking for that day. The benefit perhaps would be having a super thug to assist. You can choose not to accept, then we maintain the status quo. The mark on you, my power in your ability, occasionally creating some trouble for you, waiting for the day you can't withstand the collapse. Or if you accept, we coexist peacefully for now. You help me explore the unknown and search for things, and I will give you some benefits. As for whether you can use me to become stronger, or I can retrieve more scattered power through you, or even gain some other amusement, it all depends on our respective capabilities. Bal threw the choice back to him, laying the pros and cons bare. Chen Guan fell into deep thought. Refusing meant constantly being wary of the backlash from the mark and remnant, like a ticking time bomb. After all, Bal was a demon god. If he truly wanted to create trouble for him, although he wouldn't die, trouble would be inevitable. Accepting would mean stepping into a game against a demon god, greater risks, but perhaps it could lead to growth opportunities and even leverage against others. He recalled the words of the white tiger. In this perilous world, growing steadily might be safe, but it was too slow. He needed to grow faster and touch more secrets. Fearlessness was his greatest advantage. And making a deal with a demon god was undoubtedly a shortcut, no matter how thorny the path might be. I have one condition: keep our deal confidential. Bal laughed. No problem, I am a trustworthy demon. This will be our little secret. Then it's a deal. Chen Guan extended a hand formed of his spiritual intent. Bal also reached out a dark red phantom hand, gently touching Chen Guan's. The contract is established. Bal's voice carried a hint of joy. Then let's end our first chat here. I look forward to you finding the first memento soon. Oh, by the way, as a deposit, here's a little gift for you about how to make your scythe better digest the remnants of souls. A fragment of information flowed into Chen Guan's consciousness. Immediately Bal's phantom dissipated like smoke, and the spiritual world returned to calm. Only the cold mark still existed, but it seemed to have temporarily hibernated, showing no unusual signs, just like a sticker. Chen Guan slowly withdrew from meditation, opened his eyes, and let out a long breath, his forehead already covered in fine cold sweat. Making a deal with a demon god was undoubtedly dancing with wolves, but he had no choice. At least for now, Ball seemed to genuinely have some interest in him, and this interest before turning into malice was a chip he could leverage. He would not give up any opportunity, not a single one. It seems that this Mr. Ball is quite generous. After digesting this information, Chen Guan's lips curled into a slight smile. This uninvited guest, while dangerous, was not as notorious as the rumors suggested. A ruthless demon. Quite reasonable. The next day, in the library, Chen Guan often ran into Su Yuehe here. She closed the book in her hands, waved, and greeted Chen Guan. Good afternoon. Chen Guan sat across from her with his own book. The library in the afternoon was quiet, perhaps because it was mealtime, leaving it empty. Good. Su Yuehe looked at him and suddenly asked, "Which club do you want to join?" Chen Guan looked up in surprise. He did not expect Su Yuehe to ask him this question. Nonetheless, he replied, "I haven't decided yet, but yesterday Senior Li Yuqing invited me to join the Star Patrol Club. Did you agree?" Chen Guan replied generously, "Not yet. I wanted to ask what your plans were first." Su Yuehe candidly stated, "I plan to go to the secret society." Chen Guan was not surprised by this response. Su Yu's special ability destined her to walk the path of exploring the unknown throughout her life. This little girl was quite extraordinary. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. As his thoughts raced, Chen Guan quickly reacted and realized it was Ball speaking. Although he could multitask, he still couldn't maintain normal external activities while entering his mental space to converse with Ball. Fortunately, Ball was not being enigmatic and began to speak aloud. It's as if she has been divided into two parts. To put it in terms you can understand, her spirit and her spiritual power come from two different individuals. Two individuals. A storm of thoughts surged in Chen Guan's mind. He had read quite a bit lately and had filled in a lot of knowledge gaps. He could think of many scenarios in an instant. Possession, incarnation, split personality. For a member of the protagonist team, any bizarre situation was not surprising. If the protagonist didn't have anything odd about them, could they still be considered a protagonist? The last honest person was Long Ao, and he had been kicked into the ranks of villains. Seeing Chen Guan suddenly go silent, Su Yuehe looked somewhat vacant and gently called out, "Chen Guan." "Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about something else." Chen Guan quickly collected his thoughts, burying Bao's words deep in his mind and regaining his composure. "The secret society. Yes, it really suits you." He paused and added, "However, while the activities of the secret society may not involve fighting, they can sometimes be even more dangerous, so be careful." Chen Guan speculated that Chongqing and Long Ao would likely not join the secret society, leaving Su Yuehe as the only one from that side. The full name of the secret society was the Secret Art Society, which dealt with the hidden and often incurred severe costs. Everyone is a capable adult. No one will easily change their developmental path to choose a club that offers no benefits. Su Yuehe felt his concern and nodded. "I will. You Chongqing and Long Ao will go to the Star Patrol Club. You should also pay attention to safety, as the activities of the Star Patrol Club are generally more intense." "Intense is good, it suits me." Chen Guan smiled. The two chatted about their recent cultivation experiences, and the atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. Chen Guan admired Su Yu's knowledge. Unlike his half-baked understanding, she was a true academic powerhouse. Chen Guan observed her demeanor, and the words of Ball weighed heavier in his mind. Su Yuehe usually appeared perfectly normal, embodying the quintessential childhood sweetheart image. Days later, the club recruitment month officially commenced. Su Yuehe successfully joined the secret society, and as a student of the Tianshu class, no club would refuse her. On the other hand, Chen Guan found in Chongqing and Long Ao. "Club recruitment month? What are your plans?" And Chongqing spoke first. As the top student, he had recently received countless offers, but had temporarily declined them all. "I haven't decided yet, but Senior Li Yuqing invited me to join the Star Patrol Club earlier." Chen Guan repeated what he had told Su Yuehe. "The Star Patrol Club?" Long Ao raised an eyebrow. "That Gai Qin Wus Club? Their strength is quite impressive and the tasks are exciting. I find it somewhat interesting." Long Ao knew Qin Wu. They were from the same courtyard and were of similar ages. They often competed when they were younger, but gradually grew apart as they aged. Now that old matters were being brought up again, he felt a surge of eagerness. And Chongqing pondered for a moment. The Star Patrol Club is indeed one of the Academy's top combat-oriented clubs, with broad resource channels, many task opportunities, and it greatly aids in improving strength. It's quite good. He looked at Chen Guan and Long Ao. "You two are on the combat route. The Star Patrol Club is indeed very suitable for you." Long Ao grinned broadly. "I have no objections. Any place with more fighting is fine. If I get the chance, I'd really like to spar with that guy Qin Wu again. I actually miss it a bit." Suddenly Long Ao thought of something. "What rank are you on the Qianlong list?" And Chongqing glanced at his terminal. 99. "How many side jobs did you take?" Long Ao said gloomily. There are two ways to make the Qianlong list: complete tasks or engage in PK. It was clear that Chongqing had not missed a single one. He was juggling both. However, Long Ao could understand, as Chongqing aspired to be the president of the student council. To become president, one must first be recognized. He wasn't in a hurry to make the list. He would either not appear on it at all or aim for the top 10. He didn't want to aim for first place as that position was impossible to shake. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Guan opened his terminal. He had never checked the Qianlong list rankings. As a laid-back newcomer who completed tasks casually, it would be strange for him to make the list, so he naturally didn't pay much attention. The top spot had a very prominent name, Lu Ruoyan. Is there still news about the Empress Ruoyan? Driven by curiosity, Chen Guan clicked on Lu Ruoyan's profile. The resume inside was densely packed and luxurious, but why doesn't the age seem right? Long Ao caught a glimpse of Chen Guan's terminal screen and said, Lu Ruoyan has been a student for 10 years, always staying back a grade. Don't pay too much attention to her. And Chongqing nodded in agreement, looking as if he wanted to say something but ultimately just stated, in short, just treat it, as if this person doesn't exist in the school. The top spot is absolutely impossible to obtain. Staying back. Chen Guan looked at the impressive data above. If people like this are held back, then it seems no one at Huaqing can graduate. Was it intentional or accidental? Moreover, Long Ao and Chongqing seemed to know some insider information. Truly worthy of the Empress Ruoyan, frighteningly so.